c. 1924. 10 years. The Neil Kingdom was the only high-grade kingdom in the 12 kingdoms that the Tempest Temple had lost. It was the same as the duchy. The kingdoms were also divided into different levels. The only condition of the high-grade kingdom was to give birth to a stellar mage, while the high-grade kingdom had a sunshine mage in charge. Compared to an ordinary kingdom, a high-grade kingdom's status in Magic Continent was much higher. Even the 9 great empires had to give high-grade kingdoms some face. Among the 8 high-grade kingdoms under the command of Tempest Temple, the Neil Kingdom's strength was considered average. It was ranked 5th, and it had an intermediate sunshine mage. Moonlight Magister, who was a grade lower, had more than 20 of them. However, under the attack of the main force of the Divine Hall, this Neil Kingdom didn't even last a day before completely falling into enemy hands. Currently, the entire Neil Kingdom could be considered an important logistics base of the Dark Divine Hall in the Windstorm War Zone. The entire Neil Kingdom had an 8 million Dark Army. This was the elite army of the Dark Divine Hall. It was definitely not something that the elites of the nations and kingdoms could compare with. Any soldier was a great swordsman who had the power to resist low-level mages. There were more than 1 million true mages. Sky Magician, who could fly, thousands. Even Sunshine Mage, who could shatter space. There were 5 of them, the strongest. They were the Supreme Sunshine Mage. In addition to the magic fortress that the Divine Hall had painstakingly built, even if it was some top-grade Sunshine Mage, if he were to attack the Neil Kingdom, if he was not careful, he would be severely injured. However, Yang Fann, who had already advanced to Holy Spirit Mage, did not use any Fire God scepters. Whether it was the top Sunshine Mage or the lower Sunshine Mage, they were all easily captured and suppressed by him. In less than half a month, the Neil Kingdom was restored by Yang Fann. It had to be said that the Neil Kingdom was worthy of being an important logistics base of the Divine Hall. The resources in it were piled up like an ocean. Just the number of top-grade magic crystals alone was more than 10 million. Including the other magic herbs and divine fruits, it was comparable to the wealth of some lower Holy Spirit Mage. In fact, it was even more than that. Of course, all of this had been given to Yang Fann for nothing. 1 month later, Yang Fann once again used up all the resources in his hands. His cultivation base broke through another small realm, and he successfully stepped into the intermediate Holy Spirit Mage realm. Breaking through without having to worry about his foundation and potential was extremely easy for Yang Fann. He even needed a few resources that could rival the Master of Magic with his terrifying mental strength. He needed fewer resources than other mages of the same rank to break through. Very quickly, Yang Fann revealed his fangs once again and stared at another kingdom. Time passed by as Yang Fann went on a conquest, devouring and refining. 1 year after another passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The overall strength of the 4 empires of the Light faction was a level higher than the 3 great empires of the Dark faction. After the initial panic, the war situation was quickly stabilized, and they had even taken back a large number of territories that had been occupied by the Dark faction. At the beginning, the Light faction's 4 great empires had lost 52 kingdoms and 1,233 duchies. But now, there were already 43 kingdoms, and nearly 1,000 duchies had been taken back by the Light faction. However, at this moment, the 2 camps were in a stalemate. It was not easy to take back the remaining 9 kingdoms, as there were nearly 300 dukedoms. 10 years had passed. With the 9 kingdoms as the center, nearly 300 duchies were the fulcrum. The Divine Hall of Darkness, Destruction, and Death had established their darkness lair. The City of Destruction and the Cave of Death had turned the 9 kingdoms and nearly 300 duchies into iron buckets. Every time a stronghold was removed and a dukedom was taken back, they would have to pay a heavy price. It was that Sunshine Mage. If he was not careful, he would be in danger of dying. In these 10 years, the Duke of Evan that Yang Fann had transformed into had completely entered the 9 great empires. The eyes and ears of the upper echelons of the 9 great Divine Hall were called the Duke of Hell by countless people. Especially those people from the Dark Divine Hall. They feared him like a tiger. Wherever the Duke of Hell passed by, it was a land of death. There were almost no survivors. Over the past 10 years, there had been wars everywhere. Nearly half of the powers in the Tempest Temple that were invaded by the Dark Divine Hall were seized by Yang Fann. Not only that, Yang Fann had also led his army into the territory of the Fiery Divine Hall, which was adjacent to the Tempest Temple. He had taken over many kingdoms and duchies' territories. At this moment, the territory of the Raymond was so vast that it was more than 10 times bigger than 10 years ago. The entire magic continent. The Raymond Kingdom recognized the second largest kingdom in the hundreds of kingdoms. There was absolutely not a single kingdom that dared to recognize the number one land area. Raymond Kingdom, the capital of Raymond. It was once the Raymond City, but now, it had undergone a tremendous change. The size of the city had been expanded and expanded by more than 100 times, and there was no trace of the past at all. If he hadn't said it, he wouldn't have believed it at all. 10 years ago, the Raymond capital was just a small city that occupied less than 10,000 miles of land. On the city walls, a large number of profound magic runes were inscribed. It was a Tier 8 defensive array. Once it was activated, it was enough to resist Sunshine Mage's attack. On the city wall, there were many magic crystal cannons with a diameter of nearly 3 feet. These were top magic crystal cannons. One cannon was equivalent to the full power attack of a Moonlight Magister. Hundreds of magic crystal cannons were fired at the same time. Even Sunshine Mage had to avoid them temporarily. In the capital, the cultivation base and strength of the people walking in and out of the capital were very high. Before the divine contest, magicians were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even low-level magicians were 1 in a million. But now, there were so many of them. Among them, there was often a mage wearing a mage's robe. From time to time, Sky Magician and even Stellar Mage would fly in the sky. After conquering so many duchies and kingdoms, the Yang Fanns under Yang Fann's hands were also rapidly expanding. Even Moonlight Magister had surpassed him. Stellar Mage had exceeded 100 with just 2 hands. Sky Magician, an Earth Mage, had more than 10,000 hands. Duke of Evan Prefecture. The size of the palace was also many times larger than the palace of the Raymond's fifth life. This included the Raymond's fifth life. No one dared to be dissatisfied with this. Instead, they felt that it was reasonable. Everyone understood that Grand Duke Elvin was the true pillar of the Raymond Kingdom. Without Grand Duke Elvin, it was impossible for the Raymond Kingdom to exist. It could be said that he had already been destroyed by the divine battle. Within a grand palace in the Duke's mansion. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's energy steadily rose. The massive amount of resources he had turned into ashes and turned into the purest form of magic, pouring into Yang Fann's sea of magic, causing his cultivation base to slowly approach God Realm Mage. C-1925 I'll lend you my life. The royal capital of Raymond, Grand Duke Elvin's residence. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's body transformed into devouring black holes, wildly devouring the hall. The pile of magical crystals was like a small mountain. Soon, half a year had passed. Poochie. The last magic crystal crumbled into dust. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of regret appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, this God Realm Mage was not that easy to break through. In the past 10 years, Yang Fann's cultivation base had already reached the peak of Holy Spirit Mage. He was only a step away from God Realm Mage. However, this step was something that Yang Fann was unable to break through. In the past billions of years, only 9 God Realm Mage had been born. It wasn't without reason. This was still Yang Fann. His mental energy realm had already reached God Realm Mage's realm. If it was any other Holy Spirit Mage, the difficulty would have increased by more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Of course, the most important thing was still the lack of resources. Although he had taken down dozens of kingdoms and hundreds of duchies, this amount of resources was still far from enough for him to advance to God Realm Mage. Perhaps only by taking down Stormwind Empire or the Tempest Temple behind it could he truly advance to God Realm Mage. Are we going to attack the Stormwind Empire now? Yang Fann hesitated in his heart. With his current magic cultivation, with the support of the Fire God Scepter, the combat strength that he could unleash was definitely not below the intermediate God Realm Mages. Adding his terrifying strength of Divine Body, his overall combat strength was at least that of an upper-level God Realm Mage, or perhaps even comparable to a top-level God Realm Mage. Among the 9 great gods, God of the Storm's strength was only average. There were even some unorthodox ones. At most, he was at the intermediate God Realm Mage's cultivation level. If he had calculated correctly, it was not impossible for him to finish off God of the Storm before the other 3 divine gods of the Light faction came to his rescue. After a series of calculations in his heart, Yang Fann got up and left the place of seclusion. Very quickly, he had his servants find the head chief of the Duke's mansion, Laura. This could be said to be the #1 expert under Yang Fann. A top-tier Moonlight Magister had submitted to Yang Fann 3 years ago. Not long after, a slightly plump, middle-aged man in a blue magic robe appeared in front of Yang Fann. "Master, you are looking for me." Laura hunched her back. Her voice was indescribably humble, and she did not look like a top-tier Moonlight Magister at all. Laura, did something big happen in the past half a year?" Yang Fann nodded slightly and asked. "Master, nothing major has happened in the past half a year." Laura shook her head. The light and darkness camps had officially entered a stalemate. Although there were constant battles every day, there were only small skirmishes, small-scale battles, and true large-scale battles, but none of them had ever happened. Could it be that the fourth divine battle has ended just like that? A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The previous 3 divine battles had caused the heavens and earth to collapse and the earth to crumble. There were even gods who had personally participated in the battle. But this time, even though the casualties could be considered heavy, the living beings that had fallen, there were no less than 100 billion of them, but the real expert. There weren't many of them, and the strongest ones were only a few high-ranked Sunshine Mage. This was completely abnormal. One had to know that, in the previous battles, several Holy Spirit Mage had fallen. Right at this moment, Laura seemed to have thought of something as she said, "Sir, half a month ago, the person in charge of the Church of Storm in the Raymond Kingdom, Archbishop I Demeng, paid a visit to you. This is a first-grade archbishop in Tempest Temple. Even among the first-grade archbishops, he is considered a top-tier expert. He is a top-tier Sunshine Mage in the entire Church of Storm. He had a pivotal position. The Tempest Temple was able to send him to guard the Raymond Kingdom and take charge of the Church's matters. It could be seen how important the Raymond Kingdom and Yang Fann were to them. In the other high-grade kingdoms, the person in charge of the Church was usually only an intermediate Sunshine Mage. Almost all of the top Sunshine Mage like I Demeng were gathered in the Tempest Temple, so it was basically impossible for him to send someone else. "Why is Archbishop I Demeng looking for me?" Yang Fann asked. Regarding this Archbishop I Demeng, Yang Fann had only seen him once when he had just arrived at Raymond's Imperial City. There had been no more interaction between them. Laura hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, this should be because of those nobles. At the start of the divine battle, countless dukedoms and kingdoms lost their lives on the battlefield. However, there were also many aristocrats who broke out of the encirclement and escaped to other dukedoms. Within the kingdom and even within the borders of the Stormwind Empire. While the dark forces were wreaking havoc, these nobles, they did not have the courage to fight against the dark forces. They took back their land, territories. Now that the dark forces were suppressed, more than half of the kingdoms and duchies were taken back. These nobles could not hold it in and jumped out. They jumped up and down, wanting to take back their territory. It's those aphids again. I let them go last time, but they still dared to jump out. Do they really think I don't dare to kill people?" Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Laura, pass down my order. All of the countries in the country, search for these survivors and kill them without mercy." Laura shivered. These ants really thought that they could protect them with just the identity of a noble. How naive. They didn't want to know who they were facing. That was the Duke of Hell, Lord Elvin, who had caused countless divine halls in the Dark Divine Hall to turn pale. "Yes, Lord, I will go now." "Oh, right, Laura. Send someone to invite Archbishop I Demeng over to the manor." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yang Fann's mind. He had an idea and called out to Laura, who was about to leave. "Yes, my lord." An hour later, a middle-aged man wearing a green hurricane magic robe with a terrifying aura appeared in front of Yang Fann. He was 100 times stronger than the top Moonlight Magister, Laura. "Greetings, Duke of Evan." Cardinal I Demeng bowed to Yang Fann, even though he was a first-grade Archbishop of Tempest Temple. With his back against Tempest Temple, which was a huge power, he still respected Yang Fann, the Duke of Hell. This Duke of Hell, he was a ruthless character, and his strength was terrifying. At the very least, he had stepped into Holy Spirit Mage's realm, or even the real Holy Spirit Mage. "I wonder why you are looking for me, Lord Duke." "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to borrow something from you, Archbishop." Yang Fann smiled playfully. What did Lord Duke borrow? A trace of doubt flashed across Archbishop I Demeng's eyes. Legend has it that this Duke of Hell, he was most proficient in fire magic, and his name was Duke of Hell. Most of it was because of the fiery lotus hellfire, and they were the Tempest Temple bishops. They usually majored in wind magic and divine arts. They did not dabble in fire magic too much. He didn't have any fire magic treasures with him. It's not anything else. I just want to borrow the Archbishop's life. See 1926 Eclipse Purloined, the royal capital of Raymond, Grand Duke Elvin's residence. W.H. What? Cardinal I. Demong's eyes widened. He could not believe his ears. He had just heard something. This Duke of Evan actually said he wanted to borrow his life. Could it be that he had gone crazy? Otherwise, how could he say such nonsense? He was a first-grade Archbishop of Tempest Temple, the true upper echelons of Tempest Temple. If there really was an accident, Tempest Temple would definitely not let it go and would investigate to the end. The news of him entering Grand Duke Elvin's residence was not a secret. This Duke of Evan had already completely fallen out with the Dark faction. He would not rest until he died in the Tempest Temple. The magic world was so big that there would no longer be a place for him to stay. As long as Duke of Evan wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would never make such a stupid decision. The next second, I. Demong's expression darkened slightly as he said, "Duke of Evan, this joke isn't funny at all." "Joke? I never joke, Archbishop I. Demang, your life is mine," Yang Fann sneered. With a wave of his right arm, a god's constraint bound towards that Archbishop I. Demang. "Ah, not good, this Duke of Evan really." The Archbishop's expression changed. Suddenly, an extremely ominous omen enveloped his heart. He wanted to resist, but it was a pity that he only had that bit of strength. Compared to the current Yang Fann, the difference was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and there was no comparison at all. "Duke of Evan, what are you trying to do? I am a first-grade Archbishop of Tempest Temple. If you dare to harm me, Tempest Temple will never let you go." Tempest Temple. Don't worry, it won't be long before the Tempest Temple no longer exists in this world. Yang Fann smiled mysteriously. It wasn't just Tempest Temple. The other 8 great divine hall would all become history. There would only be one divine hall in Magic World, and that was the divine hall that believed in his god of Devour, Yang Fann. Furthermore, Yang Fann believed that this day wouldn't be too long ago. W.H. What? Evan, what do you mean? Archbishop I. Demang trembled. He could vaguely feel a terrifying and sinister aura enveloping their Tempest Temple. What it literally means, "All right, be good and go on your way." With a sinister laugh, Yang Fann pressed his hand on the Archbishop I. Demang's body. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was instantly circulated to its limits by Yang Fann. Rumble, rumble, pure magic power continuously gushed out of the Archbishop's body and poured into Yang Fann's sea of magic power through the devouring black hole. Ram Manor. This was a small manor in the southern part of the Raymond's capital. It was no more than 100 acres of farmland. Its owner, Ram Pastor, was once one of the 4 Grand Dukes of the Kingdom of Monroe. It could be said that he held a high position in the kingdom. With just a stamp of his feet, the entire Kingdom of Monroe would tremble 3 times. However, the Kingdom of Monroe was later destroyed by the Dark Army. Although he was lucky enough to not die, his power, his fiefdom, and everything else were all in vain. Previously, the Dark Divine Hall had occupied the territory of the Monroe Kingdom. He had no choice but to do so. Now that the Dark Army had been defeated, how could the territory of the Monroe Kingdom continue to be taken over by a small duchy? He was unwilling. He was truly unwilling. During this period of time, Duke Ram had not been idle. He had been moving up and down, contacting Archbishop I. Demang, and allied with the nobles of various countries in order to take back the territory that belonged to him. Ram Manor. In a large hall, Duke Ram and a group of noble lords with extraordinary auras gathered together, discussing how to force the Raymond Kingdom to hand over their territories. "Cardinal I. Demang has already agreed to help us take back our territory." Good Lord Duke is indeed amazing. With Cardinal I. Demang making the decision for us, even if Duke of Evan is unwilling, he would not dare to have any objections. That's right, no matter how ruthless the Duke of Hell is, I think he will not give face to the Archbishop. When the nobles heard this, they were immediately delighted. It was as if they had already seen their territory return to their hands. Archbishop I. Demang, that's the level 1 Archbishop of the Church of the Divine Storm. He represents the Tempest Temple. In the end, Duke of Evan is just a duke of a kingdom. Does he dare to go against the Tempest Temple? At this moment, rumble, rumble, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, surrounding the Ram Manor so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Who is it? Duke Ram's expression changed, and a powerful aura of stellar mage rose from his body. Aphids dares to plot against Lord Duke. You are courting death. Lord Duke has ordered that no one shall be spared, and no one shall be spared. A cold and emotionless voice rang in Duke Rom's ears. Ah, not good, that demon Elvin is going to attack us. Duke Rom's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying thought appeared in his heart. Run, run. As for resistance, Duke Rom never even thought about it. Although these people had some power, even Stellar Mage had a few. It was enough to sweep away some high-grade nations, but they wanted to defeat their opponents. There was no possibility at all. Just Moonlight Magister, who had made him despair. He had sensed two of them, and Stellar Mage, who was at the same level as him. There were more than a handful of them. Trying to escape, naive, kill. Ah, don't kill me. Spare me, spare me. I won't dare again, never again. Woo 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 woo. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender. I'm begging you. Please let me go, let me go. Carnage was a one-sided massacre. The difference in strength between the two sides was more than 10 times. Ah, Elvin, you are so ruthless. Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. Evan, you devil, you will have retribution. You will definitely have retribution. The Rom Manor was only an example. There were still a few places in the Raymond's capital where killings like this occurred. General Manager Laura carried out Yang Fann's order to the end. He directly sent 10 Moonlight Magister, 100 Stellar Mage, and 1,000 Sky Magician to clean up the remaining nobles. As for those nobles, the strongest was the top Stellar Mage. Not even a single Moonlight Magister could organize any effective resistance. Except for a few lucky ones who managed to escape with their lives, almost all the remaining nobles in the Raymond were wiped out. This was not the end. After that, Laura mobilized many experts to clean up the Raymond Kingdom. They were extremely ruthless and merciless. 3 days and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Poochie. Cardinal I Demong's body shattered and turned into flying ashes. However, very quickly, Yang Fann's face distorted. In the blink of an eye, he turned into the appearance of Archbishop I Demang. Tempest Temple, I'm coming. C. 1927. Engulfing the Pope of Storms in the middle of the stormy empire. There was a magnificent mountain range that spanned hundreds of millions of miles. It was as if the divine dragon lying dormant in the ground would rise into the sky in the next second. This mountain range was none other than. It was the Storm Mountain Range, which was known as the #1 divine mountain in the Stormy Empire. The headquarters of the Tempest Temple was located in this stormy mountain range. Rumble, rumble. Occasionally, streams of light would cut through the void. It had to be said that this Tempest Temple was worthy of being one of the 9 major powers of the magic world. It had a strong foundation that far exceeded the imagination of the world. For example, Sky Magician was a top-notch expert in a duchy. Many small duchies might not even have a Sky Magician, even if he was in one of the major kingdoms. He was worthy of the title of expert and was qualified to be conferred the title of Earl. He controlled a territory. However, in the Stormy Mountain Range, they were nothing more than insignificant nobodies. Even Moonlight Magister could be easily seen here. The Imperial Hall stood on the main peak of the Stormwind Mountain Range, the Stormwind Divine Mountain. It was like the divine palace where the gods resided. It was glittering with divine light and shining brightly. This was the place where Pope Storm was cultivating. It was the closest place to God of the Storm. Without Pope Storm's order, even some first-grade Sunshine Mage archbishops were not allowed to casually step into the sovereign palace. Those who trespass were lightly punished with a staff, and those who were more serious were directly crippled of their cultivation and expelled from Tempest Temple. Within the Pope's palace, Pope Storm sat on the Pope's throne. Terrifying hurricanes. Like a peerless evil dragon, it erupted from all the pores in his body, wreaking havoc in the world and killing everything. At this moment, if someone appeared in the Pope's palace, even some of Sunshine Mage's divine bodies would be crushed and killed. Terrifying, this Pope Storm was definitely a Holy Spirit Mage, and he wasn't even an ordinary lower Holy Spirit Mage. Your Holiness, Archbishop I Demang requests an audience. Suddenly, a respectful voice came from outside the hall. Oh, I Demang has returned. Pope Storm's tightly shut eyes opened, and endless hurricanes raged in his eyes. His eyes were like 2 terrifying hurricanes, sending chills down everyone's spine. How can it be so fast? Could it be that he has already found it? With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Pope Storm impatiently said, "Quick, let I Demang in. He's actually a superior Holy Spirit Mage. No wonder he's the headquarters of Tempest Temple. His background is indeed extraordinary. Looking at Pope Storm, who was sitting on the throne, Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. He had been traveling all the way here. Apart from Pope Storm, he also sensed 4 different kinds of Holy Spirit mages' chi. The Holy Spirit Mage of Magic World was a top dominator in the Eternal Great World. In addition to God of the Storm who was behind them, there was also a half-step sovereign and 5 top dominator. This force could be considered as one of the best amongst the top powers. However, Yang Fann didn't dare show any neglect on his face. He slightly bowed and said, "I Demeng greets the Pope. I Demeng, you are in such a hurry to come back, but did you discover the secret of the Duke of Hell?" Pope Storm was a little impatient and said, "Archbishop I Demeng went to the capital of Raymond to preside over the matters of the Church of Storm. On one hand, more importantly, under Pope Storm's orders, he wanted to find out Yang Fann's secret. This Grand Duke Elvin was a miracle. He was not even 500 years old, but he already had the power of Holy Spirit Mage, or even Holy Spirit Mage. He would never believe that he didn't have any great secrets or fortuitous encounters. As the Pope of Tempest Temple, he had been trained by Tempest Temple since he was young. He could get as many resources as he wanted, but the result was that he had spent nearly 1,000,000 years to step into Holy Spirit Mage's realm. It had taken him millions of years to step into Holy Spirit Mage's realm. But Duke Elvin was less than 500 years old, and he was less than 500 years old. The gap between them was more than 10,000 miles. If he could obtain the secrets of Grand Duke Elvin, he might be able to take a look at God Realm Mage's position, and his life would be as long as the heavens. Although he believed in God of the Storm, it didn't mean that Pope Storm didn't want to become a god. "Your Highness the Pope, luckily I did not fail the order. After my investigation, I finally found some secrets of Grand Duke Elvin." "That secret is, I Demeng, what exactly is that secret?" Pope Storm looked anxious. "The secret is the God's Seal." Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and the Fire God Scepter appeared in his hand. Pope Storm's attention was completely attracted by the secret. He never thought that his trusted subordinate, I Demeng, would suddenly attack him. It was that terrifying rank 11 magic. Ah no, Pope Storm only had time to let out a heart-wrenching cry before he was completely sealed. The vast sea of magic turned into a pool of stagnant water. With the support of the Universe Treasure and the Fire God Scepter, Yang Fann's God Seal was something that even some intermediate God Realm Mage would need a lot of effort to break out of the seal, let alone Pope Storm, who was a superior Holy Spirit Mage. The devil energy, spirit, soul, and everything else in his body had been sealed. At this moment, Pope Storm was not much stronger than some low-rank mages. You are not I Demeng. You are not I Demeng. Who are you?" Pope Storm stared at Yang Fann. At this moment, if he still did not understand that the person in front of him was an impostor, then he would have lived in vain for so many years. "Who am I? Great Pope, you have already schemed against my secrets, but you still don't know who I am." A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. "Ah Evan, you are the Duke of Hell, Elvin." No, this is... How is this possible?" Pope Storm had a look of disbelief. That power just now gave him the feeling that it was not much weaker than the God of the Storm he believed in. The Duke of Hell, Elvin, was at most a lower Holy Spirit Mage. How could he have such power? Nothing is impossible. All right, I have also answered your question. It's time to send you on your way. Ah no, Elvin, I am the Pope of Tempest Temple, the spokesperson of my God on the continent. If you dare to hurt me, my God will not let you off. You don't have to worry about that. It won't be long before he comes down to accompany you." The next second, Yang Fann held Pope Storm's head with one hand and circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit. Rumble. The terrifying power of devouring erupted crazily and devoured everything. C 1928 to become a celestial mage. Stormy Mountains, the Church Hall. Rumble. Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit, crazily devouring Pope Storm's sea of magic. This Pope Storm was also one of the most powerful magic continents in the magic continent. It could be said that he was second only to the 9 great gods. With his foundation, if he was prepared, he might even have the ability to resist the other god experts. In just a split second, he would be able to get in touch with God of the Storm and summon him. Unfortunately, he would never have thought that there would be a monster like Yang Fann. Not only had his strength reached God Realm Mage's level, but he could also perfectly disguise himself as his trusted subordinate. No matter if it was his soul aura or his outer appearance, there were no flaws at all. The Pope of Divine Hall, the high and mighty Holy Spirit Mage, was imprisoned just like that. Time passed year by year. Very quickly, 3 years had passed. Poochie. The last trace of Pope Storm's origin magic was swallowed by Yang Fann, and his entire body turned into a flying ash. An hour later. Phew. Yang Fann let out a sigh and slowly opened his eyes. Holy Spirit Mage was still a bit weaker than before, but his cultivation base had improved a bit. He was still a long way from breaking through to God Realm Mage. In the next second, Yang Fann's face twisted and turned into Pope Storm's face. Paying respects to the Pope. As soon as Yang Fann stepped out of the hall, 4 Moonlight Magister knelt down to greet him. They were the guards of the hall. One had to admit that Pope Storm was Pope Storm. The height of his character was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moonlight Magister was the greatest expert in the kingdom, but in front of him, he was just a guard. Get up. It had been 3 years since they left the hall, so no one doubted them. For a Holy Spirit Mage like Pope Storm, it was common for him to go into seclusion for 30 years or even 300 years, let alone 3 years. Furthermore, they didn't believe that there was anyone in Magic Continent who could harm their Supreme Pontiff in their stormy mountain range. Even the 3 gods of destruction, darkness, and death could not suppress their Pope without making a sound. Meanwhile, during these 3 years, the situation was relatively peaceful, basically no great battles happening. It was unknown if this was the calm before the storm, or if this was the 4th divine battle, ending just like that. 2 hours later, Tempest Temple, Storm Treasury. Yang Fann waved the Storm Scepter in his hand, which represented Pope Storm's supreme authority. A mysterious ripple rippled out from the Storm Scepter. The next moment, crack, crack, the door of the treasury slowly opened. Soon, a large space with an area of no less than 1,000,000 miles appeared in front of Yang Fann. Inside the space were a lot of natural treasures, high-grade magic crystals, and hundreds of thousands of meters tall mountains. Even the top-grade magic crystals were piled up into several hundreds of meters tall mountains. The resources were so abundant that it was 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than what Yang Fann had plundered crazily over the years. They were on completely different levels. As expected of one of the 9 supreme powers of Magic Continent, it was far from what those kingdoms and duchies could compare with. However, all of this had been given to me by now. With these resources, Yang Fann seemed to have seen God Realm Mage waving at him. Buzz streams of invisible energy spread out and the demonic crystal mountains quickly disappeared. In the end, there were only a few so-called God tools left in the entire treasury. Yang Fann wasn't afraid that someone would discover that he had taken away most of the resources in the treasure vault. Without Pope Storm's order. Also, Pope Storm had the Storm Scepter in his hand. It was impossible for anyone to enter the vault. The layers of magic seals around them were not for decoration. Even Holy Spirit Mage would have to bleed if he tried to force his way into the treasury. In the Tempest Temple, other than Pope Storm, Holy Spirit Mage, the strongest person was Intermediate Holy Spirit Mage. Storm God Mountain, the Divine Emperor Palace. Very quickly, Yang Fann went into seclusion once more. Grug, the piles of high-grade magic crystals quickly collapsed into dust, turning into streams of pure magic power that surged into Yang Fann's Sea of Consciousness and the Sea of Magic Power, causing the vast Sea of Magic Power to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 year later, all the high-grade magic crystals were devoured by Yang Fann. His cultivation base had almost reached the limit of Holy Spirit Mage. He could clearly feel the barrier between God Realm Mage and him. It seemed that with just a slight poke, he would be able to advance to God Realm Mage. 10 years later, rumble, there was less than half of the top-grade magic crystal left in Yang Fann's hand. The aura around him began to rise madly, rising steadily. The terrifying chi seemed to want to crush everything. At this moment, if someone entered the Sovereign Palace, an ordinary lower Holy Spirit Mage would probably be crushed to the ground in an instant, unable to move at all. Anyone below Holy Spirit Mage would die as soon as they entered the palace. Chi in all directions, large patches of space began to crack. He broke through. Yang Fann finally broke through the last layer of the barrier and started to break through to God Realm Mage. Very quickly, half a year had passed. Yang Fann's explosive aura gradually calmed down. Another week passed. Boom! Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying pressure was quickly retracted, and in just a breath's time, it only revealed the cultivation base of Pope Storm and Holy Spirit Mage. Now was not the time to expose himself. Magic world only had that many resources. The 9 great divine gods were enough. They did not want a new god to compete with them for resources and faith. Even God of the Storm might not be willing to see Pope Storm on equal footing with him. Once he was exposed, it could be said that what awaited him would be the siege of the 9 gods. Breaking through one by one, silently making a fortune was the way to go. With his current magic cultivation, he had also advanced to God Realm Mage's realm. Although he was only the weakest lower God Realm Mage, with the universe treasures and fire god scepters, the strength that I could unleash was definitely not inferior to some of the superior God Realm Mages. With his unparalleled divine body, even if he were to fight against a top-notch God Realm Mage, he would still have the strength to fight him. Furthermore, I am Pope Storm now. That God of the Storm would definitely not be able to guard against me. With a plan in mind, this matter could be very promising. Let's do it this way. We'll take this God of the Storm first. C-1929 suppress the Storm God in the Tempest Temple, in front of a towering and majestic divine statue. The great Settle the God of the Storm Amato. Ayers, obeys the prayers of your most pious servant. Yang Fann transformed into Pope Storm, put his palms together, and prayed devoutly. After some consideration, Yang Fann finally made up his mind to get rid of God of the Storm first. With Pope Storm as the best cover, if he did not make good use of him, he would be struck by lightning. A few breaths later, whang, the towering statue seemed to come to life as it suddenly opened its eyes. Selvies, why are you looking for me? God of the Storm's voice was like a copper bell, and it was also like a heavy hammer that struck the souls of people. It made people kneel on the ground and worship him. Great Settle the God of the Storm, humble servant, I have something to tell you. I hope the great Sidir can come with his real body. Yang Fann lowered his head and said in a low voice. Selvies, did you forget the contract between the gods? There was a hint of displeasure in Settle the God of the Storm's voice. God Realm Mage's destructive power was too terrifying. In the past, he had almost destroyed the entire magic continent. After the 3rd round of the divine battle, the 9 gods had signed a contract with the gods. The gods could only walk the mortal world, and their true bodies were not allowed to descend at will. If it wasn't for Pope Storm, Selvies, who was his trusted subordinate, making such a request, Settle the God of the Storm would have let him know the true meaning of the storm's fury. Great Settle the God of the Storm, your humble servant discovered the Raging Flame Lord's treasury. What? The Raging Flame Lord's treasury? Selvies, is what you said true? Settle the God of the Storm's expression suddenly changed. An indescribable heat blossomed in his eyes. Nearly 10 billion years had passed. Most of the living beings in magic world. They had no idea that there was once a supreme ruler in the magic world. He controlled the entire magic world, even if he was a high and mighty god. They were merely servants under his command, but God of the Storm. How could he not understand what the Raging Flame Lord represented? Even back then, he had even seen the Raging Flame Lord back then. Your Majesty, Settle the God of the Storm, this is absolutely true. The treasury of the Raging Flame Lord is within the borders of the Raymond Kingdom, and Duke Elvin of Hell obtained the inheritance of the Raging Flame Lord's outer domain. That's why he has today's cultivation. Hell Duke Elvin obtained the inheritance of the Raging Flame Lord. Settle the God of the Storm nodded as if he was deep in thought. He had also heard of the newly risen Hell Duke Elvin, a half-step Holy Spirit Mage who was less than 500 years old, or even the real Holy Spirit Mage. Even he, God Realm Mage, did not have that much ability. But if he was said to have obtained the inheritance of the Raging Flame God, then everything made sense. The divine ability of the Raging Flame God wasn't something he could imagine. Even if the current him was no longer the same as before. He was God Realm Mage, but in the eyes of the Raging Flame Lord, he was probably just a slightly stronger ant. With a wave of his hand, it'll turn him into ashes. That's right, the information about the vault was obtained from Duke of Evan. However, there is a very strong defense mechanism at the core of the vault. With the weak strength of the servant, it is impossible for him to break the defense mechanism. I have no choice but to ask the mighty Settle the God of the Storm to help me. All right Selvies, I will immediately descend to the lower realm. Settle the God of the Storm was somewhat impatient. At this moment, whatever god's contract he had was thrown out of the 9 clouds. That was the treasury of the Raging Flame Lord, and the secret to advancing to the Master of Magic might be hidden within. As long as he could advance to the Master of Magic, God of Destruction and the others would just be a bunch of ants. How could he still put them in his eyes? Even if they didn't cause trouble for him, he wouldn't let them go. As for Yang Fann's words, Settle the god of the storm had no doubt about it. Selvies had followed him for so many years. There was no doubt that he was loyal to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Pope of Tempest Temple and his spokesperson in Magic Continent. Moreover, who was the Lord of the Raging Flame? That was the magic formation and restriction that Lord of the World had set up. It was very normal that Holy Spirit Mage, the supreme figure, couldn't break it. One breath later, rumble, the 30,000-meter tall statue began to rapidly shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of an ordinary person. Selvies, where is the treasury of the Raging Flame Lord? Hurry up and bring me there. He couldn't wait to see the treasury of the Raging Flame Lord. Suddenly, Settle the god of the storm seemed to have thought of something. That's right, what about the Duke of Hell, Evan? Have you made arrangements? As he spoke, killing intent flashed in Settle the god of the storm's eyes. The matter of the Raging Flame Master's treasury was of utmost importance. He absolutely couldn't allow any mishaps to occur. He didn't want the other gods to know about this. Among the 9 gods, he, Settle the god of the storm. He wasn't the strongest, and could even be ranked in the top 5. It was still a big mystery. Once the news was leaked, he was afraid that he wouldn't have much to do with the Raging Flame Lord's treasury. Hell Duke Elvin, sigh dear, isn't this Duke here? Suddenly, Yang Fann's lips curved into a mocking smile, and he changed from being humble. With a flash of light, he disguised himself. Not good. Settle the god of the storm's expression changed. An ominous omen swept across his heart. It was a trap. This was a trap at this moment. Prison of God, rise. It was as if the sound of great Taos were rolling over from all directions. Rumble, rumble. La holograms rose up, instantly transforming into a terrifying cage that surrounded Settle the god of the storm. God's prison. This was the ultimate confinement array formation that Sovereign Nu Yan had left behind in the Fire God Scepter. It was specifically used to imprison God Realm Mage in the magic world, although, with Yang Fann's current lower cultivation base, even if he borrowed the power of the Fire God Scepter, but even so, he still couldn't unleash the full power of the first level of the God's Cage. Any ordinary God Realm Mage who fell into the God's Cage would be completely sealed. Not to mention an intermediate God Realm Mage like God of the Storm. Ever since his true body descended, Settle the god of the storm was like a turtle in a jar. God's Cage, this is the God's Cage of the Raging Flame Lord. Bitch it, you obtained the true inheritance of the Raging Flame Lord. Settle the god of the storm let out a heart-wrenching wail. The name of the God's Cage was infamous during the era of the Raging Flame God. It was simply the nightmare of the gods. Bang bang, endless hurricanes continuously erupted from his body. However, those terrifying hurricanes that could easily kill Holy Spirit Mage were like mud in the sea in the God's Cage, easily absorbed by the surrounding law light wall. Ah no, Elvin, let me out if you dare, then fight me fair and square. C. 1930 Gods Perish. Divine Country was the foundation of all gods, and it was also the most powerful defensive technique of all gods. In Divine Country, gods were strong enough to challenge those above their level. If an intermediate like Settle the god of the storm was in the Storm Divine Kingdom, even a high-level God Realm Mage might not be a match for him. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base, it was really hard to tell who would win if he really rushed into the Storm Divine Kingdom. Even if he could suppress the Divine Spirit, it would not be a matter of time. At that time, the other 3 Divine Spirits of the Light faction would have already come to support him. Unfortunately, Settle the god of the storm couldn't resist the greed in his heart, and he had never thought that his trusted general would come to help him. Pope Storm Selvies had already changed. He just went into the trap that Yang Fann had carefully prepared. Without any suspense, he was ruthlessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Storm God Mountain, Divine Hall. Yang Fann once again transformed into Pope Storm Selvies. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to the limit. His body turned into a terrifying black hole, crazily devouring Settle the god of the storm's origin divine power. One had to admit that God Realm Mage was God Realm Mage, totally incomparable to Holy Spirit Mage. Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength were rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was approaching the intermediate god realm mage at an incredible speed. 20 years later, Wuxia, the god of the storm, used up the last bit of his origin divine power. His storm divine body was instantly covered with crisscrossing cracks, and in the end, even more cracks appeared. Almost at the same time, in the territory of Tempest Temple, the statues of God of the Storm also had thin cracks. Countless bishops and missionaries of the Divine Storm sect were running out of magic power. As God of the Storm's devout believer, Settle, the god of the storm, was their source of power. Compared to the orthodox mages, these gods, Hall Lord, preached and practiced the divine arts. Although it was much easier for them to break through, once something happened to their gods, their power would be wasted in the shortest time possible. They might even become ordinary people who did not know the way of cultivation. This could be said to be the biggest drawback of the divine skill trainer. My magic power is weakening. What is going on? What is going on? Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could this be? Great Emperor Settle, the god of the storm, could it be that you have abandoned your devout servant? In an instant, endless panic spread within the Tempest Temple sphere of influence. Storm God Mountain, Divine Emperor Palace. Not good. Yang Fann's facial expression changed. His body suddenly changed, and he hastily turned into God of the Storm. The news of God of the Storm's death had yet to be exposed. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the absorption of God of the Storm had given him a significant improvement in his cultivation base, allowing him to break through to the intermediate God Realm Mage realm in one go, and his overall strength was no less than that of some top-grade God Realm Mage, Yang Fann still didn't have the confidence to win against the other 8 gods. Among the 9 gods, God of the Storm's strength could only be considered to be below average, and he was ranked at the bottom 3. For example, God of Light, God of Destruction, and Sea Goddess were all top-tier God Realm Mage. If they fought one-on-one, even Yang Fann might not be able to win, let alone them joining forces. Buzz rays of divine light flashed atop God of the Storm's statue, and the tiny cracks on the statue immediately vanished without a trace. The bishops and missionaries of Tempest Temple also recovered almost at the same time, as if nothing had changed at all. I recovered, my magic power has recovered. Could it be that the great Settle, the god of the storm, was joking with us just now? Yes, it must be. The great Settle, the god of the storm, must have made a joke with his servant. His Majesty Settle, the god of the storm's divine strength, is unparalleled and eternal. How could there be any accident? Very quickly, countless of Tempest Temple bishops and missionaries began to make up their minds, explaining to them what had just happened. God of the storm is really naughty, he really gave me a big fright just now. They actually think that God of the storm is joking with them again. This is good as well. It saves me from wasting my breath explaining. A strange light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't expect that these people would automatically come up with the reason. The next second, Yang Fann's body moved and appeared in a sea of hurricanes. There were terrifying hurricanes everywhere. It was Holy Spirit Mage. If one wasn't careful, he would be crushed into pieces by the hurricane. At the center of the hurricane was a huge star with a diameter of more than a light year. This giant star was none other than Settle, the god of the storm's divine country. The surrounding sea of hurricane was the ocean of storms that Deer had meticulously created. Under the control of Deer, even if it was God Realm Mage, who was in the upper position, if he entered the ocean of storms, he would probably be badly injured. The entire stormy divine kingdom was a huge world. Within it, there were a large number of living beings and thousands of races. All of them were Settle, the god of the storm's believers, the most pious of them all. The Tao of Faith was a double-edged sword that could allow the strength of the gods to rapidly improve. However, once the believers were wiped out on a large scale, the gods would be heavily injured, and their strength would plummet. No matter how serious the issue was, it was not impossible for them to fall into a deep slumber and not wake up. In the Storm God Nation, the billions of living creatures were one of God of the Storm's escape routes and trump cards. Even if the Tempest Temple in the magic world was uprooted, with the help of the many believers in the divine country, he would be able to maintain his strength as much as possible. At most, he would not be able to enjoy the enhancement of his cultivation. In the center of Storm Divine Kingdom, Storm Divine Palace, this was God of the Storm's chambers. Wuxia. The space distorted, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. After a few flashes, Yang Fann appeared in a huge treasure vault. This was Settle, the god of the storm's treasure vault. As expected of a divine being, a small group of people at the peak of the magic world. There were so many treasures in this treasure vault. It was more than 10 times more valuable than the treasure vault of the Tempest Temple. Alright, with this treasure vault, I will definitely advance to the upper god realm, mage realm. Yang Fann didn't return to the Storm Divine Palace, he just stayed in the treasure vault and closed himself up. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, in the blink of an eye, half a 60-year cycle had passed. Rumble, rumble, suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color. The entire magic continent was enveloped by a layer of blood clouds, as if the heavens were weeping blood. Bang bang, within the territory of the Divine Hall, all of the statues of the god of the earth, Galgus, were shattered into pieces. ZZZT, from the Supreme Pontiff of the Earth to the Supreme Pontiff of the Earth. From the ordinary missionaries of the Divine Hall to the Supreme Pontiff of the Earth, all of their magic power dissipated at a terrifying speed. Ah, the heavens and earth are in pain, God perishes, some of the gods have fallen. C-1931. Gather the gods, blood clouds fill the sky, the same generation as the heavens and earth, this is the phenomenon of the fall of gods. At almost the same time, the statue of the god of earth, Galgus, completely shattered, as well as the Divine Hall. Many experts had been drained of their divine power, and they had become useless. The result was self-evident. They had fallen. One of the 9 great gods, the god of earth, Galgus, had fallen. Moreover, it was the true death of the soul. There was no possibility of being reborn. Storm Divine Kingdom, god of the storm's treasure vault. Rumble, Yang Fann, who had transformed into Settle, the god of the storm, and was crazily absorbing a huge amount of resources, suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of disbelief flashed across his eyes. The god of earth, Galgus, had fallen just like that. What was going on? And among the 7 great gods of magic world, who had the ability to kill the god of earth, Galgus, or not even a single soul? This was completely impossible. Among the 9 great gods of magic world, the god of earth, Galgus, was not the strongest. He was only a grade higher than the Settle, the god of the storm that Yang Fann had transformed into. He was a superior god realm mage, but in terms of defense, Galgus, who was the protector of the earth, was undoubtedly the strongest among the 9 great gods. Even the strongest of the 3 gods of darkness, god of destruction, found it hard to break through his defense. Unless it was god of light, god of destruction, sea goddess, and sea goddess. If these 3 great god realm mage attacked at the same time, it would be possible for them to completely destroy Galgus and destroy his soul. But was this possible? God of light was not a fool. How could he join forces with god of destruction, this old enemy, and attack his allies? Not to mention sea goddess. He had always been on good terms with the god of the earth, Galgus. During the 3rd round of the divine battle, sea goddess would fall into the light faction. The god of the earth, Galgus, played a big role. If they hadn't fought, how had the god of the earth, Galgus, fallen? Could it be that he had mistakenly entered some ancient ruin? This wasn't impossible. Currently, the magic world respected the 9 great gods, but in the era of the Lord of Raging Flames' rule, there were more than 9 gods, and some even stepped out of God Realm Mage's realm. If it wasn't for the fact that there was only one master of magic, they might have already surpassed God Realm Mage. The dangers of the ruins left behind by those old monsters were hard to predict. Even the top God Realm Mage might have fallen in there. It wasn't impossible for the god of earth, Galgus, to fall in there. Right at this moment, rumble, a beam of divine light directly ignored space and appeared outside the Stormwind Divine Kingdom. God of light Alvi is looking for God of the storm at this time. Could it be that he knows the truth? Yang Fann's eyes slightly narrowed. Squinting his eyes, the void made a grabbing motion, tearing apart the space and grabbing that divine light. A few breaths later, what? Rance, the god of destruction, killed the god of earth, Galgus. How is that possible? Yang Fann glared at him. Disbelief flashed across his eyes. God of destruction controlled the law of destruction. He was indeed the most destructive one among the 9 great divine spirits. However, it was impossible for him to injure the god of earth, Galgus. He could kill the god of the earth, Galgus. Otherwise, if Rance, the god of destruction, really had such terrifying power, it would be impossible for him to defeat the dark faction all 3 times in the divinity's bout. If God of destruction joined hands with God of darkness and the God of death to set up an ambush against the God of earth, Galges, it was still somewhat feasible. However, this information was left behind by the god of earth, Galges, before he died. There was no way it could be fake. When they were attacked by Rance the god of destruction, the god of earth, Galges, had asked for help from flame god, Xianxia, who was closest to him. However, before flame god and Xianxia could arrive, they were greeted by the phenomenon of people of the same generation. It scared flame god so much that he immediately returned to his fiery divine country. His strength was comparable to the god of earth, Galges. His defensive strength was even weaker. Rance the god of destruction was able to kill the god of earth, Galges, so naturally, he could also easily kill flame god. No wonder this god of destruction dared to initiate the fourth round of the divine battle so quickly. Vaguely, Yang Fann seemed to have understood something. The true divine battle would probably only begin now. The situation in the light faction was not looking good. The god of earth, Galges, was the number 2 figure in the light faction. With his invincible defense, the effect of the god of earth, Galges, was not much weaker than Avila the god of light, the top god realm mage. Now that the god of earth, Galges, had fallen, it would definitely be a heavy blow to the light faction. In addition to Rance the god of destruction's sudden increase in strength, the dark faction had already gained the upper hand. If Settle the god of the storm was removed from the battlefield, the light camp wouldn't need to fight anymore. They would just admit defeat. Buzz. Another divine light appeared outside of the divine kingdom of storm. God of light actually invited god of the storm to the divine kingdom tomorrow, and also invited goddess of life and sea goddess, the 2 neutral goddesses. It seemed like Iwila had the intention to ally with them. Yang Fann's mind slightly changed. Perhaps this is a chance for me. If he could win over goddess of life and sea goddess, not only would he be able to make up for the loss of the light faction, he would also be able to make up for it. Sea goddess Hathaway, this top-grade god realm mage, won't be able to say much about it. Although goddess of life, Delia, was only an intermediate god realm mage, she was an expert in the Tao of life. She was the best priest in the magic world, and that healing magic. It was much stronger than god of light's light magic. With goddess of life and Delia around, their allies were basically immortal. Even though Rance the god of destruction's strength had soared, the light faction still didn't lose the ability to fight. If both sides were to fight at all costs, it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. At that time, his chance would come. Tomorrow, this was created by Avila the god of light with his mighty magic. First layer, the area was vast and boundless. It was comparable to an empire. The entire light tomorrow was filled with the densest light element. It was the holy land in the hearts of countless light mages. Avila the god of light's divine country was in the center of the light tomorrow. But this time, the gods' meeting was not in the light divine country, but in a city of light at the border of the light tomorrow. The divine country was the lair of a divine country. Even flame god, Xianxia, and Settle the god of the storm, who were on the same side, couldn't enter the divine country of light, let alone goddess of life, Delia, and sea goddess and Hathaway. At that time, no matter what kind of evil intentions Avila the god of light had towards them, they could only hope to escape. In the divine country of light, Avila the god of light was the heavens. Unless he was the master of magic, no one would be a match for him. The border of the city of light was different. Although Avila the god of light had some advantages, it was the limit to increase his combat strength by half a level. It would not be dangerous for the gods. C-1932 ambush the border of the realm of light, the city of light. In a grand palace, 5 terrifying experts with powerful auras, as deep as the ocean, sat upright on the throne. The person in the lead was a young man, who was wearing a golden divine armor. He looked to be in his early 20s, and he had a resolute face. He looked like he was carved out of a rock, and light was surging around his body. It was a golden divine light. It was 100,000 feet in golden light. It was as if the world had just been opened, and the first ray of light that had been born illuminated the entire world. A loud and clear hymn rose into the sky around him. Vaguely, countless living beings could be seen praying and worshipping around him. This golden-armored man was none other than the master of the realm of light, Avila the god of light. On Avila the god of light's left was a terrifying flame giant that was 30 meters tall. Its entire body was covered by endless divine fire, as if it was the source of all fire in the world. With just a thought, it could unleash a destructive fire that could destroy the heaven and earth. One of the 4 gods of the light faction, Flame God Xianxia on Avila the god of light's right were two peerless goddesses who could topple cities and cities. One of them wore jade-green elven divine armors. He had the sharp ears of the elven race, and his entire body emanated a rich aura of life. It was as if the moment he smelled it, he would immediately be 100 times more spirited, and the longevity would skyrocket. This was goddess of life, Delia. The other person was dressed in azure ocean divine armors, and a strange phenomenon of the ocean appeared behind him. Countless sea beasts, sea demons, sea clan. They roamed within it, treading on the waves. It was as if with a single thought, it was able to transform a part of the world into an ocean world. Its aura was as powerful as Avila the god of lights. He was sea goddess Hathaway, one of the top 3 god realm mage in magic world. Finally, he sat down. Flame god, Xianxia, was sitting next to him. Everyone, I have gathered all of you here today. I don't think I need to explain the purpose of your visit. All of you are well aware of the reason why I have summoned all of you here today. Avila the god of light paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to goddess of life, Delia, and sea goddess, Hathaway. Hathaway, Delia, what do you think? Flame god, Xianxia, and he were both from the light faction, and they had always been on the same side. Their opinions were self-evident. Now, the key was the two goddesses of the neutral faction. This goddess of life, Delia, and sea goddess, Hathaway hesitated for a moment. In the light and darkness, at the end of the day. In the end, the other was from the sea clan. They weren't very interested in this. If they really wanted to fall into the light faction, at that time, the elves and the sea clan would have no choice but to participate in the war. Who knew how many of their clansmen would fall? Hathaway, Delia, Rance the god of destruction had obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter, and his strength had greatly increased. Even Galgas had fallen at his hands, although he didn't want to admit it. His strength had indeed far surpassed mine. It was just that he had gathered the strength of the 3 of us. They might not be a match for Xianxia. In this battle, at this moment, Avila the god of light didn't try to hide anything anymore and went straight to the point. If goddess of life and sea goddess were still unwilling to help them, he would have to make the worst decision possible. He would give up on Magic Continent and seal his divine country. He would lock down the empire. Both of you know Xianxia's character very well. He will always seek revenge for the smallest grievance. During the 3rd divine battle, both of you have helped us severely injure him. Once he defeated the 3 of us, he will definitely not let go of the elves and sea clan. Upon hearing this, sea goddess, Hathaway, and goddess of life's faces instantly froze. If the lips died, the teeth would turn cold. Would they really be able to stay out of this? Not to mention that they had a grudge against Rance the god of destruction. Even if there was no enmity between them, Rance the god of destruction would probably not let them go. With Rance the god of destruction's ambition, he would never let them stay in Magic Continent. Soon, the 2 goddesses looked at each other and said, Iwila, the sea clan elves, is willing to form an alliance with you to fight against the 3 gods of darkness. Alright, Avila the god of light was immediately delighted. With the sea clan and elves joining in, their light faction's strength did not decrease but increased instead. Xianxia, the light will eventually defeat the darkness. The one who wins in the end will definitely belong to our light faction. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, 3 terrifying pressures that could destroy the heavens and the earth descended from the sky, crushing down on Radiant City. Among them, one of them was even several times stronger than Avila the god of light, who was a top-level god realm mage. Puchi Puchi, a large number of buildings in the City of Light were destroyed by the violent pressure. Countless living beings in the city didn't even have the time to scream before they were crushed into pieces, completely destroyed, and their souls vanished. The next second, rumble, rumble, the void twisted, and 3 terrifying figures that were tens of thousands of meters tall. Like a mirage, they appeared within the void. It's Rance the god of destruction, god of darkness, and Duo Lune. God of death, Harris, bitch, why are they here? Avila the god of light's facial expression changed. This gathering, it was just a decision he made at the last minute. Apart from Xianxia and the other 3, he did not tell anyone else. Furthermore, this city was just a random choice for him. It was impossible for Rance the god of destruction and the others to know about it. Could it be? Vaguely, Avila the god of light seemed to have thought of something. No, how is this possible? At this moment, rumble, flame god, who was sitting beside Avila the god of light, had a murderous look in his eyes. A flaming divine sword suddenly appeared and lunged at God of the Storm. Pucci. The terrifying fire of destruction burned everything. This was the ultimate strike of flame god, Xianxia. It was like a divine being that could destroy the world. Even God Realm Mage would be severely injured by this strike. Bitch it, Xianxia, what are you doing? Dear, dodge, quickly dodge C-1933 fake death and escape the border of the realm of light. The fact that Rance the god of destruction and the other two could find their whereabouts had already shocked Avila the god of light. He had never thought that flame god, Xianxia, would betray their light faction and launch a sneak attack on Settle the god of the storm. He was unprepared. He really wasn't prepared at all. It was impossible for him to rescue God of the Storm. How dare you sneak attack me? A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Although Flame God's attack was unexpected, Yang Fann wasn't the real God of the Storm. With his current cultivation base, even if he attacked hastily, it wouldn't be difficult for him to block Flame God's deadly attack. After half a 60-year cycle of bitter cultivation and absorbing Settle the god of the Storm's 8th layer resources, Yang Fann's cultivation base had already stepped into the upper level of God Realm Mage. He was even at the peak of the cultivation base, only a step away from the top of the cultivation base. If Yang Fann was willing to take this opportunity to kill Flame God and Xianxia, it wouldn't be impossible. No matter what, he would fight with his life on the line. The one who would die was definitely Flame God and Xianxia. Yang Fann's terrifying divine body that was comparable to a supreme-grade top-level main divine artifact was no joke, even if he couldn't use the 9 Revolutions divine devil body. That wasn't something that Flame God, Xianxia, could break. Although Flame God's flaming sword was terrifying, when it landed on Yang Fann's body, it couldn't even tear his skin. However, at this critical moment, Yang Fann immediately gave up the idea of killing Flame God and Xianxia. If he really resisted, his identity would be exposed, and he might become the target of everyone. Although the war between the gods was fierce, once there was an enemy, 80 to 90% of them would cast aside their previous grudges and join forces to fight the enemy. Moreover, this was the best opportunity for him to escape. Hiding in the shadows and taking advantage of the situation was the way to go. Ah, Xianxia, you pervert. Arg, Xianxia, you bastard, you're going to die a horrible death. With a curse from the enmity, God of the Storm's body was sliced in half by the huge flaming sword. In the next second, rumble, 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 the sound of thunder rumbled, and the heavens and the earth changed color. The entire magic continent was directly covered by a layer of blood-red clouds, and the heavens and the earth were wailing in grief. Pucci Pucci in the magic continent, countless divine statues of God of the Storm fell off one after another, and shattered into pieces. Countless bishops of Tempest Temple and deacons' magic power rapidly dried up, turning into ordinary people without any magic power. Ah, my God has fallen, my God has fallen. Woo 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 woo, how could this be, how could this be? No, this isn't true. It's not true. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, what a joke. His Majesty Dear must be joking with us again. Yes, he must be joking. Collapse. Countless God of the Storm believers completely collapsed. Light tomorrow world. Ah, Avila the god of light let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes were fixed on Flame God and Xianxia. Both of his eyes were red, as if blood could be seen dripping from them. Why, Xianxia, why did you betray us and kill Dear? He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. The four of them had known each other for billions of years. They had supported each other and fought against the 3 dark gods together. He really couldn't find a reason why Flame God, Xianxia, would betray them. Wila, don't blame me. I was forced to do this. Lord Lunci's power is beyond your imagination. A trace of guilt flashed across Flame God's eyes. He didn't want to kill Dear, but it was all out of his control. As soon as he finished speaking, Flame God's figure moved and appeared next to Rance the god of destruction. He bowed respectfully to Rance the god of destruction and said, "Greetings, Master Lunci." His voice was so low that it didn't have the pride and nobility of a god. He sounded like a humble old servant. Xianxia, well done. Rance the god of destruction praised. Although he didn't kill the Avila the god of light that he wanted to kill the most, he knew that with the cultivation base of Flame God, Xianxia, even if it was a sneak attack, it would at most severely injure Avila the god of light. As for Avila the god of light, who had mastered the Tao of light, his healing ability was only below God Realm Mage and Delia's. Furthermore, Goddess of Life and Delia were right beside him. With both of them at the same time, it wouldn't take more than a few breaths for Avila the god of light to recover. It would be better to completely get rid of Settle the god of the storm. Bitch it, Xianxia, you actually submitted to Xianxia. As the pride of fire god's family, have you been eaten by a dog? If Flame God and Xianxia had only joined forces, it would have been fine, but judging from the current situation, it seems like he had completely sided with Rance the god of destruction and become his servant. How is this possible? Flame God and Xianxia are the descendants of the Raging Flame Lord, and he possesses the bloodline of the Raging Flame Lord. His bloodline is noble, and no one in magic world can be compared to him. He was so proud that it would be even worse than killing him if he abandoned the glory of the Lord. Flame God and Xianxia secretly lowered their heads. Initially, he thought that the dignity of the Fire Clan was more important than his own life. However, when he was faced with a hopeless situation, he realized that the pride and dignity of the Fire Clan were all fake. His life was the most important thing. Iwila, this is called a wise man who understands the situation. Surrender obediently and submit to me. Or else, Sidir will be your role model. Rance the god of destruction looked down at God of light from above, as if victory was within his grasp. Of the 5 great divine gods, one had died and the other had defected. Now, their dark faction had the absolute advantage. Xianxia, you're dreaming if you want me to surrender. Avila the god of light gave Rance the god of destruction a fierce glare, then said to Sea Goddess, Hathaway, and Delia, let's go back to my divine country of light first. The 2 goddesses nodded slightly. Now was not the time to be pretentious. At this moment, they could only rely on the power of the radiant divine kingdom to fight God of destruction and the others. Furthermore, they believed that as long as God of light wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he wouldn't be able to deal with them at this time. You want to return to divine country? Iwila, you are dreaming. Rise from the city of mournful Dora c. 1934 Great War. The realm of light, the border. Rumble, rumble, the void twisted, and a vast, demonic city appeared out of thin air, taking the radiant god Iwila and goddess of life Delia. Sea Goddess and Hathaway were within it. Rance the god of destruction had carefully prepared for so long, and had secretly subdued them. Flame God, Xianxia wasn't at all for the sake of catching Iwila and the others in one fell swoop. How could he let them escape back to the divine country of light? Once they returned to the divine country of light, together with Goddess of Life, Delia and Sea Goddess, Hathaway, it would be virtually impossible for them to suppress Iwila. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that God Realm Mage, the god of light, was invincible in his own divine country. Unless Lord of the World, the Master of Raging Flame, came personally, no one would be able to break through his divine country in a short period of time. They could only rely on time to slowly wear it out. With Iwila's billions of years of accumulation, the time would be millions of years, or even billions of years. Bitch it, this is the city of mournful Dora. Avila the god of light and the other 2's facial expression changed. The city of mournful Dora was a famous place in the ancient era. It was a spatial divine tool that Modula had spent a lot of time and resources to create. It had the name of the number 1 spatial divine weapon in magic world. Even if God Realm Mage was a top-grade spatial divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to break out of the city easily. But didn't the city of mournful Dora perish along with the god of space, Modula? Where did this Xianxia get the city of mournful Dora from? A trace of doubt flashed across Avila the god of light's eyes. A spiritual light appeared in his sea of consciousness, as if he had thought of something. Could it be that Xianxia has obtained the treasure of the spatial god, Modula? And his cultivation base also broke through because of this. Time was king, and space was king. According to the legends, the god of space, Modula, was one of the most powerful gods in ancient era. His strength was only below the Lord of Raging Flame. Even God Realm Mage, who was at the top, was far inferior to him. If Xianxia really obtained the inheritance of the god of space, Modula, it wasn't impossible for him to surpass him in terms of cultivation base and strength. Right at this moment, Rance the god of destruction's voice came from all directions. Iwila, today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Submit to me, I'll spare your lives. Xianxia, if you want to fight, then fight. If you want my life, you don't have the teeth to do so. Avila the god of light didn't show any signs of weakness. He didn't want to lose the battle. If he wanted to surrender to Rance the god of destruction, he might as well just kill him. Besides, with the help of Goddess of Life, Delia, and Sea Goddess and Hathaway, it wasn't as if they didn't have any chance of winning this battle. Besides, they didn't have to win. As long as they could tear apart the defense of the city of Mournful Dora and return to the divine country, they would win. Stubborn fool, Iwila, since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish. Modula's power, suppress buzz. Buzz, buzz. Strange spatial ripples surged towards Avila the god of light and the other two like tidal waves. In an instant, Avila the god of light and the other two felt a terrifying force crushing down on their bodies, causing their strength to be suppressed by nearly 3 levels. Avila the god of light and Sea Goddess Hathaway were on the verge of falling from the level of God Realm Mage, while Goddess of Life and Delia were in a miserable state. They were directly suppressed by the lower God Realm Mage. Fortunately, Goddess of Life and Delia were experts in healing. Regarding her combat strength, whether it was Avila the god of light or Sea Goddess Hathaway, they didn't attach too much importance to her. Come out, Scepter of Destruction. Rance the god of destruction's eyes flashed with killing intent. A divine sword appeared in his hand. It was as black as ink, as if it was the source of darkness from the endless hell. With just a glance, it could destroy a person's soul and cause them to never reincarnate. The Scepter of Destruction was a destructive divine weapon that Rance the god of destruction had spent an endless amount of time to refine. Its power was terrifying, and it could be said to be the #1 supreme treasure of destruction in the world. Everyone, let's attack together. After calling God of Darkness, the God of Death, and Flame God who were behind him, Rance the god of destruction took the lead and lunged at his old opponent, Avila the god of light. Kill, destroy the divine sword. Rumble. Rance the god of destruction waved the scepter in his hand. A destructive sword light that could destroy the starry sky descended from the sky and slashed towards God of Light. It was his ultimate attack, and he had no intention of holding back. Light Staff, Holy Light Protection. Rumble. Boundless divine light rose from the Staff of Light, forming a golden barrier that protected Avila the god of light. The rank 10 defensive spell, Holy Light Protection, could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of all defensive spells. Unfortunately, Avila the god of light's strength had fallen under the suppression of the city of Mournful Dora. Rance the god of destruction's cultivation had also increased. Under the suppression of the Holy Light Protection, it only lasted for a breath of time before it was torn into pieces. Bitch, this Luncy's strength has increased by a lot. Avila the god of light's expression changed. In the past, the protection of the Holy Light was enough to block God of Destruction's divine sword of destruction. However, the movements of his hands were not slow. The light scepter was waved quickly, and numerous holy light shields rose up. There were a total of 9 holy light protection, and only then did they block Rance the god of destruction's divine sword of destruction. Not good. Iwila is not Luncy's match. Sea Goddess and Goddess of Life's facial expression changed. They immediately wanted to help God of Light. Hathaway, Delia, your opponent is us. Come out, my army of undead. Source of darkness, open fire. God's sword, kill. God of Darkness and Duo Lune did not give Sea Goddess and Sea Goddess the chance. If they were at their peak, Sea Goddess, Hathaway, had full confidence in defeating God of Darkness, Duo Lune and the other two. At least they would be able to remain undefeated in the Dark Camp. Apart from God of Destruction, God of Darkness and the God of Death. Both of them were only at the upper level, but under the suppression of the city of Mournful Dora. Sea Goddess Hathaway could barely resist the attacks of God of Darkness, Duo Lune and the other two. And this was with Goddess of Life and Delia by her side. Otherwise, she would have been completely suppressed by God of Darkness and the other two. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Destroy the divine sword, destroy the divine sword, destroy the divine sword. Rumble, rumble. Rance the god of destruction let out a cold laugh. He waved his destruction scepter, and numerous destruction divine swords shot towards Avila the god of light with the power of 9 stars. Buzz layers of holy light kept rising up, forming a dense golden shield. Bitch, my strength is being suppressed too much in this the city of Mournful Dora. If this continues, I will definitely die in Luncy's hands. C-1935 The salvation of the radiant god, the city of Mournful Dora. Anxiety flashed across Avila the god of light's eyes. Rance the god of destruction had obtained the treasure of the god of space, Modula. His cultivation base and strength were much stronger than Avila the god of lights, and he had the advantage of the terrain. If this battle continued, he would have no chance of winning at all. Just like now, he was only able to parry the attack, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. How could Avila the god of light not understand the principle that if he defended for a long time, he would lose? If he didn't make any changes, he would definitely die in the city of mournful Dora. Unknowingly, Avila the god of light's gaze fell upon sea goddess and goddess of life. He hoped that these two goddesses could give him some help and help him get out of this predicament. But soon, Avila the god of light was disappointed. Sea goddess and goddess of life's current condition wasn't any better than his. In fact, they were even worse than him. The suppression was completely suppressed by god of darkness, the god of death, and flame god, especially goddess of life, who had the weakest cultivation base. His divine body had been destroyed more than once. If it wasn't for the fact that he was proficient in the law of life, his life force would have been astonishing. As long as her divine strength wasn't exhausted, she would have an immortal body, and she would have died a long time ago. Rumble, rumble, rumble. One gigantic destructive sword after another descended from the sky like a storm, slashing towards Avila the god of light. Iwila, let's give up, tremble. Kekakik Rance the god of destruction let out a strange laugh. His voice was filled with an indescribable joy. 3 divine battles, every single one of them ended in their dark faction's defeat. Today, he had finally gotten rid of all the grievances and anger he had suffered over the past billions of years. All of it, Iwila, except my fury. Cruel Gia Gia Gia, bitch a Lunsi, if you want my life, you still need 1 trillion years. One day later, Grug Grug Grug. Avila the god of light's expression changed. It was so pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. The radiant divine armor on his body was in tatters, as if it would completely shatter in the next second. A single divine light protection was nothing. It was not a big deal even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 of them. However, on this day, in order to defend against Rance the god of destruction's wild explosions, he had activated the divine light protection many times. 1 million, 10 million, even more. Even with God Realm Mage's almost infinite magic power, he was still able to hold on. He could not hold on much longer. Furthermore, in the city of mournful Dora, the surrounding light elements were suppressed by Rance the god of destruction. Avila the god of light could not replenish much of his light power. The sea of magic was like the rootless water, it could only come out and not enter. At this moment, Avila the god of light was finally close to his limit. On the other hand, Rance the god of destruction, who had the geographical advantage, could continuously replenish his depleted magic. His face was not red, and he was not gasping for air. The consumption was almost negligible. The sea of magic has already dried up by 9.5 layers. There is at most another 2 hours. I will use up all my magic power. Avila the god of light could no longer hide the anxiety in his eyes. Magic was the source of power for mages. Once the magic sea was completely depleted, he would be like fat on a chopping board. He let Rance the god of destruction slaughter him. Do I really have to use? No, the price is too great. I'll wait a little longer. Perhaps there was still a turning point. That's right, if we wait a little longer, the reinforcements might come soon. Tomorrow's realm was his lair. His eyes and ears were spread throughout the entire heaven realm. With such a huge incident happening here, it was likely that his bright god guards had heard about it. Perhaps his bright light guards would be able to tear open a path for them outside. As the divine light guards that he had carefully built, their strength wasn't weak. Every one of them was at least Moonlight Magister. Even Holy Spirit Mage had 8 of them, and they were proficient in the divine light formation. If they joined forces, they would be able to fight an intermediate God Realm Mage like God of the Storm. With their strength, it wasn't impossible for them to create a gap into the city of mournful Dora. God of Light was right. Unfortunately, Rance the god of destruction had already prepared for this. Tens of thousands of light years away from Imodula. Rumble, rumble, the 2 torrents of black and gold were like 2 true dragons, madly colliding, entangling, and killing each other. The golden torrent was the bright god guard that Iwila had given high hopes to. The black torrent was Rance the god of destruction's personal guard, the destruction guard, god of darkness Yulin's dark god guard, and the death god Hare's undead guard. Among them, the dark divine guard was a terrifying guard. That was on par with the bright divine guard. Although the dark divine guard and the death spirit dark guard were slightly weaker, they were still able to unleash the power of a lower god realm mage when they were combined into a dark formation. Although the bright sky realm was the territory of the bright divine guard and was able to suppress the dark forces, the bright divine guard was still forced to retreat when faced with the combined attacks of the three great guards. Not to mention saving their master. As time went on, it was unknown whether they would be able to keep their lives. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Soon, more than an hour had passed. The sea of magic of Iwila, the god of light, was on the verge of drying up. Sea goddess, Hathaway, and goddess of life, Delia were even more miserable, especially goddess of life, Delia. Even more than half of the soul had been destroyed, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. Her cultivation was still a bit lacking. She was only an intermediate god realm mage, but under the suppression of the city of mournful Dora. She could only use the strength of a lower god realm mage to rebuild her body again and again. She had already used up all the magic in her body. If not for sea goddess Hathaway's quick reaction and keeping her residual soul in the sea god's bead to nourish it, the divine perish phenomenon might have appeared in Magic Continent again. No, I can't hesitate anymore. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed across Avila the god of light's eyes. He had finally made up his mind. No matter how great the side effects were, as long as one was alive, there was hope for recovery. If one didn't even have a life, everything would be over. Alun Si, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Avila the god of light's eyes were fixed on Rance the god of destruction. He sounded like a wild beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. His voice was almost frenzied. Not good god of destruction's expression changed slightly. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Alun Si, I will make you pay the price for the salvation of the god of light. C. 1936. The show had just begun. The city of mournful Dora. Rumble, rumble. Avila the god of light's aura erupted like a tsunami. In an instant, it had caught up to Rance the god of destruction, and was still rising. At the moment of life and death, Avila the god of light finally couldn't care about the side effects. He used the ultimate forbidden arts that he had comprehended, the redemption of the god of light. This was a forbidden art similar to the heavenly demon disintegration great spell. At the cost of a large cultivation base, it directly increased his combat strength by several folds in a short period of time. In other words, after using the divine redemption of the god of light, Iwila's cultivation base would drop from the godly state to the peak of Holy Spirit Mage, or even lower. The price he had to pay was terrifying. Even if he had the experience of becoming a god, if Iwila wanted to advance to God Realm Mage again, it would take him millions of years, or even millions of years. During this period of time, he was at his weakest. If he was not careful, he might die. Even if he was always in the Radiance Divine Country, he might not be safe. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Avila the god of light would never think of using the redemption of the god of light. Bitch it, Iwila actually has such an ability. Rance the god of destruction's facial expression changed. Avila the god of light's transformation was somewhat out of his expectation. The price of the redemption of the god of light was too great. Ever since he had comprehended the forbidden arts by chance, Iwila had never used it once. Even Alun Si, his old enemy, didn't know that Iwila had such a powerful trump card. Vaguely, Rance the god of destruction felt a trace of regret forcing Iwila into a corner. At this moment, the pressure unleashed by Avila the god of light was almost twice as strong as his. What was even more terrifying was that the chi was still rising. Poochie in all directions, a large area of space was unable to withstand the explosive pressure from Avila the god of light. Like glass, it exploded. The city of mournful Dora trembled slightly, as if it was afraid of Avila the god of light's power. Alun Si, face your death god's judgment. Avila the god of light's voice was extremely cold, like a sound of great Tao in the underworld, ruling the world and judging the world. Rumble, a golden sword of light that was tens of thousands of meters long, seemingly able to split the entire magic world in half, twisted the void and descended from the sky, slashing towards Rance the god of destruction. In an instant, Rance the god of destruction panicked. A dangerous aura that made his hair stand on end swept across his soul. This god's judgment could truly endanger his life. Roar I module his strength, block it rumble. Countless ripples appeared on the void, and numerous transparent spatial wards suddenly appeared above Rance the god of destruction's head. This was not the end. Rance the god of destruction waved the scepter of destruction wildly and unleashed numerous defensive magic that densely protected him. Grug grug grug. Wherever the golden divine sword passed, all of Module's spatial barriers were like paper, breaking apart at the same time. One breath later, crack crack, the walls of the city of mournful Dora were filled with cracks, as if the city of Mournful Dora was going to collapse in the next second. Bang bang, the shrunken golden light sword continued to crush downwards, shattering the layers of defensive magic in front of Rance, the god of destruction. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, smashing all the way to the end. No, block it for me. Rance, the god of destruction, let out a hysterical wail. He had just obtained the inheritance of the spatial god, Imodula, not long ago. It wasn't easy for him to break through to the next realm. How could he die here just like that? He had not unified the magic world and become the new master of magic. He was not willing to accept it. He was really not willing to accept it. Rumble. Rumble. A brilliant divine light rose from Rance, the god of destruction's body. One defensive divine artifact after another appeared in the sky above him. 3 breaths later. Wah! Poof! Rance, the god of destruction, threw his head back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The golden sword of light destroyed one defensive divine artifact after another, pierced through his divine body of destruction, and completely shattered his divine body. Alunsi died just like that. Avila, the god of light, couldn't believe it. Although he knew how terrifying the salvation of the god of light was, and that it was the strongest forbidden arts he had ever known, he had never thought that it would be this terrifying. With just a single sword strike, Rance, the god of destruction, was instantly killed, leaving no room for him to struggle. Terrifying, truly terrifying, but very quickly, Avila, the god of light, frowned. No, if Alunsi really fell, a divine elephant would surely fall from the sky. That was the sad cry of the worldwool, and the weeping of the heaven and earth. But now, not to mention the blood cloud that covered the entire magic world, not even a shadow of the blood cloud could be seen. Right at this moment, rumble, the space in Imodula's city distorted, and a person fell from within. It was Rance, the god of destruction, but Alunsi was right now. He didn't look like a god anymore. He was a man who had been severely wounded and was on the verge of death. His aura was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. It was as if a gust of wind could completely destroy him. He was almost the second god of the storm. Fortunately, he had emptied Imodula's treasure vault and obtained a lot of defensive divine artifacts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this strike. Rumble, rumble, streaks of destructive light flickered on Rance, the god of destruction's body, turning into warm currents that continuously washed over his wounds, causing his shocking wounds to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. I found it. Alunsi, I don't believe that you can withstand a second strike from me. Die God's judgment. Avila, the god of light, had a ferocious look on his face as he calculated in his heart whether he should take the opportunity to get rid of the other gods after killing Rance, the god of destruction, including sea goddess and goddess of life. At that time, even if his cultivation base fell drastically, as the only god realm mage in magic world, he would still be able to suppress everything. As Holy Spirit Mage, the former God Realm Mage was definitely not someone the other Holy Spirit Mage could compare with. It was common for him to challenge someone stronger than him. As for the fact that Sea Goddess and Goddess of Life were his allies, he had long forgotten about it. So what if they were allies? Benefits were the key. However, before Avila, the God of Light, could strike a second time, the aura around his body fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen to the edge of being a top God Realm Mage. How could it be so fast? Iwila's face was filled with disbelief. Although he knew that the God of Light's redemption could only increase his strength in a short period of time, he had never thought that it would be such a fast move. He had only used one move, and it was even more miserable than those real men who had only used 3 seconds. No, I have to return to Divine Country immediately. In just a few breaths of time, his cultivation base would drop to Holy Spirit Mage's realm. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Rance, the god of destruction, in just a few breaths of time. The next second, Poochie, Iwila tore open the spatial zone and soared into the sky. Luckily, the sword strike just now had severely wounded the defense of the city of Mournful Dora. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. As for Sea Goddess and Goddess of Life, they could only hope that they were blessed by the heavens. In an instant rumble, an incomparably terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and struck Avila, the god of light's body, sending him into the city of Mournful Dora once more. This is only the beginning of the show. Why do you want to leave early? C. 1937. Suppressing the god of destruction Radiance Realm, the city of Mournful Dora. After using the forbidden arts god's redemption, Avila, the god of light, finally broke the seal of the city of Mournful Dora. Just as he was about to soar into the sky and return to the divine country, a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand suddenly appeared and slammed him hard onto the ground, creating a huge human-shaped hole. This is only the beginning of the show. Why do you want to leave early? Following a mocking voice, the space distorted and a person appeared beside Avila the god of light. A palm strike was sent towards Avila the god of light. After watching the show for a long time, Yang Fann finally revealed his bloody fangs. It wasn't easy for him to catch all the gods in one fell swoop. How could he let Avila the god of light escape just like that? The divine country of God Realm Mage wasn't easy to conquer. If Avila the god of light really returned to the divine country of light, it would be very difficult for Yang Fann to deal with him. In just a single breath's time, Avila the god of light's strength. His cultivation base was still falling at a terrifying rate. In order to suppress Avila the god of light in one fell swoop, Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. He had used all of his strength. This strike was even more terrifying than Rons the god of destruction's attack at his peak. It was even more terrifying. Ah no, he only had time to let out a roar of unwillingness before Avila the god of light was ruthlessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Ah, suppress, Avila the god of light was suppressed just like that. Gulp gulp this, what on earth is going on? Who exactly is this person? Who exactly is he? The sudden change had stunned the gods. All of them widened their eyes and looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. They had never thought that such a huge change would occur. Since when did such an ultimate expert appear in Magic World? Why didn't they receive any news about it? Suddenly, God of Darkness and Duo Lun's expressions changed again, and their jaws almost dropped. Erwin, you are the Duke of Hell of the Raymond Kingdom, Erwin. How is this possible? How can you have such power? Settle the god of the storm was killed by Flame God and Lahirsi's sneak attack. Yang Fann had returned to his original appearance. It was also the appearance of Duke of Evan. In the Dark Camp, the enemy of Tempest Temple had always been God of Darkness, the Dark Divine Hall, who was under the command of Duke of Evan and Duo Lun. Duke of Evan's appearance. It wasn't a secret among the higher-ups of the Dark Divine Hall. He had even alerted God of Darkness and Duo Lun. However, God of Darkness and Duo Lun were shocked when they recognized Yang Fann. According to what he knew, the Duke of Hell, Elven. At most, he was just Holy Spirit Mage. However, the power he had just unleashed was dozens of times more terrifying than God Realm Mages. He was even more powerful than God Realm Mage. However, the gap between a lower Holy Spirit Mage and a top-grade God Realm Mage was more than 100,000 light years. Even a lower God Realm Mage could easily kill dozens of lower Holy Spirit Mage. How could these two be the same person? Poochie. Ignoring God of Darkness and Lun Duo's question, Yang Fann moved and tore open the spatial zone, appearing in front of Rons the god of destruction. Rumble, a huge magic hand appeared out of thin air and pressed down on Rons the god of destruction. Bitch it, no. God of destruction Elens let out a cry of despair. He had just been severely injured by Avila the god of light's god's judgment. Although he tried his best to heal his injuries, after all, he wasn't the goddess of life who controlled the great Tao of life. In just a few breaths of time, he had only recovered a portion of his strength. He was much weaker than Avila the god of light, who had just been suppressed by Yang Fann. How could he withstand Yang Fann's full-strength attack? I'm not willing to accept this, I'm not willing to accept this. With his strength, if he were to fight in a fair and square manner. He was not afraid of this Hell Duke Evan at all. However, it happened when he was heavily injured, and his strength was less than 10%. In an instant, the regret was like a surging river. If he had known that such a huge change would happen to the heart sea that had engulfed Rons the god of destruction. No matter what, he would never choose to attack the light faction today. Rumble. Rons the god of destruction, who had his powers sealed, was stored into his spatial divine artifact. In the next second, Yang Fann turned around and looked at God of Darkness, Duo Lun, and the others. Finally, he looked at Sea Goddess and Hathaway. They were emitting hot light, like hunters who had seen the most fat and beautiful prey. Bitch it, this guy has his eyes on me. Sea Goddess and Hathaway's hearts trembled. No, I can't stay here for long. This Duke of Hell Elven gave her the feeling. But compared to Rons the god of destruction, it was much more dangerous. Even at her peak, it was very difficult for her to be a match for this Duke of Hell, Elven. Furthermore, he was currently under the siege of God of Darkness, the god of death, and Flame God. He had been seriously injured and had used up most of his magic power. His combat strength was less than half of his peak. He would continue to stay. There was probably only one outcome, and that was to be like Avila the god of light and the others. He would be suppressed by the Duke of Hell, Elvin. Water god's escape buzz. With a flash of water, sea goddess Hathaway's figure disappeared without a trace. What a good sea goddess Hathaway, she escaped really quickly. Yang Fann frowned. The city of Mournful Dora had been broken, and without the restriction of Module's power, it wouldn't be easy to take down a top god realm mage like sea goddess Hathaway. HMPH, a monk can run away, but not the temple. Wait until I deal with God of Darkness and the others, then I will come and settle the score with you. Yang Fann snorted coldly in his heart. His gaze fell on God of Darkness, Duo Lun, and the other two. He moved the fire god scepter in his hand, and a divine realm magic, fire god's fury, charged towards the three gods. What a terrifying magic! This power is not much weaker than Lunci's. Everyone, attack together. God of Darkness and Duo Lun's eyes turned serious. They quickly called out to the god of death, Harris, and flame god, Xianxia. This strength was absolutely not something he could fight alone. Only by gathering the strength of the three of them would he have the strength to fight. However, what God of Darkness and Duo Lun expected was that flame god, Xianxia, had no intention of following him. He tore open the spatial zone and fled into the distance. Initially, he had no choice but to submit to Rance the god of destruction, but now that Rance the god of destruction was ruthlessly suppressed, he still wanted him to fight for the dark camp. What kind of joke was this? Damn it, this bastard, the god of death, Hades, cursed in his heart. However, his movement wasn't slow. He also tore open the spatial zone and fled into the distance. Duo Lun, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard Xianxia C-1938 advancing to become a top celestial sorcerer. Radiance Realm, the city of Mournful Dora. What? Ran away, bitch it, those two bastards they. God of Darkness and Duo Lun felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Both of their eyes turned red and were about to spurt out flames. They had never thought that Flame God, Xianxia, and the God of Death would do such a thing to him. They had given up on him and escaped by themselves. It was one thing for Flame God, Xianxia, to do so. They were not on the same side. They had only joined the dark camp because of Rance the god of destruction's strength. However, the god of death, Harris, was an old friend of his who had known him for billions of years. No matter what, he would never have thought that Flame God would abandon him at this critical moment. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You are courting death. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. His attacks didn't stop. A huge flaming hand rushed towards God of Darkness and Lun Duo. Poochie poochie everywhere it passed, there were traces of destruction everywhere. Not good. The extremely dangerous chi finally made God of Darkness, Duo Lun, come back to his senses. It was impossible for them to escape from this place together with Flame God and Xianxia. Roar source of darkness, transform into a world. A black bead that looked like the source of darkness rose from God of Darkness and Duo Lun's bodies. It turned into a dark barrier and protected God of Darkness and Duo Lun within it. Source of darkness. This was God of Darkness's vital treasure, a top-level divine artifact that could attack and defend. Rumble. A terrifying flaming hand smashed into the barrier of darkness. In less than a breath's time, grug cracks began to appear on the black barrier, and those cracks began to spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the source of darkness's defensive power was strong, even Avila the god of light, sea goddess, and Hathaway couldn't easily break his defense. However, it was still a bit lacking compared to Yang Fann, who was comparable to Rance the god of destruction. Let's see how long you can last. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He waved the fire god scepter in his hand and struck out another attack of fire god's fury. Bang! The dark barrier finally reached its limit. It completely shattered, turned into fragments, and disappeared without a trace. In the next second, the source of darkness spun and turned into a stream of light, entering God of Darkness and Duo Lun's bodies. God of Darkness and Duo Lun threw their heads back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The lifeblood divine artifact had been severely damaged, and God of Darkness and Duo Lun had been severely injured. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth, fire god's fury rumble. The huge flaming hand once again burned down the void and grabbed towards God of Darkness and Duo Lun. No. Break it for me, break dark storm. Let me go, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Puchi, god of darkness and Duo Lun were completely sealed by Yang Fann. It's a pity that 3 of them ran away. A trace of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes, but when he thought about Avila the god of light, Rance the god of destruction, god of darkness, and Duo Lun who were suppressed in the space treasure, the regret in Yang Fann's heart was swept away, especially god of destruction, who was suppressed. It was a huge threat to him. With the strength god of destruction had shown, once he returned to the divine country that was destroyed, with the help of the divine kingdom, no one except sovereign Nu Yan would be able to destroy the divine country and completely suppress it. If that was the case, it would be difficult for Yang Fann to control the magic world. As one of the 9 gods of the magic world, if he did not die or submit, Yang Fann would not be able to worship the heavens, let alone become the magic lord of the world. Now is the time to receive the spoils of war. Yang Fann's mind moved. He was thinking about the divine country that Avila the god of light and the others were in, as well as the huge amount of resources in the divine country. Without the presence of a god, the divine country would be like a naked girl to him. He would be able to do whatever he wanted. But before that, Yang Fann had already taken the city of Mournful Dora. Although the city had been severely damaged by Avila the god of light, it could still be repaired after consuming some resources. This was a rare spatial divine tool. In the eternal great world, it was also a supreme grade top-level main divine artifact. With this the city of Mournful Dora, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to suppress the half-step sovereign Yan Zhe in one fell swoop. He would never have the chance to escape. God of Light Divine Country was a vast star that was several times larger than the Storm Divine Kingdom. On it, countless God of Light believers lived within. The light element was abundant to the extreme, and it was 10 times denser than when the light of tomorrow came. Not only that, it could be said to be the world's #1 holy land for light mages to cultivate. Puchi. All of a sudden, ripples appeared in the space above the divine country of light. Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Who is it? In an instant, a group of bright light guards wearing silver lights and divine armors soared into the sky. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He didn't see Yang Fann make any moves. In an instant, the group of bright light guards had completely turned into flying ashes. Not good, enemy attack quick, bright light guards, fight evil demons, how dare you trespass into the divine country, hurry up and surrender. Rumble, streaks of light shot up into the sky as a dense crowd of light mages charged towards Yang Fann. At the very least, it was Stellar Mage. Most of them were Moonlight Magister. Even Holy Spirit Mage had 3 of them. Ant-like thing, how dare you act so impudently in front of me? Rumble, a terrifying devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, crazily devouring everything. Swish swish swish, large, 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 the radiant mage transformed into flying ashes and was completely devoured. The divine country of light, without Avila the god of light's presence, was completely useless to Yang Fann. He had no ability to resist at all. Oh no, devil, you will die a horrible death. Arg. My god won't let you go, he won't let you go. One day later, Yang Fann had swept the entire divine country of light clean. All the treasure vaults had been emptied. Not a single hair was left behind. 3 days later, God of Darkness, Yulin, the dark divine country had turned into ruins after stepping into the light divine country. All the natural treasures had been plundered by Yang Fann. 10 days later, Goddess of Life's elf divine country. Yang Fann did not stand on ceremony either. Although Goddess of Life had yet to die, it was not much better than completely dying. He did not know when he would wake up. If he wanted to completely recover, it would be an extravagant hope that he would not have to spend millions of years. In that battle, Goddess of Life's injuries were too severe. After robbing God of Light, God of Darkness, God of Destruction and Goddess of Life's divine country, Yang Fann didn't attack the remaining Sea Goddess, Flame God, and the Death God. Currently, all 3 of them were holed up in his divine country. With Yang Fann's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to suppress them. If he wasn't careful, there's still a possibility of a loss. He might as well wait for him to completely digest what he had obtained this time and raise his cultivation to the limit before sweeping through them with force. After that, Yang Fann temporarily stayed in Goddess of Life's elf divine country. Grug grug grug, pieces of hill-like magic crystals quickly collapsed and turned into dust. Streams of magic power flowed through Yang Fann's pores and into his body, and finally into the sea of magic in his sea of consciousness. Very quickly, a 60-year cycle passed. Rumble. A terrifying aura of a peak-grade God Realm Mage rose from Yang Fann's body. C. 1939. The twilight of the gods, goddess of life, divine country of elves. Rumble. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura exploded like a flood, rising crazily. After swallowing all of goddess of life's and god of darkness's belongings, as well as half of god of light's collection, Yang Fann's magic cultivation finally reached the top level, God Realm Mages. Adding the precious fire god scepter and the terrifying strength of divine body, Yang Fann was the invincible existence in magic world. Even Rance, the god of destruction, who was at his peak, was far inferior to him. However, Yang Fann didn't come out of his seclusion immediately. Instead, he continued his seclusion and absorbed the devil crystal. With his current strength, it was easy for him to break through the death god, Harris, and flame god, Helahirsi's divine country. However, it was hard to say if he could break through Sea Goddess's divine country. The strength of a supreme god realm mage in his divine country was definitely not any weaker than his current strength. It wasn't impossible for him to surpass his current strength. Poochie poochie poochie, the piles of magical crystals quickly turned into flying ashes and shattered into powder. After advancing to the top god realm mage, Yang Fann's devouring speed increased by quite a bit. 10 years later, not only Avila the god of light's collection, even Rance the god of destruction's family was completely used up by Yang Fann. Yang Fanshihai's sea of magic had expanded by nearly twice. The vast sea of mana could be ranked in the top 10, or even the top 5, even in the era of the Raging Flame Lord's rule. The next moment, whoosh, with a flash of divine light, god of darkness, Erlun, appeared in front of Yang Fann. Rumble. A terrifying devouring black hole appeared out of thin air. Streams of pure dark origin magic power flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole and into his sea of magic. Soon, another 10 years passed. The heavens and earth changed colors, blood clouds filled the sky, and the phenomena of godfall once more covered the entire magic continent. Bang, bang, the numerous divine statues of God of Darkness were all destroyed into dust. Ah, my magic power, the great God of Darkness, Emperor Yerdo, has fallen. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo, how could this be, how could this be, I don't believe it, illusion, this must be an illusion. How could His Majesty Londo fall? How could he fall? Countless God of Darkness believers broke down and wailed. Half a 60-year cycle later. Ah, it's His Majesty Avila the God of Light. Woo 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 woo, my God, His Majesty Iwila has fallen. This, what is going on? First was the Earth God, then God of the Storm and God of Darkness. Now, even God of Light had fallen. Could it be that the twilight of the gods has arrived? Endless panic spread across the entire magic continent. The gods were the highest grade magic worlds in the magic world, and not even one god would fall in 100 million years or even a billion years. But now, in just 100 years, 4 gods had fallen. Was there anything more terrifying than this in this world? 100 years later, bang bang, under the destruction of the Divine Hall, the statues of God of Destruction were completely destroyed. Ah, the twilight of the gods. This must be the twilight of the gods. Despair and endless despair swept across the magic continent. In just 200 years, more than half of the 9 great gods had died. If this wasn't the dusk of the gods, then what was it? According to the legends, the dusk of the gods was a calamity that could destroy the world. Not only would the gods perish, even the entire world would return to chaos, and all living beings would perish. Chaos. The entire magic continent was in chaos. Many laws seemed to have become decorations. Robbery, QJ, slaughter. That was everywhere. In any case, he was going to die. What was there to be afraid of? Goddess of life, elf divine country. Rumble. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Now is the time to take care of those 3 gods. After completely devouring God of Destruction and the others, Yang Fann's current magic cultivation had almost reached God Realm Mage's limit. Looking at the history of magic world, perhaps only the Raging Flame Lord could firmly suppress him. Adding the precious fire god scepter and the terrifying strength of divine body, Yang Fann's current combat strength had almost surpassed God Realm Mage's limit. Compared to the Master of Magic, he was only lacking the recognition of the world will. In the boundless starry sky, 3 enormous stars that were over a light year in size gathered within a starry sky in a profound formation. The god of death and flame god's god of death had joined forces at some point in time to drive their respective divine country to form a three-talents formation to help defend against the Duke of Hell, Elvin. Whether it was sea goddess, the god of death, or flame god, they all knew what was going on. With just his own strength, he would never be able to resist the god of hell, Evan. Only by gathering the power of the three gods would he be qualified to fight against the god of hell. Pucci outside the three great divine country, the void twisted and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. I never thought that the three of them would join forces. However, it would be too naive to think that they would be able to fight me just like that. Yang Fann looked down at the three great divine country not far away. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face. If it was 100 years ago, if these three gods joined hands, before they used their true strength, they were not confident that they could break through their defense. When the three gods joined forces, their defenses were not 1 + 1 = 2. However, the current him was no longer the same as before. His combat strength had increased by more than 10 times, 100 times. Boom! With a flash of fiery light, the ultimate treasure, the fire god scepter, appeared in Yang Fann's hand. In an instant, Yang Fann's aura skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. In the ocean, flames, and the three major death divine country, sea goddess, flame god, and the god of death's heart sank. The god of killing had arrived. However, it's not easy to take our lives. They had complete confidence in their defense. Even if god of destruction was revived, he wouldn't be able to shake their defense easily. They did not believe that the Duke of Hell, Elvin, would be able to increase his strength by more than 10 times in just 100 years. Fire God's fury. Yang Fann's voice was like a sound of great Tao in the dark, sweeping across the entire starry sky. The next second, rumble, the fire elements within a radius of several hundred light-years frantically gathered, transforming into a huge flaming hand that covered a few light-years of land, crushing down towards the three great divine country. Bitch it, this fellow's strength has increased by a lot again. I wonder if this 3 Yuan tri-god formation is able to block the killing god's attack. In an instant, Sea Goddess and the other two's hearts jumped to their throats. The will to win in their hearts began to waver. This strike was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the protection of the divine country, that terrifying flaming hand would have destroyed them in an instant. At that moment, rumble, rumble, 3 divine lights, 1 red, 1 blue and 1 black, rose up from the 3 great divine country, perfectly fusing together, transforming into a 3-colored barrier that covered the starry sky within a radius of several light years. The 3 elemental 3 divine formation was a defensive formation that Sea Goddess and the other 2 had carefully prepared. Once it was activated, the defensive power of the 3 great divine country increased exponentially. Bang! The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The entire 3-colored barrier shattered. Although the 3 Yuan tri-divine formation was powerful, even if Rance the god of destruction used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to break it. However, that was only the case for Yang Fann. Ah no, it's broken. The 3 Yuan tri-divine formation is broken just like that. It's over. We're completely finished. In an instant, Sea Goddess and the other two's minds completely collapsed. Even the 3 Yuan 3 divine grand formation that they had high hopes for had been destroyed so easily. What else could they use to fight the god of slaughter? Hathaway, Hares, Gila here see. You 3 gods, surrender to me now and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I Wila and the others will be your NC 1940 unifying the magic world, endless starry sky. Lord Elvin, I am willing to surrender. Lord Elvin, I am also willing to surrender. Sea Goddess Hathaway, Flame God Gila here see. After a slight silence, Death God Hares lowered their noble heads. He chose to surrender. This Duke of Hell, Elvin, was a truly ruthless lord. There were already 3 gods who had died in his hands. They were sure that as long as they dared to say no, Dark Star would never show them any mercy. At the moment of life and death, they couldn't care less about the dignity and pride of the gods. The world was vast, and their lives were the greatest. Although they had lived for billions of years, they still hadn't lived enough. As God Realm Mage, the longevity had lived for tens of billions of years, or even billions of years. A mere few billion years. It was just a fraction of what they had lived for. Alright, let go of your divine sea. Yang Fann's dignified voice sounded once again in the ears of Sea Goddess and the other 2. With the surrender of these 3 gods, he would be able to control the entire magic world better and faster. It had been more than 200 years since he came to the magic world to prepare for his ascension to the position of Sector Lord. It didn't seem to be a long time, but don't forget. The passage of time in magic world was far slower than in the eternal great world. In this place, a year had passed. Nearly 60,000 years had passed in the eternal world, and more than 200 years had passed. That was nearly 15 million years. For the other half-step sovereign warriors, that was a long period of time. In the eyes of the real universe sovereign, this amount of time was nothing. Even if they were to close up for a short period of time, it would still take more than that. However, it would be a long time for Yang Fann. Moreover, even if he devoured these three gods, it wouldn't increase his magic power by much. In magic world, his strength had already reached the extreme, unless he could reach the top of the magic lord of the world. Otherwise, no matter how many resources he absorbed, his strength would not improve much. It would just be a waste of resources. This sea goddess in Hathaway's eyes flashed with hesitation. The divine sea was the source of a magician's strength. Once they released the divine sea, they would never be able to escape the control of the Duke of Hell, Elvin, for the rest of their lives. But soon, the three of them gritted their teeth and released their divine sea. I am the meat on the chopping block. What qualifications do they have to refuse the Duke of Hell's request? Moreover, with the Duke of Hell's elven strength, wanting to kill them was only a matter of time. Whether or not they were controlled by him. After thinking about it carefully, there was actually not much of a difference. Bring me to your treasure vault. After immobilizing Sea Goddess and the other two, Yang Fann gave the order. Although he couldn't refine any more resources, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to use them after he reached the top of the Magic Master realm. Very quickly, under the lead of Sea Goddess and the other two, Yang Fann easily looted their billions of years of collection. Seeing their billions of years of collection become Yang Fann's property just like that, Sea Goddess and the other two's hearts were bleeding, but they didn't dare to speak out in anger. Magic Continent, Ocean Divine Hall. Master of phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, is the Lord of all gods. All the citizens of Ocean Divine Hall must believe in Master of phagocytosis and His Majesty Yang Fann. Otherwise, they will be charged with treason. A oracle passed through the mouth of the Ocean Pope and spread across the entire magic world. It was not only the Ocean Divine Hall. The other Flaming Divine Hall, Death Divine Hall, and Life Divine Hall also dropped similar oracles. They all claimed that Master of phagocytosis, Yang Fann, was the Lord of all gods, the creator of the magic world. All living beings in the magic world must unconditionally believe in Master of phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann. As Sea Goddess and Hathaway surrendered, Goddess of Life, Delia, who was protected by him naturally fell into Yang Fann's hands. At the same time, the four major powers of the Divine Hall all sent out their armies, sweeping through the countless kingdoms of the Magic Continent. And with the fall of Avila the God of Light and the other gods, the Radiant Divine Hall, the Destruction Divine Hall, the Tempest Temple, and the other five major Divine Hall, from the Pope to the ordinary missionaries, all became trash. They were not much stronger than ordinary people. Without the support of the five great Divine Hall, the forces of the Radiant Empire, the Empire of Destruction, and the other five empires had been reduced by about 70 to 80%. How could they defend against the attacks of the four major powers? Especially since they had the support of Sea Goddess and the other three gods behind them. 1 year. In just a short year, the entire Magic Continent was swept away by the four major powers. All the voices of opposition could be heard. Not a single one of them was left alive. They had become the dust of history, vanishing in the long river of history. All empires, kingdoms, and duchies had been integrated into the Raymond Kingdom. During this period of time, the fifth of the Raymond had been smiling while sleeping. He had never thought that his uncle Elvin would be Master of phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann's spokesperson in the mortal world. He was the lord of a small duchy, and he had become a great emperor who unified the continent. It was like a dream. Soon, Master of phagocytosis and the Divine Hall arrived one by one. They rose up from the ground in the Magic Continent, and they were in every town and town. There was one or even several Master of phagocytosis's Divine Hall. 3 years later, on the Magic Continent, all the living beings on the 9th floor had entered Master of phagocytosis's Divine Hall. They were all praying and worshipping the majestic statue of Master of phagocytosis. Great Master of phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, please ascend to the position of Sector Lord. Great Master of phagocytosis, His Majesty Yang Fann, please ascend to the position of Sector Lord, respectfully inviting the Great Master of Phagocytosis and His Majesty Yang Fann to ascend to the position of Sector Lord. Rumble, rumble, the winds howled and the clouds surged, and a myriad of rays of light illuminated the area. Mysterious golden specks of light rose from the bodies of countless living beings, transforming into a golden river that crazily surged into Master of Phagocytosis's divine statue. Finally, through the divine statue of his true self, they endlessly poured into Yang Fann's body. In an instant, Yang Fann felt as if he was floating in the air, and his mind became extremely high, flying straight to the 9 heavens. Within the sea of consciousness, the vast and boundless ocean of demonic energy was rolling rapidly, causing huge waves that were hundreds of millions of feet in size. They were surging and expanding in all directions, and it seemed like they would never end. Perhaps in just a breath's time. Maybe one moment, maybe one day. Rumble. Suddenly, a flash of surprise appeared in Yang Fann's eyes, found it in the next second. A wisp of soul imprint left the sea of consciousness and imprinted itself onto the source of the world. In an instant, an unprecedented feeling of power filled Yang Fann's body. One had to admit that the intermediate eternal world was the intermediate eternal world. The strength of world was 10 times bigger than the strength of world, and it was more than 100 times bigger than the immortal spirit world. In the magic world, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight even some intermediate or high-level universe sovereign warriors. Magic world, origin space. Buzz the space distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Let me see how many origin spaces the origin space has accumulated all these years. See 1941 Sovereign Tribulation Magic World, Origin Space. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with anticipation. No one had harvested the origin of eternity even after such a long period of time. He guessed that the magic world must have accumulated a lot of origin of eternities. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. There were actually 30,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. For a low eternal world like the immortal spirit world, the limit of the origin of eternity was 1,000 cubic meters. If one could advance to the intermediate eternal world, the origin of eternity would instantly increase by 10 times, reaching 10,000 cubic meters, and the limit would also increase to 100,000 cubic meters. If one could advance to the high-grade eternal world, the origin of eternity would increase by another 10 times. Compared to the limit of 100,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity in the intermediate eternal world, 30,000 cubic meters didn't seem to be a big deal, but one should know that the magic world was just an ordinary intermediate eternal world. If the intermediate eternal world was divided into several grades, then the magic world would be divided into several grades. It was the lowest level 1 intermediate eternal world. 30,000 cubic meter intermediate eternal worlds was the limit. If he couldn't raise the grade of the magic world, the number of origin spaces in the origin space couldn't possibly exceed 30,000 cubic meters. It was true that the eternal world was able to produce origin of eternity, but the level of the world was different. The origin of eternity that was nurtured also had its own limits. If it could grow without limit, the origin of eternity wouldn't be so precious. Any random universe sovereign could become an eternal world lord. As long as one waited for a long time, they could easily reach the top-level universe sovereign. In the eternal great world, there wouldn't be a large number of universe sovereigns that were stuck at the low-level universe sovereign. Unfortunately, the level of the magic world is still a little lacking. Yang Fann sighed slightly. Through the world will, he clearly knew that the origin of eternity in magic world had already reached its limit a few billion years ago. These billions of years could be said to be a waste of time. If it was the peak intermediate eternal world, magic world would have at least 100,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. At that time, he would be able to obtain a total of 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities. It would be more than enough for him to become a sovereign god. Right now, it was truly hard to say if these 3,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities would be able to smoothly advance into the position of a sovereign. Sigh, I'm truly greedy. Yang Fann gently shook his head. 3,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Many low eternity venerables who had been busy for several eras might not even be able to obtain so many origin of eternities. In just 200 years, even counting the time of the eternal world. That was only 5 million years, not even a fraction of an era. It was already a great harvest. What was there to be unhappy about? The next second, rumble, with a thought from Yang Fann, the 3,000 cubic meters origin of eternity landed in his hand. Immortal spirit world, origin space. Buzz the space distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. The magic world was not a place for seclusion. If he really wanted to wait until he refined the 3,000 cubic meters origin of eternity in his hand. He didn't know how many billions of years had passed in the eternal great world. It was better for him to come to the immortal spirit world after secluded cultivation. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. That strange feeling of weakness from top to bottom made him feel uncomfortable. Compared to the magic world, his strength in the immortal spirit world had dropped by several levels. Not to mention high-level universe sovereign, even middle-level universe sovereign might not be his match. This was still his combat strength, which was no weaker than some low-level universe sovereign warriors. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. Rumble. Above the sea of consciousness, a terrifying devouring black hole suddenly appeared, crazily devouring the sea of magic power below. Now that he had conquered the magic world, there was no need for the devil power sea to exist anymore. The Tao of the world was his foundation. Rumble. The sea of magic began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1,000 years later, all of his magic power was converted into strength of worlds. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Compared to the orthodox Tao of the world, trainer, the origin of magic mages was still a little lacking, like Avila the god of light and Rance the god of destruction, who were both top-grade god realm mage. In the eternal great world, they would be top-grade half-step sovereign. In addition, Yang Fann had absorbed and refined a huge amount of resources. As well as god of the storm and god of darkness. The origin of the world that was transformed from his devil power ocean was comparable to 2-peak half-step sovereign. But in fact, let alone 2 top-level half-step sovereign. Hong Long, if you want to break through, you'll have to depend on the origin of eternity. With a faint sigh, a light flashed, and a divine pond appeared in front of Yang Fann. All 3,000 magic worlds from the magic world had been injected into the divine pond. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to the limit. All the pores on his body opened up, turning into a small and terrifying black hole that crazily devoured the origin of eternities in the pond. 3,000 cubic meters, 2,800 cubic meters, 2,500 cubic meters, 2,000 cubic meters, 1,300 cubic meters, 500 cubic meters, 100 cubic meters. 8,000 years later, Poochie, the last drop of origin of eternity disappeared. Yang Fann frowned and slowly opened his eyes. No more. It's only been a short while, and the origin of eternity is gone again. Right now, he was only a single step away from the sovereign god realm. The dimensional realm within his body had already reached the brink of metamorphosis, but unfortunately, at this critical moment, the origin of eternity in his hand was gone. Should I use the top-grade divine crystal to cultivate? Half-step sovereign required origin of eternities. In order to transform the boundless world in his body into the eternal world, although top-grade divine crystals were precious, in fact, these half-step sovereigns weren't very useful to a half-step sovereign. At most, they could make the strength of world in their bodies stronger. They wanted to use the top-grade divine crystal to break through to the universe sovereign realm. However, Yang Fann was different. He had only broken through to the sovereign realm, not to break through to the next level. The top-grade divine crystal was similarly useful. However, after thinking about it carefully, he dispelled this thought. If there was really no other way, it would be fine if he used the top-grade divine crystal to break through, but he still had 2 coordinates of the eternal world, and both of them were the coordinates of the intermediate eternal world. As long as he could take down the eternal world and become the eternal lord of the world, he would be able to break through to the sovereign realm easily. Compared to using the origin of eternity to break through, the time required for the top-grade divine crystal was simply too slow. Even with the help of the world wool, the top-grade divine crystal's time consumption was simply too slow. It would take tens of millions of years, or even billions of years. However, before we head to eternal world, we need to let CC and the others cross the main god tribulation first. C 1942 Excessive Tribulation Eternal Great World, Human Domain, Blue Forest Great World, Yan Province. Rumble. The void began to ripple, and a person appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in black clothes and looked extremely young. He was not even 20 years old, and his aura was ordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that he was standing within the void, he would have been dead by now. Many people would mistake him for an ordinary person who did not know any cultivation path. This black-clothed youth was none other than Yang Fann, who had just returned from a mortal spirit world. Yang Fann and the other girls had already reached the limit of the half-step dominator, and now, they were at a stage where they couldn't advance any further, unless they could pass the main god tribulation and advance to the sovereign realm. Although Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying, the inner world was still a dimensional realm, and there was no way he could send down the main god tribulation. Whether it was the magic world or the immortal spirit world, one walked the path of magic, and the other walked the path of cultivation. It was completely different from the path of the world. Similarly, it could not attract any main god tribulation. If Yang Fann and the other girls wanted to cross the main god tribulation, they would have to go to the eternal great world. In the next second, Yang Fann waved his hand, and 6 devastatingly beautiful women with extraordinary temperaments appeared in front of him. Eldest brother, is this the eternal world? What a terrifying spatial barrier! Yang Fann looked around curiously, then she quickly took a deep breath. Luo Jiawei and the other girls did not say much, but from their serious gazes, after swallowing a large number of top-grade natural treasures that Sovereign Nu Yan had collected, it was not difficult to see the shock in their hearts. Each of them had already accumulated their foundation to a shocking extent. It was just that compared to many universe sovereign sons, they were much stronger. They were all stronger than him. After all, even the majority of the sons of the martial highness realm, it was impossible for them to spoil the 6 girls as much as Yang Fann did. What kind of divine treasure did they want? They would give them whatever treasures they wanted. Even without using many secret treasures, just their strength alone was not below the limit of some low-level dominator. However, such strength couldn't even cause ripples to appear in the surrounding space. The stability of the spatial barrier was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times, more than 3,000 worlds. That's right. This is the eternal great world. CC, who among the 6 of you will start the tribulation first? Yang Fann gently nodded his head and said. His voice was calm, without a hint of worry. It was as if the main god tribulation that the 6 girls were about to face wasn't something that could change the expressions of countless half-step dominator warriors. It was just an insignificant threshold that could be crossed with just a slight leap. However, this was also the truth. Yang Fann and the other 2 girls had a very strong foundation. Even many half-step sovereign warriors would want to meet them. If one could not even pass a tiny main god tribulation, then one could only tremble 3 times. In this world, there was almost no one who could become a ruler. Eldest brother, I'll go first. Yang Fann was eager to give it a try. Okay, CC will go first. Jiawei, I will retreat a little. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Luo Jiawei and the other girls were also on the verge of breaking through. If they stayed by Yang Fann's side, they might be affected by the main god tribulation. It would directly trigger their main god tribulation. At that time, the 6 main god tribulation would transform into divine tribulation. The power of the main god tribulation wasn't 1 + 1 = 2, it was several times stronger than before. In the past, the divine tribulation that was triggered by the fusion of 3 half-step dominator had destroyed a high-level dominator, let alone the divine tribulation that was created by the fusion of 6 half-step dominator. Even a top dominator might die if they were not careful. Of course, this wasn't a big deal to Yang Fann. However, there was no need for that. The risk factor of merging with the divine tribulation was a straight line of growth. However, after crossing the main god tribulation, the natural luck bestowed by the cosmic will would not increase in the slightest. It was purely a waste of effort. Very quickly, Yang Fann, Luo Jiawei, and the other 3 girls retreated to a light year away. Rumble. Yang Fann unleashed her aura with all her might. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged, and the heavens and earth changed colors with Yang Fann as the center. The area within 100 million miles had turned into a terrifying thunder prison. Countless lightning dragons were roaring within it, looking ferocious and terrifying. Even some low-level dominator experts would tremble in fear when facing such a terrifying pressure. Is someone crossing the main god tribulation? Hiss. What a terrifying main god tribulation, it actually covers a radius of 100 million miles. Looks like a peerless genius is crossing the tribulation. May I know which genius is it? In an instant, in a place with a radius of several hundred light years, many powerful beings were alarmed. Within the eternal great world, the size of the main god tribulation could basically predict the potential of a single person. The vast majority of half-step dominator warriors could only cover a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In this life, breaking through to the middle-level dominator was the limit. The geniuses could reach a radius of 10 million miles. As long as he didn't die, a high-level dominator was inevitable. Being able to cover a radius of 100 million miles, he was worthy of being called a genius. He could become a top dominator warrior in the future. Rumble, rumble. Soon, the almighty hegemons turned into rays of light and rushed towards the place where Xianxia Fan was facing her tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tribulation cloud continued to roll around, rapidly expanding in all directions. 2 hours later, the tribulation cloud expanded by more than 10 times, and it covered an area with a radius of 1 billion miles. Gulp. 1 billion miles. We still underestimated her. This is a peerless monster. A few high-level dominator warriors who had rushed to the vicinity first drew in a breath of cold air. The 1 billion mile radius had completely exceeded their imagination. This was the true peerless evildoer, one of the top powers in the world. Not even one of them had appeared in several eras. It was very likely that he would be able to break through to the half-step sovereign in the future. If there were any more fortuitous encounters, it would be the time to break through to the venerable realm. It wasn't impossible, however. This genius is too bold. The main god tribulation was a big event, and every single one of them was treated with caution. Putting aside the fact that they had laid down layers upon layers of divine formations, they would even invite the elders of the clan to protect them. It was impossible for them to be like this young girl in front of them, who didn't take any precautions and faced the tribulation openly. If he encountered any enemies, he could simply send a few half-step dominator stage death soldiers to break into the divine tribulation and trigger the divine tribulation, which could easily take his life. But what they didn't know was, Yang Fann's terrifying spiritual sense, which could rival the universe sovereign, had already covered the surrounding 10,000 light years. If someone really wanted to barge into his sister's place of tribulation and trigger the divine tribulation, Yang Fann would definitely make him regret coming to this world. Soon, another 2 hours passed. The tribulation cloud expanded by several times, covering an area with a radius of nearly 2 billion miles. That terrifying pressure was enough to make even a peak low-level dominator tremble. At this time, the tribulation cloud had finally reached its limit. In the next second, rumble, the heavenly duke was enraged, and the thunder god roared. A terrifying lightning dragon that spanned over 10,000 miles tore through the sky and lunged at Xianxia Fan. Its terrifying destructive power was not any weaker than the full-force attack of some lower middle-level dominator warriors. I'm afraid this girl is in trouble. The almighty rulers watching from the surroundings frowned slightly. Just the first bolt of divine lightning already possessed such terrifying power. As for the main god tribulation, it has 108 bolts of divine lightning, and each bolt is stronger than the last. Violet Spirit Heavenly Umbrella, unleash rumble. A ray of purple light rose from Xianxia Fan's body and turned into a purple umbrella. Streaks of purple light fell from her body and protected Xianxia Fan's body. Top-level main divine artifact, and it is not a low-grade top-level main divine artifact. Fuck, this is not a low-grade top-level main divine artifact. This is too extravagant, isn't it? She's just a chief sovereign, and not even a half-step dominator. C-1943. He was ready to make a move in all directions. All the chief sovereigns' eyes were wide open, and their pupils were shining with a scorching light. Top-level main divine artifact. A junior who wasn't even a chief sovereign actually had a top-level main divine artifact, and it was even an intermediate top-level main divine artifact. Luxurious. This was truly too extravagant. One had to know that even many top dominator warriors might not necessarily have an intermediate defensive top-level main divine artifact. When they were crossing the main god tribulation, not to mention top-grade defensive main divine artifacts, they did not even have a single high-grade defensive main divine artifact. The best one was an intermediate defensive main divine artifact. Comparing oneself to another person was really infuriating. No wonder this girl dared to activate the main god tribulation without any preparation. In an instant, many almighty masters had a look of realization on their faces. With a top-tier defensive main divine artifact, it would be strange if they couldn't overcome the main god tribulation. The main god tribulation was after all a test for half-step dominator warriors. As long as it wasn't a divine tribulation that was triggered by the cosmic will, it would be extremely dangerous for a single divine tribulation to reach ultimate middle-level dominator. As for a top-tier intermediate defensive main divine artifact, even if it was just the artifact spirit's innate power, it would be able to block the attacks of some high-level Dominator warriors. Sure enough, it wasn't something that the Almighty Ruler had expected. Although the main god Tribulation was extremely powerful, especially the last bolt of divine lightning, it was comparable to a full-force strike from a high-level Dominator warrior. Even ultimate middle-level Dominator would be severely injured or even killed if he wasn't careful. However, when it landed on the purple spirit heavenly umbrella, it was like mud sinking into the ocean, completely unable to shake it. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia Audiobooks didn't use any other means. She just stood under the umbrella for a day and easily passed the main god Tribulation, which shocked many middle-level Dominator warriors. The almighty masters around her were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. They thought back to the past. All of them had barely survived the main god Tribulation. Rumble. A golden divine light fell from the center of the Tribulation cloud and landed on Xianxia Audiobooks' body like a pillar. In an instant, Xianxia Audiobooks' aura rose rapidly. The dimensional realm within her body that was even bigger than many low-level Dominators started to expand crazily and undergo a qualitative transformation. This golden divine light was a gift from the cosmic will, a reward from the cosmic will. One day later. Gulp. One day. And yet, the divine light of origins had not stopped. The chief sovereigns of the four corners of the world, the almighty experts in the area swallowed hard. The divine light of origin was the same size as the Tribulation cloud, and was also closely related to the latent potential of the offender. The higher the innate potential, the longer this source divine light would last, and the greater the benefits the offender would obtain. An ordinary new chief sovereign would be able to receive the origin god light for 2 hours. Even if it was not bad, being able to bathe in the origin god light for 6 hours was already good enough. This meant that he had a lot of potential. In just a day's time, there were only a few people among the top forces with the universe sovereign. Furthermore, a day's time wasn't the limit of the girl. Very quickly, another 2 days passed. Only then did the divine light of origin slowly fade away. The surrounding chief sovereigns were all stunned. For 3 whole days, not to mention their blue forest great world, even the entire human domain wouldn't be able to find such a heaven's chosen one. This talent and potential was not an exaggeration to say that he was a seed of a venerable. He had at least a layer of confidence that he would be able to break through to the universe sovereign realm in the future. The first level of hope didn't seem like much, but in fact, it was extremely rare. One should know that a half-step sovereign with 9 levels and 9 levels wouldn't even have a single chance of advancing, let alone a single level of hope. A light year away, 3 days of origin divine light, superior middle-level Dominator combat strength. CC, you haven't been slacking off these years. Yang Fann nodded slightly. With just a glance, he had already seen through Xianxia Audiobooks' true strength. As soon as she broke through to the domination stage, she had the strength to challenge a superior middle-level Dominator. In the entire human race, she was worthy of being called top-level Heaven's Pride. Compared to the sons of many venerables, she was even more powerful. In the next moment, Yang Fann looked at Luo Jiawei and the other 3 girls. Next, who will go next? Cousin, I'll do it. Jiawei will do it first. 4 hours later. Rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth were enraged, and the thunder dragons roared. A massive tribulation cloud that was not much different from the 2 billion mile radius tribulation cloud from before once again covered an area of nearly 2 billion miles. Hiss again. Another peerless evildoer. The almighty rulers in the surroundings all sucked in a breath of cold air. Since when did this peerless evildoer become so worthless, to think that another one would appear? Very quickly, the hearts of the chief sovereigns shook once more. Top-level main divine artifact, another top-level main divine artifact. Fuck, 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 fuck. 4 days later, the divine light of origin faded away. Luo Jiawei's cultivation had stabilized at the peak low-level Dominator, and her true combat strength was not much weaker than Xianxia Audiobooks'. She was comparable to a superior middle-level Dominator. After that, it was Yunuo's turn to face her tribulation. Fuck, 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 this. This is also a peerless evildoer. Fuck, 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 was there a mistake? Am I seeing things? Fuck, top-level main divine artifact, it's top-level main divine artifact again, just who are they? From all directions, the sovereign lords could no longer hold it in any longer. Cursing out, bitch it in the past, this sort of peerless evildoer. It was rare for one of them to appear. But now, 3 of them had come at once. This was too frightening, and the top-level main divine artifact, among some first-rate clans. It was enough to become that clan's suppressing treasure, and use all the strength of his clan. They might not even have 3 top-level main divine artifacts. Those 3 girls are also at the half-step dominator. It's difficult. Could it be that they are also? This shouldn't be possible, right? Even if it's the entire Blue Forest Great World. When all the influences are combined, the young generation, it would be very difficult to find 6 monsters of this level. It really was peerless evildoer again. This. Half a month later, when Xiaolian finally activated her main god tribulation, the sovereign lords in the surroundings were completely numb. 6 seeds of the Venerable One. Was there anything more terrifying than this in this world? These people were absolutely not native chosen from their Blue Forest Great World. They were from other great worlds, and were even ranked in the top 30, or perhaps even the top 10 great worlds. Human domain, 365 great worlds. Depending on strength, there were rankings. Among them, the Blue Forest Great World could only be considered ordinary. After 200, the strongest sector lord was the Blue Forest Great World Lord. If he didn't use his authority as a sector lord, he would only be a middle-level universe sovereign. A seed of 6 venerables appeared in one go. This was definitely not something a top power in an ordinary great world could possess. There were also those top-level main divine artifacts. Those ordinary top influences that only had low-level universe sovereign cultivation bases would never have such a large amount of resources. Those were 6 intermediate top-level main divine artifacts, and they were all defensive main divine artifacts. Their value was extremely high, and they weren't any worse than many high-grade top-level main divine artifacts. Many superior top dominator might not even have a single one. If I can get one, my strength will surely skyrocket. It's not impossible for me to jump ranks to challenge a top dominator. Unknowingly, many high-level dominators' eyes were flashing with a strange red light. See 1944. The tycoons are fierce money moves people. With a 50% profit, one could take risks. A 100% profit was enough to make one throw caution to the wind. That was a total of 6 top-level main divine artifacts, and they were even intermediate defensive main divine artifacts. Even many high-level, or even peak sovereign lords would be tempted by them. Not to mention, the owners of these top-level main divine artifacts were a bunch of juniors who had just passed the main god tribulation. Even though they were all peerless evildoer, they had just passed the main god tribulation, so it was their limit to challenge a middle-level dominator warrior. This was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in a new era. Once they passed this village, there would be no more shops like this. The heavens wanted to take it. If you don't take it, you will suffer the wrath of heaven. Although these people had deep backgrounds, this was the Blue Forest Great World. This is not a great world where their family's influence is located. It is a great world where water cannot quench fire. At most, after finishing this task, they would find a small town to hide in. The eternal great world was vast and boundless. Just their Blue Forest Great World alone was the best of several great worlds. If they were to wholeheartedly conceal their tracks, even if the universe sovereign were to personally take action, it wouldn't be easy to find their whereabouts. If I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Many high-level dominators' eyes flashed with ruthlessness as they made up their minds. Unknowingly, their figures began to consciously approach Yang Fann and the others. Are they targeting us? Yang Fann raised his brows. Everything within 10,000 light years was under his spiritual senses surveillance. Although these high-level dominators' movements were secretive, they didn't know that everything was under Yang Fann's observation. Very quickly, a hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. It seemed like the ignorant were fearless. He had even killed a few half-step sovereign warriors, but these aphids, who were at most at the peak of the high-level dominator, actually dared to plot against him. They really didn't know what the word, death, was. Although the eternal great world had countless rulers, there were more than 9 levels in it. All of them were middle and low-level dominator warriors. The number of top dominator warriors was still relatively low. For example, top family's Wangfu family only had a dozen or 20 top dominator warriors, and this showed how rare top dominator warriors were. It wasn't easy to meet one of them. Although the main god tribulation of the 6 girls was powerful, the place that attracted their attention might not be as big as this county. As for the Blue Forest realm, it was just an ordinary great world. In a county, the strongest person was very rarely that top dominator. 3 days later, Rumble. The divine light dissipated, and Shaolian's cultivation base stabilized at the high-low level dominator. 15 minutes later, Shaolian returned to Yang Fann's side. At this moment, rumble, rumble, waves of terrifying high-level dominator chi rose into the air. In an instant, it had completely locked down Yang Fann and the others, and had completely surrounded them. The group of high-level dominator could no longer suppress the greed in their hearts and bared their fangs. Did the ghost ruler and the others set their eyes on this man and 6 women? Sigh, although this man and 6 women have unparalleled talent, it's a pity that they are too tender. Don't tell me that they don't know how to hide their wealth. This time, this one man and 6 women will probably be finished. The intermediate and low-grade sovereign lords sighed in their hearts. Many of them were looking at Yang Fann and the others. They were filled with mockery. This time around, they were plotting against that man and 6 women. However, there were 16 high-level dominator, and even the ghost ruler and the evil spirit ruler were both at the peak high-level dominator. As for the 6 men and women, they were merely newly advanced low-level dominator warriors. How strong could they be? As for the man, thinking about it, compared to the 6 women, he's not much stronger either. How could he have any chance of winning against 16 high-level dominator warriors? It was just a matter of time, and in this blue forest great world, no matter how tyrannical the forces behind them were, it was all useless. Crossing realms to rescue someone wasn't that simple. Even if it was a universe sovereign, it was impossible for them to arrive in such a short period of time. They were truly isolated and helpless as such, peerless evildoer. In the future, he would at least be a half-step sovereign, but unfortunately, before he could shine with their brilliance, he would die here. What a pity, what a pity. Ants, all of you are courting death. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he was about to take care of this bunch of ignorant fools. However, before Yang Fann could do anything, Yang Fann spoke, "Eldest brother, there is no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. Leave these guys to us." Although the other 5 girls didn't say anything, their eyes were filled with eagerness. The 6 of them had been cultivating for a long time, but it was extremely rare for them to face enemies. Yang Fann's subordinates wouldn't dare offend these 6 ancestors. It wasn't easy for them to encounter such a group of little thieves. They had to have a good time. See, if you guys want to play, then I'll leave them to you guys. Yang Fann nodded his head indifferently. He wasn't worried about the safety of the 6 girls at all. Although the strength of the 6 girls was only comparable to superior middle-level dominator, and they weren't even top intermediate. Sovereign lords, any high-level dominator could defeat or even suppress them. However, it didn't mean that their overall strength was the same. The combat strength of a cultivator was only a part of their cultivation base. Divine weapons and treasures were also a part of their strength, especially those disciples from big families. Treasures took up the majority of their strength, and that was the case for the 6 girls. No one knew how many secret treasures and divine weapons were hidden in Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure vault, but they all fell into the hands of the 6 girls, including some half-step sovereign warriors. If they were not careful, they might end up with a head full of blood. A group of high-level dominator warriors who weren't even top dominator warriors wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them. Eldest brother, just watch. The next second, Yang Fann shouted, "Sisters, let them know how powerful we are." What is going on? The ghost ruler and the other 16 high-level dominator warriors were dumbfounded. This wasn't supposed to be the plot. Didn't they see the huge difference in strength between the 2 of them? Shouldn't each and every one of them tremble and shout out their backing to make them feel afraid and not dare to act recklessly? Why did they become like this? No matter how they looked at it, these 6 women didn't seem to be afraid. Vaguely, the 16 high-level dominator felt uneasy. Right at this moment, let's try this sword symbol first. Yang Fann looked at the group of high-level dominator like they were looking at some fun toy. A sword light flashed in her hand and a sword symbol was ignited by her. It turned into a terrifying huge sword and slashed at a high-level dominator. Poochie wherever the huge sword passed, tiny and dense fissured traces faintly appeared in all directions. Ah, the space cracked, gurgle. Am I seeing things? All the intermediate and low-level dominator were dumbfounded. If they wanted to tear open the space in the eternal great world, they would at least need the strength of a peak top dominator. In other words, the power of this sword symbol was probably not inferior to the full force attack of a peak top dominator. In fact, it might even surpass it. Hiss. How is this a fat sheep? It's a complete prehistoric berserk beast this time. I'm afraid the ghost ancestor and the others have kicked an iron plate. C1945 Wanhua Pavilion. No, 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 no. Miss, spare me. The high-level dominator who was locked on by the sword symbol let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. It was comparable to the sword of one of the top dominator warriors. It was not something that a mid-high level dominator like him could defend against, let alone a peak top dominator warrior. Even a low-grade top dominator could easily kill him in an instant. Poochie, wherever the huge sword passed by, the high-level dominator was instantly minced into pieces. Not even a single soul was left behind. His body and soul were completely destroyed, and he didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Bitch, they actually have such a precious treasure. The remaining 15 high-level dominators' hearts skipped a beat. Under the gigantic sword, they could also feel the same dangerous aura that made them despair. If it was them, they wouldn't be any better. They could only die. Such a supreme treasure, I don't think they have many of them. Perhaps this is the only top-grade divine talisman in their possession. Many top dominator warriors might not even have one of these top-grade top dominators. How could there be so many of them? However, very quickly, the cruel reality gave them a huge shock. I didn't expect this sword symbol to be so powerful. Let me give it a try. Luo Jiawei's beautiful eyes shifted. With a wave of her hand, a sword symbol was sent out by her. In Sovereign Nuyan's treasure vault, this kind of sword symbol could only be regarded as an ordinary treasure. There were a few stacks of it, and each of them got a lot of it. Initially, they thought that this sword symbol was just an ordinary treasure, and its power was limited. It was the limit of being able to severely injure a high-level dominator. However, they didn't expect that a high-level dominator would be like a piece of paper in front of this huge sword, and wouldn't be able to resist it at all. It had to be said that the 6 girls had underestimated Sovereign Nuyan. He was a middle-level universe sovereign warrior, and he could even be considered as one of the top middle-level universe sovereign warriors amongst all the other middle-level universe sovereign warriors. So, how could there be any ordinary treasure that could be stored in his treasure vault? At the very least, it was enough for many top dominator warriors to go crazy for him. Fuck, another top-tier sword symbol. What kind of metal plate is this? It's just a metal plate. And it was a huge steel plate that was tens of thousands of meters thick. What? The expressions of the surrounding low-level dominator changed, and in their eyes, a top-tier sword symbol that was comparable to a peak top dominator's full-strength attack. Its value was no less than a few low-grade top-level main divine artifacts. It was enough to become the foundation of many first-rate powers. However, these girls were good, one after another. Furthermore, from their casual manner, it was impossible to tell that. Even if there was a slight pain in their flesh, it was as if they weren't using top-grade divine talismans. They were just ordinary low-level dominators refined by low-level dominator warriors. Jiawei, let's give it a try too. While they were talking, another 4 top-tier sword symbols were sent flying. WTF, another 4 top-grade sword symbols. They really don't take top-grade divine talismans seriously. Tycoon, these 6 girls were the real tycoons. At this moment, the group of middle-low-level dominator warriors really wanted to kneel under the skirts of these 6 girls and hug their thick legs. How generous these 6 girls were. Truly inhumane. If they casually plucked a strand of hair, it would be enough for them to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. Grug grug grug. Almost at the same time, the 5 high-level dominator were slashed into pieces. Under this terrifying power that was comparable to a peak top dominator, high-level dominator was really weak, and had no ability to resist at all. Gulp gulp. How could this be? How could this be? The remaining 10 high-level dominator trembled, and the burning greed in their eyes disappeared. What replaced it was endless fear and regret. At this moment, if they still didn't understand that they had kicked a steel plate, their lives would be in vain. They clearly knew that these people came from an extraordinary background, and it was very likely that they came from a high-level universe sovereign or even a top-level universe sovereign family. Why was he still so impulsive and wanted to take advantage of them? Now, he couldn't even save his own life. Ladies, sorry for the mistake. It's all a misunderstanding. That's right, ladies, we have no ill intentions towards you. We just want to congratulate you on successfully blocking our way. Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kids? Yang Fann sneered. These people had an undisguised greed in their eyes just now. She was not blind. Now they actually said that they were misunderstanding. This was totally an insult to their intelligence. Boom! She waved her arm and another huge sword ripped the sky apart, turning a high-level dominator into powder. Bitch it, do you really want to be so ruthless? Don't forget, this is the Blue Forest Great World, not your territory. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the public? You won't be able to walk out of here alive. So noisy. Yu Nuo's eyes flashed with killing intent. She struck out a sword symbol, crushing the high-level dominator into pieces. To make them unable to leave the Blue Forest Great World, did she really think that her great master was just a decoration? The other subordinates didn't know Yang Fann's true strength. As one of Yang Fann's closest friends, Yu Nuo clearly knew that her master not only had the power to fight against the universe sovereign, but also the realm lords of the two eternal world. In the vast Blue Forest Great World, only the Blue Forest World Lord had a slight possibility of keeping her master. Rumble rumble. Yang Fann and the other three girls also did not slow down their movements as they struck out another 5 sword symbols. Very quickly, the remaining 10 high-level dominator warriors lost another 6 people. The remaining 4 men's eyes were filled with fear and despair. Don't go too far. I am the protector of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. If you dare to kill me, 10,000 Flowers Pavilion will never let you go. The evil spirit ruler, one of the 2 extreme high-level dominator experts, gritted his teeth and finally revealed his backer. What? The evil spirit chief sovereign is a protector of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. The chief sovereign of the 4 directions was startled. He had never thought that the evil spirit chief would have such a background. The 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was the #1 gold-dispelling cave in the Blue Forest Great World. It was a paradise for men. In every county and county, there was a Wanhua tavern with countless beauties. It included almost all of the races of the Blue Forest Great World, and even the beauties of the other great worlds. There were also many of them. However, the background of these beauties was very intriguing. In any case, the reputation of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion in the Blue Forest Great World wasn't that bad. It was only because of the powerful strength of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. All the major powers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was a first-rate power at the peak. In the vast Blue Forest Great World, there were only a few top powers that had universe sovereigns guarding them. They were able to suppress one of them, and they had several half-step sovereign guarding them. Moreover, the relationship between them was complicated. If it wasn't necessary, even some top powers wouldn't dare to provoke the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. When the other 3 high-level dominator heard this, their hopeless hearts burst with a glimmer of hope. The illustrious reputation of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion might be able to scare these few Dark Star away. What 10,000 Flowers Pavilion? If he doesn't know the difference between life and death, don't blame me for making him disappear from this world. Yang Fann smiled disdainfully. She didn't have the ability to do so. However, she believed that her eldest brother would definitely be able to destroy the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. In her heart, her eldest brother was the strongest. There was nothing that he couldn't do. Gulp. This grandaunt has such a big tone. She even made the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion disappear from this world. That is one of the 10 major powers of our Blue Forest Great World. There are several half-step sovereign warriors here, and I'm afraid they are the high and mighty universe sovereign. I don't even dare to say that I can uproot them all. Where did this grandaunt get her confidence from? How dare you speak such arrogant words? The surrounding sovereign lords looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. What a reckless girl. I want to see what you can do to make my 10,000 Flowers Pavilion disappear from this world. C-1946 Suppress the Blue Wing Venerable Eternal Great World, Blue Forest Great World, Yan Province, Kaihuo County. Pucci. Like a curtain, the space was forcefully torn apart as a person stepped into the air. It was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. His expression was extremely arrogant as he looked down at the world from above. It was as if there was no one in the world that could enter his eyes and make him take it to heart. His aura dominated the world, sweeping away everything in its path. In all directions, large patches of air currents emitted rustling sounds, as if they were prostrating and worshipping him again. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, the evil spirit ruler's heart relaxed. Fortunately, at this moment of life and death, Lord Blue Wing. Finally, they arrived. With Blue Wing here, his life would be saved. One should know that Lord Blue Wing was one of the top 5 10,000 Flowers Pavilions in the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. He had been a famous half-step sovereign since 10 eras ago. Now, Even if he wasn't a mid-grade half-step sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. Although these girls had a strong foundation and didn't take the top-grade divine talisman seriously, it was impossible for them to be a match for a half-step sovereign. At the same time, the evil spirit ruler was secretly glad. From the moment he decided to attack these girls, he had secretly contacted Lord Blue Wing. One should know that these 6 girls' looks were the best of the best. Adding their peerless talent, the most rare thing was that these 6 girls were still virgins in the Yuan Yin realm. They were definitely the most high-grade female slaves. It was enough to make many great figures go crazy over it. Even the high and mighty universe sovereign was moved by it. Every single one of them was priceless. Evil spirit greets venerable Blue Wing. Evil spirit chief sovereign bowed to the blue-robed middle-aged man as he thought about it. Your Honor, Venerable One. Hearing this, the hearts of the surrounding sovereigns trembled. In this eternal world, the name of a supremacy was not something that anyone could call. At the very least, it had to be a half-step sovereign who had stepped into the universe sovereign realm. If the other sovereigns and domain gods dared to call themselves supremacies, they would probably die without even knowing how they died in the end. There was no universe sovereign in the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. In other words, this venerable Blue Wing in front of them was a half-step sovereign, but even so, he was still extremely terrifying. That was the true top expert of the Blue Forest Great World. As long as one was willing, one could easily obtain the position of Prefecture Overseer, Mu Shou's side. In the next second, the gazes of the sovereign lords all around them were filled with pity. With the arrival of a half-step sovereign, no matter how many trump cards these 6 girls had up their sleeves, it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. Especially since this was a half-step sovereign from the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. With their unparalleled beauty and talent, their fates would definitely be miserable. They would rather die than live. Not bad, all of them are top grade. Evil spirit, you did a good job. With just a glance, Venerable Blue Wing had already seen most of the 6 girls. It was rare to see such supreme-grade female slaves. In an entire era, he might not even be able to find one. But now, 6 of them had appeared all of a sudden. It was the right decision for him to make this trip. With these 6 high-grade female slaves, I'm afraid the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion will be able to recruit a few more big shots. At this moment, Venerable Blue Wing had already taken Yang Fann and the other girls as his belongings. As for the background of the 6 girls, he didn't care about them at all. It wasn't as if they hadn't offended any top powers in the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, but they were still alive and kicking. Their powers were spread all over the Blue Forest Great World, and even the nearby Great Worlds. In the next second, Venerable Blue Wing turned around and looked at the 6 girls. His eyes were burning with greed. Do you want to surrender, or do you want me to do it myself? His voice was calm, as if he didn't put Yang Fann and the others in his eyes. A group of aphids that had just passed the main god tribulation. Even with the protection of the top-level main divine artifact, they were just aphids that could be easily killed by a half-step sovereign like him. A puny little lower-level half-venerable, who gave you the guts to try and harm my sister and woman? Yang Fann's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he spoke coldly. Dragons had reverse scales, and death was inevitable wherever they went. Apart from his parents, the other 6 girls were a taboo in his heart. Cousin, junior brother, master. What did he just say? This is to me. In an instant, Luo Jiawei and the other girls' faces turned red. Their heartbeats sped up as they timidly looked at Yang Fann. Gulp. Did I hear it wrong? What did he just say? A lowly half-venerable, hiss. This tone, this breath of air. Also, in all directions, all the sovereign lords widened their eyes in shock. Although a low-grade half-step sovereign was the weakest amongst all half-step sovereign, even some of the peak half-step sovereign wouldn't dare to speak such boastful words. Other than the high and mighty universe sovereign, there was probably no one else who would dare to speak such words to a low-grade half-step sovereign. Could this black-clothed youth be a universe sovereign? What kind of joke was this? A universe sovereign? How could it be so easy to encounter a universe sovereign? Furthermore, black-clothed youth was obviously of the same generation as the 6 girls. How could a universe sovereign have a younger sister who had just transcended her tribulation? Was this possible? As the younger sister of the universe sovereign, even if she wasn't a half-step sovereign, she should at least be a top dominator warrior. As for Venerable Blue Wing, he was infuriated by the emergence of one Buddha. 2 Buddhas had ascended to the heavens. Ever since he had advanced to the half-step sovereign, he had never been looked down upon like this. Die, this black-clothed brat must die. No, killing him just like that was too easy for this junior. He wanted to destroy his divine body and imprison his soul so that he wouldn't be able to live or die. Only by doing so would he be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Junior, die for me, rumble. A terrifying killing intent rose from Venerable Blue Wing's body like a great river. The weather changed, and thunder roared in fury. Old dog, how dare you bark like that? Die, rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Blue Wing. It was a swift and decisive strike. This palm strike was enhanced by Yang Fann's 10 layers of strength of world. Its power was terrifying. It was not any weaker than Extreme Half-Step Sovereign, who was like Venerable Yan Zhe. In fact, it was even stronger. Poochie 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 wherever the huge palm passed. A light years worth of land. A large piece of space would be destroyed. The evil spirit ruler and the other 3 high-level dominator experts didn't even have the time to scream before they were crushed into powder by the invincible force. Bitch it, how could this be? In an instant, a collapsing aura of despair enveloped Blue Wing's body. This terrifying force made him feel as if he was facing Pavilion Master of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, Venerable Myriad Flower. As for Venerable Myriad Flower, he was the highest grade expert below the Universe Sovereign, Extreme Half-Step Sovereign, who was only a hair away from the Universe Sovereign. In the entire Blue Forest Great World, he was able to squeeze into the top 20, or even the top 10 expert. Compared to a lowly half-step sovereign like him, they were more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger. Even if he wanted to escape, that was just wishful thinking. Roar, evil spirit brat, you bastard, you fucked me to death. C-1947 surround and kill regret. Endless regret engulfed Venerable Blue Wing's heart like a surging tide. At this moment, if it wasn't for the evil spirit ruler, he would have been completely destroyed. His body and soul had been destroyed. He would have cut the evil spirit ruler's heart into pieces. This was the fat sheep he was talking about, a group of juniors who only borrowed the power of divine artifacts and divine talismans. This was simply that prehistoric berserk beast, alright. Not to mention a low-grade half-step sovereign like him, even their 10,000 Flowers Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Venerable Myriad Flowers, wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Bitch bastard, if I can survive today, I will definitely destroy all of your family and friends. He swore in his heart that Venerable Blue Wing wasn't slow at all. A blue divine light flashed around his body, and a blue round shield appeared above his head, covering the area within a 100-meter radius around him in an instant. Blue Spirit Divine Shield, clan suppressing treasure of the Blue Spirit Divine Light clan where Blue Wing was. It was a top-grade defensive main divine artifact. With Blue Wing's low-grade half-step sovereign cultivation base, he could use this Blue Spirit Divine Shield. Even an ordinary high-level half-step sovereign would find it very difficult to break through his defense. However, under Yang Fann's terrifying palm force, the Blue Spirit Divine Shield was so weak that it was useless. In less than a breath's time, bang, countless cracks appeared on the Blue Spirit Divine Shield, and in the end, it completely exploded, exploding into countless fragments. Ah no, Lord, spare me, spare me. Venerable Blue Wing could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He begged bitterly. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Besides, the only low-grade half-step sovereign left in the Blue Spirit Divine Light clan was him. Once he died here, the Blue Spirit Divine Light clan would immediately be reduced to an ordinary first-rate clan. At that time, if they were not careful, the Blue Spirit Divine Light clan would be removed from the eternal Great World. In these eras, ever since he joined the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, their race had offended many major powers and clans. No one knew how many beauties were captured by their race. When he was still alive, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion would protect the Blue Spirit Divine Light clan for his sake. Once he fell, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion would no longer care about the Blue Spirit Divine Light clan. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wasn't moved at all. He dared to target his sister, a woman, and even wanted to capture them as his slaves. This so-called Venerable Blue Wing was someone who would never atone for his crimes even if he died 10,000 times over. Not only did he want to die, even the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion behind him had to die as well. Otherwise, it would be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. Rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush towards Venerable Blue Wing. No, I am an elder of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. If you dare to kill me, I, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, will never forgive you. Humph 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, even if they don't come looking for me, I will settle this score with them. Anyone who dares to have designs on my sister and woman, even the real universe sovereign will die. Bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Venerable Blue Wing's divine body was mercilessly destroyed, and the soul was instantly suppressed. If it wasn't for the fact that he still wanted to know more about the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, this Venerable Blue Wing would have died a long time ago. A mere low-grade half-step sovereign might not even be able to refine a few cubic origin of eternities, and Yang Fann wouldn't even put him in his eyes. Silence. The surroundings became terrifyingly silent. All of the sovereign lords widened their eyes as they looked at Yang Fann, their gazes filled with reverence. 1 second, he was killed in an instant. Just like that, a dignified half-step sovereign was killed in an instant. Even if it was the lowest level of half-step sovereign. Hong Long, a peak half-step sovereign, or extreme half-step sovereign. Gulp. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. Fortunately, we were aware of our own limitations. We weren't blinded by the greed in our hearts and acted impulsively. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. No wonder these girls didn't have any defensive measures during their tribulation. With such a peerless expert protecting them, as long as it wasn't a peak half-step sovereign attacking them. Hong Long. However, how could a peak half-step sovereign be so easy to encounter? In the vast blue forest great world, there might not even be 30 peak half-step sovereign that were scattered all over the great world. On average, only a few great provinces would be able to obtain one. If they wanted to meet, they would have to. The chances were far too small. Junior brother, you just said, we are you. We are you. Dongfang Shui's face had a strange blush as she looked at Yang Fann shyly. As for that Venerable Blue Wing, she had long forgotten about him. Other than Yang Sifan, the other 4 girls also looked at Yang Fann nervously. They had really waited for this day for a long, long time. Senior sister, that's right. Yang Fann nodded cautiously and said, this layer of paper had been delayed for so long. It was time to poke a hole through it. Just as he was about to continue his confession, Yang Fann suddenly frowned. What? These guys really did not come at the right time. When the words came out of his mouth, he couldn't help but change his tone. Senior sister, CC, you guys return to my inner world first. Eldest brother, junior brother, master, be careful. The hearts of the 6 girls tightened. At such a critical moment, Yang Fann actually let them return to the inner world first. It was obvious that something unexpected had happened. It was very likely that he was a powerful enemy, and it might even be a true universe sovereign. With their strength, there was no other use for them to stay by Yang Fann's side other than distracting him. Their cultivation base was still too weak. They had to work harder to cultivate in the future, even if they couldn't help eldest brother, junior brother, master. No matter what he did, it couldn't be a burden to him. Don't worry, they won't be able to hurt me. Yang Fann smiled in a relaxed manner. With a thought, he kept the 6 girls into his inner world. Not good, I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. The expressions of the surrounding sovereigns changed. Even black-clothed youth, who was at least a peak half-step sovereign, had to treat this matter seriously. The strength of this newcomer was terrifying. Even if he wasn't as strong as the sovereign lord, he wouldn't be much weaker than the sovereign lord. A battle between peerless experts like this. How could they, ants, get involved in it? Even if it was just a trace of power, it would be enough to destroy them 1,000 times over. Let's go, we have to leave immediately. In an instant, many of the rulers felt their desire to leave grow stronger. Watching the fun required strength as well. This was a battle between peak half-step sovereign warriors. All of them were middle-low-level dominator warriors, and they didn't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. However, at this moment, they finally reacted. It was obviously a little late. With their speed, where could they run to? 10 breaths later, rumble, rumble, 3 paths was 1,000 times stronger than Venerable Blue Wing. A terrifying pressure that was more than 10,000 times stronger broke through the air and rolled in waves. It crushed everything in its path. Swish swish swish. The intermediate and low-level dominator didn't even have the time to wail before they were crushed into pieces. If time could be reversed, they would have to control their curiosity no matter what. It wasn't something exciting, it was something they could gather. One bad thing. That was death. The inheritance of our clan is not something you can possess. Hand over the inheritance of our clan at once and we will spare your life. A voice that sounded like devil god's roar came from all directions. It rumbled and boiled, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of three paths had locked down the surrounding space, completely surrounding Yang Fann. C. 1948 Collapse. Eternal Great World, Blue Forest. Great World, Yan Province, Kaihuo County. Yang Fann's expression remained unchanged, allowing the terrifying aura of three paths to completely envelop him. What a good half-step sovereign from the Fire Clan. I didn't cause you any trouble. You should have laughed secretly. How dare you come and find me? You don't want to walk the path of heaven, but you want to break into hell today. I will definitely make you come. You can't go. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't want to come early. He didn't come late, but he still came at such a critical moment. If he didn't kill them, he would feel sorry for the friendship between the five girls. One breath later, rumble, a fiery cloud descended from the sky, seemingly wanting to dye the entire sky red. A terrifying man walked out from within. His fur was completely red, and he was wearing a flaming divine armor. Every inch of his skin was covered with terrifying divine fire, as if it could burn down an entire world with just a tiny bit of it. His aura was more than 10,000 times more terrifying than that of Venerable Blue Wing. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, rolling like a tidal wave towards Yang Fann. This terrifying man wasn't the extreme half-step sovereign of Fire Clan, who was severely injured by Yang Fann back then. Who else could Venerable Yan Jie be? Magic World, 200 years ago, in the Eternal Great World, more than 15 million years had passed. Due to the forbidden arts, the blood essence that Venerable Yan Jie had used up had mostly recovered. It wouldn't affect his combat strength much. Almost at the same time, the void behind Yang Fann exploded. Continuously, at the center of the explosion, a man appeared. He was wearing a blue lightning divine armor, and his body was covered in lightning. With just a slight movement of his body, he seemed to be able to produce endless lightning, turning a void into a terrifying thunder prison. The scariness of his aura was no less than that of Venerable Yan Jie. Extreme half-step sovereign, this man was also an extreme half-step sovereign. This wasn't the end. Pucci, the space on Yang Fann's left side was torn open once again, and a man stepped out from it. This was a dragon-headed man with a human body and a dragon head. He was wearing a golden divine armor that glittered brightly all over his body. A dragon tail that was covered in golden dragon scales was swinging back and forth, causing the space to explode. The aura was even stronger than the aura of Venerable Yan Jie. In order to take down Yang Fann in one fell swoop and take back the supreme treasure of Fire Clan, Venerable Yan Jie had put in a lot of effort and made thorough preparations. He contacted his two best friends, the old ancestor of the Turtle Clan, Venerable Lei Yao, and the patriarch of the Golden Dragon Clan, Venerable Huang Long. Together with him and the three great extreme half-step sovereign, as long as they didn't encounter the real universe sovereign, they had the confidence to suppress any one of them. Yang Fann's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. There was no way he could be a match for the three of them. He didn't believe that Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength would have a huge breakthrough in such a short period of time. It wasn't a rare thing for one's cultivation base to be stuck at this level for several eras. Even if they managed to obtain the treasure of their Fire Clan's supreme sovereign Nu Yan, it wasn't something that could be digested in a short period of 5 million years. Take him as an example. Every cubic meter of origin of eternity he refined would last for hundreds of millions of years, perhaps even longer. Even if he occupied a part of the eternal world, he would still have the support of the world will. Without tens of millions of years of effort, he would never be able to refine a cubic meter of origin of eternity. In just a few tens of thousands of years, he had refined several thousand cubic meters of origin of eternity. Not to mention extreme half-step sovereign, even the strongest expert in the history of Fire Clan, Sovereign Nu Yan, didn't have such capability. Rumble, Venerable Yan Jie, Venerable Lei Yao, and Venerable Yellow Dragon formed a triangular formation, surrounding Yang Fann in the middle. The terrifying pressure seemed to want to overturn the entire world. Hand over the treasure of my clan and make an eternal vow. Don't tell anyone about the treasures of my clan. I can let bygones be bygones and let you go. Venerable Yan Jie stared at Yang Fann and said, although they had the upper hand, Extreme Half-Step Sovereign wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. If they were to fight with their lives on the line, even if they could kill him, they would have to pay a heavy price. If they were not careful, some of them might even die for him. If they could take back Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure without seeing the Blood Blade or fighting, that would be the best. The Eternal Oath was a guarantee. Once the Eternal World will made the vow, not to mention half-step Sovereign warriors, even the highest grade Universe Sovereign would not be able to break it. The vast eternal great world, and even the entire universe. Only 9 great Universe Lord had the power to fight against the world will of the eternal great world, and he could ignore the restrictions of the world will. Otherwise, if the news of Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure falling into their hands were to be leaked, they wouldn't be able to find peace anymore. You think you can obtain Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure with just your abilities? You are overestimating yourselves. I still need some resources to advance my cultivation. I will devour the 3 of you. That should be enough. Yang Fann sneered. A scorching light flashed across his eyes. He was only a tiny bit away from breaking through. Based on his estimations, he would at most have 1 to 2,000 cubic meters worth of origin of eternity. He would be able to break through successfully. As for Extreme Half-Step Sovereign, he would be able to refine 7 to 800 cubic meters of origin of eternity no matter what. 3 Extreme Half-Step Sovereign and 2,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity should not be a difficult task. What did this thief say? He actually wants to devour us. Is he blind? Venerable Yanjie and the other 2 had a look of disbelief on their faces. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. Otherwise, why would he say such crazy words? All 3 of them were Extreme Half-Step Sovereign. Each of them was not much weaker than him. If the 3 of them joined forces, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As long as one wasn't an idiot, he would be able to tell that he had no chance of winning. At that moment, aphids, I'll show you my true strength. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Fann's face, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body erupted without any reservation. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's strength, defense, endurance, stamina. All of this was like a mountain flood that had erupted, crazily soaring. 1-fold, 3-fold, 10 times, 100 times. Grug 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 in all directions, a large area of space was unable to withstand the violent pressure and exploded inch by inch. Endless streams of air were flowing in reverse. They were raging, they were collapsing. Even time seemed to have stopped flowing at this moment. Venerable Yanjie, Venerable Lei Yao, and Venerable Huang Long were completely dumbfounded. They were so shocked that their minds were on the verge of collapsing. They let out hysterical cries. You, Universe Sovereign, this is the power of the Universe Sovereign. You are the Universe Sovereign. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. C. 1949. All of them Eternal Great World, Blue Forest Great World, Yan Province, Kaihuo County. The minds of Venerable Yanjie, Venerable Lei Yao, and Venerable Yellow Dragon all collapsed, especially that Venerable Yanjie. He let out a hysterical howl, unable to believe it. He could not believe what had just happened. 15 million years ago, he had even fought with him once. At that time, the power that had erupted from him, it wasn't much stronger than him. If it wasn't for the fact that the Fire Clan's divine fire was suppressed, it was still unknown who would win that battle. If it was really that Universe Sovereign, he wouldn't have been able to escape back then. As for whether he would be able to break through the final bottleneck and advance to the Universe Sovereign in a short period of 15 million years, that was even more impossible. Whether or not he would be able to refine a cubic meter of origin of eternity in a short period of 15 million years was an unknown. What kind of joke was that to advance to the Universe Sovereign? Furthermore, if someone really succeeded in breaking through to the Universe Sovereign realm, within their Blue Forest Great World, a strange phenomenon was bound to occur. However, that strange phenomenon simply didn't exist. Yanjie, oh Yanjie, we are brothers now. We have known each other for hundreds of eras. Is this how you tricked us? Venerable Lei Yao looked at Venerable Yanjie with an indescribable resentment. To think that he would let them surround and kill the Universe Sovereign. To think that he would think of this. Motherfucker, I was really blind. Why did I acknowledge such a bastard as my brother? Extreme Half-Step Sovereign, although there was only a slight gap between them, the gap between them was far greater than the distance between them. They were 2 completely different creatures of different levels. Even if dozens or hundreds of Extreme Half-Step Sovereign joined forces, they still might not be a match for a Universe Sovereign. Even the 3 of them dared to cause trouble for a Universe Sovereign. It was because they felt that their death was not fast enough. If I don't die today, I will settle this score with your fire clan. In the next second, Venerable Lei Yao turned his gaze and smiled flatteringly at Yang Fann. He said, "Sir, please look into it. All of this was caused by this old man Yan Zhe. I have no intention of becoming your enemy." "That's right, I hope that the Great One can understand that all of this was this old man Yan Zhe's fault, all his fault." Venerable Huang Long immediately echoed and pushed all the mistakes toward Venerable Yan Zhe. The friendship of more than 100 eras had all been lost at this moment. "Since you are being heartless, don't blame us for being unjust. If it wasn't for the fact that Venerable Yan Zhe had tricked him on purpose. They said that they were only trying to kill a venerable extreme half-step sovereign. How could they possibly get involved in this mess? It wasn't like they had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Why would they do such a stupid thing? It was quite a clean push, but since you're here, you better stay here obediently." The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He had no intention of letting Venerable Lei Yao and Venerable Huang Long go. How could he let the fat meat in his mouth slip away under his nose just like that? Whether he could successfully advance to the sovereign realm would depend on them. Besides, if it wasn't because of his strength, he would have made another qualitative breakthrough. If it was him from 5 million years ago, would they let him go when he ran into the three of them? "Bitch it, this guy is determined to kill us." Venerable Lei Yao's heart trembled, and his eyes flickered with determination. Great lightning teleportation, rumble, the light of thunder around him exploded forth, and his entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot off into the distance. Dragon Emperor blood escape. Huang Long wasn't slow either. He spat out a mouthful of his natal blood essence, and his speed instantly increased by several hundred times. Not only that, he wasn't any weaker than many low-level universe sovereign warriors. Yuan Fire God, escape. After spending 5 million years and countless treasures, he was finally able to recover the lost blood essences. He had never thought that he would be forced to use Yuan Fire God's escape technique again so quickly. This time, he had suffered a huge loss. In such a short period of time, using Yuan Fire God's escape technique twice in a row had shaken his foundation. If he didn't have any great fortuitous encounters in the future, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through to the universe sovereign realm. "Bitch bastard, I won't let you go if I can't get my hands on my clan's treasure. You won't be able to keep it safe either. If I don't die this time, I will definitely leak the news of the treasure to the public." Venerable Yan Zhe secretly made up his mind. He wouldn't let Yang Fann have a good time, and he wouldn't let Yang Fann have a good time either. As long as the news of Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure was leaked out, even the universe sovereign wouldn't have a good time. As one of the best middle-level universe sovereign warriors, even many middle-level universe sovereign warriors would be tempted by his treasures. Right at this moment, a cruel smile flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. "You want to escape? Have you asked me? I'm Moduola's power, suppress no one knew when, but the city of Mournful Dora had already completely enveloped the surrounding 10,000 light years. While he was in seclusion, Yang Fann did not give up on repairing the city of Mournful Dora. Now, not only had the city of Mournful Dora recovered to its original state, it had even started to transform under the nourishment of Yang Fann's large amount of spatial treasures. It had completely surpassed the scope of a supreme-grade top-level main divine artifact. Although it hadn't truly advanced to the universe treasure realm, it could be considered as the embryonic form of a universe treasure, and it was able to display part of its supreme treasure's power. It had a great effect on some low-level universe sovereign warriors. Bang bang. Venerable Yan Zhe, Venerable Lei Yao, and Venerable Huang Long were only extreme half-step sovereign. They were more than 10 times or even 100 times weaker than the real universe sovereign. They couldn't even last for a breath of time before they were crushed to the ground by Moduola's power. No, Kong. The space treasure, this was the power of the space treasure. It's over, we're finished. In an instant, endless despair engulfed the hearts of Venerable Yan Zhe and the other two. The universe sovereign was already terrifying enough, but it was still able to control a space treasure. This was not giving them any chance of survival. "No, please spare my life, my lord. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. My lord, I beg of you, please spare my life, understand? Are you willing to surrender?" "No need." The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He raised his hand to cover the sky and pressed down on the three great extreme half-step sovereign. How could taking them as his subordinates be more important than advancing to the sovereign realm? Once he successfully advanced into the sovereign realm, his combat strength would definitely have another qualitative breakthrough. At that time, he might even be able to fight some middle-level universe sovereign warriors. A mere extreme half-step sovereign was nothing. Ah no, it's a sex life. You won't die a good death, you won't die a good death. Rumble. Under Yang Fann's terrifying soul power, which was comparable to the universe sovereign, there was nowhere for Venerable Yan Zhe and the other two to hide. Very quickly, all of their belongings were taken by Yang Fann. As expected of extreme half-step sovereign, who was only one step away from the universe sovereign, each and every one of them was worth 10 times more than Venerable Mu Feng. Even Yang Fann had found nearly 1,000 cubic meters of the origin of eternity. Good, my Dao has been completed. C-1950. They killed the 10,000 Flower Pavilion Hua Province, one of the 68 great provinces of the Blue Forest Great World, and also the top 20 high-grade Great Province. The overall strength of this province was far from what High Province could compare with. There were a total of 263 provinces. The prefecture overseer of a province was a half-step sovereign, and he was also a high-level half-step sovereign. But even so, this prefecture overseer was still not the true leader of the entire Hua province. Because, in this Hua province, there was a huge monster, and it was none other than. It was precisely the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, which was known as the Man's Paradise. Not only was the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion powerful, it also had several half-step sovereign guarding it. Its background was complicated, and it also had several universe sovereign guarding it. It had an unclear relationship with them. Even an ordinary low-level universe sovereign would have to be wary of it. Although the prefecture overseer of Hua State had an official background, he was still much weaker than the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. In Hua Province, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was the true uncrowned king. Before the prefecture overseer of Hua Province took office, the first thing he did was to pay a visit to the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. It wasn't difficult to see the power and influence of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. In the center of the Hua Province, there was a huge city that spanned tens of thousands of light years. This city was vast and majestic, only slightly inferior to Huazhou State City's Tianhua City. It was the indisputable second largest city in the Huazhou State. It was even more prosperous than Tianhua City. 10,000 Flower City, the headquarters of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. Central region of Myriad Flower City. There was a palace complex that was connected to hundreds of light-years of land. This was the headquarters of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. Those large palaces were magnificent and golden. Vaguely, there seemed to be a powerful formation hidden within them. Once it was activated, it would be earth-shattering and kill everything in its path. Even extreme half-step sovereign might be killed if he was not careful. In the center of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, the 10,000 Flower Palace. A man was sitting on the main seat. He was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. However, his eyes were flickering with an experienced gaze. The world had changed. The charm of the passage of time was constantly circulating on his body. His aura was ancient. He looked down on all living beings in the world. He was the only one who could reign supreme in the world around him. He was thin and fat. He was surrounded by dozens of beautiful women with graceful appearances. This young man was none other than the master of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, the true uncrowned king of Hua Province, Venerable Wanhua. On both sides of Venerable Myriad Flower, there was also a terrifying expert with an aura as deep as the ocean. These two men were Venerable Wanhua's right-hand men, the two great deputies of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, Pavilion Master, Venerable Expelling Wind, and Venerable Broken Moon. In the center of the main hall, over 100 dancers from different races were dancing. Each of them was wearing revealing clothes, and they danced along with the dance. The waves were surging, and it could shake one's soul. Pavilion Master, Elder Blue Wing has been gone for such a long time. Could it be that something has happened? A serious look flashed across the Broken Moon Venerable's eyes. The Yan province isn't far from their Hua province. With Blue Wing's speed, he should have returned a long time ago. The Blue Spirit Divine Light clan was the most skilled. Although Venerable Blue Wing was only a low-grade half-step sovereign, his speed was the fastest. In fact, he was even a little bit stronger than Blue Wing. It has indeed been a while. Venerable Wanhua frowned slightly. He had just contacted Venerable Blue Wing and there was no news of him. He was afraid that something had really happened to this elder. Expelling Wind, Duan Yu, which one of you is willing to go? Pavilion Master, let me do it. The Venerable from Expelling Wind slowly stood up. He was also a high-level half-step sovereign, but in terms of speed, he was much stronger than the Venerable. All right, I will leave it to you. You must bring back those female slaves that are of the highest quality. It was rare to see female slaves of such quality, especially to those who practiced evil cultivation techniques. They were the best dual cultivation furnaces. Each of them was worth a fortune. Losing one was a huge loss. Pavilion Master, leave everything to me. How dare you have designs on my sister and woman? What audacity! There is really no need for the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion to exist anymore. A voice that sent chills down one's spine suddenly rang out within the 10,000 Flower Palace. Who is it? The expression of Venerable 10,000 Flower changed. A solemnness that could not be hidden flashed across his eyes. The 10,000 Flower Palace was the core of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. It was heavily guarded, and it was enough to cause the scalps of many half-step sovereign warriors to turn numb. Being able to approach the 10,000 Flower Palace without being detected, the strength of this person was at least at the same level as extreme half-step sovereign. Grug grug. The void was torn apart like a curtain. Yang Fann took a step out from the void. After suppressing Venerable Yan Zhe, Venerable Yellow Dragon, and Venerable Lei Yao, Yang Fann did not immediately enter secluded cultivation to advance to the sovereign realm. Instead, he rushed to 10,000 Flowers Pavilion without stopping. If he did not take care of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, he would not be in the mood to enter secluded cultivation to break through. Who are you? I don't think our 10,000 Flowers Pavilion has offended you, right? A trace of deep fear flashed across Venerable Wanwa's eyes. He had laid down a large number of divine formation seals in the palace. The toughness of the spatial barrier was not something that could be easily torn apart by extreme half-step sovereign. The strength of this black-clothed man that suddenly appeared was even greater than what he had estimated. He was considered one of the top amongst the numerous extreme half-step sovereign, and was only a tiny bit away from advancing. You didn't offend me, old thief. Could it be that you are senile and muddle-headed? You forgot what you just said. You actually want to capture my sister and my woman as your slaves. Who gave you the guts to do so? What? This person came for those girls? Venerable Wanwa was shocked. He instantly cursed the evil spirit ruler for being blind. This was what you meant when you said that there were no experts around him. After I kill this man, I will definitely demote your evil spirit clan to the lowest and lowest slave clan. Sir, this matter belongs to the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. No, in this case, my 10,000 Flowers Pavilion is willing to compensate you with 100 top-grade divine crystals and settle this matter here. What do you think? After pondering for a moment, Venerable Wanwa spoke. At this moment, they could only lower their heads and give in. It was better not to make an enemy out of an extreme half-step sovereign. Especially the person in front of them, his strength might even be higher than his. If 10,000 Flowers Pavilion wanted to defeat him, they would have to use their resources. Furthermore, this was only a defeat. If he wanted to leave, he might not be able to leave the third floor. 100 top-grade divine crystals, what a huge sum of money! A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. It's a pity that all of you shouldn't have any designs on my sister and woman. Today, all of you will die, sir. Don't go too far. In this world, having more friends was always better than having more enemies. 10,000 Flowers Pavilion is not a place to be trifled with. See 1951A Bluff Wajo, Myriad Flower City, Myriad Flower Palace. A hint of anger flashed across Venerable 10,000 Flowers' eyes. He admitted that he was being sincere. 100 top-grade divine crystals was the total fortune of many middle-grade half-step sovereign. Besides, they had never suffered any losses in this matter, but they still refused to give up. Did they really think that 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was a pushover that could be easily bullied? You want to become my enemy? Your 10,000 Flowers Pavilion isn't qualified to be my enemy. Yang Fann squinted his eyes, totally not putting Venerable Wanwa in his eyes. If it was 15 million years ago, he had not obtained Sovereign Nuyan's treasure, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body had not reached the true 9th transformation huge perfection, perhaps he would still be afraid of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. But now, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was just a bunch of chickens and dogs. If he still wanted to make Sovereign Nuyan his enemy, he would have to take a look at his own appearance. Good. It seems that you are determined to make things difficult for our 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. Venerable Wanwa said the word, good, 3 times in a hurry. The fury in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Who did he think he was? Even if it was the universe sovereign, he had to give face to the Wanhua Tavern. He did not dare to provoke their 10,000 flowers pavilion. A mere extreme half-step sovereign actually dared to speak such arrogant words. Today, if they didn't teach him a bloody lesson, how would their 10,000 flowers pavilion stand in the Blue Forest Great World in the future? How would the people of the world view their 10,000 flowers pavilion? At most, they would just use up some vital energies. The 10,000 flowers pavilion had a huge business. They could afford to lose money. 10,000 Xing Wuji formation, activate. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Venerable Wanhua's eyes. He had activated the grand formation of 10,000 flowers pavilion. There was no need for him to probe further. In the face of an extreme half-step sovereign whose strength might even be higher than his, ordinary attacks were useless. Buzzing in an instant, time and space changed, and the stars shifted. Yang Fann discovered that he had already fallen into a starry sky. The starlight around him was resplendent, and his killing intent was boundless. 10,000 stars fall. A sound of great Tao came from all directions. The next second, boom 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 within the endless starry sky, one star after another suddenly began to shine brightly, illuminating the endless ages. Each and every one of these terrifying stars that were over 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter were densely packed together, shattering the vacuum. Like raindrops, they rushed towards Yang Fann. Each of these stars contained a supreme power, which was no less than the full power of a high-level half-step sovereign. They were densely packed together, forming a profound formation. The power of this formation was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. It was a full-force attack of some low-level universe sovereign warriors. If the universe sovereign didn't use its full power, even extreme half-step sovereign would be severely injured or even destroyed by the formation if he wasn't careful. What a great formation! It does have some skill. However, it is not enough to take my life. Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body exploded with all of its power. Rumble boom rumble, rumble. In an instant, endless divine light burst out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. The aura around his body increased crazily and steadily. His body also grew infinitely, turning into a terrifying giant spirit that was tens of thousands of miles tall. He looked like the legendary chaotic devil god who had created the world, towering and looking down upon the world. Bitch, this aura. No, that's not right. He's not extreme half-step sovereign, he's a real universe sovereign. Venerable Wanhua panicked. That terrifying pressure was not much weaker than the few universe sovereigns he had encountered. It was definitely not something that a half-step sovereign could possess. What should I do now? Should we continue or give up just like that? Very quickly, a conflicted look flashed across Venerable Wanhua's eyes. Extreme half-step sovereign, with the strength of 10,000 flowers pavilion, he was confident that they could completely suppress him. However, if it was the universe sovereign, even if they used all of their resources, they would only be able to fight him. There was no way they could completely suppress him. If they continued fighting, apart from wasting resources, there wouldn't be much of an effect. However, if they wanted to stop fighting, they would need the other party's agreement. It was not like they could stop fighting just because he said so. Bitch, evil spirit brat, you've tricked my 10,000 flowers pavilion to death. If I don't kill all of your family and friends, I'm not Venerable 10,000 flowers. Heaven devouring earth devouring technique, devour rumble. A punch was thrown out, and a terrifying devouring black hole suddenly appeared. It covered an area of several tens of thousands of light years, crazily devouring those terrifying stars that fell from the sky. Yang Fann's aura started to grow. Every star was the purest essence of the stars. Swallowing a star was no less than swallowing 1,000,000 high-grade divine crystals. If he could devour and refine all these densely packed stars, it would definitely be no less than swallowing a few hundred top-grade divine crystals. Ha ha ha. This is fun, this is really fun, don't stop, let's continue. If you have the guts, use the stars to smash me to death. Yang Fann laughed wildly. He was the one who controlled the great Tao of Devour. The thing he was least afraid of was this pure energy attack. It was simply sending food to him. Furthermore, with his terrifying divine body that was comparable to the universe treasure, there was no need for him to worry. It would explode from the energy. In fact, Yang Fann could even see a glimmer of hope of breaking through to the sovereign realm in the formation. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to refine Venerable Flame Jay and the other two, and he would be able to break through to the sovereign realm. In just a short period of time, He had already devoured the energy of a few top-grade divine crystals. If this 10,000 Xing Wuji array could be activated for a long period of time, how much energy would it devour? A few tens of thousands of top-grade divine crystals, and even a few 100,000 top-grade divine crystals. Although top-grade divine crystals were far from being as good as Origin of Eternities, a few tens of millions of top-grade divine crystals together was enough to match up to a few thousand cubic meters of Origin of Eternities. Ah, how could this be? Venerable Wanwa's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. The myriad Xing Wuji Grand Formation was one of the most powerful defensive formations of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. It was just a few low-level universe sovereign warriors who didn't have any precious treasures to protect them. There was a possibility that they would suffer a great loss in their myriad Xing Wuji formation. But now, what did he just see? That guy had actually used the destruction of the stars as food. Not only did the Grand Formation not harm him, but it also caused him to feel a sense of dread. Hong Long. No, he's bluffing. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed within Venerable Myriad Flower's sea of consciousness. He had absorbed so much energy in such a short period of time. Even a high-level low-level universe sovereign wouldn't feel good about it. And this black-clothed youth gave him the feeling that, that's right, he must be bluffing. Actually, HMPH, I almost fell for your trick. If you want to swallow, I'll let you swallow enough today. I'm just afraid that you won't have such a good appetite. Myriad Xing Wuji Formation, Stars Fall C1952. The Lord of Heaven opening 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, under the formation of Myriad Xing Wuji. Rumble, rumble, horrifying stars appeared one after another. One terrifying star after another tore through the skies, smashing towards the devouring black hole. Venerable Wanwa, who thought that he had seen through everything, exerted all his strength to activate the formation. Numerous small mountains of Xing Wujis quickly crumbled, producing numerous energy stars. If you want to devour them, then I'll let you devour as much as you can. He didn't believe that the wealth accumulated by the Wanwa Tavern over 100 eras wouldn't be enough to kill Yang Fann. As the #1 gold cave in the Blue Forest Great World, the Wanwa Tavern was rich in wealth. Compared to many top powers, it wasn't inferior at all. In fact, it was even better than many of them. Not to mention a low-grade top-level universe sovereign, even a middle-level universe sovereign could explode if he dared to devour them without any restraint. Are you trying to kill me with your energy? I have to say, this is a good idea. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a hint of ridicule flashed across his face. It would be impolite for me to decline such a big gift. The body was comparable to a universe treasure. Even many top-level universe sovereign warriors might not have such a terrifying divine body. If they wanted to blow Yang Fann up, not to mention a mere Wanwa Tavern, even those top powers with high-level universe sovereign cultivation bases might not be able to do it. At this moment, Yang Fann temporarily gave up on the idea of breaking the formation and suppressing Venerable Wanwa. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated crazily. Waves of pure star energy was directly refined by Yang Fann into the strength of Origin. It continuously flowed through the devouring black hole into Yang Fann's body and into the dimensional realm. 2 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 3 days, 6 days, 10 days. Soon, it was a month later. Bitch it, why hasn't he reached his limit yet? The complacency on Venerable Wanwa's face had completely disappeared, and was replaced by an indescribable shock. In just a month's time, their 10,000 Flowers Pavilion had been exhausted. How many high-grade divine crystals? 5 trillion, a total of 5 trillion top-grade divine crystals. If converted into top-grade divine crystals, that would be a total of 50,000 extreme half-step sovereigns. Many of extreme half-step sovereigns' belongings were far from enough to produce so many top-grade divine crystals. In just a month's time, absorbing such a vast amount of energy, even those peak low-level universe sovereign would explode. However, the person in front of him was completely fine. Not to mention the fact that his divine body had cracked, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Can I really make him explode? Unknowingly, Wanwa Venerable's thoughts began to waver. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. No, we can't go on like this. This guy is a bottomless pit. If we want to completely blow him up, who knows how many resources we'll need. A trace of anxiety flashed across Venerable Wanwa's eyes. He couldn't hold on any longer. Although the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion had a huge family, the loss of 10 million high-grade divine crystals was enough to cause a huge damage to the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion's yuan qi. One had to know that 100,000 top-grade divine crystals was equivalent to the wealth of an ordinary low-level universe sovereign. In the next second, a golden light flashed in Venerable Wanwa's hand, and a battle axe made of gold appeared. It was a battle axe that was inscribed with countless ancient runes. It was the heaven-splitting axe. Bang! The golden battle axe exploded, turning into a terrifying axe that was tens of thousands of kilometers long. It was like the chaotic devil god had created the world, slaughtered gods and devils, and destroyed everything. This golden battle axe was a powerful one-time treasure. It was one of the most powerful hidden treasures of Venerable Wanwa. Within it was Sovereign Kai Tian's full-strength attack. This was a true universe sovereign, and it was also a high-level low-level universe sovereign. In the vast blue forest great world, Sovereign Kai Tian was definitely one of the top 5 experts, and he even had a chance to make it into the top 3. Yang Fann, who was frenziedly devouring the energy stars, frowned slightly. A terrifying and dangerous aura enveloped Yang Fann's entire body. Rumble, rumble, the heavenly pillars of laws within his body began to shine with divine light. The energy within his body began to rise steadily, wildly rising. Not good, he still has something to hide. Wanwa's supremacy's expression changed as an extreme sense of unease swept through his heart. Break for me, rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm and smashed the starry sky with his fist, hitting the terrifying axe. The sky and earth were collapsing. The giant axe was destroyed at a rapid speed. Terrifying energy waves swept across the surroundings. Grug grug grug. The 10,000 Xing Wuji formation was unable to withstand the wave of energy, and began to crumble at a terrifying speed. One breath later, time and space changed, and Yang Fann once again appeared in 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. However, in the current 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, a large number of palaces, including the 10,000 Flower Palace, had all been destroyed and turned into dust. No one knew how many there were, but the expert in the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion had turned into powder, and not even a corpse was left behind. It was actually destroyed just like that. What a pity, what a pity. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In just 2 months, the amount of energy he had absorbed was no less than 200 cubic meters of origin of eternity. If this continued, he only needed another year and a half to break through that barrier and break through to the domination stage. Never would he have thought that the formation of myriad Xing Wuji would be broken just like that. This had turned his plan into a bubble. Bitch it, Gao high low-level universe sovereign, he's actually a high low-level universe sovereign. No, I have to run now. Venerable Wanwa's desire to retreat increased dramatically. With the resources of Wanwa Tavern, they could only fight a low-level universe sovereign. If they wanted to defeat a high low-level universe sovereign, they wouldn't even have a window, let alone a door. If they continued to stay, he might not even be able to protect his own life. Void Life Lotus Rumble. A mysterious lotus bed suddenly appeared beneath Wanwa Supremacy's feet. With a slight twist of the lotus bed, Wanwa Supremacy's figure instantly vanished without a trace. You want to leave? Be good and stay behind, Modula said. Bang! The mysterious lotus bed that had disappeared suddenly appeared 10 light years away, and Venerable Myriad Flower landed on the ground. Rumble. The sky darkened. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and grabbed towards Venerable Wanwa. Oh no! In that instant, an ominous feeling of collapse swept through Venerable Wanwa's heart. He wanted to dodge, but under the suppression of the city of Mournful Dora. His speed was suppressed by more than 10 million times, which was faster than the speed of sound. He wasn't much stronger, so he ran away. It was simply an extravagant hope. Suddenly, a hint of determination flashed across Wanwa's eyes, as if he had made a great decision. He shouted in a shrill voice, "Ah, Sovereign Kai Tian, save me. Save me as long as you save me. I, 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, am willing to become your subordinate force, and pledge my loyalty to you." C-1953 Defeat the Universe Supremacy Myriad Flower City, 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. Venerable Myriad Flower let out a hysterical howl. At the moment of life and death, he couldn't care less. Although 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was his life's work, it was nothing compared to his life. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. At that moment, bang! A golden axe light tore through the air. The sky was ripped apart as it slashed down on the heaven-sheltering big hand, splitting it in half. The next second, Poochie. Ripples appeared in the space above Venerable Wanwa as a person appeared out of thin air. This was a terrifying expert over 10 meters tall with black fur all over his body and the face of an ape. The power of the body was so powerful that it was difficult to describe with words. It was as if it could devour the entire world in just a breath's time. It was just a single stand. The space around him started to crack, as if it would explode in the next second. Universe Sovereign. A dignified look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He could sense a deep sense of danger from the ape expert that appeared out of nowhere. Universe Sovereign. This man was definitely a Universe Sovereign, and he was even an ordinary low-level Universe Sovereign. Greetings, Sovereign Kai Tian. Wanhua Venerable hurriedly bowed, his heart was still in his throat. He slightly relaxed his grip and decided to save his own life. He had saved it a few dozen eras ago. Sovereign Kai Tian was already a high-level low-level Universe Sovereign. Now, dozens of eras had passed. Even if he hadn't broken through to the peak low-level Universe Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. With his protection, he would definitely be able to ensure his own safety. No need for formalities, Venerable Wanhua. Remember what you just said. From now on, your 10,000 Flowers Pavilion will be a subordinate force of mine. Sovereign Kai Tian waved his hand gently. His voice carried a hint of excitement. He had been drooling over this gold-sucking machine of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion for a long time. However, Venerable Wanhua had always been wary of him and refused to submit to him. And because of the constraints of the other Universe Sovereigns, he couldn't force Venerable Wanhua. He didn't expect that the Universe Sovereign that appeared out of nowhere would actually help him greatly, allowing him to take advantage of this great opportunity for nothing. With this golden absorption weapon from 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, he would definitely be able to advance to the peak low-level Universe Sovereign even faster. In the next second, Sovereign Kai Tian turned his eyes to Yang Fann and said, "Friend, I have already protected 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. Please forgive them on my account. I am willing to compensate you with 500 cubic meters of Origin of Eternities." Sovereign Kai Tian didn't want to lose all decorum with a Universe Sovereign of the same level. Sovereign Kai Tian, this has nothing to do with you. If you are interested, you should leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yang Fann looked at Sovereign Kai Tian indifferently. Although this Sovereign Kai Tian made him afraid, it was only because he was afraid of him. He wasn't afraid. If he really fought with Sovereign Kai Tian, Yang Fann was very confident that he could defeat Sovereign Kai Tian. He could even completely suppress him. Just now, he had only revealed half of the power of the laws. All these years, he had devoured a lot of Top Dominator, Half-Step Sovereign, and Yang Fann's Tao of Law, and he had made great progress. He had mastered 2,136 of the 3,000 laws. Compared to many high-level Universe Sovereign, the number of laws he had was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, he had even surpassed them. Furthermore, Yang Fann still had a trump card in his hand, Sovereign Nuyan's Divine Fire Devil Suppression Halberd. That was a quasi-intermediate universe treasure, a supreme treasure that not even many middle-level Universe Sovereign warriors could possess. It would be of great help to Yang Fann. The true body of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion is guaranteed. I will ask you one last time. Do you want to withdraw or not? A hint of anger flashed across Sovereign Kai Tian's eyes. He would never give up on 10,000 Flowers Pavilion no matter what. To be honest, he had given enough face to this Universe Sovereign. 500 cubic meters of Origin of Eternity was almost the harvest of a low-level Universe Sovereign for an entire era. Today, Venerable Wanhua will die, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion will be destroyed, Yang Fann said in a firm tone. There was no doubt in his voice. You are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, let me teach you a lesson. The cold shine in Sovereign Kai Tian's eyes flashed. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a golden axe appeared in his hand. It was the heaven-splitting axe, Sovereign Kai Tian's vital treasure, and a low-grade universe treasure. The heaven-splitting talisman in Venerable Wanhua's hand had a trace of this heaven-splitting axe. Rumble, rumble, with the axe in hand, Sovereign Kai Tian's aura began to rise wildly. His body also grew infinitely taller, turning into a terrifying great god who was no weaker than Yang Fann. The heaven-splitting axe in his hand tore through the space and slashed at Yang Fann. Sovereign Kai Tian's main cultivation was the law of strength, the heaven-splitting great Tao. This strike was terrifyingly powerful. It had the power to destroy the universe. Even many of the peak low-level Universe Sovereign were weaker than it. They didn't dare to face it head-on and avoided it temporarily. Competing with me in terms of strength, I'm not afraid of you. After the 9 revolutions, divine devil body reached the 9th transformation, huge perfection. When it came to strength, Yang Fann was not afraid of anyone in the low-level universe sovereign. Buzz. A fiery light flashed in his hand, and the divine fire devil suppression halberd appeared in his hand. Kill rumble, the halberd and axe collided. A terrifying tide of energy seemed to want to overturn the entire world. Ahhhhhhhh. Sovereign Kai Tian, Yang Tianyi. Their mountain-like bodies were forced back at an incredible speed. Sovereign Kai Tian had suffered a great loss during the first exchange of blows. With the full power of the law and the divine fire devil suppression halberd, Yang Fann's strength was terrifying. He had definitely surpassed a peak low-level universe sovereign, and was strong enough to fight against some extreme low-level universe sovereign warriors. Bitch it, a peak low-level universe sovereign, you are a peak low-level universe sovereign. Sovereign Kai Tian's eyes widened in anger, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Even a peak low-level universe sovereign wouldn't be able to injure him with just a single strike. Only a peak low-level universe sovereign could have such a terrifying strength. Yang Fann didn't answer Sovereign Kai Tian's question. He moved his body and shattered the spatial zone, then he lunged at Sovereign Kai Tian. Bang bang, the heaven-splitting axe and the divine fire devil suppression halberd collided with each other. In just a breath's time, they had exchanged thousands of blows. Cough cough cough. Sovereign Kai Tian coughed out blood again and again. His arms were even cracking open. Golden divine bloods that looked like small lakes kept dripping down, corroding the ground and forming terrifying sinkholes. Ha ha ha, this feels good, really good. Kill kill kill, old man Kai Tian, come again. Yang Fann laughed wildly. The divine fire devil suppression halberd danced quickly, tearing apart the sky. Boundless spatial turbulence wreaked havoc in the world. At this moment, the myriad flower sovereign, even though he had tried his best to dodge, he was still like a lone boat in the ocean. He was in danger of being overturned at any moment. Grug grug grug, the cracks on Sovereign Kai Tian's body continued to spread and crisscross, shocking everyone. No, no way, retreat, he had to retreat immediately, otherwise, this sovereign might really die here. C. 1954, Yang Fann was facing his tribulation, Wanhua City, Washington. A trace of anxiety flashed across Sovereign Kai Tian's eyes. He thought that he would be able to defeat Yang Fann with his divine strength, but he never expected Yang Fann to be hiding something. The scariness of his combat strength was no less than that of some peak low-level universe sovereign. He was a peak low-level universe sovereign that relied on his supreme divine strength. He still had the strength to fight, but he wanted to surpass 2 levels and challenge the limit of low-level universe sovereign. It was too difficult, too difficult. From the beginning to the end, he had been completely suppressed, and he had no chance of winning at all. After struggling for more than an hour, Sovereign Kai Tian finally had the thought of retreating. Under the attack of the divine fire devil suppression halberd, there was not a single part of his body that was still intact, and his divine body was on the verge of collapsing. If this battle continued, he would have to die here. He looked apologetically at Venerable Wanhua, who was struggling to survive in the turbulent spatial current. At this point, he couldn't care less about Venerable Wanhua. He was about to lose his life. How could he be in the mood to care about the life and death of Venerable Wanhua? Whether he would live or die would depend on his luck. In the next second, a ray of light flashed in Sovereign Kai Tian's hand. A divine talisman appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. Rumble. A terrifying spatial teleportation power enveloped Sovereign Kai Tian's entire body. Not good, he wants to escape. Yang Fann's expression changed. If he could keep a universe sovereign, the benefits he could obtain would be 100 times greater than an extreme half-step sovereign like Venerable Yanjie. At that time, not to mention advancing to the sovereign realm, it wouldn't be impossible for him to leap into the intermediate level, or even higher low-level dominator. Stay here. Boom, a bright divine light burst out from the city of mournful Dora. Moduola unleashed his full strength, suppressing Sovereign Kai Tian. Unfortunately, he was still one step away. With a twist of the power of space, Sovereign Kai Tian had already disappeared without a trace. Bitch it, I still let him escape. Yang Fann cursed in his heart. The spatial divine tool of the city of mournful Dora was still a little lacking. It was merely an embryo of a supreme treasure, and there was a limited restriction on the universe sovereign. Perhaps, he would have to wait until it truly transformed into a universe treasure before he had the confidence to suppress a universe sovereign like Sovereign Kai Tian. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann calmed his emotions and stopped thinking about it. Since Sovereign Kai Tian had already fled, it would be useless no matter how much he thought about it. In the next moment, Yang Fann turned his gaze and looked at Venerable Wanhua, who was struggling in the turbulent spatial current. Rumble. He raised his right arm and clawed at Venerable Myriad Flower. Ah, don't, spare my life. Lord, spare me, spare me. Reverend Wanhua's mind was in complete disarray, and he let out a miserable howl. How dare you try to harm my sister and my woman? Your fate is already decided. You will only die. Boom! The heaven-sheltering big hand crushed down on Venerable Wanhua, completely suppressing him. Soon, the entire 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was uprooted by Yang Fann. The living beings inside were either destroyed or turned into slag, or they became Yang Fann's captives. Including the two high-level half-step sovereign from the expelling wind and the broken moon, there was no way for them to resist. 2 hours later, a smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. This 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was indeed worthy of being called a famous money-sucking tool in the Blue Forest Great World. The wealth it possessed was much greater than what he had imagined. Besides the lack of universe treasures and sufficient origin of eternities, the other treasures were not inferior to Sovereign Nu Yan's. In fact, they were even better than his. Just the number of top-grade divine crystals alone exceeded 300,000. Many low-level universe sovereign warriors might not be able to take out so many top-grade divine crystals in one go. No wonder that Sovereign Kai Tian would take the risk of offending a universe sovereign to get himself involved in this mess. Immortal Spirit World, Origin Space. Buzz. The space distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Right now, he was ruthlessly suppressing the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion behind Venerable Blue Wing. It was time for him to take that final step and become a sovereign lord. When he thought about it, he felt a hint of excitement. At that time, even without the help of the eternal strength of world, he would still be able to fight against them, or even defeat some middle-level universe sovereign warriors. In the vast eternal world, he could be considered to have successfully squeezed into the top group of people. One had to know that in the eternal world, the 9th level and even more universe sovereign were only low-level universe sovereign. Middle-level universe sovereign, if he was willing to join the Supreme Court, he could directly become a sector lord and control a large world. Rumble. Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique to the limit. His body transformed into devouring black holes as he crazily devoured the surrounding origin of eternities. These origin of eternities were roughly 1,800 cubic meters in size. Nearly 1,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities came from Yanzhe, Lei Yao, and Huang Long. The remaining 800 cubic meters of origin of eternities were taken from Venerable Wanhua. From this, it wasn't hard to tell that the bountiful resources of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion were comparable to the 3 extreme half-step sovereign. Buzz. The 1,800 cubic meter origin of eternity began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1,800 cubic meters. 1,600 cubic meters. 1,200 cubic meters. 800 cubic meters. 300 cubic meters. While Yang Fann was cultivating in seclusion, the news that the headquarters of 10,000 Flowers Pavilion had been destroyed by the mysterious universe sovereign spread throughout Hua province at a terrifying speed, as if it would sweep through all 68 provinces of the Blue Forest Great World. Soon, the entire Blue Forest Great World, and even the nearby Great Worlds, were filled with undercurrents. Countless influences were sharpening their blades, wanting to take action against the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. Wealth moved the hearts of people. As the famous gold-dispelling cave, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was truly rich. Even many top powers might not be particularly rich. No one knew how many powers were eyeing the wealth of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. It was just that they were afraid of the powerful strength of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, and had a good relationship with several universe sovereign behind their backs. That was why they suppressed the greed in their hearts and didn't dare to put it into action. Now, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion had offended that mysterious universe sovereign. Including Pavilion Master Wanhua, all the half-step sovereign warriors had died. Their overall strength had fallen to the lowest point. It was not an exaggeration to say that they existed in name only. If the heavens are with you, if you don't take it, you will suffer the wrath of heaven. Not long after that, numerous powers attacked one after another, continuously attacking the branches of the various cities in the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, and killing the remaining survivors of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. 1,000 years was merely 1,000 years. The prosperous 10,000 Flowers Pavilion had become history. All the branches had been robbed, and a large number of female slaves had been robbed. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, all of them had changed their faces. They didn't dare to call themselves the people of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. There were less than 100 square cubic meters of origin of eternities in the surrounding 1,800 cubic meters. His cultivation base had finally reached its limit, and he could no longer absorb any more origin of eternities. There was no way for him to advance any further. It's time to activate the main god tribulation. Confirming the Tao of the Sovereign. C. 1955 Horrifying Sovereign Tribulation. After 3,000 years, Yang Fann had absorbed 1,700 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Finally, he had pushed his cultivation base to the limit. If he couldn't successfully cross the main god tribulation, he would have no way to advance to the domination stage. Eternal Great World, Hua Province. Grug the Void distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. However, he did not immediately erupt with his own aura and activate the main god tribulation. This wasn't a good place to transcend the tribulation. To be precise, the entire Eternal Great World wasn't a good place to transcend the tribulation. With Yang Fann and the others' innate talent and strength, transcending the main god tribulation was enough to cause the entire county to shake, attracting a large number of overlord experts from the county. Not to mention him, Yang Fann had a feeling. If he were to transcend his tribulation in this Eternal Great World without any scruples, he was afraid that it would shake a great world, or even the entire human domain. At that time, he would definitely attract the attention of many universe sovereigns. Even the Supreme Human Emperor might be attracted to him. Once his true strength was revealed, what consequences would be brought about? Yang Fann really did not dare to take the risk. A tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. A half-step dominator who wasn't even a ruler, yet had the power to challenge a universe sovereign that was a level higher than him. Even an idiot would know that there was a huge secret hidden in his body. One should know that when he was at the half-step dominator stage, it was already the limit for him to challenge a top dominator opponent who was a higher level than him. If he really exposed his true cultivation base, he would never have a peaceful day. If he wasn't careful, he would die without a burial ground. With his current strength, even after passing the main god tribulation, he would at most have the strength of a middle-level universe sovereign. Even if he hid in the magic world, fighting a high-level universe sovereign was his limit. Any top-level universe sovereign could easily slaughter the entire magic world and suppress him, let alone the Supreme Universe Lord. It was absolutely not harder to kill him than pinching an ant to death. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Supreme Human Emperor and the others thought that they were all human. It was not difficult for him, but what about the other supreme races? It was afraid that none of the supreme races would be willing to have such a monster appear in their human race. Its combat strength wasn't any weaker than the Universe Sovereign before reaching the domination stage. Once it advanced to the Universe Sovereign, its combat strength would skyrocket. Even Universe Lord didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat it. The emergence of a puny human Supreme Human Emperor had already infuriated many powerful races. No matter what, they wouldn't allow another battle power of Universe Lord to appear in the human race. In order to kill him, even great Universe Lord wouldn't be able to hold himself back. Very quickly, Yang Fann's figure soared into the sky. It was inevitable that he would leave the Eternal Great World for the time being. Within the space-time corridor. Before coming here, Yang Fann had been very careful, deeply afraid that he would encounter a large spatiotemporal storm. But now, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. A mere time and space corridor was no longer a big threat to him. With his 9 revolutions Divine Devil Body's 9th transformation huge perfection defense, to put it bluntly, even if he went deep into the spatial vortex, he wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Along the way, it was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness. 1 year later, Yang Fann exited the space-time corridor and disappeared into the vast starry sky in the blink of an eye. Flying Star Great Realm. This was one of the 800 Great Realm in the middle of the universe. Among the 3,000 Great Realm in the universe, it could be ranked in the top 100. Whether it was in terms of size or strength, they were all ranked in the top 100. It was far from what the other Great Realm in the southern universe could compare with. Although there were no great realms or half-step sovereign in the great realm of Flying Star, there were a lot of high-level dominator warriors. There were even a few top dominator warriors. All the top powers in the great realm were guarded by supreme sovereign lords. For example, the Holy Land of Emperor Tai was at most one or two major powers in the great realm of Flying Star, and it was one of the weaker second-rate powers. Flying Star Great Realm, somewhere in the starry sky. Wang. Ripples appeared on the void as Yang Fann took a step forward. Alright, this is the place. Looking around, Yang Fann secretly made a decision. He used all his strength to teleport for more than a year. Currently, he was countless billions of trillions of light years away from the eternal great world. Even those universe lord wouldn't be able to sense the changes in this place. He could easily transcend his tribulation and ascend to the position of chief sovereign. The next second, rumble, 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 Yang Fann no longer suppressed his cultivation base, and his aura began to rise. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the wind blew and the clouds moved. With Yang Fann as the center, a layer of terrifying tribulation cloud suddenly gathered, and with a terrifying speed, it started expanding towards the four-direction starry sky. 1 light year, 100 light years, 10,000 light years, 1,000,000 light years, 100 million light years, 10 billion light years, billions of light years. Why is it getting dark? What exactly is going on here? Main God Tribulation. This is someone crossing the main God Tribulation. In the Flying Star Great Realm, countless people looked up at the sky. They didn't know what was going on. Why were there so many thunderbolts rolling in the sky all of a sudden? It looked like the end of the world. However, there were some top-level domain god and sovereign lords who recognized that someone was crossing the main god tribulation. However, very soon, the expressions of these top-level domain god and sovereign lords changed dramatically. Gulp gulp this. How was this possible? How can there be such a monster in this world? Although the boundless world wasn't the eternal great world, and the range of the main god tribulation was far beyond the eternal great world, an ordinary half-step dominator would only be able to activate the main god tribulation within a few hundred light years. If the main god tribulation could cover 1,000,000 light years, then that was already a genius amongst geniuses. 1 in 10,000. As long as he didn't die in the future, he would at least be a high-level dominator, and he had a high chance of breaking through to the top dominator. However, what they saw was that the terrifying main god tribulation covered more than a trillion light years. The most terrifying thing was that the terrifying tribulation cloud was still spreading rapidly in all directions, and it seemed like it was going to cover the entire great realm of the Flying Star sector. 1 day, 3 days, 9 days, half a month, 1 month, 3 months. That main god tribulation has been brewing for 3 months, but it still hasn't fully formed. I'm afraid. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Countless top-level domain god and sovereign lords were shivering all over. The length of the main god tribulation was proportionate to its power. Most half-step dominator main god tribulation could only be nurtured for 2 hours. That was already terrifying, and the area it covered was more than half of the Flying Star Great Realm. Beneath the tribulation cloud and the chief sovereign, every single one of them was trembling and prostrating themselves. Only the chief sovereign could maintain his standing. A year later, the main god tribulation had almost covered the entire Flying Star Great Realm. Even a middle-level dominator could only be crushed to the ground, unable to move. Terrifying. One should know that the pressure of the main god tribulation was concentrated on the person who was facing the tribulation. Soon, another month passed. The terrifying tribulation cloud completely enveloped the entire Flying Star Great Realm. At this moment, there were very few people who could still stand in the entire great realm of Flying Star. At the very least, they had the strength of a high-level dominator. Rumble, rumble, countless terrifying lightning dragons, numbering in the billions, swam and roared within the tribulation cloud. In an instant, the entire Flying Star Great Realm seemed to have become a world of lightning. Countless experts trembled in fear. They were deeply afraid that the lightning dragons would suddenly descend and completely annihilate them. Is it finally about to begin? Yang Fann's eyes lit up. In an instant, his invincible battle intent soared into the sky. Come main god tribulation, you can't stop me. See 1956 Thunder Tribulation Body Refinement. After a year and a month of nurturing, Yang Fann's main god tribulation had finally taken shape. It covered the entire great realm of Flying Star, and it gave off a terrifying pressure. No one below the high-level dominator could stand firm. Furthermore, this was not the man who had gone through the tribulation. The core of the divine tribulation, the pressure that the person who had transcended the tribulation had to bear. It was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying. Without the strength of a top dominator, there was no need for any divine lightning to descend. It would be suppressed by that terrifying pressure. Fortunately, Yang Fann had already anticipated all of this. He knew that his main god tribulation wasn't simple. He didn't recklessly face his tribulation in the eternal world. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the range of the main god tribulation in the eternal great world was far smaller than the 3000 great realm, it would still cover several provinces of the Blue Forest Great World. The Flying Star Great Realm was not an ordinary great realm. It was one of the top 100 and even the top 50 of the 3000 Great Realm. The size of the Great Realm was so vast that it was more than 10 times larger than the Blue Forest Great World. Rumble. Hundreds of millions of lightning dragons roared, finally transforming into a terrifying purple dragon that was countless light years long. With a thunderous momentum, it tore through space and charged towards Yang Fann. Gulp gulp, all right, what a terrifying tribulation lightning. It was terrifying. It was truly too terrifying. I can't block it at all. The great realm of the Flying Star Sector, the top dominator warriors widened their eyes one after another, even though there were billions of millions of miles between them. In a place that was a trillion light years away, the purple dragon had made them tremble in fear, as if it could kill them all with ease. Although due to the limited resources, the strongest amongst them was only a middle-grade top dominator, However, even if it was a mid-grade top dominator, the power of the purple dragon was at least comparable to a peak top dominator, or even a limit top dominator. After all, this was only the first tribulation lightning. How terrifying would the last 108 bolts of tribulation lightning be? Even the legendary universe sovereign might be severely injured or even killed. Was this still the sovereign tribulation? In the center of the thunder tribulation, facing this terrifying purple lightning dragon that could easily kill a top dominator, Yang Fann's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even use any defensive techniques, allowing the purple lightning to devour Dragon General. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit. The trillions of pores and cells in his body turned into a terrifying square-devouring black hole, crazily devouring the purple lightning dragon. When one's cultivation reached the limit, before one was able to become a ruler and the inner world transformed into a boundless world, there would be no room for improvement. However, it was not impossible for his divine body to improve. A body refinement could directly advance to the divine tribulation body refinement. This was a strategy that Yang Fann had long formulated. After all, his pure body defense was only comparable to a top-grade top-level main divine artifact. This terrifying main god tribulation, Hong Long, if he could temper his divine body to the universe treasure realm, he would be able to unleash the full power of his 9 revolutions divine devil body and divine body's defense. Even if it couldn't be compared to an intermediate defensive treasure, it could still be considered a top grade or even a top grade treasure. Even those high-level universe sovereign wouldn't be able to kill him so easily. Hiss. Divine tribulation body refinement. He actually used divine tribulation to break through to the body refinement. Fuck this. Can this be any crazier? The group of top dominator nearly broke down. The main god tribulation was the main god tribulation. Back when they were crossing the main god tribulation, all of them were extremely careful and used all their strength. They had never even heard of a monster that could use divine tribulation to break through to the body refinement, let alone seeing it. Buzz buzz, waves of pure power of thunder crazily surged into Yang Fann's body, tempering his entire body with trillions of cells. 2 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. 1 day later, the first bolt of tribulation lightning was finally devoured by Yang Fann. Sensing the obvious increase of the body defense, Yang Fann looked at the tribulation cloud in the sky, and it became even hotter. This is only the first tribulation lightning. If I can absorb all 108 tribulation lightning, what realm will my divine body's defense reach? The transformation of the body is definitely not a dream the next second. Ha ha ha, this is the divine tribulation. Are you going to tickle me again? I haven't eaten yet, so what? Can you give me some strength? A wild laugh came out of Yang Fann's mouth. He clamored and shouted at the main god tribulation. Fuck pick. Provoke is he provoking the main god tribulation? The surrounding top dominator couldn't hold it in any longer and started cursing. It's one thing for a body refinement thunder tribulation to challenge the main god tribulation, but now, it's provoking the main god tribulation. Fuck, how can there be such a maniac in this world? Rumble rumble, Lei Yun rolled around, and the lightning dragon roared. At this moment, the tribulation cloud seemed to have been completely enraged by Yang Fann, and the combined lightning dragon had doubled in power. Its power had also doubled. It wasn't just that, it had almost doubled in power, and it was chasing after the full-force attacks of some half-step sovereign warriors. Good, well done. When Yang Fann saw this, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. He wasn't afraid of the power of this tribulation lightning, but he was afraid that it wouldn't be powerful enough. As for whether or not he could pass the main god tribulation, Yang Fann had no doubt about it. After all, it was only the main god tribulation. Could it really destroy a universe treasure? As long as one of his cells still existed, he would be able to regrow his body immediately. It was easier said than done to completely destroy a universe treasure. Even if it was a limit universe sovereign, without an intermediate universe treasure, it would be extremely insignificant. Swallow it for me, be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. 3 days later, rumble, the third purple lightning dragon tore through the sky. Its power was so terrifying that it was very close to the threshold of the half-step sovereign. Even the low-level half-step sovereign wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Unfortunately, to Yang Fann, it was like a mud cow entering the ocean. It was devoured by Yang Fann without even stirring up a wave of wind. Rumble, one after another, purple lightning dragons whizzed past, crushing towards Yang Fann. Half a year later, the 18th purple lightning dragon tore through the air and arrived. That terrifying power, even the mid-half-step sovereign would be severely injured by that single strike. Grug, a tiny crack appeared on Yang Fann's body. It had broken through his defense. Without using the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his pure body defense was only comparable to a supreme grade top-level main divine artifact, and it was comparable to the terrifying lightning dragon of a high-level half-step sovereign. It was enough to cause him some damage. 1 year later, rumble, the 36th lightning dragon descended. Its power was terrifying, and it seemed like it had already stepped into the threshold of extreme half-step sovereign. In an instant, Yang Fann's divine body, which had just healed not long ago, was torn apart. It was full of crisscrossing cracks, like broken porcelain, as if it would completely shatter in the next second. I'm calling you arrogant, I'm calling you a body refinement thunder tribulation. Now, it's fine, there are only 36 bolts of tribulation lightning, but you can't take it anymore. There are 72 bolts of tribulation lightning left, let's see how you can withstand it. C. 1957 The last bolt of lightning flying star great realm. Many of the top dominator warriors around had a mocking smile on their faces. A hint of schadenfreude flashed across their faces as they thought about how they wanted to cross the main god tribulation. They had no idea how much suffering they had suffered, or how much suffering they had suffered. How much effort he had put in, and then looking at this man. He was a divine tribulation body refinement, and he was also challenging the thunder tribulation. If one were to say that there was no jealousy in one's heart, a little injustice, that was definitely a lie. But now, this arrogant fellow had finally met his retribution. Out of the 108 divine lightnings, only a third had passed, yet his divine body had already been shattered and was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps the next bolt of tribulation lightning would be able to take his life. Some top dominators' eyes sparkled with a strange light, and no one knew what they were planning. Although they couldn't see his true strength, there was one thing that they were certain of. The strength of this mysterious black-clothed man was 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than any top dominator like them. Not only that, the most important thing was, what was his cultivation base? Half-step dominator, a mere half-step dominator. He had the strength to challenge a half-step sovereign warrior who had a higher cultivation base than him. This was something that had never happened before. Even in the legendary eternal great world, there was probably not a single person that could be found. He must have had a great fortuitous encounter, a great secret. As long as he could obtain it, even if it was only a small portion, it would be enough for them to enjoy it for their entire lives. Perhaps, they would be able to peak at the half-step sovereign in the future, or perhaps even truly transcend the sovereign realm and advance into the universe sovereign realm. In the center of the thunder tribulation, rumble, The inextinguishable power within his body circulated to the limit, transforming into streams of warmth that wildly repaired the shattered divine body, barely managing to maintain a balance with the speed at which the lightning dragon destroyed it. Tear repair. The pain was far beyond anyone's imagination. It was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times more terrifying than Ling Qi's execution. However, Yang Fann still gritted his teeth and persisted. He didn't intend to use the 9 revolutions divine devil body to enhance his own defense. After suffering so much, one would be able to stand above others. At this moment, although it was painful, the benefits he obtained were the greatest. His body defense began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 month later, Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air. The 36th bolt of divine lightning had finally been completely refined by him. It was a little painful. However, the result was also delightful. His body defense had increased by several levels, and it seemed like it was about to break through the category of supreme grade top-level main divine artifacts. The next second, rumble, a divine light flashed around Yang Fann's body, and that shocking crack instantly returned to normal. Rumble, the thunder dragon roared, and the 37 bolts of tribulation lightning shattered the vacuum. No, I have to use the 9 revolutions divine devil body. Yang Fann frowned. 108 bolts of tribulation lightning and 36 bolts of divine lightning were the threshold. Compared to the previous bolt of divine lightning, the 37 bolts of divine lightning were more than several times stronger. Even venerable Yan Zhe and the other extreme half-step sovereign had to use all their strength to block the divine lightning. Currently, he had absorbed 36 bolts of divine lightning. Compared to the beginning, the defense of his divine body had almost doubled. However, it was still far from enough to block this divine lightning. Rumble, rumble, endless divine light burst out from Yang Fann's fur. The 9 revolutions divine devil body's first rotation began, and the body defense instantly multiplied. Fuck, he actually still has a secret. The surrounding top dominator glared at him, and many of them felt a sense of loss in their hearts. When they saw that the man was about to die, it was time for them to reap the benefits. Who would have thought that? What a powerful trump card. With the support of the 9 revolutions divine devil body's first revolution, the defense of his divine body increased by tenfold. The 37th bolt of divine lightning was so powerful that even Yang Fann's divine body couldn't be torn apart, let alone injure him. Another 2 months passed, and this lightning bolt was completely absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. 3 months, half a month, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years later, the power of the divine lightning had faintly surpassed the limits of a half-step sovereign, and it was on the verge of catching up to the universe sovereign. Even with the first revolution of the 9 revolutions divine devil body, Yang Fann's skin and flesh were ripped open, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Good, very good, he's about to reach his limit. Again. This time, he shouldn't be hiding anything anymore, right? The eyes of the group of top dominator lit up. Unfortunately, not long after, all of them opened their eyes wide. Oh no, he really hid his true strength. How could this be? How could this be? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Fuck, he still came. What kind of monster is he? Hiding and scheming, is he trying to give us a way out? Time flowed like water. Half a 60-year cycle passed. More than half of the main god tribulation had passed, and it was now the 80th bolt of divine lightning. The power of the divine lightning had far exceeded the limit of half-step sovereign, and it was comparable to the full power strike of a mid-level low-level universe sovereign. Around them, all the top dominator warriors' eyes were lifeless, and they were completely numb to it. This black-clothed youth had hidden himself too deeply, as if he had no bottom line at all. Every time they thought that this was his limit, he would immediately reveal a trump card. In the center of the thunder tribulation, in the face of the terrifying lightning that was comparable to an intermediate low-level universe sovereign's attack, Yang Fann only managed to unleash the 4th cycle of the 9 revolutions divine devil body, but the lightning dragon couldn't even break through his defense. This was something unimaginable before his tribulation. After absorbing the 79 lightning bolts, Yang Fann's body defense had increased by several times. Although it was far from the level of transforming into a supreme treasure, it had completely surpassed the category of top-level main divine artifacts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was an embryo of a supreme treasure, a quasi-supreme treasure. 81 divine lightning, 83 divine lightnings, 85 divine lightnings, 88 divine lightnings. Another 10 years passed. The 92nd divine lightning fell with a loud bang. A divine light flashed around Yang Fann's body, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body was pushed to the 5th revolution. The 4th revolution 9 revolutions divine devil body alone was insufficient to resist this divine lightning. Indeed, this monster is indeed hiding something. Everything is under its control. We were thinking too much if we wanted to take advantage of it. A hint of self-mockery flashed across the corners of the top dominator's mouth. How could this monster give them such a chance? 50 years later, 100 divine lightnings descended, and Yang Fann's defense rose once again. The 6 cycles god and devil's body exploded. He felt some regret in his heart. He was far from reaching his limit. However, there were only 8 divine lightnings left, and it was far from his goal, to transform his body into a supreme treasure. Similarly, there was still a long way to go. Sigh, why are there only 108 main god tribulation left? It would be great if there were more than a dozen of them. Luckily, no one knew what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would have pissed his pants. The other half-step dominator warriors only hated the fact that they couldn't afford to lose a few main god tribulation. For someone like Yang Fann who didn't think that there were enough divine lightnings, it would definitely be a scorpion poop. It was the only one. Under Yang Fann's regretful gaze, the divine lightnings fell one by one. Very quickly, there was only one last divine lightning left. Rumble, a terrifying lightning dragon tore through the void, as if it had been completely enraged by Yang Fann's strange gaze. This divine lightning contained the full power of the tribulation cloud. Its power was more than 10 times stronger than the previous divine lightning. It was on a completely different level. Even the attacks of many lower middle-level universe sovereign warriors were much weaker. Ah, this bolt of tribulation lightning, hiss. An opportunity. Perhaps we still have hope. C-1958 both leveled up Flying Star Great Realm. The top dominator, who had lost all hope, looked at the last divine lightning, and a glimmer of hope bloomed in their hearts once again. The power of these 108 divine lightnings was terrifying. It was on a completely different level from the 107th divine lightning. Even if there were billions of millions of divine lightning separating them, they had a feeling that in a place like a trillion light years away, as long as a tiny bit of the divine lightning landed on their bodies, it would be able to easily kill them 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Perhaps, this divine lightning really had the confidence to kill that monster. In the center of the thunder tribulation, good timing Yang Fann looked at the divine lightning and was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. After swallowing 107 divine lightnings, his divine body's defense had increased by more than 10 times. Hong Long. Initially, he thought that his divine body wouldn't be able to advance into a supreme treasure. To his surprise, this tribulation cloud, he even used this move on him. This divine lightning was much more terrifying than the total of the other 107 divine lightnings. Whether or not he could truly transform his divine body into a supreme treasure would depend on this divine lightning. Rumble. The terrifying lightning directly poured into his body. Grug, grug, grug. Yang Fann's divine body was quickly torn apart. The inextinguishable power transformed into a torrent that crazily washed over his wounds. I can still bear it. Yang Fann, who was just about to raise the 9 revolutions divine devil body to the 7th revolution, forcefully suppressed the thought in his heart. It was better not to use the 7th transformation god and devil body. This way, he would be able to obtain more benefits. Compared to the supreme treasure of the body, a little pain was nothing. In any case, it wouldn't be able to take his life. Sigh, as expected, it still doesn't work. The group of top dominator faintly sighed, completely cutting off the evil thoughts in their hearts. In the next second, many top dominators' hearts started beating faster again. They would never be able to take advantage of this opportunity, but what if they were related to it? To be able to possess such terrifying power even before advancing into the Sovereign Lord realm. Their future was simply beyond their imagination. It was only a matter of time before they surpassed the top dominator and became the legendary universe sovereign. If they could board this huge ship, even if they just got familiar with it, it would be enough for them to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. But how could they please this lord? Divine crystal, beauty, treasure. Time slowly passed. Another 60 years passed. PFF'd. The last strand of divine lightning was devoured by Yang Fann. Rumble. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of disappointment in the depths of his eyes. Just a little bit more, the body was still a little bit lacking. At this moment, rumble, A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the heavens and earth, enveloping Yang Fann's entire body. It's a gift from the cosmic will. Perhaps there's still hope. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The dimensional realm had transformed into a boundless world, and it would also carry out a baptism on his divine body. Right now, he was only a step away from becoming a supreme treasure of the body. Perhaps, the breakthrough would happen right away. In the next moment, Yang Fann focused his mind and concentrated all of his energy. He circulated the heaven, swallowing earth, devouring great technique with all his might, crazily devouring the golden strength of origin. Crack, crack, crack. The world crystal wall shattered like glass, and the inner world, which had expanded to its limit, began to expand in all directions like a balloon. 1 layer, 3 layers, 5th layer, double, threefold, 5 times, 8 times. Almost at the same time, Yang Fann's divine body's defense also slowly increased under the assault of the strength of world, and he started charging towards the universe treasure. 1 day, 7 days, half a month, 1 month, 3 months, half a year, 1 year, gulp, 3 years, a gift from the cosmic will. It has already been 3 years. This person can't really be the illegitimate child of the cosmic will, right? The group of top dominators swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. Their eyes were completely red, and they were filled with blazing heat. They wished that the one who was receiving the golden origin was themselves. 3 years, an entire 3 years. And they were generally only able to do so in a single day. Furthermore, the origin light beam was on a completely different level. The origin light beam that enveloped them, its diameter was only a mere 10 feet. The origin light beam in front of them was more than 10,000 miles in diameter. It was like a pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. The difference between them was more than 1 billion times. What was even more terrifying was that the golden origin light was still pouring in without any signs of stopping. If not for the fact that he had an affair with the cosmic will, what was the reason for him to love this brat so much? In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Crack in the darkness, a sound seemed to ring out. Yang Fann's physical shackles had finally been broken through. He had successfully transformed his physical body into a supreme treasure. It was terrifying. One should know that the Witch clan was known as the #1 body refinement race. Without using the true body secret technique of the Witch clan, their physical defense was comparable to the universe treasure. Apart from the 12 of them, there were probably only a few of them. In an instant, even the light pillar of origin had expanded to a large size. Yang Fann's absorption speed had once again increased by another level after the breakthrough of his divine body. 10 years later, rumble, rumble, the origin pillar of light that was tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, 30,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers, 5,000 miles, 10,000 li, 100 li, phew, it's finally over. The surrounding top dominator heaved a sigh of relief. If this continued, they would definitely go crazy. 10 years, a whole 10 years. What kind of natural source was this? 1 day later, the light pillar of origin completely disappeared without a trace. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't hide the pleasant surprise on his face. At this moment, he was truly unprecedentedly powerful. His inner world had expanded by more than 100 times. Compared to the many high-low-level universe sovereign eternal world, it wasn't any worse. In fact, it was even stronger. Furthermore, the 1,000 strength of world had transformed into the energy of a boundless world. Originally, Yang Fann's strength of world was terrifyingly pure, and it wasn't any weaker than the energy of a boundless world controlled by some top dominator warriors. Now, it had become more than 10 times purer. It was only slightly weaker than some low-level universe sovereign warriors. In addition to the vast world that was comparable to the high-low-level universe sovereign eternal world, just the world within his body alone was enough. Yang Fann could almost match a low-grade low-level universe sovereign. Although the pure strength of body wasn't like the strength of world, which had expanded by thousands of times, it had also risen to a higher level, comparable to some high-level half-step sovereign warriors. Finally, including the terrifying body that was transformed from a supreme treasure, Yang Fann's overall strength had increased by more than 1,000 times. He had officially stepped into the middle-level universe sovereign. Furthermore, it was not as simple as a middle-grade or low-grade universe sovereign. Swoosh 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 from all directions, top dominator warriors were tearing the space apart. Each and every one of them was trying their best to drink their milk. They hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. Quick, hurry up, faster, C-1959 Familiar World, Flying Star, Great Realm. Rumble, rumble. The top Dominator warriors tore through the space at an incredible speed, all of them exerting all their strength, hoping that they would be the first to arrive in front of Yang Fann. They didn't ask for anything else. As long as they could get familiar with Yang Fann, they would be satisfied. If such a monster could be connected to it, they would be able to have a bright future. It would only be a matter of time before they could conquer the Great Realm. Opportunity. This was the greatest opportunity in their lives. At this moment, rumble, Yang Fann's body moved, and he vanished into the boundless void. These top Dominator from the Great Realm of the Flying Star Sector. What a good idea, however, that could only be done if Yang Fann was willing. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, he could be considered one of the best even amongst the many middle-level universe sovereign warriors. How could he take a fancy to an ant like them, who had the highest cultivation base of an intermediate top Dominator? To put it bluntly, what kind of treasure could these ants have that could move his heart? Oh, let's go, let's go. He left just like that. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? In an instant, all the top Dominator were dumbfounded. They had never thought that Yang Fann would be so carefree. Without saying anything, he just left like that. Before they could carry out all their plans, they had already died in their stomachs. Many of them were regretting their decision. They regretted not taking any action earlier. If it was before he devoured the natural source, they would have rushed to him immediately. At this moment, they were already by his side. There was no need for that. They had missed this great opportunity. Beastmaster World, this was an intermediate eternal world. Its energy level was even higher than the magic world controlled by Yang Fann. It could be considered a high-grade intermediate eternal world. This was the world of beast tamers. Apart from the art of beast taming, there were no other cultivation paths. The main continent of Beastmaster World, northern region of beast taming continent, within a hidden valley. There was a mysterious palace. Buzz, the space within the palace distorted, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. This Beastmaster World was none other than one of the 3 eternal worlds controlled by Sovereign Nu Yan. This mysterious palace was the secret weapon that Sovereign Nu Yan had left behind in Beastmaster World to prepare for his comeback. Rumble, with a flash of white light, a crystal coffin appeared in front of Yang Fann. A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was lying inside. The coffin, just like what Sovereign Nu Yan had done in Magic World, he had also arranged a top-grade clone in Beastmaster World. In the Beastmaster World, the Beast Tamers level went from low to high. They were Black Iron Beast Tamers and Bronze Beast Tamers, Silver Beast Tamers and Gold Beast Tamers, Beast Lord, King of Beasts, as well as the last one, Orcish God, who was also a level 7 beast. In comparison, they were also at level 7. Black Iron Familiar, Bronze Familiar, a Gray Silver Familiar, a Yellow Gold Familiar, Lord Tier Familiar, King Tier Familiar, and the last Divine Level Taming Beast. The strength of a Beastmaster depended on the strength of the familiar they controlled. A Beastmaster's combat strength was extremely limited. Even the highest-ranked Orcish God might not be as powerful as a true god in the Eternal Great World if he didn't use his subdued beast. He wouldn't be much stronger than an ordinary person. In the Eternal Great World, a true god was only a minor figure at the bottom of the hierarchy. A full-powered strike was enough to blow up a 3-jong tall rock. Be it beast tamers or subdued beasts, they all had limits to their potential. Only an extremely small number of geniuses had a chance of advancing to gold rank or above. The incarnation that Sovereign Nu Yan had prepared for himself was precisely such a genius. Furthermore, it was a genius amongst geniuses. He had the potential to break through to the 7th grade, Orcish God of course. To Yang Fann, the innate ability of this incarnation was nothing. No matter what kind of monster this incarnation had, could it be that he was a genius? One should know that the strength of the beast tamers in Beastmaster World was mainly their soul sea. In fact, it was the sea of consciousness. The size of their soul sea determined the number and strength of their subdued beasts that they could subdue. Their soul sea was too small and their soul walls were too weak. They simply could not accept some high-level subdued beasts. On the other hand, after Yang Fann had successfully transcended his tribulation, his sea of consciousness had similarly expanded rapidly. It was so vast that it was not inferior to some of the Great Realm. Not to mention storing some subdued beasts, even storing the entire beast-taming continent into it was an easy task. Buzz with a flash of the dark shine, Yang Fann merged with the golden-haired youth. In the next second, rumble, another beam of light from the three paths flashed past, and three crystal balls of different colors appeared in front of Yang Fann. One gold, one red, and one black. Within each of the three crystal balls were three miniature beasts, a dragon, a phoenix, and a qilin. These were the three initial familiars that Sovereign Nu Yan had prepared for his incarnation. The dragon was a five-clawed golden dragon, the king of the dragon clan. The phoenix was a five-colored divine phoenix, the king of phoenixes. The qilin was a black qilin, a variant of the qilin race. This dragon, phoenix, and qilin were all top-tier divine beasts, the same level as beast tamers. The potential of their subdued beasts was also divided into 7 levels. The first level was the lowest, the 7th level was the highest, and the 7th level was the highest. They were also known as divine beasts. As long as there were sufficient resources, becoming a divine level taming beast was only a matter of time. Back then, in order to obtain these three initial familiars, Sovereign Nu Yan had spent a lot of effort. A top-tier divine beast like this, an ordinary beast tamer. Even if they encountered one, they wouldn't be able to sign a contract with it. Otherwise, their soul seas would explode. Only the monster in the monster, like the golden-haired young man, could cause one's soul to shatter. In the beginning, he could only choose one of the three. As his subdued beast, he wanted to completely subdue these three great divine beasts. Before he became a 5th-grade beast lord, that was something he couldn't even dream about. However, Yang Fann did not have much to worry about. He directly signed a contract with the three Sovereign Nu Yans according to the familiar technique that Sovereign Nu Yan had recorded. Grug grug grug, the three crystal balls shattered with a loud bang. The three mini divine beasts grew with the wind and turned into giant beasts that were dozens of feet long, tall. They woke up from the ancient seal. Whoosh! Yang Fann waved his hand, and a pile of various colored crystals appeared in front of the three divine beasts. In that instant, the eyes of the three divine beasts lit up, and they all looked at Yang Fann pitifully. Eat! These crystals were none other than. They were the familiar crystals unique to the Beast Master world, and they were even advanced familiar crystals. They were the familiar's favorite food, nourishment for growth. Thank you, Master. Crack crack, crack. One by one, the beast crystals were swallowed by the three divine beasts. The bodies of the three divine beasts, as well as the aura around them, began to expand at a terrifying speed. 2 hours later, the pile of high-level familiar crystals was reduced by 1%. The three divine beasts flashed with divine light and successfully upgraded to bronze-level familiar. The next second, 3 weak energies rose from the three divine beasts and returned to Yang Fann. Yang Fann had also successfully advanced to the bronze beast tamer level. In the Beast Master world, beast tamers were extremely easy to cultivate. Compared to the Tao of the world, the immortal Tao, devil Tao, martial arts, there was no way they could compare. As long as they cultivated their subdued beasts and upgraded their subdued beasts, they would naturally be promoted to a higher level beast tamer. This also caused many high-level subdued beasts to become a scarce resource in beast taming continent. Especially the divine beast that had the potential to advance to the divine level taming beast, it made countless beastmasters go crazy. That was a true opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. One day later, the advanced familiar crystal was missing a layer, and the three divine beasts were upgraded once again, turning it into a silver familiar. A week later, all the advanced familiar crystals disappeared, and 3 more gold familiars appeared in Yang Fann's hands. Of course, in terms of actual combat strength, even some Lord-tier familiars might not be a match for them. As the highest-tier divine beast, jumping ranks to challenge someone was just a common occurrence. Let's see if the Beast Master world has been discovered by the other Eternal Great Worlds experts and given birth to Lord of the World. See 1968 Great Familiars Beast Master World, Beast Taming Continent, Northern Territory. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. The most critical moment had finally arrived. If the Beast Master world already had an owner, no matter how much he planned, it would all be in vain. In the intermediate eternal world like the Beast Master world, even a high-level universe sovereign might not be a match for Lord of the World. Although his combat strength had increased by 1,000 or 10,000 times, the gap between him and a high-level universe sovereign was still not small. In the next second, swoosh, with a flash of fire, the universe treasure, Angry Divine Fire Ring, appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Very quickly, Yang Fann waved both of his hands, and numerous mysterious runes entered the divine fire ring. At the same time, Yang Fann was preparing to run away. This way, he could use a trace of the origin of the world in the divine fire ring to trigger the world will and investigate the progress of the world. As long as the eternal lord of the world was in the Beast Master world, it would be very difficult for him to hide from his eyes. If he didn't run away in time, he might not even be able to escape. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was just like the magic world. Currently, the Beast Master world was also a world without an owner. However, compared to the magic world, the worst part was that the time flow between the Beast Master world and the Eternal Great World had reached a terrifying 1 million. In other words, 1 year in the Beast Master world had already passed 1,000,000 years in the Eternal Great World. 100 years. In at most 100 years, I must unify the Beast Master world and become the master of the Beast Master world. Yang Fann made up his mind in his heart. 100 years in Beast Master world was equivalent to 100 million years in the Eternal Great World. It was still acceptable for Yang Fann to spend 100 million years to conquer the Eternal World, but if he spent more time on it, it would not be worth it. One should know that it had not even been 300 million years since he started cultivating. Buzz with a flash of divine light, the 3 divine beasts were absorbed into Yang Fann's interspatial sea of consciousness. Everyone else had 1 divine beast. Even if their ancestors' graves were to be filled with smoke, he would still have 3 divine beasts at once, and they would still be top-tier divine beasts. If other beast tamers were to see this, they wouldn't want to cause any trouble. It would be a huge problem. An innocent man would be punished for possessing a treasure. It seemed that they still needed to capture a few ordinary familiars to fill up the scene. Before the 3 great divine beasts advanced to divine level taming beast, it was better for them to not show their faces. It wasn't that Yang Fann was afraid of those beast tamers. The so-called divine level taming beast's combat strength was only comparable to a half-step sovereign, but now, although he was suppressed by the worldwill, he could only use his physical strength. However, he still had the strength to fight Orcish God. However, if that was the case, it would easily attract the attention of these beast tamers. One should know that in Beast Master world, beast tamers were very weak. Without the help of their subdued beasts, a Orcish god would be able to fight a silver-grade subdued beast. Just by beast tamers alone, they had the power to fight a divine-level taming beast. Such a monster, let alone seeing it, he had never even heard of it before. The commotion was even greater than controlling the 3 top-grade divine beasts. If it wasn't necessary, his own strength wouldn't be exposed. It was better not to expose it. Very quickly, Yang Fann left the hidden divine hall. What entered his eyes was an endless mountain range. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it was. It's a pity that the power of spiritual sense is completely suppressed. Yang Fann frowned slightly. The Beast Master world suppressed all kinds of strange powers, including the strength of soul. With his golden beast tamer spiritual sense, he could only sense a few miles around him. It was nothing compared to his eyes. After randomly picking a direction, Yang Fann started walking. He had no purpose anyway, so he could just walk as he pleased. He would eventually find a human city. Yang Fann's pace was very slow. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. However, his speed was not slow. With a single step, he was hundreds of miles away, and he was well versed in the principle of shrinking the ground into inches. This was under the fact that Yang Fann did not dare to use too much of his physical strength. Otherwise, his speed would increase by tens of millions of times. 2 hours later, a gigantic bear over 1,000 feet tall, covered in black scales, suddenly appeared in front of Yang Fann and blocked his path. It was fierce and fierce. Its terrifying aura caused the airflow in all directions to let out rustling sounds, as if it was trembling. This is a gold-rank imperial beast, black-armored explosive bear. Furthermore, it's a 5th-tier potential subdued beast. Yang Fann's eyes lit up slightly. A gold-level subdued beast was suitable for him right now. A 5th-tier potential was not bad either. In the end, it could grow into a Lord-tier subdued beast. If he couldn't use the 3 great divine beasts at will, it would be enough to fill up the scene. In fact, Yang Fann had encountered familiars before. It was just that the highest level of familiars was no more than a silver-tier familiar. Ordinary familiars with the potential of a 3rd-rank familiar simply couldn't enter Yang Fann's eyes. Even if it was only used to put on a show, it was also not something that could be taken in by just any familiar. The next second, bang, Yang Fann moved his right arm. He directly struck out with his palm towards the black armored explosive bear. A gold-level subdued beast wouldn't be much stronger than some true gods in the eternal great world. It might even be slightly weaker. Even if Yang Fann had only used a tiny bit of his power, it was still not something that the black armored explosive bear could withstand. In an instant, the bear was knocked unconscious by Yang Fann. Very quickly, both of Yang Fann's hands moved. A beast tamer seal was quickly struck out, entering the body of the black armored explosive bear. A few breaths later, an ancient contract rune appeared between the brows of the black armored explosive bear, representing that the black armored explosive bear had officially become Yang Fann's subdued beast. This ancient rune was also the difference between an owner tier familiar and an owner less familiar in the wild. Soon, another 6 hours passed. Another familiar appeared in Yang Fann's hands. It was a 30 feet long, 30 feet tall leopard covered in fiery red dragon scales. The dragon scale fire leopard was the same as the black armored explosive bear. It was also a gold rank familiar. Furthermore, the dragon scale fire leopard that possessed the divine beast true dragon bloodline had a potential that was even higher than the black armored explosive bear, reaching the upper 5th rank. Apart from the 7 great ranks of the Beast Master World's familiars, as for the black armored explosive bear's potential, it was only at the 5th grade intermediate. The limit of its cultivation was that of an intermediate overlord familiar. 3 days later, Yang Fann finally walked out of the large mountain range and appeared on a plain. Apart from the 3 great divine beasts, there was also the black armored explosive bear. Besides the dragon scale fire leopard and the 2 great gold familiars, Yang Fann had another 6 familiars in his hands. Among them, 5 of them were gold ranked. They were the 7-star ape, the thunder tiger, the golden feathered eagle, greenwood monkey, and the violent dragon turtle. They were the same as the black armored explosive bear and the others. They all had the potential to advance to Lord tier. The last double-headed flood dragon was a Lord tier familiar, and it was even an intermediate. Lord tier familiar. It had the potential to become a level 6 monster, and its combat strength was not much weaker than those level 5 Lord tier familiars. However, in front of Yang Fann, this 2-headed dragon was still far from enough. With a light slap, it threw him to the ground and easily enslaved him. After successfully taking down this 2-headed serpent, Yang Fann also successfully advanced to Beast Lord. However, that bit of increase in strength could be completely ignored. Beast Lord's true combat strength was barely comparable to the weakest black iron grade subdued beast. In the eternal great world, he would be a holy king. With just a breath of Yang Fann's breath, he would be able to kill tens of millions of people. Yang Fann's own strength. If it was a vast ocean, Beast Lord would be like a drop of water. It was really insignificant. Another day passed. A city with an area of 3,000 miles appeared in Yang Fann's sight. See 1961 Beast Tamer Alliance Ancient Bow City. This is a big city in the north of the Flying Rock Kingdom. It was 3,000 miles in a row and could be said to be the economic center of the north. At the entrance of the city, beast tamers were controlling their subdued beasts and entering and exiting the city. However, most of them were the lowest level black iron beast tamers, with only 1 in 100 bronze beast tamers. Even higher level silver beast tamers were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In beast taming continent, the path of beast tamers was prosperous. No matter how rich or poor they would all cultivate the art of beast taming. It was not an exaggeration to say that everyone was a beast tamer. However, among them, the 9th floor's 9 commanders beast tamer. In the end, he would become an upper-level black iron beast tamer. The Bogu Library, a collection of tens of millions of books. It was known as the #1 library in the north of the Flying Rock Kingdom. After entering Bogu City, Yang Fann directly entered the Bogu Library. He was stunned. In 7 days, he had read almost all of the tens of millions of books in the library. Through the angry divine fire ring, Yang Fann had a rough understanding of the origin of the Beast Master world. Regarding the current situation of the Beast Master world, he had no idea about it at all. Bang, closing the last book, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with wisdom. Through this ancient library, there were tens of millions of books. Yang Fann did not have a complete understanding of the current situation in Beast Master world, but he knew most of the basic situation. 10 billion years ago, Sovereign Nu Yan had suddenly fallen. The divine dynasty, which was built by Sovereign Nu Yan, had fallen apart. In the divine dynasty, all the ministers and dukes had fought their own battles and built their own vassal kingdoms. That was the darkest era. Countless beast tamers had died in the chaos of war. Even Orcish God had lost many of them. It wasn't until a billion years ago, when the 12 of them, Orcish God, joined forces and founded the Beast Master Alliance, that the War of Darkness and War gradually ended, allowing the beast-taming continent to enter a relatively peaceful era. Now, in the huge beast-taming continent, the Beast Master Alliance was high and mighty, ruling the entire beast-taming continent. They basically controlled most of the resources and beast-taming continents in the beast-taming continent. Almost all of the 7th grade Orcish God had joined the Beast Master Alliance. This was the undisputed and unshakable number one power in the beast-taming continent. And underneath the Beast Master Alliance was a large number of kingdoms. Behind every kingdom, there was at least a 6th grade king of beasts. This was because in the beast-taming continent, the most important requirement to establish a kingdom was to have king of beasts as cultivation base. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to establish a kingdom. There were constant conflicts between the various kingdoms, but as long as it didn't offend the benefits of the Beast Master Alliance, the Beast Master Alliance wouldn't interfere with the conflicts between the kingdoms. The Flying Rock Kingdom that Yang Fann was currently in was one of the 326 kingdoms in the north of beast-taming continent. Its national strength was above average. It had been 30,000 years since it was founded. Besides the Flying Rock King, King of Beasts, there were also more than 10 King of Beasts in the Flying Rock Kingdom. Beast tamers in Beast Master world were unlike the cultivators in the outside world, who had longevity for trillions of years, or even centuries. Even if it was a 7th grade Orcish God, the limit of the longevity was only 1,000,000 years. The next grade King of Beasts, the longevity, was about 100,000 years old. Perhaps, only the legendary master of the subdued beast could live forever and live forever. According to the legend, the master of the subdued beast divine dynasty, the divine master of the subdued beast, had lived for billions of years. The scariness of the longevity had far surpassed Orcish gods. I want to become the master of the Beast Master world and gain complete control of the Beast Master world. The Beast Master Alliance is the key. If I can become the leader of the Beast Master Alliance, it will only be a matter of time before I unify Beast Master world. My heart skipped a beat. Yang Fann had some ideas. The leader of the Beast Master Alliance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the uncrowned king of the Beast Master world, and he controlled a large amount of resources from the Beast Master Alliance. As long as he could replace the chief, he would be able to obtain the 3 great divine beasts under his command. Cultivating them to the peak was just a piece of cake. At that time, with the help of these 3 great divine beasts, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sweep across the beast-taming continent. As Sovereign Nu Yan's carefully prepared trump card, these 3 great divine beasts were the kings of the divine beast. They were far from what the new generation of divine beasts could compare with. They were cultivated to the peak, and every single one of them was cultivated to the peak. They all possessed the power to surpass extreme half-step sovereign with the combined strength of the 3 great divine beasts. They could even fight a low-level universe sovereign. As for the other divine-level taming beast, even if they were the best of the best, they would still have the power of a peak half-step sovereign. That was the limit. Furthermore, Yang Fann was different from other beast tamers. The space in his soul sea was limited. Even Orcish God wouldn't have more than a handful of Orcish gods in his hands. If Yang Fann was willing and had sufficient resources and divine beasts, he could easily form an army of divine-level taming beasts. Before that, I must first become a divine-level taming beast master. Every newly recruited divine beast tamer of the Beast Master Alliance had a chance to challenge the chief of the beast tamers. As long as they won, they would be able to replace the chief of the beast tamers and become the new chief of the beast tamers. The current chief of the beast tamers had defeated the previous chief of the Beast Master Alliance 300,000 years ago and became the new chief of the Beast Master Alliance. If a beast tamer wanted to become a divine-level taming beast master, he had to control a divine-level taming beast. Either he spent a huge amount of resources to cultivate a divine beast into a grade 7 divine-level taming beast, or he defeated a wild divine-level taming beast to sign a contract with it. To other beast tamers, these 2 paths were as difficult as climbing the heavens, especially the latter. A divine-level taming beast and a king-tier familiar were 2 completely different concepts. Even if dozens of top-tier king-tier familiars joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to reach the heavens. They were far from being a match for a single divine-level taming beast. Unless, those dozens of king-tier beasts were all divine beasts, but was that possible? Divine beasts could only be chanced upon by luck. Among the 10 king of beasts, not even one of them could possess a single divine beast, let alone a few dozen. Not to mention Yang Fann, it was nothing. With his current strength, even if he could only use the strength of the body, it was not inferior to some high-level divine-level taming beasts. In addition to the body formed by the supreme treasure, it was likely that not many divine-level taming beasts would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. On the other hand, finding the whereabouts of the divine-level taming beasts was a huge problem. In this era, the Beast Master Alliance ruled over the continent. Many divine-level taming beasts were seized by the divine-level taming beast masters of the Beast Master Alliance. It was not an easy task to find an ownerless divine-level taming beast. Furthermore, Yang Fann needed far more than one divine-level taming beast. The Beast Tamer Alliance had occupied the Alliance Master's position for 300,000 years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 expert in the beast-taming continent. The number of divine-level taming beasts in his hands was definitely not small. Most of them were probably high-grade divine-level taming beasts. It was not that easy to defeat him. The Alliance Master's challenge only had one chance. Once he failed, he would not be able to issue a challenge to the Alliance Master in the future. Of course, it was understandable. If he could challenge the Alliance Master all the time, the Alliance Master wouldn't have to do anything other than wait for the other divine-level taming beast masters to challenge him. Dark Eye, don't disappoint me. See 1962 Black Dragon Arcos. The Dark Eye was the largest intelligence agency in the northern part of beast-taming continent. It was said that as long as you had enough gold coins, there would be no news that the Dark Eye would not be able to obtain. There was a branch of the Dark Eye in the 362 kingdoms in the north of beast-taming continent. Even the royal families of various countries did not dare to offend the Umbriferous Eye. It was said that behind the Umbriferous Eye, but with Orcish God, furthermore, there was more than one of them. As the #1 town in the north of the Flying Rock Kingdom, there was a branch of the Dark Eye in the economic center of the Flying Rock Kingdom. Cloudy Cloud Tower. This was the branch of the Eye of Darkness in ancient Bo City. The moment Yang Fann walked into the Cloudy Cloud Tower, a maid immediately brought him to a secret room. In the secret room, there was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His aura was obscure, and ordinary golden beast tamer spiritual sense could not detect his presence at all. May I know what information you wish to purchase? The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Fann and spoke straightforwardly. I want to know the habitat of wild divine-level taming beasts. Do you have any relevant information? Hearing this, the black-robed middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. This was a huge transaction. Our ancient Bo City branch just happened to have news about Alco's Black Dragon's dragon nest. Are the honored guests interested? Alco's Black Dragon. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. There was a record of Alco's Black Dragon's dragon nest in the library. It was a terrifying black dragon that was active in the Flying Rock Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, it was the peak lower divine-level taming beast. Furthermore, it was because of its dragon-type subdued beast. It was supposed to be stronger than the subdued beasts of other races, but its actual combat strength. It could be compared to some god-level beast tamings. According to the legends, there was once a orcish god from the Beast Master Alliance who wanted to subdue this Alco's Black Dragon, but in the end, he returned in defeat. As for the whereabouts of that Alco's Black Dragon, there was no news of him at that time. According to the legends, it was very likely that he had already returned to the Dragon Island. That's right, it's precisely Alco's Black Dragon. The black-robed middle-aged man lightly nodded his head. Don't tell me you want to tell me that Alco's Black Dragon is on Dragon Island. Yang Fann's voice carried a hint of ridicule. The Dragon Island was the lair of the Dragon clan. There were no 10,000 true dragons on the island. There are also a few thousand, although most of them are true dragons. However, most of them were only king-tier familiars and level 7. It did not mean that they would definitely be able to level up to a divine-level taming beast. Generally speaking, ordinary divine beasts. Among the dozens of divine-level taming beasts, one could break through to the divine-level taming beast realm. It was considered not bad, but even so, this Dragon Island wasn't something Yang Fann could deal with. Unless, he took the risk of alarming the world and unleashed the combat strength of a venerable. Esteemed guest, don't worry. Alco's Black Dragon is in the northern kingdoms. He hasn't returned to the Dragon Island yet. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice paused for a moment and said, "But this is a 7th grade intelligence report, its price is." The information in the dark eye was divided into level 9, the lowest of the 1st grade, the highest for level 9, and the highest for the 7th grade. That was already considered top-grade information, and it was worth a fortune. Price isn't a problem. Before the black-robed middle-aged man could finish speaking, Yang Fann waved his hand and said, "As long as Alco's Black Dragon's information was accurate, nothing else was worth mentioning." The next second, rumble, a ray of light flashed by, and Greenwood, one of Yang Fann's 8 contracted familiars, appeared in front of him. "This is a gold-level beast with the potential to become a lord." Greenwood is enough. Yang Fann had originally planned to let these 8 familiars hold the scene, but now that his plan had changed, he had directly targeted those divine-level taming beasts. These 8 familiars had become useless. To the divine-level taming beast, even the strongest intermediate lord-tier familiar, the double-headed flood dragon, wouldn't be of much use. Take Alco's Black Dragon for example. As long as he unleashed the dragon's aura, it would be enough to crush all lord-tier familiars, making them unable to put up any resistance. Even if there were 100 times or 1,000 times more, it would still be useless. It just so happened that the current him lacked the beast-taming continent's currency, so he could be considered to be making use of it. It's actually a gold-level subdued beast with the potential to become a high lord tier. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. In the Flying Rock Kingdom, a gold-level familiar was already very rare. For example, in this ancient Bow City, a gold-level beast tamer. There were no more than 30 people, not to mention this Greenwood monkey. He also had the potential to become a lord-tier beast, and his combat strength was far from what an ordinary gold-level subdued beast could compare with. In the entire ancient Bow City, there were probably no more than 2 hands that could defeat this Greenwood monkey in a one-on-one fight. If he were to put it up for auction, he could easily sell it for 100,000 purple gold coins. In Beast Taming Continent, the currency was copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and the most precious purple gold coins. The exchange rate was 110,000, and 1 gold coin was usually enough for a family of several, enough to last for more than a year. 100,000 purple gold coins. That was 1 billion gold coins. Many families, after hundreds of years of accumulation, might not even have 100,000 purple gold coins. And the price of a level 7 intel was usually around 100,000 purple gold coins. However, people's desires were limitless, especially merchants. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment. He said, "Sir, although this Greenwood monkey was precious, the information about Alco's Black Dragon. It's the information about my dark eye, the 7th grade. For the whereabouts of this Alco's Black Dragon, our dark eye has sacrificed a lot of beast tamers. Adding this golden feathered eagle, is that enough?" Yang Fann's voice was filled with impatience. This was more or less the same as his bottom line. Although he could easily capture 10 or 100 of these gold-ranked subdued beasts if he was willing, it did not mean that he was willing to be a fool and be casually slaughtered by the dark eye. In the end, this information was only about Alco's Black Dragon's whereabouts, and not about the dark eye capturing Alco's Black Dragon. 2 lord-tier golden familiars with potential were more than enough. Although the golden feathered eagle was only an intermediate gold familiar, it was only an intermediate gold familiar. But a flying familiar, its value had always been much higher than other familiars. If this golden feathered eagle were to be auctioned off, the final price would definitely not be lower than Greenwood's. In fact, it might even surpass a lot. "Sir, this is the information you wanted." The black-robed man's eyesight was quite good. He knew that it was time for him to accept it. Otherwise, something might happen. To be able to take out 2 gold-rank familiars so easily, and also those yellow-level familiars with the potential of a lord rank, even many intermediate beast lord might not be so generous. This person was most likely a superior beast lord, or even king of beasts, and it was not impossible for him to take out 2 gold-rank familiars so easily. The strongest person in their branch of the Gloom Eye was only a lower beast lord. If they really angered this person, their branch would not be able to withstand his fury. While they were talking, a black scroll appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. "All right, the golden feathered eagle and Greenwood monkey belong to your dark eye." Yang Fann took the black scroll and cancelled the contract with the golden feathered eagle and Greenwood monkey, making them the ownerless subdued beasts once again. Of course, during this period of time, Yang Fann also erased their memories about him. Although he didn't use much of the body's power to subdue the golden-feathered eagle and greenwood monkey, the beast tamers were able to suppress the two great golden-ranked subdued beasts with their own strength. Especially that greenwood monkey, his combat strength was comparable to a lower lord-ranked subdued beast. It was too shocking. If this was leaked out, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life anymore. Flying Dragon Kingdom, Spider Mountain Range, I hope this information isn't false. Otherwise, don't worry, big man. The information provided by my dark eye has never been wrong. C. 1963 Advancing to the God of Familiars. The Flying Dragon Kingdom was one of the 326 kingdoms in the northern region of beast-taming continent. It could be ranked in the top 100 of the 326 kingdoms in the northern region. It could even be said that the Flying Rock Kingdom's national strength was far above the Flying Rock Kingdom's. Its king, the Flying Dragon King, was one of the top Orcish gods below Orcish god. The few Flying Dragon familiars in his hands were all top-tier king-tier familiars. Even if the few of them joined forces, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for the Flying Dragon King. The demonic Spider Mountain Range. It was a huge mountain range to the west of the Flying Dragon Kingdom. It was called the #1 mountain range in the western part of the Flying Dragon Kingdom, and it ran through the entire western part of the Flying Dragon Kingdom. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a gigantic spider crawling on the ground. According to the legends, there was no magic Spider Mountain Range in the Flying Rock Kingdom. It was just that a high-tier divine-level taming beast had appeared. The nightmare demon spider had fallen here, and its corpse had turned into this mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Of course, whether it was the truth or not couldn't be determined. To the beast tamers of beast-taming continent, tens of thousands of years was a bit too long. One must know that Orcish god's limit longevity was only a few million years. Even if he swallowed all kinds of precious medicines that increased longevities, it was very rare for him to live past 2 million years. 10 million years was enough for Orcish god to live for several rounds. Awoo amidst the waves of dragon roars, a long one appeared. It was 1,000 jong long flood dragon with 2 flood dragons on its head. It flew through the clouds and quickly approached the center of the demonic Spider Mountain Range. On top of the 2-headed flood dragon's dragon head stood a golden-haired, blue-eyed man in black. If it wasn't the Lei Nuo Yang Fann had transformed into, who else could it be? The magic Spider Mountain Range was different from the small mountain range he had been in when he had descended into the world. There were basically no signs of human habitation. The magic Spider Mountain Range was the #1 mountain range in the western part of the Flying Dragon Kingdom. It was rich in natural resources and had countless subdued beasts. Every day, countless beast tamers entered the magic Spider Mountain Range. If Yang Fann didn't want to be too high profile, he would have to cover it up a little. The double-headed flood dragon was an intermediate lord tier familiar, and it also had a powerful flood dragon variant. Its combat strength was no weaker than some lord tier familiars. In the demonic Spider Mountain Range, there were only a few king tier familiars that could suppress it. The other lord tier familiars were at most on par with it. Along the way, tens of thousands of beasts retreated, sweeping away everything in their path. Even the group of beast tamers retreated, not daring to block Yang Fann's path. In the kingdom, King of Beasts was an elusive figure. Beast Lord was practically the top expert amongst beast tamers. No matter which family it was, as long as Beast Lord appeared, he would immediately be conferred the title of Flying Dragon King and become a noble of the nobility, a noble family of the Marquises. Although there were many beast tamers in the magic Spider Mountain Range, the strongest one was only a gold-ranked beast tamer. An hour later, the double-headed flood dragon approached the center of the magic Spider Mountain Range. At this place, there were no longer any traces of beast tamers. The closer they got to the center of the magic Spider Mountain Range, the stronger their subdued beasts became. The subdued beasts that appeared here were at least silver tier. Even lord tier subdued beasts could be seen once or twice from time to time. Even a gold beast tamer would have a slim chance of survival here. The other silver and bronze beast tamers would have no chance of survival. Another 15 minutes passed. The double-headed flood dragon had truly entered the heart of the demonic Spider Mountain Range. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have turned silent. There was no need to talk about familiars along the way. He didn't even see a single strand of familiar hair. In the end, the double-headed flood dragon's body began to faintly tremble, as if there was some prehistoric berserk beast in front of it, causing it to tremble. If not for Yang Fann's urging, the double-headed flood dragon would have already run as far away as possible. All kinds of strange occurrences did not scare Yang Fann away, instead, it made Yang Fann's eyes shine even brighter. The information about the dark eye was correct. Alco's black dragon was hiding in the center of the mountain range. Otherwise, with the pride of the two-headed serpent, it was the king-tier familiar. If it dared to fight it, it definitely wouldn't behave like this. Only the dragon's aura of the high-level dragon clan could make it retreat in fear. Another quarter of an hour passed. All of a sudden, a terrifying dragon's aura rose up from a valley in front of them. In an instant, the double-headed flood dragon let out a sorrowful cry. Like a mouse seeing a cat, it collapsed to the ground and trembled. No matter how Yang Fann urged it, it didn't dare to take a step forward. Useless thing. Yang Fann looked at the two-headed Wyrm with some disdain. With your master here, would there be a need to be afraid of that long worm? This two-headed flood dragon had truly disgraced him. Rumble. The sky darkened as a black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared above Yang Fann and the others, blotting out the sun and blocking out the sun. The terrifying dragon's aura blotted out the sky and covered the earth, crushing everything. Poochie poochie in all directions, a large expanse of space couldn't withstand the violent dragon's aura, and it began to crack apart inch by inch. Lowly aphids, how dare you offend the great black dragon king, Kasi? I will eat you all. Alco's black dragon's voice was filled with anger. A lowly flood dragon dared to intrude into his territory. It was unforgivable and unforgivable. You want to eat us? Long bug, you haven't woken up yet, have you? Yang Fann said with a look of disdain. This Alco's black dragon had at most the strength of an intermediate half-step sovereign. He just stood there without moving. If Alco's black dragon's attack could hurt even a hair of his, it would be considered his loss. Poochie. Yang Fann moved his body and appeared in the sky above Alco's black dragon. The power of the body erupted with all of its power. It was a terrifying power that was almost at the peak of half-step sovereign. It tore through the void and smashed towards Kasi's head. Beast tamers were extremely weak, and they didn't have the support of their subdued beasts. This was the truth that had never changed. Alco's black dragon had never thought of this before. Yang Fann's strength. It was several times more terrifying than a god-level beast taming like him. When he finally realized what was going on, how could he make it in time? Bang! The heavens and the earth split apart. Alco's black dragon only had enough time to let out a wail before he fell down from the sky, creating a huge dragon-shaped crater on the ground. Golden dragon blood kept seeping out from his skull, staining the ground. The dragon tail unconsciously twitched twice, then it completely fainted. This was also the reason why Yang Fann had withdrawn a lot of his strength midway. Otherwise, not only would his head be bleeding, but his entire dragon head would have exploded into a mist of blood. The transformation of his body was not a joke. Gulp. He was knocked out. It was dark. Black Dragon King and Kasi were knocked out by his master's punch just like that. What kind of monster is my master? The double-headed flood dragon was stunned and almost fainted. When Yang Fann suppressed his intermediate Lord tier familiar earlier, it had already given him a huge fright, and it had shocked him to the core. Never would he have thought that it was only the tip of his master's iceberg. That was Black Dragon King, Kasi. Even if Orcish God used all his subdued beasts, he might not be a match for him. But now, his master, Lei Nuo, didn't even use a single one of his subdued beasts. He just killed Black Dragon King and Kasi with a single punch. There was nothing more frightening than this in this world. Ah, that's not right. Was it a matter of scaring a dragon? Rumble. Ignoring the terrified double-headed flood dragon, Yang Fann quickly waved his hands and struck out the familiar seal. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a pressure unique to Orcish God rose from Yang Fann's body. C-1964 capture crazily the Flying Dragon Kingdom, in the heart of the Arachnid Mountains. Since Yang Fann had arrived in Beastmaster World, however, he had already advanced from a mere rank 1 Black Iron Beast Tamer to Orcish God. From ancient times until now, in terms of speed of advancement, it was extremely fast. Yang Fann acknowledged second place. No one would dare claim to be the first. Even Sovereign Nu Yan back then had spent nearly 1,000 years to subdue the first divine-level taming beast in his life and advance to Orcish God. The gap between them was far more than 10,000 miles. One day later, a two-headed Wyrm rose into the air from the center of the demonic Spider Mountain range. During this period of time, Not only did Yang Fann treat Alko's black dragon's injuries, he also looted all the treasures in Urkasi's dragon nest. As expected of the dragon clan, the one who loved collecting treasures the most among all the divine beasts. There were so many treasures in Alko's black dragon's dragon nest. Compared to all of Orcish God's belongings, it was even better. Just the high-grade beast crystal alone was worth more than 1,000,000. It was no wonder that so many beast tamers were looking forward to slaying a dragon. But now, all of this had been given to Yang Fann. With these 1,000,000 beast crystals, the strength of the 3 great divine beasts could still advance further, and truly transform into a Lord-tier beast. At that time, their true combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than lower king-tier beasts. Although he had taken down Alko's black dragon, it didn't mean that Yang Fann would give up on cultivating the 3 great divine beasts. Yang Fann knew very well that if he wanted to sweep across the beast-taming continent and unify the Beastmaster world, he would have to rely on the last thing he needed. The other divine-level taming beasts could only be considered as support. 3 days later, Yang Fann appeared in Flying Dragon City, the capital of the Flying Dragon Kingdom. Compared to the Darkai branch of the ancient Bow City, the size of the Darkai branch of Flying Dragon City was several times larger. The strength of the beast tamers in this branch was also on a different level. Not only was Beast Lord more powerful than him, there was also a king of beasts who was also an intermediate king of beasts. If this was the Flying Rock Kingdom, only the Flying Rock royal family would be able to suppress him. He was the strongest expert in the entire Flying Rock Kingdom. He was merely an intermediate king of beasts. Very quickly, Yang Fann received the information he wanted from the Darkai branch of Flying Dragon City. There was a total of 4 divine-level taming beasts' whereabouts. Of course, Yang Fann had also paid a hefty price. A total of 600,000 purple gold coins. It was like a small kingdom. The yearly tax was only about 1,000,000 purple gold coins. 600,000 purple gold coins, that was more than half a year of their tax. Luckily, Yang Fann had plundered Alko's black dragon's treasure. 600,000 purple gold coins was nothing. Otherwise, they could only use the old method to sell a few more subdued beasts. Southern Cloud Volcano. This was a volcano that spanned 1,000,000 miles. It was located at the border between the Marvel Kingdom and the Cloud Carrot Kingdom. Within this Southern Cloud Volcano, there was a divine-level taming beast resting there, the Cloud Phoenix. It was a variant of the Fire Phoenix tribe, a branch of the Divine Beast Phoenix. It was the descendant of the Divine Beast Fire Phoenix and the Divine Beast Cloud Phoenix. It was born with the ability to control the divine fire of the Fire Phoenix. It also had the ability to create illusions and the potential of the Cloud Phoenix clan. He was not much weaker than a pure-blooded phoenix. In the past, there was more than one Orcish god who had designs on the Yunfeng Fire Luan. Although this Yunjiyu Fire Luan was only a god-level beast taming, it relied on its geographical advantage. In this southern cloud volcano, this Yunjiyu Fire Luan was strong enough to challenge some high-grade divine-level taming beasts. Intermediate and lower divine-level taming beasts were no match for her. Once she encountered a high-grade Orcish god, this Yunjiyu Fire Luan would immediately hide in the southern cloud volcano. If it didn't occupy the upper grade, then it would be Orcish god. It would be useless. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed. This Yunjiyu Fire Luan was living a carefree life in the southern cloud volcano. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure from the god-level beast taming descended from the sky, crushing down on the southern cloud volcano. The next second, a black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared in the sky above the south cloud volcano. The rolling dragon's aura blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Chirp, a loud and clear phoenix cry, and a terrifying pressure that was several times more terrifying than that of the black dragon, Alsace, rose from the crater of the volcano. A beam of fiery light shot up into the sky. In the end, it transformed into a divine fire phoenix with a wingspan of more than 30,000 feet. The dragon phoenix race and phoenix race had never fought each other since ancient times. Facing Alko's black dragon's provocation, the cloud fire phoenix was infuriated. Long worm, southern cloud volcano isn't a place for long worms like you to come. It's still not too late to retreat now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the cloud fire phoenix Kalina as she warned. It was easy for her to defeat an intermediate black dragon with the help of the terrain, but it would be difficult for her to stay here forever. Right at this moment, rumble. A dark shine flashed past Alko's black dragon's back and instantly appeared in front of the cloud fire phoenix. It was Yang Fann. He took advantage of the fact that the fire phoenix's attention was completely attracted by the black dragon Alsace and attacked in shock. The strength of the fire phoenix was nothing. Even with the help of the terrain, it was only barely comparable to a high-level half-step sovereign. However, its ability to protect its life was far superior to the black dragon, Alsace. Once it hid in the southern cloud volcano, Yang Fann's difficulty in subduing her would skyrocket. After losing the spiritual sense, finding the Yunjiyu fire Luan in the southern cloud volcano was no easier than finding a needle in a haystack than searching for a needle in a haystack. Chirp! A despairing wail burst out from the mouth of the cloud fire phoenix. Her attention was fully focused on Alko's black dragon. She had never taken any precautions against a weak beast tamer like Yang Fann. At this moment, if she wanted to dodge, how could she make it in time? She could only force herself to set up a divine fire barrier. Pucci, the divine fire spirit formation, was shattered. A terrifying force smashed onto the cloud fire phoenix, instantly suppressing it. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After Black Dragon Alsace, another god-level beast taming appeared in Yang Fann's hand. 3 days later, Yang Fann appeared in the kingdom of Honglan, Poison Dragon Valley. There was a true dragon xenogeniac residing in this place, Poison Dragon Keji. This was the name of Poison Dragon Valley. But this time, Yang Fann did not make a move. This Poison Dragon Keji was only a lower divine level taming beast. When faced with the attack of Alko's Black Dragon and the Cloud Phoenix, this Poison Dragon Keji couldn't even escape before he was severely injured and became the third divine level taming beast under Yang Fann's command. 10 days later, Thunder God King Nation, Death Thunder Valley. Bang! 100,000-meter tall lightning giant beast fell to the ground. Just like Alko's Black Dragon and Yunjiyu Fire Luan, this lightning giant beast was also a god-level beast taming. With the help of the Death Lightning Valley, it was able to unleash the combat strength of a high-level divine-level taming beast. Even with Alko's Black Dragon, Yunjiyu Fire Luan, and Poison Dragon KG working together, they were only able to fight it to a draw. In the end, it was Yang Fann, the weak beast tamer, who took advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. Only then did he manage to take down this lightning giant beast. At this point, Yang Fann had 4 great divine-level taming beasts in his hands, and all of them were elite divine beasts. Even if it wasn't him, just in terms of beast tamer strength, Yang Fann could be considered one of the best amongst intermediate Orcish god. He was able to catch up to a few of Orcish gods. The next one will be the Dark Origin Tiger of Abyssal Mountain. C. 1965. The fisherman reaped the benefits. Death Thunder Valley. A serious look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This was the last divine-level taming beast, the Dark Origin Tiger. It wasn't easy to deal with it. Compared to Alko's Black Dragon and the Cloud Fire Phoenix, this divine-level taming beast was much harder to deal with. The Dark Origin Tiger was a high-level divine beast that had developed all of its potential. Coupled with its home ground advantage, the Dark Origin Tiger was strong enough to fight 2 opponents in the Abyssal Mountain, and it could also fight 2 higher-level divine-level taming beasts at the same time. Even with the Thunder Giant Beast, the 4 giant beasts in Yang Fann's hands could only fight against 1 superior divine-level taming beast. It seemed that in the end, it was still necessary for him, the master, to personally take part in the battle. Chirp! A high-pitched phoenix cry rang out as the Cloud Fire Phoenix transformed into a streak of fiery light that shot into the sky. Abyssal Mountain, located in the south of the Netherpassage Kingdom in the north of Beast Taming Continent. It was known as the #1 forbidden area of the Ethereal Kingdom. It was said that the Abyssal Mountain was connected to the undead world, and the Dark Origin Tiger was the guardian of the Netherworld passageway. Of course, whether it was the truth or not was still up for debate. It was an ancient legend. The Beast Master world had the existence of the underworld. That was the final destination of the dead, the place where all the dead souls turned to. Unfortunately, all of these were just legends. Even the high and mighty Orcish god had never seen the underworld before. Abyssal Mountain, 10,000 miles away. Chirp! A fiery light tore through the skies as a divine fire phoenix with a wingspan of 30,000 feet tore through the skies. On the back of the phoenix, a golden-haired, blue-eyed black-clothed youth stood proudly. He was overbearing and looked down upon all living beings. 3 days later, Yang Fann crossed the 3 great kingdoms and finally arrived at the Abyssal Mountain from the Lay God King Kingdom. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. The next second, the divine fire surrounding the fire phoenix quickly dissipated. Its aura was restrained, and it landed on an empty ground. After that, it turned into a ray of light and returned to Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. Just now, Yang Fann had sensed several powerful energy waves from the abyssal mountain in front of him. The weakest energy wave was comparable to a low-grade half-step sovereign, which was the lower divine-level taming beast from the beast-taming continent. There was only one divine-level taming beast in the abyssal mountain, and that was the Dark Origin Tiger. Now that so many divine-level taming beasts had appeared, something must have happened. It might not be true that Orcish God was subduing the Dark Origin Tiger. As a superior divine-level taming beast, the Dark Origin Tiger was very tempting to beast tamers. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless of Orcish God's ideas about this Origin Dark Nether Tiger had only failed because of this Origin Dark Nether Tiger's tyrannical strength. Perhaps this is a chance for me. A strange light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. His chi was restrained to the extreme, and he quickly rushed towards the abyssal mountain. Abyssal mountain, top of the mountain. 1,000 feet tall, the black tiger had black fur all over its body, and it was giving off a terrifying aura of death. The man was a middle-aged man who wore a tiger's head full-body armor and held a tiger's head golden spear in his hand. His body was glowing with a golden light, and he looked like an ancient warlord who had descended from the heavens. His aura was no less terrifying than a high-level half-step sovereign's. Of course, this didn't mean that the middle-aged man's strength was comparable to a high-level half-step sovereign. He was merely borrowing the strength of his subdued beasts. The golden armor and golden spear on his body were not real armor or golden spear. They were formed from the subdued beasts under his command. This was the true combat technique of a traditional beastmaster. Human-beast integration. It perfectly complemented each other and erupted with the power of a rival, even surpassing the strength of a subdued beast. At its crotch, there was a horse. Its entire body was glittering with golden light. It was a several jong tall dragon horse with a dragon head and a dragon horn. On the left was a golden eagle with a wingspan of more than 30,000 feet, and on the right was a flying bear with a pair of wings. The dragon horse was a golden dragon horse, the descendant of the divine beast, the golden dragon, and the lower divine beast, the heavenly horse. It was a god-level beast taming. The golden eagle was a golden eagle from the rock, and the bear was a flying bear from the earth. Both of them were intermediate divine beasts. Furthermore, they had all been cultivated to the peak by the beast tamer, and they were all god-level beast tamings. In addition, the natal beast that had fused with it, the divine beast golden divine tiger. Its lineup was extremely luxurious, and it was a grade higher than the subdued beast in Yang Fann's hands. If it was another place, the Dark Origin Tiger would have been suppressed by the human and three beasts long ago, and might even be seriously injured. However, this was the Abyssal Mountain, the home ground of the Dark Origin Tiger. With the support of the dark energy in the Abyssal Mountain, its combat strength would increase exponentially. For a moment, it seemed as if it was going to meet a good opponent in a game of chess. It was hard to tell who would win and who would lose. No one could do anything to the other. Awoo, the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger, a terrifying tide of energy, swept out in all directions, as if it were going to blow up the entire mountain peak of the netherworld. Unknowingly, an obscure figure had appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the summit of the netherworld mountain. It was Yang Fann. Yang Fann's eyes lit up when he saw the man and four beasts fighting in the air. Not only the Dark Origin Tiger, but also the four great divine-level taming beasts in the hands of the beast tamer. Yang Fann had his eyes fixed on them. If he could get rid of these 5 great divine beasts in one fell swoop, he would have 2 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts, 6 god-level beast tamings, and 1 lower divine-level taming beast in his hands. It wouldn't be long before he challenged the position of the Beast Master Alliance's alliance chief. One should know that the average high-rank Orcish god wouldn't have more than 5 divine beasts in his hands. Even for those with extraordinary talent, having 7 or 8 of them was his limit. The space in his soul sea was limited. If there were more, it would only explode the space in his soul sea. Even if the divine beast in the hands of the Beast Tamer Alliance's alliance master were all high-ranked divine-level taming beasts, it would still be the limit. He had more than half of the power that he could control. His heart was burning with passion, but Yang Fann's aura was even more restrained. He had completely merged with the surrounding rocks, as if he didn't exist at all. If it wasn't for his physical eyes, the beast tamer and the divine beast's spiritual sense wouldn't have been able to detect his existence. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Chirp the Rock's golden eagle, one of Orcish God's 4 great rocks, was the first to be destroyed by the Dark Origin Tiger. With a sorrowful cry, it fell to the ground, temporarily losing its combat strength. Of course, the Dark Origin Tiger was not in a good condition either. Its right leg bone was pierced through by the tiger head golden spear. Balls of dark black blood dripped down, corroding the ground. Another 15 minutes passed. Roar the Earth Bear, who was known for its defense, let out an unwilling howl and left the battlefield. As for the injuries, on the tiger's body, they were even more severe. Its body was covered with crisscrossing wounds, and its aura seemed to have dropped to the level of divine-level taming beast. Alright, that's it. The worse the beating, the better. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was definitely going to be the fisherman. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The golden armor on Orcish God's body was almost transparent, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Under the frenzied attacks of the Dark Origin Tiger, his natal beast, the Xianxia Divine Tiger, was also heavily injured. However, at this moment, there wasn't a trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, there was an indescribable excitement. Under the heavy injuries of the 3 great divine beasts, he finally suppressed the Dark Origin Tiger. As long as he could subdue this Origin Dark Nether Tiger, everything was worth it. At that time, he would have 2 high-grade divine-level taming beasts in his hands, and with the 3 great god-level beast tamings as support, he would be considered one of the best among the many high-grade subdued beasts. One had to know that most of the high-grade Orcish God would only be able to control 1 high-grade divine-level taming beast. Rumble. Orcish God's hands moved quickly. One familiar seal after another flew madly towards the Origin Dark Nether Tiger. It's almost time. I'm going to subdue this Dark Origin Tiger soon. I'll definitely have a share of the next 10 elders of the Alliance. Rumble. Suddenly, a black shadow tore through the sky and instantly appeared behind him, directly striking out with a palm towards him. C-1966 Their power skyrocketed beast-taming continent, the top of the abyssal mountain. Yang Fann seized the opportunity and unleashed a thunderous attack. Koro Fei, who was fully focused on contracting the Dark Nether Tiger, was totally unprepared. Furthermore, Yang Fann's speed was just too fast, so fast that the Golden Dragon Horse, who was guarding Koro Fei, didn't even have time to rescue him. Bang! Koro Fei, who had already recalled the severely injured 7th Gold Divine Tiger, could only rely on his own strength. He was not much stronger than some of the silver tier familiars. He couldn't even react in time. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he was smashed into pieces by Yang Fann's punch. Bang bang! His soul sea collapsed, and 3 enormous creatures fell out of it. It was none other than. It was precisely the 3 great divine beasts, Xianxia Divine Tiger, the Earth Bear, and the Rock Golden Eagle that had been sucked into Koro Fei's soul sea to heal their injuries. Ah, Master! The Golden Dragon Horse let out a heart-wrenching cry, as though it had lost its parents. Its eyes were filled with blood, and a terrifying killing intent was surging from its body. Roar, human, you dare to kill my master. I want you to die, I want you to die. This human had actually sneakily attacked and killed its master. This hatred, it was absolutely irreconcilable. Furthermore, he had killed his master right under his nose. This was a humiliation that he, the Golden Dragon Horse Achius, would never be able to wash up with in his entire life. What? Master, the 3 divine beasts of the Xianxia Divine Tiger, which were still in a daze, instantly turned red in their eyes. They stared at Yang Fann, wanting to eat him alive. Right at this moment, a woo chirp chirp chirp, the roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix, the roar of a beast, the roar of thunderclap. Alco's black dragon, the cloud fire Luan Karina, the lightning giant beast Carmen, and the poison dragon Keji's 4 great divine beasts appeared all around them, surrounding the Golden Dragon Horse Achius and the other 4 great divine beasts. After summoning the 4 great divine beasts, Yang Fann no longer cared about the Golden Dragon Horse Achius and the other 4 great divine beasts. He directly appeared in front of the sleeping Dark Origin Tiger. Both of his hands moved quickly, forming seals of various beast tamers. He began to form a contract with the Dark Origin Tiger, master and servant. The Golden Dragon Horse Achius had 4 great divine beasts. The Xianxia Divine Tiger, the Earth Flying Bear, and the rock golden eagle had been temporarily crippled. Their combat strength was less than 1 in 100. They were not much stronger than some of the gold rank beasts. With the strength of Alko's black dragon's 4 great divine beasts, he could torture them however he wanted. It was an extravagant hope for the golden dragon Max to escape even if he wanted to. Although he was known for his speed, it also depended on who he compared to. Compared to the descendant of the phoenix of 10,000 birds, the cloud fire phoenix, he was still slightly inferior. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the contract brand had completely formed between the brows of the darkness origin tiger. Yang Fann had finally obtained the first upper-level divine level taming beast. At this moment, Alko's black dragon and the others had already suppressed the 4 great Orcish gods under Orcish God's command. One day later, no matter how unwilling the 4 great divine beasts of the golden dragon Max were, under the relentless suppression of time and time again, they were all contracted by Yang Fann to become his subdued beasts. Duke Kingdom was the undisputed number 1 kingdom among the 326 kingdoms in the north of beast-taming continent. King of Beasts could be counted on one hand in the Flying Rock Kingdom and the Flying Dragon Kingdom. The total number of people in the Duke Kingdom would not exceed 20. On the surface, King of Beasts had more than 100 people in the Duke Kingdom. Adding on some of the hidden King of Beasts, the number would at least double. Furthermore, it was said that the Duke Kingdom's royal family had a considerable relationship with the upper echelons of the Beastmaster Alliance. Even some Orcish god did not dare to provoke the Duke Kingdom. The headquarters of the number 1 intelligence organization in the Northern Territory was located in Duke City, the capital of Duke Kingdom. Duke City, the headquarters of the Umbriferous Eye, with the company of a Gloom-Eye King of Beasts, Yang Fann strode out. A satisfied smile hung on his face. This Gloom-Eye was indeed worthy of being the number 1 intelligence agency in the Northern Territory. It actually knew the whereabouts of the 36 divine-level taming beasts. Furthermore, it didn't include Alko's black dragon and the other 5 great divine-level taming beasts that he had suppressed. When they were combined, one must know that for the other small intelligence agencies, it was already considered not bad to be able to obtain the hiding place of a divine-level taming beast. One had to admit that compared to the magic world, the Beastmaster world was much, much stronger. The divine-level taming beast was placed in the magic world. In the history of the magic world, it was a mighty existence comparable to a god. Not even a few hundred gods were born, but in the Beastmaster world. Just the Northern Territory alone had so many divine-level taming beasts. Furthermore, this was only known by the Dark Eye. Including the Dark Eye, there were also those that were under Orcish God's control. This number would at least increase by 2 or 3 times. In that case, how many beast-taming continents should there be in the entire beast-taming continent? The central region was the most prosperous and fertile land. If the 2 great eternal world were to merge and start a war, the Beastmaster world would be able to flatten the magic world with ease. Fortunately, most of these divine-level taming beasts lived alone and fought for themselves. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Yang Fann to unify the beast-taming continent and become the master of his subdued beasts. In the northern border of the Duke Kingdom, there was a huge lake that spanned 1,000,000 miles. It was called Black Dragon Lake. Within this Black Dragon Lake, there was a fellow member of Urkasi's race. However, compared to Alko's Black Dragon, this Black Dragon Barker did not grow to its peak. It was just a single divine-level taming beast, a round of beating, and with Urkasi's persuasion, this Black Dragon Barker quickly submitted to Yang Fann. 1 month later, Yang Fann had 6 more generals under his command. 1 upper-level divine-level taming beast, 3 god-level beast tamings, and 2 lower divine-level taming beasts. 3 months passed. The number of Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands had already reached 21. If this were to spread, countless beast tamers would piss their pants. One had to know, the legendary master of the Divine Dynasty. He's only in control of 18 divine dynasties, not to mention the history of the familiar alliance. The 9th generation alliance master, who was known as the strongest expert in the history of the alliance, only controlled 12 divine-level taming beasts. He had been shocked to the core for nearly 1 billion years. Not a single person had ever surpassed him. 21 divine-level taming beasts. That was unheard of and had never been seen before. Not only that, but also, the strength of the 3 primary subdued beasts in Yang Fann's hands had also changed day by day. Now, they had all successfully advanced to high king-level subdued beasts. These divine-level taming beasts had all lived for hundreds of thousands, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. Each and every one of them was extremely wealthy. Different from beast tamers, the longevities of their subdued beasts. Those divine beasts far surpassed them. Many ancient divine beasts could live for hundreds of millions of years without any difficulty. This was also one of the reasons why many divine beasts were unwilling to sign a contract with beast tamers. Compared to them, beast tamers who had lived for no more than 1,000,000 years were truly short-lived. The actual combat strength of the three great divine beasts had even broken through the shackles of the divine beasts. They possessed the power to challenge lower divine-level taming beasts. Soon, another half a year passed. Chirp with a mournful cry, the 36 divine-level taming beasts recorded in the Dark Eye were all killed by Yang Fann, becoming his familiars. It's about time to challenge the Alliance Master of the Beast-Taming Alliance. See 1967 The Trial of the God of Familiars Beast-Taming Continent, Dreamy Cloud Swampland. After taking the last divine-level taming beast recorded in the Dark Eye, the Cloud Dream Giant Snake, under his command, Yang Fann finally made up his mind. He would go to the Beastmaster Alliance's headquarters and challenge the leader of the Beastmaster Alliance. He had been busy for more than half a year. Yang Fann had successfully taken down the 36 divine-level taming beasts in the Dark Eye, and his strength had skyrocketed. Adding the 9 great divine-level taming beasts that he already had, the number of divine-level taming beasts in his hands had now reached a terrifying 45. Among them, there were 8 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts, 17 god-level beast tamings, 20 lower divine-level taming beasts, and 3 primary subdued beasts. In this half a year, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and they had successfully broken through to the lower catching up to the upper-tier god-level beast tamings. Yang Fann was completely confident that he could defeat the Beastmaster Alliance's Alliance Master. When he was collecting the whereabouts of the Beastmaster Alliances in the Dark Eye, Yang Fann had also bought some information about the Beastmaster Alliance's Alliance Master. He knew that the Beastmaster Alliance's Alliance Master had a total of 8 great subdued beasts. Even if he was still hiding something, 10 great subdued beasts was his limit. Even if the 10 great subdued beasts were all cultivated into high-level divine-level taming beasts, with his current strength, he would definitely be able to defeat them and seize the Alliance Master position. Wanshou Empire, the only empire above beast-taming continent, and also the #1 superpower in beast-taming continent. It belonged to the Beastmaster Alliance, and all the emperors of the Wanshou Empire were directly appointed by the Beastmaster Alliance. The headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance was located in the capital of the Wanshou Empire, the Beast God capital. Beast God's capital, East Gate. Yang Fann casually paid the entrance fee of a silver coin and strode into the city. If he wanted to challenge the leader of the Beastmaster Alliance, he had to join the Beastmaster Alliance and become the Orcish God of the Beastmaster Alliance. Joining the Beastmaster Alliance was easy. In all the kingdoms, joining the Beastmaster Alliance was a piece of cake. The Beastmaster Alliance had branches of the Alliance. As long as one had the strength of a bronze-level Beastmaster, he would be able to pass the examination and join the Beastmaster Alliance. However, becoming the Orcish God of the Beastmaster Alliance was not something every branch of the Alliance could do. If you don't have a divine-level taming beast, then you can be considered the Orcish God of the Beastmaster Alliance. Without Orcish God's badge, no matter how powerful Orcish God was, the Beastmaster Alliance would never admit that he was as strong as Orcish God. In the entire beast-taming continent, in the thousands of kingdoms, only the headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance was qualified to participate in Orcish God's trial and award Orcish God's badge. The other branches could at most give out King of Beasts' badge. A small kingdom like the Flying Rock Kingdom only had Beast Lord's badge. It had to be said that this Beast God's capital was worthy of being the #1 city in beast-taming continent. People who came and went were far more powerful than those kingdoms. The real reason was that experts were as numerous as clouds, and experts were like rain. Other than those ignorant children, any one of them was at least a silver-ranked beast tamer. One had to know that among the various kingdoms, silver-ranked beast tamers were experts. Especially in some small kingdoms, the strongest experts in some cities were silver-ranked beast tamers. The headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance was very conspicuous in the Beast God capital. After asking around, Yang Fann found the headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance. It covered an area of land. It was like a city within a city. It was much more luxurious and majestic than the imperial palace of the Wanshou Empire. The headquarters of the Alliance had a total of 16 entrances. Each entrance was guarded by a group of 8 silver armor generals. Their auras were no weaker than some Lord-tier familiars. It was obvious. These silver armor generals were all Beast Lord, terrifying no matter which kingdom Beast Lord was in. As long as he was willing to become an official, he would at least be a marquis. In some small kingdoms, it was not difficult to be conferred the title of Duke. However, in the headquarters of the Beastmaster Alliance, it was just one look. It was not difficult to see the strength of the Beastmaster Alliance. Stepping into the headquarters of the Alliance, what entered his eyes was a vast hall with an area of no less than 100 miles. There were hundreds of thousands of beast tamers. Most of them were golden beast tamers, including Beast Lord and King of Beasts. Orcish God was the only one whose whereabouts were unknown. A few breaths later, Yang Fann arrived at a counter. He handed over his Beastmaster badge. It was a dark golden badge with the word, Leader, inscribed on it. It was the Beast Lord badge issued by the Beastmaster Alliance. On the way here, Yang Fann passed by a branch of the Beastmaster Alliance. He casually accepted a mission and obtained the Beast Lord's badge, becoming a Beast Lord of the Beastmaster Alliance. If one wanted to take the examination of Orcish God, the prerequisite was that one had to be a Beastmaster of the Alliance. Please help me apply for Orcish God's test. Yang Fann's voice was calm. However, it sounded like a thunderclap to the receptionist's ears, causing her to cry out in shock, "What? You want to apply for Orcish God's trial?" In an instant, the gazes of all the beast tamers in the surroundings were focused on Yang Fann. Orcish God's trial was rarely seen. It was rare to see him in 100 years. Many beast tamers might not even be able to see him once in their lifetime. After all, the limit of a golden beast tamer's longevity was only 1,000 years. You, Beast Lord, he's actually just a Beast Lord. No way a mere Beast Lord wants to take the test of Orcish God. This is ridiculous. Soon, many beast tamers' facial expression changed once more. The test of Orcish God of Beastmaster Alliance wasn't something that was easy to pass. It would be considered pretty good if only 2 or 3 out of 10 lower Orcish God could pass the test. It was that intermediate Orcish God. If one wasn't careful, he might fail. Although Beast Lord's badge didn't mean that he only had Beast Lord's strength. However, even if he was hiding something, it was usually his limit to be as strong as King of Beasts. In the Beastmaster Alliance, every level of beast tamers could enjoy different kinds of benefits. Beast Lord and King of Beasts were heaven and earth, cloud and muds. Even the slightly stronger King of Beasts wouldn't allow him to be on par with Beast Lord in the Alliance, let alone Orcish God. It would be a complete waste of his resources. Sir, are you really going to apply for Orcish God's examination? The staff at the counter asked again. Just like the other beast tamers, she also did not think highly of Yang Fann. Without Orcish God's strength, forcefully participating in Orcish God's examination was simply courting death. What's wrong? There seems to be no rule in the Alliance. Beast Lord can't take the test of Orcish God, right? See 1968 Slave 9-headed Python Dragon King Beast God's capital, Beastmaster Alliance's headquarters. Yang Fann looked at the staff at the counter with a puzzled expression. According to what he knew, Orcish God didn't have any requirements for the advancement trial. As long as one was a member of the Beastmaster Alliance, regardless of whether one was the owner of King of Beasts' badge or just the Bronze Beast Tamer badge, one could apply for it. Sir, this isn't the case. Since you have decided to participate in Orcish God's trial, I will immediately apply for it for you. The waiter shook her head lightly. She had already advised him, but Beast Lord still wanted to continue carrying out Orcish God's trial. If he died, he deserved it. He couldn't blame anyone else. A few moments later, Poochie the void on the left side of the attendant twisted, and an old man wearing a blue dragon robe walked out. He faintly glanced at Yang Fann. He said, "You are the one who applied for Orcish God's trial. You can choose one of these 10 mission scrolls." As he spoke, 10 1-foot-long black scrolls floated in front of Yang Fann. Every time Orcish God participated in the trial, he would draw 1 out of 10 out of 10. There were different levels of difficulty in these missions, and even lower Orcish God had a high chance of passing them. The difficult part was that intermediate Orcish God. If he wasn't careful, he might die. On top of these mission scrolls, some of the higher-ranked Orcish God from the Beastmaster Alliance had cast some powerful secret techniques on them. Even if they were both higher-ranked Orcish god, it would be difficult for him to clearly see the contents of the mission scrolls, let alone intermediate and lower Orcish god. Of course, if Yang Fann was willing to, a few secret techniques wouldn't be able to stop him. However, Yang Fann was too lazy to cheat. No matter how difficult these advancement missions were, could they stop him? Yang Fann didn't even look at them carefully. He just casually picked out a mission scroll. Your trial mission is to go to 9 Dragon Pond to hunt or contract 9-headed python dragon king within a year, Urbis. Very quickly, the scroll was opened by the old man in the blue dragon robe. What? Going to 9 Dragon Pool to hunt 9-headed python dragon king, Urbis? Gulp, gulp. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Isn't he too unlucky? This is simply the possession of a god of misfortune. That is 9-headed python dragon king Urbis. He's dead for sure. He is definitely dead for sure. In an instant, all the beast tamers in the surroundings widened their eyes. The way they looked at Yang Fann was as though they were looking at a dead man. 9-headed python dragon king Urbis. He was a rare species of the python dragon race amongst the 6th grade king beasts. He was born with 9 heads, and his talent and potential were greater than many true dragons. It could be said that he was infinitely close to some high-grade divine beasts. Even an intermediate Orcish god would usually lose more than he could win against 9-headed python dragon king. This mission was one of the top 10 advancement missions, and it was extremely difficult. Even if it wasn't first place, it was definitely second place. There were many beast tamers who failed to complete the mission without exception. Their luck was slightly worse, and they didn't even manage to keep their lives. 9 Dragon Pool's 9-headed python dragon king Urbis. Right, good, I got it. Yang Fann nodded his head lightly, and his expression changed slightly. With his current strength, not to mention a mere quasi-high-rank divine-level taming beast, even a true advanced-rank divine-level taming beast was nothing in his eyes. In the next second, Yang Fann turned around and walked out. This guy is really calm. I wonder if he is really calm, or is he pretending to be calm? Or maybe he doesn't know what 9-headed python dragon king Urbis means. 9 Dragon Pool, although it was called a pond, it was actually a vast lake with an area of no less than 10 million miles. Because 9-headed python dragon king Urbis resided here and was renowned throughout the world, the name of 9 Dragon Pool also came because a 9-headed python dragon king. Rumble, a terrifying dragon's aura descended from the sky, crushing down towards the 9 Dragon Pool. In the next second, Yang Fann stood proudly on top of Alko's black dragon's dragon head. Rumble, not long after, a terrifying dragon's aura that was even more terrifying than Alko's black dragon rose from the 9 Dragon Pool. At the center of the 9 Dragon Pool, a huge wave was raised. Snake heads that were as large as mountains emerged from the water. 18 bloody snake eyes stared at Alko's black dragon with endless killing intent. Urbis, surrender to me, and I'll spare your life. Yang Fann looked down at 9-headed python dragon king Urbis and said coldly. Human beast tamer, who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? With just this black dragon under your command? The snake head in the middle of 9-headed python dragon king Urbis spoke with extreme disdain. Although this black dragon was powerful, it was still stronger than him. There was still a long way to go. Furthermore, this 9 Dragon Pool is his home ground. It is a high-rank divine-level taming beast. He was confident that he could fight it in this 9 Dragon Pool. What if we include them as well? Rumble, rumble. Waves of terrifying pressure rose up from Yang Fann's body. Other than the 3 initial divine beasts, 44 divine-level taming beasts appeared beside him. Each and every one of them stared covetously at 9-headed python dragon king Urbis, as if they were looking at the most delicious food. 45 divine beast, gurgle gurgle. How could this be possible? How was this possible? 9-headed python dragon king was completely terrified. His mind was on the verge of collapsing. How could there be such a terrifying beast tamer in this world? That wasn't a king tier familiar, nor was it a lord tier familiar. 45, a total of 45 divine level taming beasts. In fact, 8 of the familiars had terrifying auras. They were even more terrifying than him. The upper level divine level taming beasts were all upper level divine level taming beasts. Even the leader of the Beast Master Alliance, who was known as the #1 beast tamer among humans, should not be this terrifying. Urbis, surrender or die. Gululu. Urbis is willing to surrender, willing to surrender. Familiars did not have as many tricks as humans. The weak attached themselves to experts. That's very normal, and even the high-tier divine beasts have submitted to that human beast tamer. He's a quasi-high-tier divine beast, and he's a quasi-high-tier divine beast. What else was there to be conflicted about? 1 month later, Yang Fann once again appeared in the headquarters of the Beast Master Alliance. Isn't this the Beast Lord with the expression of Orcish God? He doesn't want to complete Orcish God's trial. Why did he come to the Alliance headquarters to deal with 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz? In an instant, the gazes of many beast tamers landed on him. Doubt flashed across their faces. No one thought that Yang Fann had successfully completed the trial. What kind of joke was this? How long had it only been? 2 months, just 2 months. It was difficult to get to the 9-dragon pool from the beast god's capital, let alone kill or contract that 9-headed python dragon king. He had completed the advancement mission. If 9-headed python dragon king was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be able to occupy the 9-dragon pool for hundreds of thousands of years. I have completed the task of Orcish God's trial, I am here to hand it over. What did he say? He had already completed Orcish God's trial mission. How was this possible? How was this possible? C. 1969 challenging the Alliance Master Beast God's capital, Beast Master Alliance's headquarters. All the beast tamers in the surroundings widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they hear? Submit the mission. Beast Lord actually said he was here to hand in the mission, and it was the mission to advance to Orcish God. How was this possible? How was this possible? It had only been 2 months, a short period of 2 months. Even some of the higher-ups, Orcish God, could only make it back and forth from the 9-dragon pool. It was impossible for him to complete the mission. Did he really think that 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz was the fat piece of meat on the chopping board, that he could be slaughtered by you? Borrowing the power of the home field, he is just an ordinary upper-level divine-level taming beast. In the 9-dragon pool, he might not even be 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz match. Furthermore, 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz was extremely cunning. He was not the type of person who would fight to the death and not retreat. In the past, Orcish God had attacked 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz, but in the end, he still returned empty-handed. Under 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz's meticulous creation, the underwater world was like a maze, complicated and complicated. Even with the help of the water element upper-level divine-level taming beasts, he wanted to stop 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz. It would be extremely difficult. Sir, are you sure you have completed the trial mission? The staff at the counter asked. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice, just like the other beast tamers. She had also regarded Yang Fann as the person who had spoken without thinking and was toying with her. In just 2 short months, she wanted to complete the trial mission of Orcish God. Moreover, it was a hell difficulty mission to kill 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz. He probably hadn't woken up yet. Yang Fann didn't directly answer the waiter's words. With a thought, he directly summoned 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz. At this moment, even if he said that he would break the sky, he might not be able to convince the waiter to believe his words. He might as well use facts to speak. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of the quasi-upper-tier divine-level taming beast erupted from 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz's body. It surged out like a tidal wave, sweeping out in all directions. Bang bang bang. Within the main hall, below King of Beasts, there was a large area. The beast tamer's knees went soft, and he fell to his knees. Ah, fine. What a terrifying pressure. 9 snake heads, gurgle up. Urbaz, it really is 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz. He is not lying. He is really lying. He really completed Orcish God's advancement mission. How long had it been? In all directions, the gazes of countless beast tamers instantly changed. Even the eyes of the group of King of Beasts were filled with unconcealable fear. In such a short period of time, they had managed to capture 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz. In other words, there was no suspense in this battle. It was simply a one-sided suppression. 9-headed python dragon King Urbaz didn't even have the chance to hide under the water. This strength had probably already surpassed quite a number of high-rank Orcish God. He had at least 2 high-rank divine-level taming beasts in his hands. It was far from what Beast Lord and King of Beasts could afford to offend. With their talent, they would have to struggle for their entire lives. If they could control a divine-level taming beast and advance to Orcish God, it would be like smoke rising from their ancestors' graves. In Beastmaster Alliance, there were many king of beasts. Even if it wasn't 100,000, there were still 50 to 60,000 of them. However, Orcish God was only a few. Including some old monsters, having 100 of them was almost the limit. There was only one out of the hundreds of people who had crossed the single log bridge. My lord, please calm your anger. This servant will immediately contact the elder for you. The receptionist's voice was trembling and her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. Any random lower Orcish god could easily make her disappear from this world, let alone the supreme Orcish god. Endless regret. He had caused a disaster in his heart. See, why was his mouth so cheap? If this master said that he had completed the trial mission, he would just contact the elder. What more was there to say? When Yang Fann heard this, he waved his hand and made nine-headed python dragon King Urbaz restrain his pressure. He did not need to bicker with such a maid. It would be fine if he just intimidated her a little. A few breaths later, wang, ripples appeared on the surface of the void. 2 months ago, the elder of the Beastmaster Alliance who issued the trial mission for Yang Fann appeared in front of Yang Fann once again. Nine-headed python dragon King Urbaz, it really is nine-headed python dragon King Urbaz. The elder's eyes flashed. There was a trace of respect in his eyes as he looked at Yang Fann. Master Lei Nuo, this is your Orcish God badge. From now on, you are the elder of the Beastmaster Alliance. In the world of beast tamers, experts were the most respected. No matter what qualifications one had, they were all useless. Although he was also Orcish God, he was merely an intermediate Orcish God. With all his subdued beasts, he would be able to fight nine-headed python dragon King Urbaz to a draw, and he would have to leave nine-headed python dragon King Urbaz lair, the nine-dragon pool. As for this beast tamer Lei Nuo, he was a terrifying existence who could easily suppress nine-headed python dragon King Urbaz in the nine-dragon pool. His strength could be said to be in the top 20 in the Beastmaster Alliance, or even the top 10. In the entire Beastmaster Alliance, only the Alliance Chief and 3 Deputy Chief could suppress him. The rest of them, including the 10 Great Elders, could only be said to be on par with him. This elder, Yang Fann, took the purple gold badge that represented Orcish God and said, Master Lei Nuo, I am Green. Barrett, just call me Green. Green, I want to challenge the Alliance Master. Can I apply here? Although Yang Fann knew that there would be a chance to challenge the Alliance leader once he became Orcish God of Beastmaster Alliance, the specific procedure was not clear. The Flying Rock Kingdom was just an ordinary small kingdom. There wasn't even a single king of beasts in the kingdom. Many of them had heard about Orcish God from hearsay. Master Lei Nuo, you want to challenge the Alliance Master? Elder Green's heart trembled as he looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. How many years had it been since the Alliance leader Douglas had revealed the 8 high-level divine-level taming beasts? 100,000 years, or 200,000 years. Moreover, this Lord Lei Nuo was too impatient. One should know that the resources controlled by the Beastmaster Alliance were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Many precious resources could only be touched by Orcish God, who was certified by the Alliance. It could be said that after every Orcish God obtained Orcish God's badge, his strength would have a huge breakthrough in a short period of time. This was also the biggest reason why so many Orcish God were willing to participate in the trial and obtain the Orcish God's badge. All the people in the world came for benefits. Without sufficient benefits, how could the Beastmaster Alliance win over so many Orcish God? Logically speaking, even if they wanted to challenge the Alliance leader, it should be because they had digested the benefits of advancing. The chance to challenge the Alliance leader. However, there was only one chance. If he failed, he would never have another chance. If I'm not mistaken, as long as I obtain the badge of Orcish God from the Beastmaster Alliance, I should have a chance to challenge the Alliance chief, right? Master Lei Nuo, you are right. However, the challenge of the Alliance chief is a big matter, so I need to make thorough preparations. Grimm advised him kindly. Although this Master Lei Nuo is very likely to be one of the best among Orcish God, it is still not enough to challenge the Alliance leader. More than 200,000 years ago, the Lord Alliance leader had already taken control of 8 upper-rank divine-level taming beasts. After so many tens of thousands of years, it was obvious that his strength would not stagnate. C. 1970, the start of the War Beast God's capital, Beastmaster Alliance's headquarters. Elder Grimm tried his best to persuade Yang Fann. Although this newly promoted elder Lei Nuo might not be weaker than the 10 great elders of the Beastmaster Alliance, he was still far from being able to challenge Lord Douglas. No matter how impatient he was, he would not need that much time. Unfortunately, Yang Fann did not have the slightest intention of changing his mind. To Elder Green, it was totally worth it to waste more than 100 years to completely digest the gains from the advancement. However, these few hundred years were still too long a time for Yang Fann. 1 year in Beastmaster World. The Eternal World was equivalent to 1,000,000 years. If it really reached a few hundred years, it would be worth it. It would take nearly 100 million years in the Eternal Great World. Furthermore, just because he had ascended to the position of the Beastmaster Alliance's Alliance Master didn't mean that he had truly gained control of the Beastmaster world. It was true that the Beastmaster Alliance was the #1 major power of the human race, but the strength of the beast race couldn't be underestimated either. It was just that most of them fought for themselves, and that was why the human race had become the ruler of the beast-taming continent. Although they didn't want to admit it, the higher-ups of the human race understood that the overall strength of the beast race was even higher than that of the human race. If Yang Fann wanted to control the entire Beastmaster world and become the master of the Beastmaster world, he would have to sweep away the beast race. A Beastmaster Alliance. A single Beastmaster Alliance would need him for over 100 years. How long would it take to unify the beast-taming continent? 200 years, 300 years, or even longer. How could he have so much time to waste in the Beastmaster world? He needed to take down the leader of the Beastmaster Alliance and take control of the Beastmaster Alliance. Furthermore, Yang Fann had full confidence in this battle. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to take down Master Douglas even with the 49 divine beast in his hand. 2 months had passed. Under the massive amount of resources, the strength of the 3 initial divine beasts had improved by quite a bit. They had already stepped into the ranks of god-level beast tamings, barely possessing the strength to challenge higher-level divine-level taming beasts. Unless that Master Douglas was able to control more than 15 upper-level divine-level taming beasts, otherwise, he would definitely win this battle. Seeing that Yang Fann was determined to initiate the Alliance leader's challenge, Elder Green did not try to persuade him anymore. In order to befriend the future Elder Manager, Lei Nuo, he had already done enough. Very quickly, the newly appointed Elder Lei Nuo issued a challenge to Master Douglas regarding the Alliance leader. With lightning speed, the challenge spread across the entire Beastmaster Alliance. How many years had it been since someone issued a challenge to the Alliance Master? This was definitely the #1 major event in the past few tens of thousands of years in the Beastmaster Alliance. King of Beasts and Orcish God broke through the barriers one after another, hoping to witness the arrival of the pinnacle battle. 10 days later, in the center of the Beast God's capital, in the Royal Colosseum, there were no empty seats, and there was a sea of people. The entire Beast God's capital, and even the nearby cities, more than half of the yellow-level beast tamers and above expert were gathered here. If not for the limited seats in the Royal Beast Battle Arena, the number of spectators would have been even greater. Apart from the high and mighty Orcish God, the other beast tamers, even King of Beasts, would not be able to participate in the Alliance Chief's challenge even once in his lifetime. This was the beast-taming continent. If he missed this battle, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Awoo awoo awoo. Following a series of dragon's roars, 9-headed Python Dragon King descended from the sky and steadily landed on the Warbeast stage in the center of the Warbeast arena. This beast fighting stage only seemed to be 100 miles wide, but there was another world within it. The area was so vast that it was no less than 1,000,000 miles. Is that the new elder of Beastmaster Alliance, Lei Nuo? This life force is a little too young. It doesn't even seem to be over 100 years old. Before they knew it, many of the Orcish gods' brows slightly furrowed as disbelief flashed across their eyes. Lei Nuo wasn't even 20 years old yet, but he was sealed by the Raging Flame Lord. The flow of time within that seal was extremely slow. In the past 100 million years, Lei Nuo's longevity wouldn't be used up for half a year. Close to 10 billion years had passed, but to Lei Nuo, it hadn't even been half a 60-year cycle. To these tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years old Orcish god, the Lei Nuo that Yang Fann had transformed into was really young. It must be an illusion. This Lei Nuo must have cultivated some kind of secret technique to conceal his age, concealing his true age. Very quickly, the Orcish god shook his head and denied it. Orcish god, who was less than 100 years old, didn't exist at all. In the records of Beastmaster Alliance, this was the youngest orcish god. He had only advanced after reaching 3,000 years old. Although beast tamers' cultivation was simple, as long as they nurtured their subdued beasts and advanced them, under the feedback of their subdued beast strength, they would naturally advance as well. However, there was a prerequisite for all of this. That was that the beast tamers themselves could withstand the feedback of their subdued beasts. Compared to the subdued beasts themselves, the beast tamer was truly weak to the extreme. Even if the feedback power when the subdued beasts advanced was only 1/10,000th of the original body of the subdued beast, or even less, it was still not something a weak human body could easily withstand. If they did not beat their physical body to a certain extent and recklessly upgraded their familiar, there was only one outcome waiting for them, and that was to be stuffed and exploded by the feedback energy. Otherwise, given the family background of orcish gods' descendants, it would be easy for them to break through to the king of beasts' realm, and even to orcish god. To ordinary people, divine beast was a legend. They might not even encounter one in their lifetime. As for orcish god, he wanted to get a divine beast. It was hard to say whether it was a high-grade divine beast, but a lower divine beast was still very easy to obtain. And with orcish god's wealth and resources, if he wanted to cultivate a divine beast into a divine-level taming beast, it would definitely not take 100 years. Right at this moment, rumble, a golden beam of light tore through the air. In an instant, a terrifying dragon's aura that was several times more terrifying than nine-headed python dragon king descended from the sky, engulfing the entire imperial beast battle arena. Ah, it's the four-clawed golden dragon king, Augustine. Master Douglas is here. Master Douglas is here. Very quickly, the entire imperial beast battle arena was in an uproar. The eyes of the countless beast tamers on the four viewing platforms lit up as they looked at the golden dragon shadow that descended from the sky. It was full of respect and worship, as if they were looking up to the sacred existence in their hearts. Master Douglas had been in charge of the Beastmaster Alliance for 300,000 years. The countless beast tamers in the Beastmaster Alliance had all grown up listening to Master Douglas's legend. They were the idols of countless beast tamers. Look, Master Douglas was on the beast fighting stage. The peak of the battle is about to begin. I can't wait any longer. See 1971 compete in Strength Beast God's capital, Royal Colosseum. Yang Fann and the leader of the Beastmaster Alliance, Douglas, stood on top of nine-headed python dragon king and the four-clawed golden dragon king, facing each other from thousands of miles away. The leader of the Beastmaster Alliance, Douglas, was a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe. He had a resolute face, as if he was carved out of stone. His facial expression was very proud. He looked down from above at the common people. His entire body was brimming with a powerful aura, as if everything in the world was under his control. Nothing could stop him. In an instant, countless beast tamers in the stands discussed animatedly. The two of them are about to start the battle. I wonder who the final victor will be. Needless to say, it must be Master Douglas. How could that Lei Nuo be a match for the Alliance chief? That's right, there is no suspense in this battle. Lord Douglas's power is beyond our imagination. Let's see how long that Lei Nuo can last in Lord Douglas's hands. No beast tamer thought highly of Yang Fann. Master Douglas's power. It had been deeply imprinted in their minds for hundreds of thousands of years. Master Douglas had already controlled 8 high-grade divine-level taming beasts. 100,000 years had passed. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Master Douglas had not made any progress. The current him, he had at least mastered 9 upper-level divine-level taming beasts, or even 10 upper-level divine-level taming beasts. Lei Nuo was able to take down 9-headed python dragon king in such a short period of time. His strength could be considered powerful. However, compared to Master Douglas, there was still a gap that was difficult to overcome. Furthermore, this Lei Nuo was still as impatient as ever. He had just obtained Orcish God's badge, and now he was issuing a challenge to the Alliance chief. His chances of winning were definitely not higher than a single point. In the center of the Royal Beast Arena, on the Beast Arena. Elder Lei Nuo, you are no match for me. I don't want to hurt you. Just admit defeat. Douglas's voice was calm. It was as if he was narrating a fact, a new elder. A new elder who had never even entered the Alliance treasury. How could he be qualified to be Douglas's opponent? If not for the rules of the Alliance, he wouldn't have bothered with Lei Nuo. Master Douglas, don't be too full of yourself. I will be the only one who will win this battle. I am determined to become the Alliance chief. Yang Fann smiled confidently. There was no doubt in his voice. Elder Lei Nuo, why are you doing this? It seems like you won't stop until the chief of Japan shows his true ability. Master Douglas shook his head slightly. He had heard such words more than 10 times, but the result was that he was still sitting firmly on the Alliance Chief's throne. If he did not show these arrogant fellows a little bit of power, they did not even know what they were capable of. In the next second, rumble, rumble, the terrifying aura of the three paths rose from the left side of Master Douglas. The void twisted, and 3 gigantic creatures appeared on the left side of Master Douglas. A black tortoise over 10,000 feet long, a mammoth over 10,000 feet tall, and a saber-toothed tiger with sharp teeth that were several hundred feet long. Its aura was so terrifying that it was only slightly inferior to the 4-clawed golden dragon king under Master Douglas's feet, Augustine. The high-level divine-level taming beasts were all high-level divine-level taming beasts. High-level divine beasts, deep-sea black tortoise Carlos, golden ferocity, Ma beast, Tai Lun Si, death sword tiger beast, Simmons. These were Douglas's 3 main subdued beasts, and they were among the many superior divine-level taming beasts. Their auras were comparable to some of the peak half-step sovereign. In addition to the 4-clawed golden dragon Augustus, this was the power of one of the 10 great elders. Only 1 or 2 of them could contend against it. It was enough to intimidate Elder Lei Nuo. However, right at this moment, rumble, 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 similarly, 3 terrifying auras of high-grade divine-level taming beasts rose from Yang Fann's side. If this alliance Master Douglas wanted to play, then he would play with him. Source Dark Nether Tiger, the 4-winged Sky Lion, Overlord Thunderhawk, and the 3 high-level divine beasts appeared in front of Yang Fann. Apart from 9-headed Python Dragon King, who was inferior to the 4-clawed Golden Dragon King, the aura of the 3 great 9-headed Python Dragon Kings of the origin Dark Tiger were not inferior to the 3 great divine beasts of the deep-sea Profound Tortoise. Elder Lei Nuo, with the help of the 3 great supreme divine beasts, you can be said to be one of the top 3 amongst the 10 great elders. However, you are still lacking some skill in challenging me. Douglas's expression became serious, but it was only limited to this. He had not even used half of his strength. Come out, my old friend, the 8-winged flying dragon, Brant, the abyssal magic spider, Swinboven, the giant scorpion, boiling flow silk. Rumble, rumble, another 3 terrifying giant beasts appeared by Douglas's side. Master Douglas, if you want me to back out, that's not enough. Yang Fann smiled playfully, and 3 high-level divine beasts appeared on the warbeast stage. Gulp. 6 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts, what a terrifying Elder Lei Nuo. No wonder he dared to challenge the Alliance Master. In all directions, countless beast tamers gasped. 6 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts, in addition to 9-headed Python Dragon King's quasi-high-ranked divine-level taming beast. This strength, not to mention the 10 great elders, manager. Even the 3 great deputy chief were inferior. Unfortunately, this Elder Lei Nuo was still a little anxious. If he waited until he exchanged for the treasures in the treasure vault and digested all of his gains, he might really be able to challenge Master Douglas. With Elder Lei Nuo's wealth, it was very likely that he would be able to increase the number of divine-level taming beasts he had. On the warbeast stage, Elder Lei Nuo, I have to say, I have underestimated you. You are qualified to be my opponent. At this moment, Master Douglas finally took Yang Fann seriously. 6 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts and 1 high-ranked divine-level taming beast. This power was enough to attract his attention. The next second, rumble, another 3 terrifying auras of superior divine-level taming beasts rose from Master Douglas's body. Gulp, gulp, 10 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts. Master Douglas really had control over 10 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts. Hiss. Scary, truly terrifying. Although many people had thought that Master Douglas might have control over 10 high-level divine-level taming beasts, they still found it hard to accept that all of this had become reality. The 10 great high-ranked divine-level taming beasts in the past billion years of Beast-Master Alliance's history, there were less than 10 people who had such achievements. Furthermore, Master Douglas was not even 500,000 years old. For Orcish God, who had a longevity that had reached millions of years old, he was in his prime. What kind of realm could his final achievement reach? It wasn't impossible for him to be comparable to the 9th-generation Alliance Master, or even surpass him. The outcome of the battle has been decided. There is no longer any suspense in this battle. The gap of nearly 4 upper-level divine-level taming beasts was like a heavenly chasm. It was not a tactic that could be made up for with cooperation. 10 high-level divine-level taming beasts. Master Douglas, this lineup is considered luxurious, but if you want to beat me, you are still lacking. What did Elder Lane Nuo mean by that? Could it be that he still had something to hide? Gulp this. Is this possible? See 1972 Alliance Leader Beast God's Capital, Royal Colosseum. In the stands, countless beast tamers had a thought flash across their minds. Could it be that Elder Lane Nuo was hiding something? But was this possible? Controlling 6 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts and 1 high-ranked divine-level taming beast was already terrifying enough. Not even the 3 great deputy chief could do it. If he was hiding something, that would be too scary. A monster like Master Douglas only appeared after tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of million years. Appearing was too low. It was so low that it was almost negligible. At this moment, rumble, 2 terrifying auras of upper-level divine-level taming beasts rose from Yang Fann's body. And, he really still has something to hide. Could there really be a suspense in this battle? The expressions of the countless beast tamers in the surroundings suddenly changed. Bitch it's another 2 superior divine-level taming beasts. Although this strength was not as great as Master Douglas's, it was not as great as before. There was no hope of victory at all. If this Elder Lane Nuo was still hiding something, the winner of this battle would be the loser. It was hard to say. On the Warbeast stage, Master Douglas's gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. This Elder Lane Nuo in front of him was definitely the strongest opponent he had encountered in the past hundreds of thousands of years. At the same time, Master Douglas also felt a trace of relief in his heart. Fortunately, this Elder Lane Nuo had an impatient temperament. If he was allowed to slow down a little and nurture another high-ranked divine-level taming beast, this battle would be really difficult. However, very quickly, Master Douglas's expression changed. Buzz the Void distorted, and another divine beast appeared by Yang Fann's side. Although it wasn't a high-level divine-level taming beast, it was still a high-level divine-level taming beast that was only second to a high-level divine-level taming beast. Its aura wasn't any weaker than 9-headed Python Dragon King Urba's. Including 9-headed Python Dragon King Urba's, the 2 high-tier 9-headed Python Dragon Kings working together would be able to match a high-tier divine-level taming beast. They might even be able to gain the upper hand. In other words, the current him only had the advantage of 1 upper-ranked divine-level taming beast. What a good Lane Nuo, no wonder he dared to challenge me. Sure enough, a fierce dragon cannot beat a river. The outcome of this battle would probably be a draw. However, Master Douglas was sure that it was too early. Another 2 auras of quasi-upper-ranked divine-level taming beasts rose from Yang Fann's body. 8 major high-ranked divine-level taming beasts, 4 major quasi-high-ranked divine-level taming beasts. What a great Elder Lane Nuo, terrifying. This is too terrifying. His soul sea is so vast. Hong Long. The countless beast tamers in the surroundings were astounded. The space of the soul sea occupied by a quasi-high-ranked divine-level taming beast. Although it's not as good as a true upper-ranked divine-level taming beast, it's not much different. 4 quasi-upper-level divine-level taming beasts consumed the space of the soul sea. It could definitely hold 3 upper-level divine-level taming beasts. In other words, this Elder Lane Nuo was able to control 11 upper-level divine-level taming beasts. Looking at the history of their alliance, the 9th generation alliance master alone was able to suppress him. Fuck, it can't be. There's still a secret. Another 2 upper-level divine-level taming beasts. This is another 2 upper-level divine-level taming beasts. This Elder Lane Nuo, just what kind of monster is he? On the Warbeast stage, a trace of panic flashed in the depths of Master Douglas's eyes. 8 high-level divine-level taming beasts and 6 high-level divine-level taming beasts. This strength had already faintly surpassed his. Fortunately, there wasn't a divine beast king like the 4-clawed golden dragon in these divine beasts. Otherwise, his chances of winning wouldn't have exceeded the 3rd level. Buzz ripples appeared on the void once again, and 3 god-level beast tamings appeared on the Warbeast stage. Douglas's heart instantly sank. The 3 god-level beast tamings. They were barely able to hold up against a supreme divine-level taming beast. This also meant that the power that this Elder Lane Nuo possessed was not much weaker than the strongest 9th generation alliance master in their alliance. He was completely above him. Fuck, come again. Seeing the arrival of another 3 god-level beast tamings, he couldn't help but swear, "Bitch it, what kind of monster is this?" 20 divine-level taming beasts. That was a total of 20 divine-level taming beasts, even if more than half of them were high-level god-level beast tamings, or even god-level beast tamings. That enormous soul sea was enough to hold 13 upper-ranked divine-level taming beasts, not to mention him. Even the 9th-generation Alliance Master was inferior to him by quite a bit. What should we do? Should we continue this battle? A trace of hesitation flashed across Master Douglas's eyes, and he gave up just like that. He was truly unwilling to lose the position of Alliance Master. His cultivation progress would immediately drop by a level. Even if he used up all his longevities, he might not be able to use the 2 supreme divine-level taming beasts anymore. Not to mention surpassing the 9th-generation Alliance Master. However, he would have to continue fighting. His chances of winning would definitely not exceed 1 level. Are you still unwilling to admit defeat? A strange light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. The next second, rumble, rumble, waves of terrifying aura of god-level beast tamings rose from Yang Fann's body. Yang Fann unleashed the remaining 6 god-level beast tamings. Fuck again, another 6 god-level beast tamings. SS's. Am I seeing things? Is he still human? The 4-direction platform. Countless beast tamers were dumbfounded and nearly collapsed. This talent was truly unheard of. 26 divine beast, a total of 26 divine beasts. This was simply heaven-defying. In the history of Beast Master World, only the Divine Master Beast could surpass him. On the Warbeast stage, Yang Fann stood proudly on top of 9-headed Python Dragon King and looked down at Douglas. "Master Douglas, just admit defeat. I don't want to hurt you." The same words, the same tone, but the person who spoke changed 180 degrees. I admit defeat." Douglas gave Yang Fann a hateful look. In the end, he still lowered his noble head. There was no way to fight this battle. I admit defeat. Master Douglas admitted defeat just like that. So what if he doesn't admit defeat? In this battle, Master Douglas has no chance of winning at all. That's right, the difference in strength between the two of them is just too great. 8 high-level divine-level taming beasts, 6 high-level divine-level taming beasts. The combined combat strength of 12 god-level beast tamings was not the slightest bit inferior to 15 high-level divine-level taming beasts. Even Master Douglas, who possessed a divine beast king like the Golden Dragon King with 4 claws, could match 2 high-level divine-level taming beasts. It was only 11 high-level divine-level taming beasts. Was like a heavenly chasm. At least this Douglas knows his own limitations. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't mind teaching him a painful lesson. He still had 23 lower warriors with him. He hadn't unleashed the divine-level taming beast, especially the 3 initial divine beasts. All of them had the power to fight against high-level divine-level taming beasts. The 20 lower divine-level taming beasts combined were enough to fight against 2 high-level divine-level taming beasts. And it was unknown how many times they surpassed Douglas. The next second, rumble, Yang Fann's body moved. He rose into the air and looked around. "From today onwards, I am the Alliance Master. Do you all have any objections?" See 1973 removing the Alliance leader Beast God's capital, Royal Colosseum. The 4-direction platform. All the beast tamers, including those old monsters, stood up and greeted the Alliance Master. No one dared to object, even Master Douglas admitted defeat. What else could they do? The treasure vault of Beast Master Alliance. Yang Fann's eyes lit up when he saw the huge amount of treasures in front of him. This Beastmaster Alliance was worthy of being called the #1 major power in Beastmaster World. It controlled the resources of the 9th level of the human race. There were so many treasures that it could blind anyone's eyes. Taking the position of the Beastmaster Alliance's Alliance Master, he had made the right move. With this huge amount of resources, it was enough to nurture the 5-clawed Golden Dragon, the 5-colored Divine Phoenix, and the Black Jade Qilin to their peak condition. There was still plenty left. At that time, with the strength of these 3 great divine beasts, it would be enough to challenge 100 venerable, or even more high-grade divine-level taming beasts. They would sweep across the beast-taming continent and take complete control of the Beastmaster world. It was only a matter of time. In the next second, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann waved his hand, and a mountain of familiar crystals quickly disappeared. As for whether the 3 great deputy chief and the other elders of the alliance had any objections, they were directly thrown into the clouds by Yang Fann. Yang Fann didn't mind letting them disappear completely if they had any objections. Anyone who tried to stop him from unifying the beast-taming continent would only have one outcome: death. 2 hours later, Yang Fann appeared in the Divine Beast Garden of the Alliance. As the name implied, this was where the Alliance kept the Divine Beast. Among them, 58 were upper-level Divine Beasts, 363 were intermediate Divine Beasts, and the most were lower Divine Beasts. There were a total of 1,596 of them. However, there was only a small portion of divine-level taming beasts, which was not even 2 levels of the total number of divine beasts. The upper-level divine beasts were still alright, but it was 100% enough to break through to the lower. The difference between intermediate and lower lowers was huge. Out of 10 of them, 1 or 2 of them could break through to the next level. It was already considered pretty good to be able to break through to the next level. Of course, if you were to spend a huge amount of resources to cultivate them at all costs, it would be a different story. Yang Fann's hands quickly formed seals. One after another, Beastmaster Dharma seals appeared out of thin air, madly binding divine beasts. Whether it was a lower divine beast or a high-ranked divine beast, Yang Fann was not afraid of them. He had the power to wipe out the 2,000 origin divine beasts in the Divine Beast Garden in one go. The other beast tamers had limited space in their soul seas. Every single one of their subdued beasts had limited space. They had to be careful and cautious. However, Yang Fann obviously didn't have such considerations. Not to mention a mere 2,000 origin divine beasts, even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 times more, Yang Fann's soul sea wouldn't have the slightest bit of pressure. 3 days later, out of the 2017 divine beasts, not a single one remained. All of them had become Yang Fann's subdued beasts. Luckily, there were not many beast tamers who would exchange for one divine beast even after dozens or hundreds of years. After dealing with the beast tamers guarding the Divine Beast Garden, Yang Fann did not need to worry. The news that he had gathered all the divine beasts in the Divine Beast Garden would be leaked out within a short period of time. Otherwise, it would shake the entire Beast Master Alliance. Compared to other resources, these divine beasts were the true foundation of the Beast Master Alliance. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the massive accumulation of resources in the Beast Master Alliance, the 5-clawed golden dragon, 5-colored divine phoenix, and the black jade Qilin had finally been cultivated to the peak by Yang Fann. Their combat strength had far surpassed extreme half-step sovereigns, and they were now on par with low-level universe sovereign warriors. The combined strength of these 3 divine beasts was enough to fight against the universe sovereign, and their strength had far surpassed the so-called high-ranked divine beast. Not only that, but also, under the nurturing of Yang Fann's resources, each and every one of the 2017 Yang Fann's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and more than half of them had advanced to the divine-level taming beast realm. In any case, these resources belonged to the Beast Master Alliance. It was easy to obtain them, and it wouldn't hurt to use them. At this moment, Yang Fann had 56 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts in his hands. 318 god-level beast taming, 1,023 low-level divine-level taming beasts. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying beyond compare. In the entire Beast Master Alliance, all the Orcish gods in Orcish gods' hands combined were far from enough to produce so many divine-level taming beasts. It's about time to attack the gathering place of those divine beasts. Although the divine beasts were fighting on their own, most of them were gathered in 3 places. First was the Dragon Island, that was the lair of the divine beast dragon clan. Within it was the beast-taming continent, with 9 layers of true dragons. After that, there were millions of volcanoes. That was the territory of the divine beast Phoenix clan, and lastly, the divine beast mountain that was led by the Qilin clan. As long as he could sweep across the Dragon Island, there would be millions of volcanoes, Divine Beast Mountain, and the Beast Master Alliance, which was the ruler of the human race. He would be able to control the entire Beast Master world. After that, he would be able to construct the altar to prepare himself for the position of the Eternal Realm Lord. At the headquarters of the Beast Master Alliance, inside a grand palace, Yang Fann sat on the throne. Below him, on both sides were the 4 great deputy chief of the Beast Master Alliance. After Chief Douglas lost his chief, he naturally became the deputy chief of the Beast Master Alliance. This was also a tradition of the Beast Master Alliance. After the 4 deputy chief, there were 10 great manager elders and over 100 ordinary elders. Whether it was the old monster who was cultivating in seclusion or orcish god who was traveling outside, all of them were called back by Yang Fann. The outside must be settled first. Currently, although he was called the Master of Beast-Master Alliance, there was almost no orcish god who was truly loyal to him. Only Elder Green was there. After Yang Fann successfully replaced Douglas and became the new leader of the Beast-Master Alliance, Elder Green had completely fallen for Yang Fann. Today, I have gathered all of you here for one thing, and that is, I want to personally conquer the Dragon Island. Yang Fann looked down and spoke in a flat tone. The strength of the three great divine beast gathering places was almost the same, and the Dragon Island was the closest place to the Beast-Master Alliance's headquarters. What? The Alliance Chief wants to personally conquer the Dragon Island. In an instant, the expressions of the four great deputy chief and over 100 elders of the Alliance changed. They knew that this new Alliance Chief was bold enough to challenge the position of the Alliance Chief as soon as he advanced to the Elder Realm. They had never thought that such a bold move that was the Dragon Island, one of the gathering places of the three great divine beasts. Alliance Master, think twice, conquering the Dragon Island is no small matter. That's right, I hope Alliance Chief can think twice. Alliance Chief, please think twice. All the elders and deputy chief started to persuade him. On the Dragon Island, there were more than 9 layers of beast-taming continents in the beast-taming continent. There were dozens of high-level divine-level taming beasts, and they were extremely powerful. Compared to the Beast-Master Alliance, they were only slightly weaker. Even if they could win, it would be equivalent to killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of them. Furthermore, the relationship between the Dragon Island and the Beast-Master Alliance had always been good. Among them, many of their subdued beasts were true dragons. If they really wanted to attack the Dragon Island, it was hard to say. These true dragons would immediately turn their backs on them. The beast contract had an equal contract, and the slave contract was 2 types. Not everyone could sign a slave contract like Yang Fann, and control the life and death of their subdued beasts. Most of the contracts that orcish gods signed were equal contracts. This was especially the case for a divine beast with a strong background like the true dragon. If he dared to slave them, he would be hunted down by the dragon clan if he wasn't careful. Everyone, there's no need to say anything. I've made up my mind. Yang Fann waved his hand and interrupted everyone's persuasion. Alliance Chief, if you insist on doing what you want, we can only do what you want to do. A deputy chief gritted his teeth and said, although the Alliance Chief was supreme in Beast-Master Alliance, there was still a limit to it. As long as an elder above the 8th layer agreed to it, the Alliance Chief could be removed. Remove the leader. What, do you all still want to cripple me? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a cold shine flashed across his eyes. Alliance Master, as long as you dispel your desire to conquer the Dragon Island, you will still be our Alliance Master. This was a monster that controlled 26 divine-level taming beasts. 5 years had passed, perhaps it had already exchanged the god-level beast taming in its hand for a high-ranked divine-level taming beast. Its strength had skyrocketed, and if they could avoid offending it completely, they would not want to offend it too much. Including former Alliance Master Douglas. No one had the confidence to say that they would definitely be able to escape the revenge of the former Chief Lei Nuo. That's impossible, I must conquer the Dragon Island. Yang Fann's voice was firm and firm. Alliance Leader, the Alliance is the alliance of all our beast tamers. We can't let you bring the Alliance to a dead end. Everyone, let's vote C-1974. Let's do it together. The headquarters of Beast-Master Alliance. Seeing Yang Fann's stubbornness and determination to conquer the Dragon Island, everyone finally made up their mind to use the power to expel him. Cripple Yang Fann, the Alliance Master. Their Beast-Master Alliance could never be controlled by such a madman. Otherwise, the foundation of the Beast-Master Alliance, which had been established for 1 billion years, would be destroyed in an instant. It wasn't just a simple attack on the Dragon Island. At that time, the Million Volcanoes, the Phoenix Clan, the Divine Beast, and the rest of the Divine Beast would not let this matter rest. If the lips died, the teeth would turn cold. Today you humans can attack the Dragon Island. Tomorrow, you will conquer my Million Volcanoes and attack my Divine Beast Mountain. If something goes wrong, a battle between humans and beasts will erupt once again. This outcome was not something they could imagine. Many of them looked at Yang Fann with eyes that flashed with cold shines and killing intent. A madman like him shouldn't have lived in this world. Otherwise, he would definitely become a disaster for the human race. Furthermore, today, they had used their power to expel Lei Nuo, crippling him. This was a complete offense. With Lei Nuo's terrifying strength, none of them would be a match for him if he held a grudge against them. It was better to eliminate this disaster as soon as possible. On the throne, Yang Fann looked on coldly as he quietly watched the voting of the crowd. It's not that easy to abolish me. In beast-taming continent, everything still needs strength to speak. Only the weak would choose to yield and compromise. I agree to Alliance Master Lei Nuo is not suitable for the position of Alliance Master, Lei Nuo said. Very quickly, the elders raised their right hands and voted in agreement. In the end, other than Elder Green and less than 10 people who had forfeited, the elders on the 9th floor all agreed to depose Yang Fann as the Alliance leader. Among them were the 4 great deputy chief. The most proactive one was none other than the former leader Douglas. Once Yang Fann, this monster, was crippled, the Beast Master Alliance would respect him, and the leader of the Alliance would be none other than him. 4 deputy chief, 10 great elders manager, and 103 ordinary elders, tisk tisk tisk. 4 deputy chief, 10 great elders manager, and 103 ordinary elders, tisk tisk tisk. I'm really not popular, Yang Fann said with a mocking smile. Suddenly, he changed the topic and spoke in a cold tone. You are not qualified to be the Alliance chief. What? This? Could it be that this Lei Nuo has gone crazy? How dare he speak like this? All the elders and deputy chief widened their eyes and stared at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. It's true that you are the #1 expert of Beast Master Alliance. No one is a match for you in a one-on-one fight, but that doesn't mean that you have the power to challenge the entire Alliance. Let's not talk about anything else. The combined strength of the 4 great deputy chief was enough to make you suffer. As the deputy chief of the Alliance, he was once the leader of the Alliance. At the very least, he controlled 4 upper-level divine-level taming beasts. However, it didn't take long for a look of pleasant surprise to flash across the eyes of many people. This Lei Nuo was courting death, so they couldn't be blamed. They were just worrying about not finding an opportunity to make Lei Nuo stay. After all, he was their Alliance Master. Before he could truly make the heavens angry and the people angry, it wouldn't be good for them to make a move against him. Lei Nuo, are you really unwilling to abdicate? Douglas suppressed the delight in his heart and asked again. Cut the crap, if you want me to abdicate, show me your abilities. A hint of impatience flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Why did he say so many high-sounding words? In the end, he still had to rely on his strength to speak. Lei Nuo, since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for being heartless. Douglas gave Yang Fann a deep look, then said to the other 3 deputy chief, 3 of you, let us take action and suppress this Lei Nuo. All right, let us take action. Lei Nuo, you asked for it. The other 3 deputy chiefs stood up and exchanged glances with Douglas. You 10 trash want to suppress me? Let's attack together. It saves me trouble. Yang Fann looked down at Douglas and the others. If it had been 5 years ago, the 4 of them would have attacked together. It was very likely that they would have caused him to suffer a huge setback. Unfortunately, things were different now. Just the 4 of them, the 5-clawed golden dragon, the 5-colored divine phoenix, and the black jade Qilin took action. It'll be easy to sweep them away. Fuck, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? He actually asked us to attack together. Who does he think he is? He's crazy. This Lei Nuo must be crazy. If he wasn't a madman, why would he say it out loud? With so many of them here, just the upper-level divine-level taming beasts alone numbered no less than 50. As for the other intermediate and lower divine-level taming beasts, there was even less of a need to talk about them. Even if the legendary Divine Lord Beast was resurrected, it would still be impossible for it to be a match for them. Lei Nuo, you are courting death. The 4 great deputy chief who were involved in this matter were angered to the point that one Buddha was born and the other 2 Buddha ascended to the heavens. They had never been looked down upon so much in the past tens of thousands of years. Lei Nuo, let's go out and fight. Within the void, Yang Fann, Douglas, and the other 3 alliance leaders were confronting each other from afar. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura of high-grade divine-level taming beasts rose from their bodies. In the next second, horrifying divine-level taming beasts appeared beside Douglas and the others. 1, 2, 3. A total of 24 high-tier divine-level taming beasts. Lei Nuo, this time it's all over. But who can be blamed for this? He asked for it. The corners of many elders' mouths curled into a mocking smile. This Lei Nuo, no matter what kind of monster he had, being able to control 16 to 7 high-level divine-level taming beasts in a short 5 years was his limit. Compared to the 4 great deputy chief and 24 high-level divine-level taming beasts, the gap between them was simply too great. It was completely akin to a heaven and earth cloud and mud. Right at this moment, a trace of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's face, a single aphids, and you still want to overturn the heavens. Today, I will let all of you witness what a true divine beast is. As he spoke, a woo-a dragon's roar rang out, and it was 10 times more terrifying than the divine-level taming beast of the upper level. 100 times more terrifying aura rose from Yang Fann's body. Ah, what is that? Good, such a terrifying pressure. 5 claws. 5-clawed golden dragon. How is this possible? Isn't the strongest one in the dragon clan the 4-clawed golden dragon? How can there be 5-clawed golden dragon? All the elders were extremely shocked. How could there be such a terrifying divine beast in this world? Compared to it, it was nothing more than an ant. Douglas and the other 3 great deputy chief were even more terrified. Their expressions changed drastically, especially those divine beast true dragons. Under the suppression of their bloodline power, all of them, including the 4-clawed golden dragon king, trembled. Nearly half of the 10th level of combat strength was directly suppressed. They were not much stronger than some god-level beast tamings. Elders, hurry up and help us suppress this person. See 1975 Despair, the headquarters of Beastmaster Alliance. Douglas and the other 4 deputy chief finally couldn't care less about their faces. They all asked for help from the elders. The 4 of them were simply courting death. The 5-clawed golden dragon that had never appeared in the world had a terrifying aura. It was even more terrifying than the sum of the 24 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts. Furthermore, the divine beast true dragons under their hands. Under the suppression of the bloodline power, each and every one of their strengths plummeted. Compared to some god-level beast tamings, they weren't much stronger. Not to mention, Lei Nuo had far more than one 5-clawed golden dragon in his hand. What should we do now? Should we help Douglas and the others? Hesitation flashed across the eyes of the elders of Beastmaster Alliance. They had witnessed the scariness of the 5-clawed golden dragon. It was equivalent to dozens of high-ranked divine-level taming beasts. This battle was not easy to fight. Even if they could finally suppress Lei Nuo, they would still have to pay a heavy price. Dead people were unavoidable, and not a small number of them. Perhaps, they were one of them. They were all elders of the Beastmaster Alliance, and Orcish God was the dignified Orcish God. He needed power, and women, but he was far from being able to live a life of his own. Everyone, what are you all hesitating for? All of you are in favor of removing Lei Nuo from the position of the Alliance chief. If this Lei Nuo doesn't die today, can you guarantee that he won't settle the score with all of you in the future? Don't be naive, he is a madman. There is nothing that he can't do. Douglas and the others were anxious. If these elders didn't make a move, the 4 of them would be finished. Within the void, Yang Fann was calm and composed. He looked at the elders and did not say anything. Everything would depend on their own decision. With his current strength, even if all the elders were to fall towards Douglas and the other 3, he would not be afraid. The 5-clawed golden dragon, 5-colored divine phoenix, and the black jade Qilin were enough to suppress everything. He could also use this opportunity to wipe out all the opposition forces of the Beastmaster Alliance and gain complete control of the Beastmaster Alliance. Looking at Douglas and the 4 great deputy chief, and then looking at Yang Fann, all the elders felt conflicted. It was not something that could be described with words. If they joined Douglas in the 4 deputy chiefs' camps, they might die if they were not careful. However, if they just stood there and watched Lei Nuo take care of the 4 deputy chief, they would die. At that time, they were afraid that they would not have any good results. This Lei Nuo was a madman. He had only been the chief for a short period of time, but he already dared to conquer the Dragon Island. If he went crazy, he would do anything, including slaughtering all the elders. At that time, without Douglas and the rest, it would be difficult for them to fight Lei Nuo with just these elders alone. Time passed by. Master Douglas, let me help you. All of a sudden, an elder of manager gritted his teeth and said. He had never placed his life on an illusory luck. Furthermore, with the madness of Lei Nuo, the Alliance would only face destruction and death under his leadership. Once the Divine Beast Mountain interfered in the millions of volcanoes, it would be no match for the Beastmaster Alliance. Master Douglas, and me. Alliance Chief Demolia, I'm coming. Alliance Master Adeles, I'm here to help you. The role of a role model was boundless. Very quickly, many elders stood out and led Lei Nuo, this madman, take control of their Beast Master Alliance. They would never be able to live a peaceful life in the future, and they would live a life of anxiety every single day. Death Lei Nuo, this madman, must be eliminated as soon as possible. A few breaths later, other than Grimm and the other 8 elders who chose to forfeit, the other elders all stood behind Douglas and the other 3 elders, confronting Yang Fann from afar. Are you all standing out? Very well, it saves me trouble. Yang Fann's eyes were cold, and he could not see any intention in them. Lei Nuo, you have no chance of winning today. Surrender now, or else we will spare your life. While speaking, rumble, rumble, terrifying auras of divine-level taming beasts rose from the bodies of the elders. In the next second, the huge space was distorted to the limit. One divine-level taming beast after another appeared out of thin air. 42 high-level divine-level taming beasts, 178 god-level beast tamings, 761 lower divine-level taming beasts. In addition to that, there were 42 high-level divine-level taming beasts, 178 divine-level taming beasts, and 761 lower divine-level taming beasts. The 24 high-level, divine-level taming beasts Douglas and the other 3 controlled. This power was terrifying to the extreme. Grug grug grug, a terrifying pressure covered the heavens and covered the earth, rolling like a tide as it crushed down on the voids in all directions. A large expanse of space was unable to withstand the violent pressure and exploded into countless fragments. Lei Nuo, don't put up any pointless resistance, or else you'll suffer the pain of your skin and flesh. This is all of your strength. Ants are just ants after all. However, if you can witness my true strength, all of you will be able to rest in peace. What does he mean? Could it be, he returned it? No, that's impossible. He must be deliberately mystifying. Douglas's body trembled when he heard that, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. At this moment, rumble, another 2 terrifying pressures that were not any weaker than the 5-clawed golden dragon rose up from within Yang Fann's body. Oh no, how could it be like this? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In an instant, an elder of manager let out a heart-wrenching wail. One 5-clawed golden dragon was already enough to shock the world. However, this Lei Nuo actually had 2 level 1 divine beasts. Heavens, earth, why are you so cruel? I can't take it anymore. A hint of disdain flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's eyes. The next moment, Poochie Poochie Poochie, the void shattered, and Yang Fann unleashed his divine beast army. Ard go. Divine level taming beasts, all of them are divine level taming beasts. How could this be? He's a human or a ghost? No. This isn't true. It is not true. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Collapse. At this moment, everyone, including Douglas and the other 4 great deputy chief, felt their minds collapse and let out hysterical cries. What did they just see? 56 high-level divine-level taming beasts, 318 god-level beast tamings, 1,123 low-rank divine-level taming beasts. One person, just one person. Despair and endless despair engulfed them like a surging tide. Who, as expected of Lord Lei Nuo, savage. He was truly too savage, even if it was the legendary familiar God Lord. What? Elder Grimm and the others took in a breath of cold air. Then, they felt relieved. It was fortunate that their willpower was strong enough and they did not make Lord Lei Nuo their enemy. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. Sigh, it's over. Master Douglas and the rest are completely finished. C. 1976 Junlin Dragon Island Beast Master Alliance. Elder Grimm and the other 8 elders looked at Douglas and the others with pity. They understood that Douglas and the other elders were completely defeated this time. Were enough to sweep them away easily, let alone after them. There was also a divine beast army whose strength was far above theirs. Both sides were on completely different levels, and the gap between them was more than several times. Sure enough, just as Elder Grimm and the others had expected, the following battle was basically a one-sided massacre. The 5-clawed golden dragons of the 5-clawed golden dragon, the 5-colored divine phoenix, and the black jade Qilin were like 3 sharp knives that stabbed into the enemy's formation. Wherever they passed by, they would injure and die instantly. Could barely hold on for a couple of seconds in their hands. The other middle lowers were all instantly killed. Those with good luck could even turn into a wisp of spiritual light and return to their master's spiritual sea. If they were unlucky, they would immediately be crushed into ashes and not even their bones would be left behind. Ah, please spare my life, Lord Lei Nuo, spare me, woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, Lord Lei Nuo, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Let me go, please, Master Lei Nuo. Please let me go, woo. I shouldn't have participated in this battle. I really shouldn't have participated. I'm so regretful, so regretful. Wails of unwillingness and pleas for mercy were heard one after another, echoing in the sky above the alliance. Regret and endless regret engulfed them like a surging tide. If time could be reversed, even if they were beaten to death, they would not be provoked by Douglas and the other three to become Yang Fann's enemy. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. As for reversing time, it was an extravagant hope. The time law was one of the most mysterious of the 3,000 laws. Even those top-level universe sovereign experts in the eternal great world might not be able to master it, let alone these beast tamers whose strength was above that of their subdued beasts. Ah, flower life, Lei Nuo, you flower life, you will die a horrible death. Ra, I'm not willing to accept this, Lei Nuo, I'm not willing to accept this arg. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. 2 hours later, Douglas and the other 3 great deputy chief, as well as the 113 elders, were all killed. Yang Fann never showed mercy to his enemies. However, the nearly 1,000 divine-level taming beasts they controlled were not completely wiped out. Nearly 3 levels were lost. Most of them were lower divine-level taming beasts, and the rest were all captured by Yang Fann. 3 days later, the 600-plus divine beast captives had completely become Yang Fann's slaves. This caused the divine beast army in Yang Fann's hands to break the 2,000 mark. Among them, there were 89 high-ranked divine-level taming beasts, 432 god-level beast tamings, and 1,553 lower divine-level taming beasts. Elder Green's jaw almost dropped when he saw this. This was a total of 2,074 divine-level taming beasts, including the 3 monster divine beasts. Furthermore, they could see that Yang Fann didn't seem to be struggling at all. It was obvious that he was far from reaching his limit. Hiss. Lord Lei Nuo, just how big was his soul sea? 100,000 miles, 1 million miles, or even bigger. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Returning to the sea, this was the largest ocean in the beast-taming continent. It was boundless and vast, much larger than the 10,000 beast empire. In the depths of the Sea of No Return, there was a huge island that was no smaller than some kingdoms. It was more like an island than an island. It was a continent, a draconic beast that only had draconic beasts soared in the sky or shuttled through the waves, setting off waves. From time to time, one could see mighty true dragons playing amongst them. This large island was none other than the old nest of the dragon clan, the Dragon Island. Poochie. Suddenly, the space above the Dragon Island distorted. Yang Fann took a step forward. This time, he didn't bring anyone along with him on this trip to the Dragon Island. In Beastmaster Alliance, Orcish God almost killed all of them, leaving only Elder Green and the other 8 people. Among these 8 people, Orcish God did not even have a superior position. If they were brought along, other than being a burden, there would be no other use. The next second, rumble, 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 waves of terrifying superior divine-level taming beast chi rose from Yang Fann's body. It rolled like a tide and covered the entire Dragon Island. Who is it? How dare you behave atrociously on my Dragon Island? Awoo awoo awoo. Very quickly, dragon roars resounded. Waves of terrifying dragon's aura erupted from the center of the Dragon Island. One after another, true dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long. And even several tens of thousands of meters long broke through the sky and arrived. The leader was a 4-clawed golden dragon that was nearly 100,000 meters long. Its aura was so powerful that it was more than twice as powerful as the Golden Dragon King under Douglas. It was comparable to some peak half-step sovereign warriors. This was the Dragon Island's king of 10,000 dragons, Dragon Emperor Alfred. He was also the indisputable #1 expert on the Dragon Island. Beastmaster Alliance's new alliance master, Lei Nuo. Dragon Emperor Alfred's eyes turned and recognized Yang Fann. Although the Dragon clan had lived in the ocean for a long time, it didn't mean that they had lost contact with the continent. The news of the Beastmaster Alliance changing their new leader had spread to the Dragon Island a few years ago. Among them was the image of Lei Nuo. May I know why Alliance leader Lei Nuo has come to my Dragon Island? Submit to me, otherwise, there is no need for your Dragon clan to exist anymore. Yang Fann's voice was cold and emotionless. What, Lei Nuo, your Beast Master Alliance? Do you want to start a war with the Dragon Clan? Dragon Emperor Alfred's expression changed. One Lei Nuo was nothing. Even if he was the strongest alliance master in the history of the Beast Master Alliance, it was still the same. Their Dragon Island was just a divine-level taming beast true dragon. There were 38 of them, plus the water element upper-tier dragon clans attached to the Dragon Clan. The upper-level divine-level taming beasts could easily gather 50 of them, but if it was the entire Beast Master Alliance, it was a completely different concept. As a major power controlled by the human race, the Beast Master Alliance had almost gathered the strength of the 9th level of the human race. It was much stronger than the Dragon Island. While they were talking, Dragon Emperor Alfred kept looking around, as if he was trying to find the hidden Beast Master Alliance's army. Don't look anymore, I'm the only one here. Lei Nuo, is this your intention alone? Dragon Emperor Alfred's heart slightly relaxed. If it was only Lei Nuo's idea, then everything would be simple. Furthermore, on second thought, the Dragon Clan had always had a good relationship with the Beast Master Alliance. Even his younger brother, Golden Dragon King Augustine, was Douglas's closest friend. For no reason, how could the Beast Master Alliance declare war on the Dragon Clan? The next second, Dragon Emperor Alfred's eyes flashed fiercely. Lei Nuo, how dare you challenge the dignity of our race? So you are saying that you have chosen to resist? A hint of ridicule flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Humph Lei Nuo, the mighty Dragon Clan will never submit to you. Before Dragon Emperor Alfred could finish his sentence, he was replaced by endless fear. Ah. No. Impossible, this is impossible. Gulp. More than 2,000 divine-level taming beasts. How could a beast tamer control so many divine-level taming beasts? Ah, that's the 5-clawed Golden Dragon Emperor. In the legends, the true Dragon Emperor. How is that possible? How can he really exist? The inheritance of the Dragon Clan had been passed down for over 10 billion years. No 5-clawed Golden Dragon has ever appeared. Regarding this, the entire Dragon Clan has always been regarded as a legend. Even he, Alfred, had only regarded it as a beautiful dream. Never would he have thought that he would appear in front of them so openly. And it was their enemy. Alfred, let me ask you one last time. Do you want to submit, or do you want your clan to be destroyed? C. 1977 Unifying the familiar world, not returning to the sea, Dragon Island. After a moment of silence, Dragon Emperor Alfred and many other divine beast true dragons finally lowered their noble heads. Facing the legendary Dragon Emperor, 5-clawed Golden Dragon, under the suppression of the bloodline power, their true dragon strength was almost suppressed by a large rank. Even the strength that he, Alfred, could unleash was not much stronger than a quasi-upper-tier divine-level taming beast. Those lower divine-level taming beasts were even more miserable. They directly fell from the deity realm and became king-level subdued beasts. Their strength fell drastically. It was more than 1 or 2 levels, and they continued to resist stubbornly. Other than death, there was no other possibility. Looking at the dragons who had bowed their heads and submitted, a flash of understanding appeared in Yang Fann's heart. The reason why Sovereign Nu Yan spent so much effort to create these 3 great divine beasts was not only because of the enormous potential of the 3 great divine beasts, but also because he was preparing to subdue the True Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans in the future. If it wasn't for the 5-clawed Golden Dragon and the suppression of his bloodline, with the pride of the Dragon Clan, it wouldn't be so easy for him to subdue them. 7 days later, the thousands of true dragons on the Dragon Island were all under the slave contract of Yang Fann, becoming his slave beasts. Not only that, Yang Fann didn't even let go of those water element dragon clans attached to the Dragon Clan. There was no need for him to worry, he would be crushed by these sea of consciousness. It directly doubled the number of divine beasts under his command. Millions of volcanoes. This was a continuous stretch of volcanoes. Among them, there were countless volcanoes, no less than 10 million. They were countless fire-type subdued beasts, the holy land in their hearts. At the center of the million volcanoes, the Phoenix clan resided. As a clan that was on par with the Dragon Clan, the strength of the Phoenix clan wasn't any weaker than the Dragon Clan. The strongest amongst them, the Phoenix King, had also slightly surpassed the limit of the upper-grade divine-level taming beast, and wasn't any weaker than some of the peak half-step sovereign warriors. Ordinary high-grade divine-level taming beasts, as well as the high-grade fire-type divine beasts that were attached to the Phoenix clan, also had over 50 of them. However, In Yang Fann's hands, the Phoenix clan didn't create any waves. In fact, it was even worse than the Dragon clan. In just one round of coercion, the Phoenix King had led a group of phoenixes to submit to Yang Fann. Half a month later, the Divine Beast Mountain Qilin race followed in the footsteps of the True Dragon and Phoenix race without any exceptions. There was no need for Yang Fann to do anything. Just the True Dragon and Phoenix race alone were far stronger than their Divine Beast Mountain. After that, numerous True Dragons, Phoenixes, and Qilins rushed to the beast-taming continent, helping Yang Fann suppress the divine-level taming beasts that dominated an area. At the same time, there were altars and altars. Yang Fann's true body was built in many human cities. Under the orders of the Beast Master Alliance, no one dared to disobey him. If there really was a young man who didn't know the situation, he would be mercilessly destroyed by the people. This was an irreconcilable hatred that prevented people from achieving their Tao. Yang Fann would not be polite to these people. 1 year later, all the divine-level taming beasts scattered across the continent were swept clean by the 3 clans. If these divine-level taming beasts were to be combined, they might be able to contend with the 3 families. Unfortunately, they were scattered all over the continent. They, who were in a state of disunity, would not be able to stir up any waves. They were either completely wiped out or captured, becoming slaves under Yang Fann's command. Soon, another year passed. All the human cities had at least one altar in Yang Fann's true body. 3 months later, Great Master of Familiars, His Majesty Yang Fann, please ascend to the position of Sector Lord. Requesting the Great Master of Familiars, His Majesty Yang Fann, to ascend to the position of Sector Lord. Requesting the Great Master of Familiars, His Majesty Yang Fann, to ascend to the position of Sector Lord. In the entire beast-taming continent, countless humans were driven into the various altars and prayed devoutly. In the center of those altars, Yang Fann's divine statue suddenly blossomed with dazzling golden light. It was incomparably divine. Beast Master Alliance, Headquarters. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, found it. The next second, rumble, Yang Fann's mind began to rise. It continued to climb endlessly, traversing the 9 heavens. Within the mysterious source of the world, he imprinted a tiny portion of his soul imprint. In an instant, the power that was suppressed by the world will was quickly unsealed. My power has returned, and it's even stronger than before. This Beast Master world is worthy of being called the intermediate eternal world. It is much stronger than the magic world. In this Beast Master world, he was confident that he could defeat or even suppress any middle-level universe sovereign. Even if it was an ordinary low-level high-level universe sovereign, he was afraid that he would need to fight one more time before deciding who would win. Beast Master World, the mysterious origin space. Buzz the spatial crystal wall twisted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. As expected, after nearly 10 billion years, the origin of eternity in the Beast Master World has long since been accumulated to the limit of what he can store. 60,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity was the limit of intermediate eternal world. With a thought, the 6,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity in the first layer fell into Yang Fann's hands. Immortal Spirit World, Origin Space. Pucci the space was torn apart, and Yang Fann took a step forward. Currently, the enhancement provided by Immortal Spirit World to Yang Fann was extremely weak. Even a small grade was difficult to achieve. However, this Immortal Spirit World was still indispensable to Yang Fann. It couldn't be helped. Whether it was the Magic World or the Beast Master World, the flow of time was too much of a scam. Especially the Beast Master World. The flow of time was 1 million times faster than the previous one. If he really went into secluded cultivation for thousands or tens of thousands of years, even the flowers and vegetables would turn cold. Rumble, rumble. Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to the limit by Yang Fann, and he crazily devoured the origin of eternity. After transcending his tribulation and becoming a sovereign, Yang Fann's strength had increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times, and his devouring speed had similarly improved by leaps and bounds. Even though the world will of the Immortal Spirit World had provided him with an almost negligible boost. Those 6,000 origin of eternities were still disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 6,000 cubic meters, 5,500 cubic meters, 4,800 cubic meters, 4,000 cubic meters, 3,000 cubic meters, 1,000 cubic meters, 100 cubic meters. 160 years later, Pucci, the last cubic meter of origin of eternity, was completely devoured by Yang Fann. 3 days passed. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A trace of regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. After breaking through to the domination stage, the origin of eternity he needed had become even more terrifying. 6,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity had only allowed him to break through a small level, reaching the peak low-level dominator. If he wanted to break through to the low-level dominator, he would need at least 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. As for breaking through to the middle-level dominator, without a dozen or 200,000 origin of eternities, it was simply an extravagant hope. Or perhaps he could devour a middle-level universe sovereign. Even the lowest-level middle-level universe sovereign would usually absorb 1,000,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. After devouring and refining them, it wouldn't be a problem to extract a few 100,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Unfortunately, every middle-level universe sovereign was an elusive existence. How could they be so easy to devour? Even if it was easy to defeat them in front of them, it was virtually impossible to completely suppress them. In the end, there was still one space treasure missing. In the city of Mournful Dora, there was a limit to the suppression of low-level universe sovereign warriors, let alone middle-level universe sovereign warriors. Forget it. When the boat reaches the end of the bridge, it will naturally be straight. Let nature take its course. Now, let's take down the third eternal world controlled by the raging flame lord first. This is the peak of the intermediate eternal world. 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities should be enough for me to advance my cultivation to the limit of the low-level dominator by swallowing some of the experts in the eternal world. See 1978 Severe Damage Star General World. This was a world where heroes and generals reigned supreme. Among them, the one who controlled extraordinary powers was the Star General, the one who gathered the starlight of the universe, and the one who formed the natal general star. Some of the top Star Generals' combat strength was in no way inferior to the half-step sovereign in the eternal great world, and even far surpassed that of the universe sovereign. Star General World, the Ravenous Wolf Star Kingdom. In the depths of a vast mountain range in the south, there was a hidden divine hall. Rumble. Ripples appeared in the inner space of the divine hall, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Just like the magic world and the beast master world, the Star General World doesn't follow the orthodox path of the world. Yang Fann's heart slightly tightened. His strength was once again suppressed by 9 layers and 9 layers in the Star General World, and he was only able to use the pure strength of body. Luckily, his cultivation base had broken through a small level, and his body's strength had improved a little. He had finally broken through to the peak half-step sovereign. In the Star General World, he could be considered as one of the top Star Generals. In the next second, swoosh, with a flash of purple light, a purple crystal coffin appeared in front of Yang Fann. A young man in a purple robe with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, with black hair that reached his waist, was quietly lying within the purple crystal coffin. In Star General World, a fate star determined everything. A third-rate fate star, who cultivated bitterly for a lifetime, was only a low-ranked Star General. In order to become a top-ranked Star General, one had to possess a top-ranked fate star. For example, the ruler of the Ravenous Wolf Star, the Ravenous Wolf Star General, possessed one of the top 3 stars of the Voracious Wolf Star. Only then would it be able to be ranked amongst the top Star General worlds of the Star General World and establish the Ravenous Wolf Star Kingdom. The incarnation that the Raging Flame Lord had prepared for him was even more heaven-defying. The Voracious Wolf Star was one of the 4 great Emperor Stars, the Z-Way Emperor Star. Once a truly top-tier General Star matured, it would be able to make 10,000 stars submit and sweep through the world. In less than a breath's time, Yang Fann had already merged with the purple-robed youth. Rumble. With a flash of divine light, the ultimate treasure of the quasi-intermediate, the divine fire devil suppressing halberd appeared in Yang Fann's hand. With a thought, he began to activate a trace of the origin of the world within the divine fire devil suppression halberd. Not good. Suddenly, Yang Fann's facial expression changed. Unlike the magic world and the beast master world, the Star General World had a world of its own. Let's go, we have to leave now. Once he unleashed his full strength, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight a top intermediate venerable. Even a peak intermediate venerable would be able to fight him, but in the Star General World, he was absolutely no match for the Astral Lord. The Star General World was the top intermediate eternal world, and its energy level was 2 grades higher than the Beast Master World. Even a peak intermediate venerable would be greatly suppressed. It was unknown whether he could unleash the combat strength of a high middle-level universe sovereign. On the other hand, with the help of the world will, the combat strength of a general astral lord was comparable to a low-grade or even a middle-grade high-level universe sovereign. Once the general astral lord discovered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter how profound the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was, it could hide from the world will's instinctive monitoring, but it could not hide from Lord of the World's eyes. Even if he was lucky enough to hide it from the heavens, the astral lord was still a huge chasm. If he couldn't kill the general star realm master, then even if he unified the entire star general world, it would only be a waste of effort. Pucci. Yang Fann was extremely decisive. With the divine fire devil suppression halberd in his hand, he ripped apart the void, revealing a spatial fissure. He turned around and took a deep look at the hall, as if he was going to take everything here. In that star general world. One day, I will come back. The next moment, Yang Fann's body moved, and he took a step into the spatial fissure. Right at this moment, rumble, a bolt of destructive lightning that carried with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth tore through the sky and blasted towards the space where Yang Fann was. The spatial fissures in the surroundings also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good, the astral lord has discovered me. Roar open, open for me. Yang Fann's facial expression changed. The divine fire devil suppression halberd in his hand attacked the spatial fissure that was about to heal. As for the destructive lightning that fell from the sky, Yang Fann had no time to defend himself. He circulated the 9 revolutions divine devil body with all his strength, preparing to defend himself against the destructive attack. Once the spatial fissure healed, under the power of the world lord, it was almost impossible for him to break the spatial zone. At that time, he would be like a turtle in a jar, allowing the astral lord to be kneaded and pinched as he pleased. Grug grug grug, the spatial fissure that was about to heal once again expanded under the frenzied attacks of the divine fire devil suppressing halberd. At that moment, rumble, the destructive lightning struck Yang Fann's body. The terrifying lightning energy instantly ripped apart his divine body. Under the terrifying energy that was comparable to a high-level universe sovereign, even with the help of the 9 revolutions divine devil body, the Yang Fann's divine body's defense was no weaker than an extremely low-quality universe treasures. Pucci Pucci, in an instant, Yang Fann's body was covered with crisscrossing and frightening cracks. However, Yang Fann turned a blind eye to this. It was as if he didn't feel like he was being cut into pieces. The intense pain was even more terrifying. He focused all of his attention on the spatial fissure. Beast Master World, Origin Space. Pucci. Space was torn apart as a person fell down. Swish swish swish, bolts of destructive lightning snakes danced around his body. Bean-sized golden divine bloods continuously dripped down from the terrifying gap. Star General World. The vast mountain range in the southern part of the ravenous wolf star kingdom was destroyed and turned into ruins. Pucci. Space distorted as a person appeared out of thin air. This was a golden-robed middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. At most, he was above average, but there was a peerless aura between his eyebrows that could not be concealed. Every move he made unleashed a powerful aura. It was as if the supreme sovereign god had arrived in the mortal world, causing all living beings to feel an instinctive fear. Heavenly Emperor Kang Hao, who had risen up in a small and boundless country 10 billion years ago and awakened one of the Emperor Stars, the Emperor Star of Gushan. In less than 10 million years, he had become the #1 person in Star General World. After that, he swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earth and spent nearly 1 million years to unify the entire star continent and establish the supreme heavenly court, becoming the general star lord of the world. His divine might was boundless, and he controlled the heavens. It's actually a part of the intermediate eternal world. Kang Hao opened his divine eyes, and they shone with a bright divine light. He could see through the entire universe, and the universal world. It was as if he had seen the Beast Master world. The next second, a trace of fear flashed across Emperor of the Firmament's eyes. In Star General World, with the help of the World Will, he could unleash the combat strength of a high-level universe sovereign warrior. However, once he left Star General World, he would only be a peak middle-level universe sovereign. Compared to the man just now, he wasn't much stronger. Once he entered the eternal world recklessly, if that man still hadn't gained full control of the eternal world, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it was the eternal lord of the world, he would be the one being suppressed. Fine. He ran fast. If he dares to come to my Star General World again, I will make sure that he doesn't come back alive. See 1979 The Four Universe Supremacies Immortal Spirit World, Origin Space. Buzzing Yang Fann circulated the 9 revolutions divine devil body to its limit. The divine light around his body was tens of thousands of meters long, and the endless power of immortality was like a great river, quickly nourishing the shocking cracks on the Yang Fann's divine body. The infinite cells turned into small black holes, crazily devouring the power of lightning. The criss-crossing injuries began to heal at a visible speed. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Grug, the last bit of the power of thunder was swallowed up by Yang Fann. In the next second, rumble, a stream of light flashed by, and Yang Fann returned to his original state. From top to bottom, there was no sign of any serious injuries on his body. If he hadn't said it, no one would have thought that he had been seriously injured before. The wound only looked scary, but in fact, it wasn't a big deal. Even if his body was broken into pieces, Yang Fann could still easily heal it. The real problem was that the lightning energy that had entered his body was constantly destroying his divine body. If he didn't get rid of the lightning energy completely, it would be an extravagant hope for his wound to heal. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, a trace of lingering fear flashed across Yang Fann's heart. Fortunately, he reacted in time and didn't hesitate at all. He immediately used the divine fire devil suppression halberd to slash the world crystal wall. If he hesitated for just 1 or 2 breaths of time, he might really die in the Star General world. However, the defense of his divine body was still lacking compared to the extremely low-quality universe treasure. It seemed like he had to find a way to help his divine body break through to the intermediate supreme treasure as soon as possible. If his divine body was comparable to an intermediate supreme treasure today, even if he stood there and let the divine lightning strike him, he wouldn't be able to touch a single hair of his. At the same time, Yang Fann felt relieved. Fortunately, he didn't act recklessly when he obtained the 3 treasures. Instead, he chose to conquer the magic world, which had the lowest difficulty. If he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he would have chosen the Star General world first. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he would die. With his weak cultivation base in the divine lightning, it didn't even take him an instant to destroy him and destroy his soul. He wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate and restart his cultivation. However, his heart palpitated and his joy was quickly replaced by endless killing intent. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never suffered such a great loss in hundreds of millions of years. Just a bit more, and he would be completely finished. This grudge, I will remember it. Sooner or later, I will definitely make you pay with your blood. Moreover, I believe that this day definitely won't last too long. The Star General world is still the intermediate eternal world. It has a great suppressive effect on middle-level universe sovereign warriors. However, when it came to high-level universe sovereign warriors, the suppression was limited. A high-level universe sovereign warrior would probably be able to suppress the world while in the Star General world and kill the Astral Lord with brute force. It would be extremely difficult for other middle-level universe sovereign to advance to a high-level universe sovereign. They might not be able to succeed even after hundreds or thousands of eras. Not to mention Yang Fann, who was a monster, it was just a major advancement. How difficult would it be to break through a few minor realms? From the moment he started cultivating until now, it had not even been 300 million years. If everything went smoothly, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to regain his reputation after a few 100 million years at most. Eternal Great World, Blue Forest Great World, Yan Province, a wasteland. Rumble, ripples appeared on the void, and Yang Fann's figure suddenly flashed. The spiritual sense moved, and it pointed in a direction. Yang Fann's figure turned into a ray of light, and he quickly disappeared. Sky Province, Blue Forest Great World, one of the 68 great provinces. In the center of this sky province, there was a majestic divine mountain that was countless light years tall, like a pillar that supported the heavens. Tianzhou Mountain, forbidden ground of Tianzhou. Even the master of the Sky Province did not dare to enter the Sky Pillar Mountain. It was because there was a supreme being residing within this Sky Pillar Mountain. Sovereign Kai Tian was one of the top 5 great figures of the Blue Forest Great World, a true universe sovereign. Even the Blue Forest World Lord wanted to sell some face to Sovereign Kai Tian, let alone that. He was only a half-step sovereign prefecture overseer. In this Tian province, it could be said that Sovereign Kai Tian was the uncrowned king, the true master. The heaven-opening divine palace was a vast divine palace that was connected to hundreds of light-years of land. It stood at the peak of Sky Pillar Mountain. The multicolored light was resplendent, magnificent, and incomparably solemn. When people saw it, they immediately had the urge to kneel on the ground and make a pilgrimage. Within the heaven-opening divine palace, Sovereign Kai Tian did not give up his position and sat at the main seat. Not far away, there were 3 great divine thrones. On each divine throne sat a peerless expert with a terrifying aura. The aura was so strong that it was only slightly inferior to Sovereign Kai Tian. There was even one person who was much stronger than Sovereign Kai Tian. Universe Sovereign. These 3 people were all true Universe Sovereign. Open the sky, why did you call us here? The one who spoke was a terrifying devil god who wore black armor and had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was also one of the 3. The only chi he had was Sovereign Kai Tian's Universe Sovereign. The terrifying chi caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if it was going to break at any moment. The 6-armed Venerable, this was a powerful low-level Venerable. However, he wasn't a native Venerable of the Blue Forest Great World. Instead, he came from the 7 Void World. The human race consisted of all things, including the Immortal Tao, the Demon Tao, the Witch Tao, the Divine Tao, and the Divine Tao. The martial arts covered everything. In this 7 Void World was a Devil Tao Great World, the holy land of countless devil cultivators. Although the other 2 Venerables didn't say anything, they looked at Sovereign Kai Tian with curiosity. Nothing major had happened recently, so why was Sovereign Kai Tian looking for them in such a hurry? Brother 6 Arms, the reason I called you here today is because I have a big deal with you. Big deal? What kind of deal is it? The spirits of the 3 men shook. Someone who could be called a big deal by Sovereign Kai Tian. This was definitely not a small deal. Have you all heard of Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure? Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure has opened the sky. Could it be that you have news about him? The eyes of the 6-armed Venerable lit up. Although he was from the 7 Sha Great World, his name was also the Sunpierce Divine Seal. That was a peak middle-level Universe Sovereign expert. Compared to a peak low-level Universe Sovereign like him, it was more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger. If he could obtain Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure, he would at least be able to advance a step further. He might even be able to peek into the secrets of a middle-level Universe Sovereign. That's right, I already know who has taken the treasure. Brother Kai Tian, I'm afraid that person isn't someone to be trifled with. The one who spoke was a man in green armor with a huge lizard head and a long tail. He was Venerable Giant Lizard, and just like Sovereign Kai Tian, he was also a high-level low-level Universe Sovereign. Although Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure was tempting, Venerable Giant Lizard was not blinded by the treasure. If that person was so easy to deal with, how could they have the chance to do such a good thing? That bit of friendship between them was nothing in the face of such great benefits. Brother Giant Iguana, I'm not happy with you guys. I once fought with that person. With my strength, I'm not his match. Sovereign Kai Tian did not deny it. He admitted it frankly. These 3 men were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of eras. It was not easy to fool them. Brother Caitian, even you are no match for him. Could it be that he is a middle-level Universe Sovereign? The last one, the Thousand-Eye Venerable spoke. Although Sovereign Kai Tian was just a high-low-level Universe Sovereign like them, his actual combat strength was no weaker than some peak low-level Universe Sovereign. No, this man is just a peak low-level Universe Sovereign. Sovereign Kai Tian shook his head slightly. If it was that middle-level Universe Sovereign, he wouldn't have the courage to have any ideas about that man. Even the weakest middle-level Universe Sovereign was dozens of times stronger than them. Not to mention the 4 of them, no matter how many of them there were, they were still far from being a match for that middle-level Universe Sovereign. If it's only a peak low-level Universe Sovereign, then with the combined strength of the 4 of us, there's still a lot to be done. The 6-armed Venerables calculated in their hearts. The 6-armed Venerable was a peak low-level Universe Sovereign. Sovereign Kai Tian also had the strength to fight a peak low-level Universe Sovereign. The Thousand-Eyed Venerable and the Venerable Giant Lizard, each of them had their own abilities. The 4 of them had joined forces. As long as it wasn't a quasi-middle-level Universe Sovereign who was just short of an opportunity, he would be able to break through to the next realm. The 4 of them were confident that they could win the battle. 3 of you, what do you think? Should we do it or not? Alright, let's do it. Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure is worth this noble one taking this risk. However, we are still short of one space treasure. If it wasn't for the supreme treasure sealing the spatial zone, it would be very difficult for them to keep a limit universe sovereign if it wanted to leave. Don't worry, the three of you. I have already prepared for this. See 1980 Surround and Kill Eternal Great World, Human Domain, Blue Forest Great World. Swoosh. A first-grade soaring shuttle rapidly shuttled through the different spaces. After leaving Immortal Spirit World, Yang Fann still didn't change his original intention. He continued to head towards the heavenly Luo Great World where the Wangfu family was located. However, his final goal had slightly changed. At first, Yang Fann only wanted to use Wangfu Xuan's identity as an elder of the Wangfu family to see if he could obtain 1 or 2 coordinates of the ownerless eternal world. But now, Yang Fann was planning to find an opportunity to wipe out the Wangfu family in one fell swoop. Keeping the Wangfu family alive was a huge hidden danger. Perhaps one day, old ancestor Wangfu's painstaking efforts would come and visit the Southwest universe. His methods had fooled the elders of the Wangfu family, and it was still slightly lacking if he wanted to deceive ancestor Wangfu's universe sovereign. After all, Yang Fann was only barely able to match a peak half-step sovereign back then. Compared to the real universe sovereign, he was still far from being able to do so. At that time, when ancestor Wangfu got angry, he would be able to destroy the numerous great realm in Southwest universe. It wasn't to the extent where he couldn't bear the consequences. Not to mention Wangfu ancestor, even a top-level universe sovereign wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. The 3000 great realm were the foundation of the universe. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to completely destroy a great realm would surely be infuriated by the cosmic will. Even the high and mighty universe lord wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to withstand the fury of the cosmic will. However, it was still possible for him to slaughter all the living beings in the great realm. The cosmic will wouldn't care about the life and death of these ants. Yang Fann didn't want to never find a familiar figure the next time he returned to the Southwest universe. The most important thing was that ancestor Wangfu was only a first low-level universe sovereign. Furthermore, he wasn't considered an expert among the many low-level universe sovereign experts. Even if he became a sector lord, with his current strength, he was confident that he could completely suppress him. In the eternal great world, low-level universe sovereign was usually the master of low eternal world. Among the 10 people who could become a sector lord of intermediate eternal world, not even one of them could be considered a low-level universe sovereign. As for the low eternal world, even the strongest low eternal world had a very limited amount of suppression on a top intermediate universe sovereign. It was almost impossible to suppress even a small grade of the universe sovereign. The speed of a first-grade soaring shuttle was very fast. Compared to many low-level universe sovereigns that could teleport over in an instant, it was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, it might even surpass them. 10 years later, a single strike of the soaring shuttle approached the boundary of the Blue Forest Great World. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that caused even half-step sovereign warriors to tremble in despair came crushing down from all directions. It formed a circle around them, completely surrounding them. Bang! In an instant, the first-grade soaring shuttle was forced out of the spatial zone by the terrifying pressure. Grug grug grug. The layers of barriers around the soaring shuttle were like mirrors, covered with cracks. It was as if they would completely collapse in the next second. Such a terrifying pressure. This is the universe sovereign, the power of the universe sovereign. Gulp gulp. There was more than one universe sovereign. Four universe sovereigns, a total of 4 universe sovereigns. What's going on? What's going on? In an instant, endless panic spread crazily within the soaring shuttle. The universe sovereign. In the past, it would be the ancestors' grave if they were able to meet one. But now, there were 4 of them. Even a fool would be able to tell that something big was going to happen. At this moment, even the high-level controller who controlled the soaring shuttle was trembling all over, unable to say a single word. The name of the Void Escape Division was enough to scare a top dominator, a half-step sovereign. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't want it, they wouldn't have dared to offend the Void Escape Division. However, in front of the real universe sovereign, a mere Great World Void Escape Division wasn't anything at all. A universe sovereign was different from a ruler. Even the Supreme Universe Lord had a considerable status in his heart. In the eternal Great World, only those clans with the universe sovereign could stand out from the hundreds of millions of clans and become a high-ranked clan. One could see the extraordinary status of the universe sovereign. First-grade soaring shuttle, within the 99th different space. Rumble. A bright light, flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Looks like these 4 great universe sovereigns are coming for me. However, he recognized one of them. It was the man who stood out in 10,000 Flowers Pavilion and was severely injured by him, Sovereign Kai Tian. Last time, I let you escape with your life, but you didn't find a place to lick your wounds, and you still dare to come and find me. Do you really think I can't kill you? After being severely injured by the Astral Lord, Yang Fann's heart was filled with anger. It just so happened that he could use these 4 great universe sovereigns to vent his anger. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann's figure moved. He tore open the space and appeared in the void. Someone has taken out the soaring shuttle. Could it be that those 4 great universe sovereigns are here to find him? I never thought that there would be another universe sovereign hidden among us. The only thing that could make the 4 great universe sovereigns mobilize such a large force was the universe sovereign. In fact, it wasn't even an ordinary universe sovereign. Poochie ripples appeared on the void, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of meters tall it was. It was like a chaotic devil god. It was Sovereign Kai Tian. He appeared out of thin air. His eyes were cold and filled with endless killing intent. A devil light flashed. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his body was surrounded by devil cheese. He looked like a 6-armed venerable of the king of devils. Almost at the same time, another 2 streams of light appeared on both sides of Yang Fann. Venerable Giant Iguana and Venerable Thousand-Eyed stepped into the sky and arrived. The 4 venerables were filled with murderous intent. They occupied all 4 sides of the battlefield and completely surrounded Yang Fann. Gulp. It was Sovereign Kai Tian, the 6-armed venerable, the Giant Lizard venerable, and the Thousand-Eye venerable. To be able to startle the 4 of them, who exactly was this mysterious venerable? Within the soaring shuttle, a group of rulers and half-step sovereign experts took a deep breath. Among all the universe sovereigns, these 4 supreme experts are not considered weak. At the very least, they are at the high-low-level universe sovereign. Right at this moment, a stream of light rose from Sovereign Kai Tian's body, transforming into the 4 Titan seal. In an instant, the area within a light year was completely sealed. That's the legendary spatial divine talisman, the 4 symbols sealing divine talisman. He's dead for sure. That mysterious venerable one is really dead for sure. Within the soaring shuttle, the faces of the few ancient half-step sovereign changed. Sovereign Kai Tian and the other 4 venerables were already terrifying enough. Almost no one below the middle-level universe sovereign could be their match. Together with the 4 symbols sealing divine talisman, they could seal the spatial zone. Even a peak low-level universe sovereign would be surrounded and killed by them. It had to be known that the 4 symbols sealing divine talisman was the masterpiece of the 4 symbols great world's realm lord, 4 symbols venerable. Even a middle-level universe sovereign would have to spend a lot of effort to break through the 4 symbols sealing world. Unless that mysterious venerable was a middle-level universe sovereign, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to escape calamity today. However, was that even possible? In the vast blue forest great world, apart from the realm lord, there wasn't a second middle-level universe sovereign. It wasn't just their blue forest great world. In the nearby great worlds, only the world lords were middle-level universe sovereign. As for the nearby sector lords, they had basically seen them before. Moreover, even if Sovereign Kai Tian and the others had the guts, it was impossible for them to attack the sector lords. Not to mention a low-level universe sovereign like Sovereign Kai Tian, even a high-level universe sovereign wouldn't dare to casually intercept and kill the sector lords. Every sector lord was a major official of Supreme Court. A first-grade member touching them was equivalent to slapping the Supreme Court's face. The Supreme Court would never let this matter rest. If they really angered the Supreme Court, even a top-level universe sovereign would have a slim chance of survival. Hand over Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure and sign the soul's blood contract. We will show mercy and spare your life. C-1981. Suppress the sky-opening. Venerable Sovereign Kai Tian looked down at Yang Fann from above, as if Yang Fann was like a turtle in a jar, waiting for them to torture him. Of course, he had the same thought in his heart. He had the 4 symbols sealing divine talisman, which sealed the 4-direction space. Even a middle-level universe sovereign wouldn't be able to break through the spatial zone in a short period of time, let alone a peak low-level universe sovereign. With the strength of the 4 of them, how many of them could be a match for a middle-level universe sovereign warrior? In order to take down Yang Fann in one fell swoop, he had put in a lot of effort, especially the 4 elephants sealing divine talisman. One origin of eternity cost him 3,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. With so many origin of eternities, his strength had increased by a notch. If it wasn't for the sake of Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure, he wouldn't have given up on this idea. Within the first-grade soaring shuttle. What? Anger. Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure. That venerable one actually has Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure. No wonder Sovereign Kai Tian and the others would cause such a huge commotion. All the rulers. Half-step Sovereign's heart shook violently, and a flash of understanding appeared on his face. The confusion in their hearts suddenly became clear. Sovereign Nu Yan was one of the top middle-level universe sovereign warriors. For the sake of his treasure, not to mention the 4 low-level venerables joining hands. It's perfectly normal to have 4 more people. However, very quickly, the expressions of many rulers and half-step sovereign changed. An indescribable sense of despair swept across their souls. They were dead for sure. This time, they were really dead for sure. Once the news of Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure was leaked, even middle-level universe sovereign warriors would be tempted. Although Sovereign Kai Tian and the other 3 were strong, there was still an insurmountable gap between them and middle-level universe sovereign. In order to keep this a secret, even an idiot could think of what they would do. In this world, only death would not reveal this secret. In their shoes, they would definitely not let a single person leave this place alive. Within the void, a mocking smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Hand over Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure and sign the soul's blood contract. Let me see what blood contract it is. It will work for the 4 of you for 100 eras. Tisk, 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 tisk. You guys really dare to say that? 3 high low-level universe sovereign and 1 peak low-level universe sovereign. He really had no idea where they got their confidence from. They dared to cause trouble for him, and even made him sign this slave blood contract. This was really daring. Looks like you don't want to sign this soul blood contract. Sovereign Kai Tian narrowed his eyes, and a cold shine flashed across his eyes. I'll sign your FK. 1 aphids. How dare you jump around in front of me? Perfect. I'm just a little bit away from advancing, and you're all here to deliver yourself to my doorstep. It's true that there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Hell has no door, so you just have to go through it. Yang Fann's voice suddenly turned cold. A high low-level universe sovereign could at least refine 10 to 20,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. After devouring and refining them, he didn't have much confidence in advancing to the middle-level dominator. However, it was impossible for a peak low-level dominator to escape. In the next second, Pucci, without waiting for Sovereign Kai Tian to speak, Yang Fann tore open the spatial zone and lunged at Sovereign Kai Tian. If you can attack, then don't fight blindly. Besides, these people had gone through so much trouble to seal the 4-direction space with the spatial divine talisman. If they didn't repay their kindness, could he still be considered a human? How dare you? Sovereign Kai Tian's eyes were filled with ferocity. He did not show any signs of weakness, and he did not budge an inch. With his strength, even though he wasn't a match for Yang Fann, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defend for a while. Sky-splitting axe rumble. The heaven-splitting axe in his hand shattered the void and destroyed everything. At that moment rumble, it was as if a peerless berserk beast had awoken, and Yang Fann's aura began to rise endlessly. In an instant, it became thousands, tens of thousands of times stronger. Oh no, how is this possible? How is this possible? Sovereign Kai Tian was extremely shocked. This pressure was comparable to the pressure of an intermediate middle-level universe sovereign that he had encountered before. It was even more terrifying. A higher middle-level universe sovereign, or even a top intermediate universe sovereign. How long had it been? 5 million years. 5 million years. How could there be such a huge improvement? That was 5 million years, not 5 trillion years, not even 500 eras. These universe sovereigns would take more than just a short nap. However, he had long possessed such terrifying strength. How could he have allowed him to escape back then? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. However, Sovereign Kai Tian's movements weren't slow at all. With a single movement of the soul, he was about to activate the 4-symbol sealing divine talisman and undo the seals around him. No matter how this monster advanced, a high-level universe sovereign, or even a top intermediate universe sovereign, was not something a high-level low-level universe sovereign like him could fight against. He couldn't even withstand a single attack. However, at this moment, he was thinking of taking back the divine talisman and running away. There was no time for that. Yang Fann had shown weakness to the enemy because he wanted to find a chance to kill him with a single strike. Bang! The sky and earth split apart. Sovereign Kai Tian's divine body that had been condensed for hundreds of eras was quickly destroyed, and the soul was completely suppressed and sealed by Yang Fann. Under the full force of Yang Fann's attack, a high-low-level universe sovereign like Sovereign Kai Tian was just too weak. He could only use the secret life-saving technique from the beginning. Only a low-level universe sovereign could save his life in the hands of a middle-level universe sovereign. If there was even a slight delay, it would be the end of his life. The four-symbol sealing divine talisman was originally a spatial divine talisman that he had spent a huge sum of money to buy to imprison Yang Fann. However, it had instead become his life-threatening talisman. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Ah no, how could this be possible? The eyes of the six-armed venerable and the other two men widened, and they let out heart-wrenching screams. They were instantly killed. The second expert among them, Sovereign Kai Tian, was instantly killed. The sheep that they had agreed upon became that sheep in the blink of an eye. Prehistoric berserk beast, was there anything more absurd than this in this world? Middle-level universe sovereign, you are a middle-level universe sovereign. Open the sky, you bastard, you tricked us. Woo. How could this be? At this moment, they felt as if they were going to skin Sovereign Kai Tian alive. If they had known that Yang Fann was a middle-level universe sovereign, they would never have gotten involved in this mess. Although Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure was good, they still had to be alive to get it. A middle-level universe sovereign was a low-level universe sovereign, but the difference between a first grade and a first grade was like the difference between heaven and earth, let alone the fact that the person in front of them was obviously not a low-grade middle-level universe sovereign. If they wanted to snatch Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure from him, it would be like lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death. Devil God blood escape technique. The six-armed venerable opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned into a pair of blood wings, and his speed instantly increased by several thousand to 10,000 times. He then started fleeing frantically towards the distance. Divine Eye World Destruction Rumble. The area between the eyebrows of the thousand-eyed Doyen. He opened his natal divine eye to the limit and released a sharp, world-shattering divine light. Gate of Giant Demons, Teleport Rumble. A massive door was formed within the void. The devil chi was thick and dense, causing one's hair to stand on end. However, very soon, 3 despairing howls resounded throughout the void. Ah no, how could this be? 4 symbols sealing divine talisman. Bitch it, how could this sovereign have forgotten about the 4 symbols sealing divine talisman? Bastard, old man Kai Tian, you son of a bitch, you're going to die a horrible death. This noble one won't let you off even if you become a ghost. C. 1982 Engulfing the Universe Supremacy 4 symbols sealing divine talisman, the work of venerable 4 beasts. Even middle-level universe sovereign wouldn't be able to easily break through the sealed space. Although the arcane art of the 6 arms venerable and the other 2 were strong, it was still far from enough to break through the 4 symbols sealing world. At this moment, if it wasn't for the fact that Sovereign Kai Tian had been suppressed by Yang Fann, they would have torn Sovereign Kai Tian into pieces and turned him into ashes. There was no one who would cheat others like this. It was one thing to reduce the limit of a low-level venerable to a top intermediate venerable in the blink of an eye, but they had also spent a lot of money to buy the 4 symbols sealing divine talisman, completely sealing the 4-direction space and cutting off their escape route. What kind of grudge was this? They had known each other for hundreds of eras. You old man who opens the heavens, is this how you treat us old fellows? Run, you guys run! A hint of ridicule flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. After losing Sovereign Kai Tian, the owner of the divine talisman, these 3 great universe sovereigns were definitely not something that could be broken through in a short period of time. He was not worried that they would be able to escape. Sir, please take a look. All of this is the fault of that old man. It's all his fault. That's right, sir. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. It's all old man Kai Tian's fault. The 6-armed supreme expert and the other 2 crazily threw the blame onto Sovereign Kai Tian. If my friend doesn't die, I will die. Besides, this was all instigated by Sovereign Kai Tian. They were all deceived by that old man, Kai Tian. A playful smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. Hee. Does this mean that Sovereign Kai Tian was the one who forced you all to do this? Yes. Sir is wise. It was that old man, heaven opening, who forced us. Woo. Sir, You don't know how detestable that old man heaven opening is. The six-armed venerable and the other two hurriedly echoed. This was especially the case for the thousand-eyed venerable one. His eyes were filled with tears of blood. He was as pitiful as he could possibly be. Those who did not know about this would really think that he had suffered a great grievance. Each and every one of you speaks louder than the song. Do you really think that I am an idiot? Yang Fann's voice suddenly turned cold. Sovereign Kai Tian's voice was cold. Sovereign Kai Tian was merely a first-grade low-level universe sovereign. Out of the three of them, two of them were high-grade low-level universe sovereign, and the other one was a peak low-level universe sovereign. The reason why Sovereign Kai Tian dared to force them was purely because he was looking for trouble. The next second, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. All right, be good and go on your way. Rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm, transforming it into a heaven-sheltering big hand that pressed down on the six-armed venerable and the other two. The white right hand suddenly swelled up and turned into a heaven-sheltering big hand that was tens of thousands of miles long. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, crushing everything in its path. Grug grug grug, wherever it passed, all space would collapse into dust. No, milord, please spare my life, roar bastard. This sovereign will fight you to the death. Kill devil god's disintegration technique. Die thousand eyes divine light. Rumble, rumble, the three of them fought back with all their might. No matter what price they had to pay, they forcefully increased their combat strength. Each and every one of their auras increased exponentially, especially the six-armed venerable. He seemed to have the potential to surpass the low-level universe sovereign. Unfortunately, the one they encountered was Yang Fann, a monster whose combat strength was comparable to a top intermediate universe sovereign. The gap between a large grade and a few grades was not something that could be made up by fighting with all their might. Poochie poochie divine light, devil cheese poison flame. Everything was destroyed. Oh no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Flower, flower life, you won't die a good death. You won't die a good death. Within the soaring shuttle, suppress, suppress, 4. The four great universe sovereigns were suppressed just like that. Gulp gulp, am I seeing things? You, universe sovereign, they are all universe sovereigns. All the rulers and half-step sovereign were dumbfounded. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This change was too scary, and unacceptable. Sovereign Kai Tian and the other three men were at least at the high-low-level universe sovereign. With the four of them working together, no one below the middle-level universe sovereign could be their match. Even the average intermediate and low-middle level universe sovereign would have to pay a great price to suppress them. However, what they saw was that in less than 3 breaths of time, the four universe sovereign had been completely destroyed. Let's go. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded by the ears of the high-level controller. It's that Lord's voice. The high-ranking envoy was shocked, and he hurriedly said, Lord, let's set off immediately, let's set off immediately. Very quickly, the soaring shuttle started to accelerate and quickly entered the alternate dimension. The soaring shuttle continued on its journey. Could it be that the Lord didn't want to silence them? Many rulers and half-step sovereign raised their eyebrows, and their hearts slightly relaxed. Sovereign Kai Tian and the others aren't strong enough, so the news of Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure will be leaked. It was very likely that the 8 to 9 guilds would do the same thing. But this Lord is different. He was a middle-level universe sovereign, and he was one of the top existences amongst them. It wasn't difficult for him to keep Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure. Sovereign Nu Yan, even a middle-level universe sovereign treasure, had a great attraction to a treasure, but in the eyes of a high-level universe sovereign, it was nothing. As for high-level universe sovereign warriors, even if there was really a middle-level universe sovereign warrior who wanted Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure, with the terrifying strength of that man, it wouldn't be too dangerous. A top intermediate universe sovereign was determined to leave. No one under the high-level universe sovereign could stop it. The truth was just as everyone thought. Yang Fann had no intention of silencing them. They weren't worried at all. They would leak the news about Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure. In fact, they were even looking forward to attracting some middle-level universe sovereign warriors. At that time, he might be able to break through to the middle-level dominator. As long as he wasn't a high-level universe sovereign warrior, Yang Fann wouldn't be afraid of anyone. With the 9 revolutions divine devil body that was comparable to an extremely low-quality universe treasure, he would be invincible. Even if he encountered a high-level universe sovereign, he could immediately activate the eternal mark and return to eternal world. Under the enhancement of the Beast Master worlds of the Beast Master world, a battle would have to be fought between ordinary middle and lower high-level universe sovereign. In the 99th different spatial zone, Yang Fann sat cross-legged, his body shining with divine light. The soul transformed into a sword, tore apart the barrier of the inner world of Sovereign Kai Tian and the other three, and began to count the belongings of the four of them. One had to admit that the universe sovereign was a universe sovereign. The wealth of the universe sovereign was far from what those half-step sovereign warriors could compare with. Just the origin of eternity alone was enough for Yang Fann to find close to 10,000 cubic meters. If it wasn't for Sovereign Kai Tian using 3,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity to buy the four symbols sealing divine talisman, it would definitely be more than 10,000 cubic meters. Of course, the 3,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity wasn't wasted. As long as the divine energy within the talisman wasn't exhausted, the four symbols sealing divine talisman could be used again. And that battle just now wasn't considered a battle at all. It was a complete one-sided suppression. The energy within the four symbols sealing divine talisman was almost completely depleted. It was enough for Yang Fann to seal another middle-level universe sovereign or several peak low-level universe sovereign. Apart from the nearly 10,000 cubic meters worth of origin of eternities, the most precious one was none other than the vital treasures of the four great venerables. All of them were real universe treasures, and some of them were not good enough. These four supreme treasures were of a low grade, and the highest grade, the heaven-splitting divine axe, could only barely make it into the ranks of high and low-grade universe treasures. To the current Yang Fann, these Yang Fanns were of little value. Of course, even so, every supreme treasure could easily be sold for several thousand cubic meters worth of origin of eternities. This caused countless extreme half-step sovereign to go crazy. Even the lowest grade of universe treasures was enough to increase their combat strength by tenfold or tenfold. One day later, rumble, with a flash of light, Sovereign Kai Tian, who had become the size of an ordinary person, appeared in front of Yang Fann. In the next second, Sovereign Kai Tian appeared in front of Yang Fann. Rumble, Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit, crazily devouring the strength of origin of Sovereign Kai Tian's world. C. 1983-13 Eternal World's first-grade soaring shuttle, inside the 99 different spaces. Rumble, rumble, one world origin after another. Like a great river, it flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, causing his cultivation base to rise rapidly. Were universe sovereigns. Devouring them was not much different from directly refining universe sovereigns. If Yang Fann were to consume a large amount of Yang Fanns, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the top dominator, or even the universe sovereign. At that time, even if he were to face the 9 great universe lord, as long as he didn't face them in the territory they controlled, he would have to fight them first. Unfortunately, this was only an extravagant hope. The universe sovereign could be seen everywhere, and not even a few could be found in a large world. It could be counted on one's fingers, so how could there be so many universe sovereigns for him to devour and refine? Moreover, it was impossible for him to hunt universe sovereigns on a large scale for no reason. The universe sovereign was the strongest powerhouse below universe lord. It was the foundation of a high-level race. Even in the 8 most powerful races, it was the foundation of a high-level race. It was the initiative to hunt down a few or a dozen of them. Those universe lord wouldn't care too much about it. If it was a large-scale massacre, universe lord might come and have a heart-to-heart talk with you soon. Given Yang Fann's current strength, even if it was 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger, he just wanted to get out of this predicament. It was all wishful thinking. At this moment, it was far from the time for him to act recklessly. Compared to the universe sovereign, conquering the eternal world was the main business. In the eternal great world, even if all the universe sovereigns were added together, it wouldn't be more than 10,000, but there were millions of them in the eternal world. That was several hundred to 1,000 times more than the universe sovereigns. The universe sovereigns could only be considered a miser. Of course, if there was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death, that would be a different story. Just like Sovereign Kai Tian and the other 3, Yang Fann would never show mercy to his enemies. Even Supreme Human Emperor couldn't find any reason to argue with them. If others wanted to kill him, could it be that he was not allowed to defend himself? Rumble, rumble, Sovereign Kai Tian was shrinking at a visible rate. In just a few years, he had lost a lot of weight. A 60-year cycle later, Pucci Sovereign Kai Tian had used up the last bit of the strength of origin, and had completely transformed into a flying ash. After absorbing and refining him, Yang Fann felt that his harvest was not any less than the Beastmaster world. It was not much worse than refining 6,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. It seemed like as long as he swallowed another universe sovereign, it should be enough for him to advance to the peak low-level dominator. At this moment, he was only a sliver away from breaking through. Very quickly, venerable giant lizard appeared in front of Yang Fann. Compared to Sovereign Kai Tian, the venerable giant lizard was obviously inferior. In just 40 years, it was completely devoured by Yang Fann. The origin of eternity that was refined had only exceeded 4,000 cubic meters. However, Yang Fann had still successfully broken through the barrier and broke through to the limit low-level dominator. The world within his body had almost doubled in size. In terms of size, it was not much weaker than some middle-level universe sovereign eternal world. His overall combat strength had more than doubled. Soon, another 100 years passed. The 1,000-eye venerable and the 6-armed venerable were reduced to ashes one after another. Few after exhaling a mouthful of foul air, a hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Sure enough, it wasn't easy to break through to the middle-level dominator. The total amount of origin of eternity's 1,000-eye and the 6-armed venerable had obtained was no less than 12,000 cubic meters, but the result was that they didn't even see the shadow of a middle-level dominator, let alone breaking through to the middle-level dominator. A conservative estimate would require 100,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities to break through. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann no longer thought about it and continued his seclusion. There were still close to 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities waiting for him to devour and refine. Time slowly passed. Outside the 99 different spaces, top dominator and half-step sovereign warriors could be seen hovering in front of the door from time to time. Even the first-grade soaring shuttle controller had come more than 10 times. The meaning was obvious, even a fool would understand it. It was nothing more than an opportunity to see if there was a chance to build a relationship with Yang Fann, even if it was just to get familiar with him. That would be good. This was a middle-level universe sovereign, and one of the top existences amongst them. As long as he could get on Yang Fann's ship, then, they, as well as the families behind them, would be rich. At that time, even the real universe sovereign would have to give them some face when they saw them. Unfortunately, every time, they would return in disappointment. That spatial gate had never been opened from the beginning until the end. In the blink of an eye, another 60 years passed. Their final destination, the Luoluo province, one of the 64 provinces of the Luotian Great World, was right in front of them. At most, there were still 10 years left. The group of top dominator and half-step sovereign were hovering outside the 99 spatial gates, becoming more and more frequent. Some of them even sat down, unable to leave. It was going to be the last 10 years. If they didn't seize the opportunity, it would be too late. With their cultivation base and strength, it would be difficult for them to meet a low-level universe sovereign in the past, let alone a middle-level universe sovereign. Most of them would probably never see a second middle-level universe sovereign in their lives. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Yang Fann knew everything that was happening outside the spatial zone, but he had no intention of paying any attention to them. A group of aphids with the highest cultivation base of high-level half-step sovereign. How could he have the time to deal with them? To be honest, they weren't even qualified to be his subordinates. The high-ranked divine-level taming beasts in his hands, which one of them didn't have the strength to fight a high-level half-step sovereign? Creatures from the outside world could enter the eternal world. As long as Yang Fann was willing, he could also summon them in the eternal great world. Furthermore, he didn't have to worry about being suppressed by the world will of the eternal great world. Once he got used to it, he would be able to exert all of his strength. 8 years later, the soaring shuttle successfully arrived at Alheaven Great World. Pucci, the last origin of eternity, was swallowed up by Yang Fann. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, shining with a divine light. Now is the time to deal with these things. As he spoke, rumble, rumble, 13 spheres of light the size of a human fist floated in front of Yang Fann's chest. Eternal imprints. These were all eternal imprints that Yang Fann had taken from Sovereign Kai Tian and the other three. Each eternal imprint represented the eternal world that they had conquered. Sovereign Kai Tian and the other three were all old monsters that had lived for hundreds of eras. With so many era of the year's warriors, they naturally had control over some of the eternal world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to have their current cultivation base. Without the universe sovereign in the eternal world, it would be just like the rootless water. Basically, a low-level universe sovereign warrior was the limit, and very few would be able to break through it. Universe sovereign, every small breakthrough. That was thousands to tens of thousands of origin of eternities. It was too difficult to break through by purchasing origin of eternities. Origin of eternities were hard currency. Most of the universe sovereigns were not even enough for one's own cultivation, let alone selling them. However, the only flaw was that these 13 eternal world were all in the low eternal world. There wasn't even a single intermediate eternal world. Compared to the 3 great eternal world left by sovereign Nuyan, there was a difference of more than 10 times, or even 100 times. If they were all from the intermediate eternal world, he would be rich. Advancing to the middle-level dominator was just around the corner. However, if that was the case, he wouldn't be able to suppress the 4 of them so easily. Perhaps, it would be his turn to escape. With so many eternal world under his control, even a pig would be able to become a middle-level universe sovereign after hundreds of eras. A mocking smile appeared on his face. As expected, humans didn't know how to satisfy themselves. The next second, Yang Fann moved his right arm. He grabbed at an eternal mark. C-1984 crushing the will of the world demon god world. This was an intermediate low eternal world. It was a grade lower than the immortal spirit world. This was the world of demon god clan, where countless devil god lived. Based on the strength of their devil gods, these devil god were roughly divided into low-level devil god, intermediate devil god, high-level demon god, top-tier demon gods and the last lord of demon god world, king of devil god Kellerware. Among them, those top-tier demon gods were strong enough to fight against the prime minister of the eternal great world. Especially those high-level top-tier demon gods, even some high-level dominator might not be their match. In terms of strength in the world, the former immortal spirit world was much weaker than them. Of course, in these years, after Yang Fann had spread a large amount of cultivation methods to the eternal great world, the overall strength of the immortal spirit world had improved by quite a bit. And as the strength of the living creatures continued to increase, the grade of the immortal spirit world was also slowly rising, and it began to transform towards the peak of the low eternal world. Demon god world, central continent. Pucci the void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. This demon god world was none other than one of the 3 great eternal world controlled by Sovereign Kai Tian. Krenware was Sovereign Kai Tian's real name. However, after he advanced to the universe sovereign realm, not many people dared to call him by his name in hundreds of eras. After entering the demon god world, Yang Fann didn't hide his tracks at all. He wanted to steal the sky and change the sun, and transform himself into a native of the demon god world. Not only did he not conceal his aura, but he also kept spreading his aura, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't attract the attention of the world while in the demon god world. After advancing to the peak low-level dominator, he had swallowed another 20,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Currently, his strength was so terrifying that even if he wasn't as strong as extreme middle-level universe sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. He still needed to be careful in intermediate eternal world, but it was just a mere low eternal world. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble. With his strength, he could easily crush the world while in the demon god world. This was also the way for many intermediate warriors to conquer the low eternal world. As long as they could capture the coordinates of the low eternal world, they would immediately descend and suppress the world will. Compared to conquering the place step by step, the strategy was totally one in the sky and the other on the ground. As for the higher grade and top-level universe sovereign warriors, they basically wouldn't come to the low eternal world. It was just that they didn't think much of the resources. Which high-level universe sovereign would break through to the next realm? It wasn't a million cubic meters of origin of eternity, and top-level universe sovereign was a million cubic meters of origin of eternity. As for how many low eternal worlds there were in low eternal world, even if it was a destructive mine, the highest grade of low eternal world only had 1,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. If they wanted to break through, how many low eternal world would they have to conquer? Pucci in all directions, countless spatial zones were unable to withstand Yang Fann's terrifying pressure and collapsed inch by inch. Bang bang. During this period of time, countless devil god were crushed into pieces and turned into powder. Ah, what is that? What a terrifying pressure. Even a top-tier demon gods is far from being able to withstand it. What's going on? When did our demon god world have such a terrifying devil god? The top-tier demon gods were extremely shocked. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. That terrifying pressure was truly terrifying. It was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than them. If that terrifying existence was willing to, he would be able to kill all of them in an instant. Great King of Devil God, Emperor Kulunwell, please show mercy and save your people. Countless Devil God prayed devoutly, hoping that the invincible King of Devil God in their hearts could save them from a hopeless situation. Unfortunately, all their prayers were as silent as mud falling into the ocean. Their King of Devil God, Krenware, had long become the nourishment for Yang Fann's growth. How could they still hear their prayers? Evil God, this is the otherworld evil gods. Some of the ancient devil gods seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed dramatically. The new generation devil god didn't know about it, but they knew that there was more than one demon god world in the world, and among them, there were even some people who had followed their great king, His Majesty Kulunwell, into that vast and boundless world. As for those evil gods that came from other worlds, none of them were easy to deal with. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed color, and Lei Yun tumbled about. The entire continent of demon god world seemed to have turned into a terrifying thunder sea. In the center of the thunder sea, one could vaguely see a terrifying giant eye with a diameter of several light years, like the eye of heaven. With just a glance, it made countless devil god tremble from the depths of his soul. He instinctively knelt on the ground, unable to muster any resistance. Within the void, the world will, is it finally here? Yang Fann's eyes shone with a divine light, as if he had seen through the boundless thunder sea. He looked directly into the eye of heaven, the incarnation of the world will. Ah, Devil God's eye, that is the eye of Devil God of the mighty King of Devil God Kellerware. Many of the ancient Devil God's spirits were instantly lifted. They had once seen His Majesty King of Devil God, Kellerware. He had summoned Devil God's eye to kill the otherworld evil gods. Good Devil God's eye had descended upon the world. He was dead for sure. That otherworld evil gods is dead for sure. They had yet to find out that there was one otherworld evil gods that could survive Devil God's eye. Rumble. The thunder sea surged, and a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky like a black dragon of destruction, crushing down on Yang Fann. Hiss is expected of Devil God's eye. No matter how many times we look at it, we are still shocked. This power is not something we can imagine. An ancient devil god took a deep breath and looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. Demon God world is the great king of devil god, the world of Emperor Krenware. You evil gods can't covet it. World will, is that all you have? Yang Fann frowned and revealed a hint of disappointment. Without Sovereign Kai Tian, this lord of the world, the power that erupted from the world will alone was not much stronger than some of the higher low-level universe sovereigns. If it was placed in his main god Tribulation, it could barely be compared to 83 bolts of Tribulation lightning. With just this bit of power, even without using the 9 revolutions divine devil body, the lightning wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Initially, he wanted to borrow the power of this world will to come to the body refinement. But now, it seemed like he had really thought too much. That was true. This was merely a middle-level low eternal world. How much power could this world will unleash? In the next second, Yang Fann couldn't be bothered with the world will. Too much time was wasted. He moved his right arm and grabbed at the eye of the heavens. Grug grug grug. Wherever the heaven sheltering big hand passed by. Grug grug grug. Large Lei Yun vanished into thin air. Ah no, how could this be? How could this otherworld evil gods be so strong? How could he possibly resist the power of Devil God's eye? No, this isn't true. It's not true. See 1985 Destructive Pillage Demon God World. Bang. The heaven sheltering big hand passed through the endless thunder seas and grabbed the eye of heaven. Chi. The eye of heaven struggled madly. The lightning dragon roared, but it was all in vain. The terrifying lightning that could severely injure a high low-level universe sovereign fell into Yang Fann's hands, but it couldn't even damage a strand of hair. You still dare to struggle? Explode. Rumble. Yang Fann clenched his right hand, and in an instant, the eye of heaven exploded. In the next second, the wind was howling and the crane was crying. The heavens were crying and the earth was mourning. The entire sky was dyed red, the color of blood. Ah, crunch. The otherworld evil gods had crushed Devil God's eye. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In an instant, the entire demon god continent was filled with grief. Countless of Devil God's mind had completely collapsed, especially those ancient devil god who had seen the eye of heaven. Each and every one of them let out a hysterical wail, as if they were lunatics. They couldn't accept it, they really couldn't accept it. They knew very well how powerful devil god's eye was. It was the strongest force in demon god world, any otherworld evil gods. None of them should be his match. Not to mention that they had lost so easily. Fake. This must be fake. I found it. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. The terrifying strength of soul rose endlessly, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the endless starry sky. The soul turned into a blade, and like a god opening the sky, it slashed at the soul imprint that Sovereign Kai Tian had left on the source of the world, killing it completely. This was also one of Sovereign Kai Tian's trump cards. As long as the trace of the soul imprint in eternal world that he controlled wasn't destroyed, he would be able to use the strength of origin of the world to slowly restore the soul and revive it. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wouldn't give him this chance. In the next second, Yang Fann forcefully left a trace of soul imprint on the origin of the world, and became the new king of devil god of demon god world. One breath later, demon god world, origin space. Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. When he saw the origin of eternity, he couldn't help but frown. Although he had already expected that there wouldn't be many demon god worlds in demon god world, it was different from those ownerless eternal world. Sovereign Kai Tian would harvest origin of eternities at random times. It was impossible for him to accumulate so many origin of eternities. He never thought that there would be so few of them. There were less than 320 cubic meters of origin of eternities in demon god world. Among the numerous intermediate low eternal world, demon god world was at the bottom of the list, barely surpassing the threshold of intermediate low eternal world. This Sovereign Kai Tian was really ruthless. He had no intention of advancing to the upper grade of low eternal world. As for the top grade low eternal world, or even the intermediate eternal world, he didn't even need to think about it. Do you want to draw or not? A hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. With just this little amount of Yang Fann's, if he drew another level, the demon god world would immediately be demoted to the lower low eternal world. 300 cubic meter origin of eternities was the threshold of intermediate low eternal world. Draw, why not? I can't just waste my time. A cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He had made up his mind. When the demon god world accumulated its origin energy and recovered its energy, how long would it take? If that really happened, how could he still care about a few hundred cubic meters of origin of eternity? Draw it. Not only did he have to do it, he also had to give it a good beating. Why did the low eternal world need so many? It would be better to use them to nurture the immortal spirit world and let it advance to the intermediate eternal world. The flow of time in the beast master world and magic world far exceeded the flow of time in the immortal spirit world. Once they merged, the flow of time would become chaotic. The flow of time would be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Yang Fann was going to cry to his death. However, the flow of time in demon god world was the same as the flow of time in the eternal great world, so there was no need to worry about the consequences. Very quickly, a origin of eternity was grabbed by Yang Fann. It was over 200 cubic meters. This time, Yang Fann had really made up his mind. This was a total annihilation. The entire demon god world was on the verge of collapse. 100 origin of eternities was the most basic requirement for origin of eternity. Once this number fell, the entire world would collapse. Almost at the same time, in demon god world, a huge piece of land had turned into a land of death. Countless treasures of the heavens and earth were found. The divine herb divine tree withered rapidly, and the spirit of heaven and earth fell at a terrifying speed. In the end, it wasn't much stronger than some dimensional worlds. In the future, not to mention top-tier demon gods who had given birth to a sovereign lord, even high-level demon god, who was comparable to a domain god, would face many difficulties. The difficulty of cultivating had suddenly increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had entered the cultivationless age. Woo. No, this isn't true. It's not true. Demon, you will die a horrible death. You're going to die a horrible death. Countless of devil god's eyes were filled with tears of blood. His voice was like a weeping blood ape, filled with hatred. That devil had cut off the roots of the demon god clan. Woo. Mighty king of devil god, Emperor Kalunwell, where are you, and where are you? The giant god world was the second eternal world controlled by Sovereign Kai Tian. This was the world of the giant god clan. All the other races, including the human race, were food for the giant god clan. The giant god world, the Rice Gundam Highland. This was the core of the giant god world, and the giant god clan resided on this Mi Gundam Highland. Grug the Void twisted, and Yang Fann stepped out from within. After extracting over 200 cubic meter demon god worlds from the demon god world, Yang Fann did not immediately enter secluded cultivation. He refined over 200 cubic meter origin of eternities, and instead activated another eternal mark, arriving in the giant god world. Human insect, who gave you the courage to trespass into the Mi Gao Da Plateau? A muffled voice resounded in Yang Fann's ears. To the other races of the giant god world, the Mi Gundam Plateau was a forbidden area. Without the permission of the giant god race, the other races would dare to trespass into the Mi Gundam Plateau. This was a heinous crime that deserved death. Ants, so noisy the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Pucci the giant god that was 1,000 feet tall was instantly destroyed, as if it did not exist in this world at all. Human insect, you're courting death in an instant. The entire giant god clan was destroyed. In this world, the giant god clan was the most respected person. The 10,000 ancient races were just their food. This human bug actually dared to harm their clansmen. This was truly outrageous, a crime that couldn't be punished right at this moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose endlessly, and a terrifying pressure crushed everything in its path. Bang bang, countless giant gods were crushed into pieces before they could even scream. Ah no, how could this be? How could he be so strong? Devil, you're going to die a horrible death. You're going to die a horrible death. Rumble, rumble. Seemingly hearing the wails of countless enormous gods, the heavens and earth changed colors as thunder rumbled. The world will descended. It's the god's eye of retaliation, the god's eye of retaliation. Demon, your death has arrived. Ah, no, this is impossible, impossible. How could the god's eye of retaliation lose? How could it lose? This must be an illusion, this must be an illusion. See 1986 World Fusion Giant God World, Origin Space. Rumble. Yang Fann stretched out his hand and grabbed. A large mass of Origin of Eternities appeared in his hand. Similar to the Demon God World, Yang Fann also used a destructive method to plunder the Giant God World. Out of the 300 cubic meters of Yang Fann's, he only left behind 100 cubic meters of Origin of Eternities. The entire Giant God World had entered the cultivationless age. The spiritual chi had dried up, and the divine herbs had withered. If there were no accidents, then the entire Giant God World had entered the cultivationless age. In this Giant God World, there would no longer be any top-grade experts that could compare to Sovereign Lords. An hour later, Leviathan World, Origin Space. Pucci. The space distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. This was the last eternal world in Sovereign Kai Tian's hand. It was also the only higher-up low eternal world. There were countless giant beasts living inside, and some of them were even stronger than some Sovereign Lords. Especially those giant beast kings, even top dominator might not be their match. Many of Sovereign Kai Tian's capable subordinates in the Eternal Great World were the giant beast kings from the Leviathan world. Regarding this, Yang Fann, who had already made up his mind to turn all 13 low eternal world into nourishment for the growth of the immortal spirit world, didn't show any mercy either. He directly extracted more than 500 cubic meters of Origin of Eternity, completely reverting the Leviathan world to its original state. Shadow Devil World, the Fern World, Giant Bug World, the Black Demon World, Spirit Crane World, Demon Spirit World, Baijin World. Numerous low eternal world were quickly marked with Yang Fann's by Yang Fann, and they became his belongings. To Yang Fann, these low eternal world were too weak. He didn't even use much of his strength to suppress the low eternal worlds. At the same time, the Origin of Eternity in Yang Fann's hand started rolling like a snowball and started growing rapidly. That could be plundered normally. Even if 13 eternal world were to be combined, they might not even be able to obtain a few hundred eternal world. However, it was different for Yang Fann, who was willing to plunder at all costs. Each eternal world was capable of plundering a few hundred cubic meters of Origin of Eternity. When 13 eternal world were combined, it would be worth a few thousand cubic meters of Origin of Eternity. Many middle-level universe sovereign, who had been busy for several eras, might not even be able to obtain so many Origin of Eternities. The Six-Arm world was the homeland of the Six-Arm Venerable, the true lair of the Six-Arm Venerable. It was different from Sovereign Kai Tian and the others. The six-armed venerable was not a native of the eternal great world. He was originally a king of the three heads, six arms race in the six-armed world. By chance, he had killed a half-step sovereign who had snuck into the six-arms world and obtained the memory of that half-step sovereign. From then on, things were out of control. He had unified the six-arms world, becoming the six-armed lord of the world. And finally becoming a true universe sovereign. The number of universe sovereign in the eternal great world like the six-armed venerable was not small. Not everyone was like Yang Fann. With the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, he could perfectly disguise himself as a native of the eternal world. Those top dominator and half-step sovereign. Those who had exposed their identities in the eternal world. There were many of them who were lucky. They were able to tear apart the world crystal wall and escape back to the eternal great world. Those with bad luck would be suppressed by the world will. Or, they would be beaten to death by the savage expert. And this six-armed world was the only peak low eternal world in the 13 low eternal world. In the end, it caused some trouble for Yang Fann. That world will incarnation's combat strength was comparable to some low-grade middle-level universe sovereign. However, it was only limited to some small troubles. The world will was different from the universe sovereign. Not only did it have a single attack method, it was also impossible for it to escape like the universe sovereign when it saw that the situation was not good. If it was a true middle-level universe sovereign, it would be easy for Yang Fann to defeat him. However, it would not be so easy to make him stay behind. After struggling for more than an hour, the six-armed world will was still mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. He forcefully branded his own soul imprint into the source of the world. At this point, the six-armed venerable and the other three had all died. There was no chance of revival. Like the other 12 eternal world, Yang Fann did not show any mercy to them just because they were at the top of the low eternal world. He directly robbed over 800 cubic meter origin of eternities and rubbed the six-armed world to the end. 10 years later, immortal spirit world, Rumble, under Yang Fann's guidance, demon god world was the first to collide with immortal spirit world. Grug, 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 the world crystal wall quickly shattered, and the two worlds began to fuse together. The immortal spirit world began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, the world is expanding. What's going on? Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. Spread the great master of phagocytosis's oracle. This is a normal phenomenon of the two worlds merging. With the help of the immortal venerables under Yang Fann's command, they tried their best to pacify the situation. Soon, the entire immortal spirit world calmed down. Furthermore, under Yang Fann's control, apart from the expansion of the world and the rise of spirit of heaven and earth, there were almost no major changes in the immortal spirit world. However, the demon god world wasn't so lucky. Chaos, the eruption of the mountain flood, the collapse of heaven and earth, it was truly a scene of doomsday. Bang! A large number of devil god were devoured by the spatial fissure. They were shredded into pieces, leaving no remains behind. In this demon god world, Yang Fann had treated it as the nourishment for the growth of the immortal spirit world. To be more precise, it should be said that the immortal spirit world should devour this demon god world and plunder the origin of this world. As for the life and death of devil god in the demon god world, Yang Fann didn't care about it at all. Whether they could survive or not depended on their luck. 1 year later, demon god world had completely disappeared without a trace. It had almost doubled the size of the immortal spirit world, and it had steadily stepped into the top of the low eternal world. In the demon god world, the last surviving devil god was less than 1 million, and he was truly 1 in 1 million. As for these devil god, it wouldn't be easy for him to establish his roots in the immortal spirit world. The immortals of the immortal spirit world might not be willing to share the immortal spirit world with him. After tens of millions of years, the strength of the immortals in the immortal spirit world had improved by leaps and bounds. The former water immortal venerable wasn't much weaker than the sovereign lords of the same level. Most importantly, the longevity had increased by leaps and bounds. Unlike in the past, exalted immortals of deity transformation only had a few 100,000 years of longevity. It was a complete joke. Over the past 20 million years, immortal spirit world had accumulated a large number of immortal venerables. Even the numerous devil god of demon god world at their peak wouldn't be a match for the sovereign, let alone now. Yang Fann wouldn't interfere in the battles between his subordinates as long as the immortal spirit world was destroyed on a large scale. Shadow devil world, the fern world, giant bug world, The Black Demon World, Spirit Crane World, Demon Spirit World, Baijin World. The Square Eternal World kept merging with the Immortal Spirit World, causing the energy level of the Immortal Spirit World to start charging towards the Intermediate Eternal World. Half a 60-year cycle later. Rumble. When the final 6-arm world merged with the Immortal Spirit World, it finally caused a qualitative change. See 1987 Wangfu Zhou Wangfu Cheng Rumble. Rumble. In the Immortal Spirit World, the world crystal wall was violently shaking. The origin of eternity was rapidly rising at a terrifying speed. After integrating with the 13 low eternal world, the Immortal Spirit World finally experienced a qualitative change and successfully broke through to the Intermediate Eternal World. At the same time, the Immortal Spirit World started expanding in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 years later. Rumble. Rumble. Immortal Spirit World finally stopped expanding. Compared to before, it was more than 10 times larger. It was so vast that it was no less than a boundless world. The Intermediate Eternal World was the Intermediate Eternal World. It was far from what the Low Eternal World could compare with. Even though it had just advanced, it still had a great effect on Yang Fann. In the current Immortal Spirit World, as long as he didn't encounter any high-level universe sovereign, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat or even suppress any middle-level universe sovereign. Also, in the origin space, there were more than 10 times more origin of eternity. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with envy. However, just thinking about it, the Immortal Spirit World had just advanced. At this time, if he were to directly extract the origin of eternity, all his efforts would be in vain. In an instant, the Immortal Spirit World would return to its original form. Killing the chicken to retrieve the egg also depended on the target. The Immortal Spirit World was different from the Demon God World and the other Low Eternal World. As the first Eternal World that Yang Fann occupied, it had a special meaning in his heart. In the past few decades, the Immortal Spirit World had been in chaos at the beginning. The local cultivators and the expert of the Eternal World were constantly killing each other. Countless experts had fallen. Of course, most of them were from the other eternal creature of the worlds. Compared to the other eternal creature of the worlds, the immortals of the Immortal Spirit World who were under the protection of Yang Fann had an obvious advantage. As the side that had been devoured, only 1 in 10,000 could survive in the Demon God World, the Giant God World, the Shadow Devil World, and the other eternal creature of the worlds. If it wasn't for the fact that the expert of the Eternal World had joined forces in time to fight against the immortals of the Immortal Spirit World, perhaps they would have been destroyed one by one and wiped out a long time ago. However, along with the expansion of the Immortal Spirit World, especially after advancing to the Intermediate Eternal World, the conflicts between the various major powers had eased up for the time being. After all, the current Immortal Spirit World was a vast land with very few people. There were so many empty territories waiting for them to develop, so why would they fight to the death over such a small territory? Even if the immortals of Immortal Spirit World still had the advantage, they would still have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to completely destroy the 13 foreign races of Eternal World. Eternal Great World, Human Domain, Alheaven Great World, a plateau. Pucci. The void twisted, and Yang Fann took a step forward. The next second, rumble, a green light flashed and Wang Fushuan appeared in front of Yang Fann. I, Wang Fushuan, pay my respects to Master. Wang Fushuan hastily bowed and looked at Yang Fann with eyes full of respect and gratitude. He had seen Yang Fann's terrifying progress. He even knew that Yang Fann had suppressed the 4 great universe sovereign. This was no longer something that could be described as heaven-defying. Even Supreme Human Emperor, who had led the human race from an ordinary race to a supreme race, was far from being able to compare with him. He had also benefited a lot from all these years. With the massive amount of resources that he had accumulated, he was only a step away from becoming a peak top dominator. In just a few tens of millions of years, he had almost reached the level of cultivation that he had cultivated for more than 20 eras. It was unimaginable. It was truly unimaginable. Being able to become the slave of his master was the greatest fortune he had ever had in his life. At this moment, even if Yang Fann was willing to take back the soul imprint and let him go, he would never leave. It wasn't like he was kicked in the head by a donkey. What was the point of going back? With just the Wangfu family alone, he would never be able to break through to the half-step sovereign in his life. It was still a big mystery, let alone the position of a venerable. As for following his master, Yang Fann, he was confident that he could do it. He would be able to break through to the universe sovereign realm in a very short period of time. Get up and bring me to your Wangfu family. Upon hearing this, Wangfu Xuan's heart trembled, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Yang Fann's purpose of coming here wasn't to hide it from him, but to eliminate the old ancestor of the Wangfu family. The reason why the Wangfu clan was able to become one of the top families in the Luotian Great World was all because of the power of the universe sovereign, Ancestor Wangfu. Once Ancestor Wangfu fell, the Wangfu clan would be annihilated if they were not careful. For the past few hundred eras, the Wangfu clan had offended quite a few great powers, and they were only afraid of Ancestor Wangfu's illustrious reputation, so they restrained themselves from doing so. Not only that, even the other top powers wouldn't mind biting off a big chunk of meat from their Wangfu clan's body. Without Ancestor Wangfu guarding the Wangfu family, it would be a delicious fat sheep for the other top powers. But after a slight hesitation, Wangfu Xuan agreed, "Yes, master." The will of Yang Fann, the master of the Wangfu family. It was not something that a lowly servant like him could influence. If he dared to object, he, Wangfu Xuan, would be the one to die. A mere top dominator, even a lower divine level taming beast from the Beast Master world. In the eyes of Yang Fann, it was nothing. So what if my friend is dead? So what if my family is dead? As long as Wangfu Xuan is still alive, he will be able to create a new Wangfu family in the future, and it might even be more powerful than the current Wangfu family. As long as he could follow his master's footsteps. The universe sovereign was definitely not a dream, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass the old ancestor. Furthermore, the ones that he truly valued in the Wangfu family were his sons and grandsons. His master's goal was only the old ancestor. At that time, he would just take his disciples into his inner world. He didn't think master would care about such a small matter. Very quickly, 100 Zhang prismatic shuttle soared into the sky, tore through the sky, and quickly disappeared from the plateau. The Divine Light Shuttle, a flying secret treasure under the Thousand Eye Venerable's command. Although its speed couldn't compare to the first-grade soaring shuttle of the Void Traversal Division, it was still much faster than the second-grade soaring shuttle. It was not inferior to some extreme half-step sovereigns, and it used its full power to teleport. Divine Light Shuttle, inside a luxurious palace. Yang Fann sat cross-legged and began refining the origin of eternity. In the past few decades, he had been busy controlling the immortal spirit world and fusing with the eternal world, so he didn't have the time to devour the origin of eternity in his hand. Wangfu Province was one of the 64 great provinces in the Luotian Great World. Furthermore, it was one of the top 5 great provinces in the Luotian Great World. Its resources were so abundant that it was incomparable to the other great provinces. The Wangfu family was able to occupy Wangfu Province, and they were also able to use the name Wangfu to gain fame. It could be seen from this how mighty they were in the Luotian Great World. Besides the heavenly Luo Realm Master, there were almost no other major powers that could suppress the Wangfu family. At most, they were on par with the Wangfu family. In Wangfu Province, the Wangfu clan was the heavens and the gods. In the past, the prefecture overseer of Wangfu Province was the expert of the Wangfu clan. Wangfu Province, Wangfu City. This was the lair of Wangfu family, the #1 city in Wangfu Province. The entire Wangfu city was enveloped in a top-grade divine formation. Once it was activated, even a low-level universe sovereign would suffer a great loss if they were careless. Wangfu City, Star Harbor Number 1. This was the inner star harbor used by the big shots of the Wangfu clan. 100 Zhonglong prismatic flying shuttle slowly descended. C-1988 Crown Prince Zan Zan Luotian Great World, Wangfu Zhou, Wangfu City. A middle-aged man in white clothes sat on a spacious throne. He looked to be in his 40s, and his aura was unpredictable. At first sight, he looked like an ordinary person who had never stepped into the path of cultivation. However, between his eyebrows, there was a peerless dignity that could not be concealed. It was as if he was born with the ability to make all living beings submit and worship him. This middle-aged man was none other than the master of Wangfu Province, the head of Wangfu clan's Sea God Stabilizing Needle, Old Ancestor Wangfu, Sovereign Wangfu. Not far away from Sovereign Wangfu, there was also a throne. On the throne sat a person. This was a handsome young man in his early 20s who wore golden clothes and was surrounded by dragon cheese. His aura was extremely luxurious, and it seemed as if he was innately superior to the myriad clans of the heavens. There were a dozen or so maids serving the two of them, and all of them were top-rate beauties in the world. They were graceful, and devastatingly beautiful. Countless beauties from various clans were dancing on a platform in the center of the hall. The top singers were singing in an extremely extravagant manner. "Your Highness Crown Prince, let me give you a toast." Sovereign Wangfu raised his wine glass. His voice had a hint of flattery, as if this young man wasn't a half-step sovereign, but a middle-level universe sovereign that was 10 times, 100 times stronger than him. There was nothing else. It was because Prince Zhongshuan was the son of the Tiandu King, and one of Heavenly Capital King's most favored sons. In Supreme Court, Supreme Human Emperor was the supreme being. After him were the 12 human kings. They weren't ordinary people like the Blue Forest Sector Lord. Only by borrowing the power of the Great World would they be able to unleash one of the top-level universe sovereign. The 12 human kings were all true top-level universe sovereign, the pillars of the human race. If Supreme Human Emperor didn't appear, the human race would. From top to bottom, the 12 human kings were respected. Heavenly Capital King was one of the 12 human kings, and even amongst the 12 human kings, he was ranked at the top. Not to mention Sovereign Wangfu, who was only a low-level universe sovereign. Even the master of the Luotian Great World had to show some respect to Prince Zhongshuan. Please, Prince Zhongshuan wasn't overly arrogant. After all, Sovereign Wangfu was also a universe sovereign. Furthermore, he was thinking of subduing the Wangfu clan. The reason why he was loved by Heavenly Capital King was because of this. He had the backing of a major power. It was also a major factor. The competition between these princes was usually about the number and strength of the major powers that supported them. After 3 rounds of drinking, Sovereign Wangfu lightly clapped his hands. Very quickly, a stunning beauty walked over with light steps. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her figure was proportionate to gold. Her pitch-black eyes were like a black hole in the universe, attracting thousands of rays of light. Her entire body was overflowing with a kind of enchanting magical charm. In an instant, all the maids and dancers in the hall were inferior to her, suppressing the crowd. Even Prince Zhongshuan, who was used to seeing beauties from all kinds of clans, couldn't help but have his eyes lit up. Moreover, this beauty was a superb dual cultivation furnace, and even to a peak half-step sovereign like him, it was a perfect double cultivation furnace. Hong Long, with the help of some divine pills, he might be able to break through to the extreme half-step sovereign realm in one go. This Sovereign Wangfu was really thoughtful. When he saw this, Sovereign Wangfu smiled knowingly. For the sake of this stunning beauty, he had spent 500 cubic meters of Origin of Eternities. This was practically the accumulation of several eras. Now, it seemed like everything was worth it. As long as he could get on Prince Zhongshuan's ship, it would be worth it. In the future, even those middle-level universe sovereign wouldn't dare to provoke the Wangfu family. In this world, as long as they didn't offend the heavenly Luo realm master, the Wangfu family could do whatever they wanted. At this moment, swish, the space around Sovereign Wangfu twisted, and a man appeared out of nowhere. Then he thrust his palm towards Sovereign Wangfu. It was Yang Fann, under the guidance of Wangfu Xuan, an elder of the Wangfu clan. Yang Fann smoothly entered the territory of the Wangfu clan. For the sake of eliminating future troubles, Yang Fann didn't hesitate too much. After finding out where Patriarch Wangfu was, he immediately executed the execution plan. As long as Sovereign Wangfu was eliminated, the Wangfu family would have no leader and would no longer be able to threaten the safety of Southwest Universe. Furthermore, at that time, the Wangfu clan would be like a clay Buddha crossing the river. How could he have the leisure to do that? He was going to cause trouble for the Southwest Universe. In an instant, an ominous sign of falling apart swept through Sovereign Wangfu's heart. This was the power of a middle-level universe sovereign, and it was absolutely the power of a middle-level universe sovereign. Bitch it, why would a middle-level universe sovereign kill me? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. Although Wangfu clan was arrogant and domineering, it was only relative to those ordinary powers and clans. For those high-rank forces with universe sovereign, Wangfu clan had always thought twice before doing anything, let alone offending a middle-level universe sovereign. Buzzing, a yin-yang taijutsu rose from Sovereign Wangfu's body. Wuji's yin-yang talisman, Sovereign Wangfu's most powerful life-saving technique, it was obtained from an ancient ruin. Even a low-grade middle-level universe sovereign would have to put in a lot of effort to break through the defense of Wuji's yin-yang talisman. Rumble. The yin-yang taijutsu trembled violently like glass. Numerous crisscrossing cracks spread out in all directions, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Not good, this man isn't a low-grade middle-level universe sovereign. Wuji's yin-yang taijutsu trembled. The talisman couldn't hold on any longer. Sovereign Wangfu's facial expression changed once again. He immediately wanted to activate the eternal mark on his body. However, very quickly, his entire thought was snuffed out in the cradle. Even if he activated the eternal mark, so what if he returned to the eternal world? It was nothing more than struggling to survive for a short period of time. Among the few major eternal world under his control, the one with the highest energy grade was only one level higher. The low eternal world, together with this intermediate low-level universe sovereign, would at most be able to fight against a peak low-level universe sovereign. Any middle-level universe sovereign was not something that he could handle at a low level. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Sovereign Wangfu's mind. It was as if the drowning man had grabbed onto his only life-saving straw. Prince Zhongshuan, at this moment, could save his life. Prince Zhongshuan was the only one who could save his life. As long as Prince Zhongshuan was willing to protect him, even a high-level universe sovereign would have to give Prince Zhongshuan some face, let alone a middle-level universe sovereign. He would never kill him again. Your Highness Crown Prince, save me, save me. As long as you are willing to save me, I, Wangfu clan, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you from now on. I will never have any second thoughts. Senior, Junior is Prince Zan Zan of the Heavenly Capital. Senior, please give my Heavenly Capital King Prefecture some face and spare Sovereign Wangfu's life. What do you think? C. 1989. He is going to fight against an intermediate universe supremacy. Wangfu Zhou, Wangfu City. At the moment of life and death, Sovereign Wangfu couldn't care less about his dignity as a venerable. He was free to ask Prince Zhongshuan for help. A middle-level universe sovereign was not someone he could fight against. Even with the help of the eternal strength of world, he could only struggle on the verge of death. Prince Zhongshuan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, had his eyes lit up. He no longer remained silent. A low-level universe sovereign warrior was willing to pledge his loyalty to him. It was enough for him to offend a middle-level universe sovereign warrior. Who, upon hearing this, Sovereign Wangfu let out a long breath, and his heart relaxed. He didn't believe that this middle-level universe sovereign wouldn't give Prince Zhongshuan face. Heavenly Capital King was one of the 12 human kings of the human race. Not to mention a middle-level universe sovereign, even a high-level universe sovereign wouldn't dare provoke Heavenly Capital King's prefecture. However, Sovereign Wangfu was obviously happy too early. Heavenly Capital King's prefecture was so powerful that it could scare the other middle-level universe sovereign, but not Yang Fann. So what if there were 12 human kings and top-level universe sovereign warriors? It wouldn't take long for Yang Fann to reach this level, or even surpass top-level universe sovereign warriors. Yang Fann acted as if he didn't hear what Prince Zhongshuan said. His palm force didn't slow down at all. It shattered the yin-yang taijutsu and completely suppressed Sovereign Wangfu. How dare you! Prince Zhongshuan's face turned ashen. He had already brought the middle-level universe sovereign out of Heavenly Capital King Prefecture, and this middle-level universe sovereign was still capturing Sovereign Wangfu as usual. He didn't even put this prince of the divine capital in his eyes. This was a direct slap to the face of Heavenly Capital King Prefecture. Your Highness Crown Prince, do you have anything else to say? Yang Fann looked at Prince Zhongshuan with a calm expression, then he slowly put Sovereign Wangfu into his inner world. Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? Let Sovereign Wangfu go immediately, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Or else. A fierce light flashed in Prince Zhongshuan's eyes, but in the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart. How could a middle-level universe sovereign not shed all pretenses of cordiality? It was better not to shed all pretenses of cordiality. After all, he was only a prince of the divine capital, and not Heavenly Capital King himself. The amount of power he could control was limited, and it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with a middle-level universe sovereign warrior. Your Highness Crown Prince, this has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to force your way out, this won't do you any good. Yang Fann glanced at Prince Zhongshuan. If it wasn't for his father, Heavenly Capital King, Yang Fann wouldn't have bothered with a mere half-step sovereign. He really didn't know how to ask him to let go of Ancestor Wangfu. Good, you are asking for a forfeit, Uncle Fang, get it for me. Prince Zhongshuan said the word, good, 3 times in a hurry, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next second, rumble, 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 a terrifying aura of a high middle-level universe sovereign rose from behind Prince Xianxia. Pucci the space distorted, and a person appeared behind Prince Xianxia. This was a middle-aged man in black armor that was over 3 meters tall. His entire body was like a sea of blood, his eyes were like the sun and moon, and his head was like a mountain. His aura was tyrannical and savage, and just by standing there, it caused a large expanse of space in all directions to distort and crack. As one of Heavenly Capital King's most beloved sons, how could Prince Xianxia not have the protection of the expert by his side? This venerable Lu Fang was the Tao protector that Heavenly Capital King had sent to protect him, a powerful middle-level universe sovereign. A high, middle-level universe sovereign. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. He had noticed this middle-level universe sovereign a long time ago. The reason why he only unleashed his mid-rank middle-level universe sovereign combat strength was to guard against him. Otherwise, given Yang Fann's strength, he would definitely unleash his full strength. Wuji's yin-yang talisman. How could he defend himself from Yang Fann's attack? How dare you offend His Highness Crown Prince? You are courting death. Venerable Lu Fang's voice sounded like Devil God's roar. Buzz the dark shine in his hand flashed, and a 3-meter-tall Zanhua axe appeared in his hand. The 5-elemental heaven-splitting axe, a treasure that was a quasi-intermediate. Venerable Lu Fang had once relied on this axe to kill 3 venerables of the Devil clan in a row, and had established a mighty and ferocious power. The divine axe split the sky. The axe slashed out, instantly slashing out countless spatial fissures. One should know that this was the lair of Wangfu clan. Under Sovereign Wangfu's meticulous work, an ordinary low-level universe sovereign could barely tear the space apart with a single strike. You are the one who is seeking death. Killing intent flickered in Yang Fan's eyes. Deep within his pupils, there was a burning sensation that couldn't be described with words. If a high middle-level universe sovereign could suppress and devour him, he would definitely advance to the middle-level dominator. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the intermediate middle-level dominator. At that time, his combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than some high-level universe sovereign warriors. Swoosh! A divine light flashed, and the divine fire devil suppression halberd appeared in his hand. At this moment, Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. The energy in his body erupted. A terrifying pressure that was more than 10 times stronger than Venerable Lu Fang erupted from Yang Fan's body, wreaking havoc in all directions. Pucci in all directions, a large area of space collapsed into pieces. Rumble. The 5-elemental heaven-splitting axe collided with the divine fire devil suppressing halberd. Boom boom boom. A terrifying tide of energy swept through the entire hall. The female dancers didn't even have the time to scream before they were crushed into dust by the terrifying power. In the huge hall, only Prince Xianxia was left alive. Even the stunning beauty that Sovereign Wangfu had spent 500 cubic meters of origin of eternity to prepare had died. Ah! Venerable Lu Fang threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms, which were holding the axe, were even more shaken by the terrifying rebounding force, causing shocking cracks to appear on them. You actually hid your true strength. Extreme middle-level universe sovereign. You are extreme middle-level universe sovereign. Venerable Lu Fang widened his eyes and revealed a panicked expression. After absorbing and refining the 13 eternal world, nearly 6,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity, Yang Fan's strength had finally stepped into extreme middle-level universe sovereign's realm. What? Extreme middle-level universe sovereign. He is extreme middle-level universe sovereign. Prince Xianxia's pupils shrunk and a trace of panic climbed onto his face. Extreme middle-level universe sovereign was far from being comparable to an ordinary middle-level universe sovereign. That was an expert from below the high-level universe sovereign, even in Heavenly Capital King Prefecture. Even they, the princes of the Heavenly Capital. What? Bitch! This Sovereign Wangfu is just a puny low-level universe sovereign. How could he offend such an expert? Did he not have eyes or something? Can you afford to offend such a big shot? Unknowingly, Prince Xianxia had a trace of regret in his heart. If he had known that the other party was extreme middle-level universe sovereign, he would have considered it even more carefully. Was it really worth offending a extreme middle-level universe sovereign for the sake of an intermediate low-level universe sovereign? Let's see how many strikes you can take from me. Die now.